Chapter 1. The obsessed general captures the fallen princess. How unfortunate for General Chu's mother was taken back to the palace by the emperor and tortured to death, and his entire family was exiled. Had it not been for his recent victorious return, his life would surely be in peril. Now, in this torrential rain, he kneels amidst the downpour. What will become of him? Have you lost your mind to speak such words? The emperor has issued a decree forbidding discussion of this matter. If Princess Ningyi were to overhear, the hushed whispers of two palace maids, though deliberately subdued, reached Xie's ears with clarity. She abruptly opened her eyes, greeted by the familiar sight of drapes. Instinctively, she clutched the silken quilt and surveyed her surroundings. This was undoubtedly the Ninghuan palace where she resided before her marriage. She had been reborn. Truly, she had returned to life. Princess, you are awake. Your complexion does not appear well. Allow me to summon the physician, Zhao Mama said. Xie grasped Zhao Mama's sleeve. The silky texture and the gentle tone of Zhao Mama's voice affirmed her realization. She had indeed been reborn. How splendid! Zhao Mama was alive as well. Zhao Mama, what time is it? It is now 1/4 the hour of the horse. Princess, you are drenched in sweat. Have you experienced a nightmare? I shall fetch. No need. I just vaguely heard a maid mention that Chu Jin is kneeling before Huazhang Palace. Is that true? Zhao Mama nodded, taking a handkerchief to wipe Xie's forehead. Xie bit her lip in disbelief. She had returned to this fateful day due to a banquet. Her father had taken a fancy to General Chu's wife, fabricating an excuse to bring her into the palace, and subsequently accused the general's household of treason, leading to their downfall. The male members of the household were executed, while the women were sold into exile. Unable to bear the devastation caused by her actions, Madame Chu took her own life within the palace walls. By the time Chu Jin returned victorious, the general's household had been reduced to ashes. While the elder statesman protected Chu Jin, her father still punished him by making him kneel outside Huazhang Palace. Eventually, he even commanded the imperial guards to shatter Chu Jin's legs. It was on this very day that, in a fit of pique with her fifth sister, she rashly delivered an umbrella to Chu Jin. From that moment forth, he became infatuated with her. Later, through some fortuitous turn of events, Chu Jin not only regained the use of his legs, but also led an army to overthrow her father. She, the esteemed Princess Ningyi, found herself imprisoned by the treacherous Chu Jin in Liang Palace. Chu Jin was a madman. Whenever she attempted to escape, he would slaughter all her maids and eunuchs. Even Zhao Mama fell victim to his wrath. She would rather die than submit, hiding a golden hairpin to plunge into Chu Jin's heart. Given the chance to live anew, she resolved never to entangle herself with Chu Jin again. No, her previous suffering stemmed from competing with her fifth sister over the umbrella. She wished for her sister to experience the torment of being pursued by this madman. Xie declared, "Change my clothes, I'm going to Huazhang Palace." Zhao Mama cautioned, "Princess, the emperor is quite enraged. If you go now, he will be displeased. It matters not. I merely wish to observe and do not seek to intercede." She had no intention of pleading for mercy. She desired to witness Chu Jin's anguish. Outside Huazhang Palace, the rain fell in torrents. The heavy droplets pounded against the bluestone slabs, sending splashes of water into the air. There knelt Chu Jin, unwavering in the downpour. His garments, soaked through, clung to his form, outlining his lean yet erect figure. His back stood straight as a rod, and even through the curtain of rain, there was not a trace of fear or retreat in his eyes. Not far away, a woman clad in a pale lotus-colored outfit stood holding an umbrella. Her attire was remarkably simple, and one might mistake her for a palace maid at first glance. Xie recognized her instantly. It was fifth sister. Xie Lanyin, the daughter of the Empress Yuan and the granddaughter of the Duke of Jinghua, had seen her lineage tarnished as the Duke oppressed the common folk and was subsequently stripped of his title shortly after the Emperor's passing. Once, the Empress Yuan was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the capital, and Xie Lanyin bore a striking resemblance to her, approximately 70% alike. Alas, not long after the Empress' demise, Xie Lanyin's face was marred by a small eunuch's blade, leaving a scar that stretched from the corner of her eye to her mouth on the right side of her visage. One side was angelic, the other, a demon. It was Xie Lanyin who, in a previous life, had entangled her with that wretched Chu Jin. All of this was owed to Xie Lanyin. Xie stepped forward, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she remarked, "Fifth sister, do you have a soft spot for the young General Chu? If so, why not step forward and hold the umbrella for him?" Chapter 2. The yandere general and the captive princess of a fallen kingdom, Xie Lanyin, paid him no heed, raising her umbrella as she strode forward. The rain pattered softly upon the surface of the umbrella, creating a rhythmic sound. Suddenly, the downpour that had been drenching her ceased. Chu Jin looked up, and there stood a woman clad in a delicate lotus-colored palace gown, holding an oil paper umbrella adorned with pale pink peach blossoms. She gently tilted her body, positioning the umbrella firmly above his head, shielding him from the torrential rain. Noticing his gaze, she lowered her head slightly. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the tumultuous sounds of wind and rain had faded into oblivion, leaving only her breathtaking visage in existence. Her smooth left cheek glistened with a porcelain-like sheen amidst the mist of rain, and her brows conveyed a tender concern. Chu Jin's heart quivered violently. The young eunuch, who had been standing under the eaves, hurried forward. "Princess, why have you left Qin Palace? You must return quickly. This is General Chu. Before the emperor becomes enraged. You should leave." So she is the fifth princess, the sole daughter of the Yuan empress. "I shall not leave," she declared, her voice ringing clear yet soft, each word imbued with a unique gentleness. "But why endure this? Even the seventh princess cannot sway the emperor's heart, let alone you." Chu Jin bowed his head. "Fifth princess, you must go." Though these words were spoken against his will, his current predicament was perilous. He had heard that the emperor had grown weary of the fifth princess. Should he implicate her further? Suddenly, the gates of Huazhong Palace swung open. The emperor's personal eunuch, Gong Cheng, emerged holding a whisk. By the emperor's decree, since the fifth princess shows pity for General Chu, she shall kneel alongside him. Sun obeys the command. Xie Lanyin, with one hand holding the umbrella, slowly bent down, first lowering her right knee, then her left. She maintained an upright posture, her dignity intact even in punishment. The lotus-hued hem of her gown fell to the ground, soon soaked by the rain. Gong Cheng sighed, flicked the whisk, and turned to depart. The young eunuch whispered, "Princess, why endure this?" "Thank you, Eunuch Xia." The young eunuch shook his head and left. Chu Jin lowered his gaze, observing the lotus-colored skirt that lay intertwined with his own robes. Why does the fifth princess concern herself with one who is destined to die? The entire capital knows I have little time left. Xie Lanyin fixed her gaze ahead, her tone resolute. "General Chu, I act in accordance with what I believe to be right. I did not do this for you, but for the countless soldiers who have sacrificed their lives for this nation. Should you perish, their blood will grow cold. Therefore, I shall protect you." Chu Jin's heart trembled fiercely, and he instinctively clenched the hem of his garment. An unfamiliar emotion enveloped him. What if I cannot be protected? I apologize, but I shall exert every effort. Xie Zhuohua observed the two kneeling side by side. Their silhouettes, in this shared act of submission, appeared strangely harmonious. She felt an inexplicable sharpness at this sight. Just then, Chu Jin suddenly turned his gaze toward her. Startled, Xie Zhuohua took a step back, snatching the umbrella from the maid's hands to shield her face. "Quickly leave." She had merely come to witness the spectacle, yet now she had been seen by Chu Jin. Chu Jin was undoubtedly infatuated with her, and she resolutely refused to follow the same path as in her previous life. As she watched Xie Zhuohua hurriedly depart with her maid, Chu Jin's gaze turned indifferent. It was only when his eyes fell upon the side profile of Xie Lanyin that a hint of warmth surfaced. Although Xie Zhuohua dared not look directly, she maintained a maid in front to keep watch. They waited until darkness enveloped them. Just as in her past life, despite the old minister's obstruction and Xie Lanyin's pleas, the emperor still decreed that Chu Jin's legs be broken. By the time Xie Zhuohua received the news, Chu Jin had already been carried out of the palace, his legs shattered. Remembering the glance Chu Jin had cast her way moments ago, Xie Zhuohua's complexion turned pale. Could it be that Chu Jin had once again set his sights on her? After all, no matter how beautiful the left side of Xie Lanyin's face was, the other side was still as ghastly as a specter. If Chu Jin had any discernment, he would never be captivated by Xie Lanyin. A smirk played on Xie Zhuohua's lips. "Xie Lanyin, you shall inevitably regret your actions today." In a modest, unremarkable dwelling within Chang'an City, General Chu. Please awaken. The voice, tinged with tears, roused Chu Jin from his slumber. A pained groan instinctively escaped his throat as he turned his gaze to the source of his agony. His legs lay twisted at an unnatural angle, blood staining the earth beneath him. The Emperor was merciless. He had shattered the general's legs, rendering him unable to ride into battle ever again. Before he could finish his thought, someone nearby covered his mouth. Clenching his fists, Chu Jin's eyes blazed with seething hatred. His teeth gritted tightly, suppressing a cry of pain. I will not resign myself to fate. The words were almost forced through clenched teeth, imbued with resolve and madness. What did it matter if his legs were broken? He would seek out the finest physicians, endure any hardship. He would surely rise again. If he could not stand on his calves, he would sever them. The blood feud of having lost his father and mother would be avenged. The humiliation and suffering he endured today would be repaid 1,000-fold. General, fear not. I have heard of a divine physician in the southwest who can surely mend your legs. Indeed, General, you have endured countless injuries before, and this time will be no different. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the courtyard door, plunging the room into silence. One of the men warily inquired, "Who is it?" A noble who knelt alongside General Chu today has sent a servant to deliver medicine. Chu Jin's crimson eyes softened abruptly. He relaxed his clenched fists, recalling the figure who had knelt beside him not long ago. Open the door. His subordinates exchanged glances. Who could be delivering medicine to the general? Moments ago, the general had appeared as though he would storm into the palace and eviscerate that wretched emperor. Now, upon hearing that medicine was on the way, he seemed transformed. Before long, a subordinate approached with a vial of medicine. "General, I just heard that man's voice. It sounded like a eunuch. He claimed this medicine can mend your broken legs, and he also said, what else did he say? He said to encourage you to persevere." Trembling, Chu Jin accepted the vial, his fingertips gently caressing the smooth surface of the bottle. The bottle's surface was smooth and cool to the touch, yet his heart was filled with an indescribable warmth. The princess's immense kindness left him at a loss for how to repay her. He clutched the vial tightly in his palm, as if it contained the most precious treasure in the world. "General, is this medicine effective? It wouldn't be a gift from that treacherous emperor, would it?" "It is effective." Chu Jin twisted the vial in his grip, regardless of whether he could rise again. He vowed to live fully. A palace maid cautiously pushed open the palace door. "Princess, just now." Eunuch Huang returned and said he has delivered the medicine to General Chu. "Good, you may go and rest now." Her gentle and soothing voice brought a touch of warmth to the dimly lit palace. The maid did not leave. Instead, she approached the desk with a candle holder in hand. Xie Lanyin held a brush, and with just a few strokes, Chu Jin's likeness sprang to life on the paper. The young maid, however, was not focused on the drawing, but rather on the princess's left cheek. The candlelight shimmered in the depths of the princess's eyes, resembling stars in the night sky. The warm, golden glow cascaded over her face, bestowing a perfect blush akin to the first blossoms of peach trees in spring. An exquisite beauty beyond compare. Had it not been for the scar on her right cheek, any woman standing before the princess would feel utterly ashamed. Xie Lanyin set down her brush, waiting for the ink to dry before putting the drawing away. She slightly lowered her head, meeting the entranced gaze of the young maid. With a gentle laugh, she tucked the artwork away. Yes. The maid, finally snapping back to reality upon meeting her eyes, hurriedly took the drawing and carefully placed it in the art box. Xie Lanyin silently observed the maid's actions. She had been in this world for 3 full days, having come from a realm of advanced civilization. In the previous world she inhabited, people had bestowed upon her the name system. After fulfilling countless human wishes, she had developed a particular fondness for the lovesick male protagonists willing to sacrifice their lives for love. Yet, some heroines found it unbearable to endure the obsessive entanglement or even the love-hate dynamics with such male leads, prompting her arrival here. Before entering each world, she would negotiate a deal with the original owner of the body. She would live in their stead, allowing them to choose the course of their next life in the cycle of reincarnation. Since the heroines were averse to the lovesick male protagonists, she embraced the opportunity to step in. The male lead of this world was the epitome of beauty and strength, tirelessly safeguarding the empire with his life. However, how did the emperor treat Chu Jin? The emperor had cast his eyes upon Chu Jin's mother, forcibly taking her into the palace. In her refusal to endure such humiliation, she tragically took her own life. To vent his wrath, the emperor concocted baseless accusations against the Chu family, branding them as traitors. The Chu family had long been stationed at the borders, their male members already scarce. The emperor did not spare even the infants, sending all the women into military brothels. By the time Chu Jin returned, the emperor had used the women of the Chu family as leverage, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Yet, unbeknownst to Chu Jin, those women had already taken their own lives by the time the imperial edict reached the Chu household. Although the emperor was foolish, he recognized that he had gone too far and would not let Chu Jin off easily, so he wagered with his concubine. The bet was whether Chu Jin would choose to end his life upon having his legs broken or cling to a wretched existence. Little did the emperor anticipate that one day, Chu Jin would return with an army to reclaim his honor. When Xie Lanyin entered this world, she arrived a tad late. The Chu family had perished entirely. Being the neglected fifth princess, her only recourse was to send medicinal herbs for bone healing to Chu Jin. She fervently hoped that he would not endure the same torment as in the original narrative, struggling to rise again. As for the scars adorning her body, removing them would be a trivial task, yet the moment was not propitious. What? Chu Jin is dead? Xie sprang to her feet, murmuring to herself in disbelief. It cannot be. Has his time of feigned death arrived prematurely? Wasn't he meant to be incapacitated, unable to stand? How could he have escaped the capital? If Chu Jin has fled, would it not mirror the events of her previous life, wherein he would return to the capital to imprison and torment her? No. Chapter 3. The obsessive general imprisons the exiled princess. The more Xie contemplated, the more anxious she became. She hurried to Huazhang Palace to seek an audience with her father. Father, Chu Jin has not perished. He is merely pretending. He will rally troops and storm the palace. Father, he must not be allowed to live. The emperor, as if he had heard the grandest jest, lowered his head to sip the wine presented by Beauty, dismissing her concerns with indifference. He is but a cripple. What prowess could he possibly possess? Father, the scent of wine permeated the palace as the emperor beckoned the Beauty closer, prompting Xie to hastily rise and exit. In secret, she instructed her aides to discreetly seek out Chu Jin's whereabouts. This pursuit spanned 3 years. Aside from a few bribed palace maids and eunuchs, she found not a trace of Chu Jin. Yet, the presence of those compromised individuals filled her with trepidation. Indeed, Chu Jin still harbored feelings for her. He had managed to win over so many palace attendants merely to glean information about her. No, she must not allow the events of her past life to repeat themselves. 3 years later, Chu Jin rose in the northwest, leading his army to conquer city after city, swiftly approaching the capital. The emperor, now terrified, forsook his wine and the favors of his concubines, resorting to cursing and bloodshed in court. Xie was even more frantic. Chu Jin was returning. Was she doomed to repeat her previous fate? Meanwhile, outside the city gates, Chu Jin clutched a porcelain vial tightly. This vial contained the medicine sent to him by the fifth princess 3 years prior. With its aid, he had recovered swiftly, regaining his strength to ride and fight within just 6 months. Though the medicine had long been consumed, the vial remained by his side. He would often take it out to gaze upon it, as if peering through it to glimpse the one he longed for. His eyes were filled with obsession and possessiveness. His lips curved slightly into a near-maniacal smile as he murmured, only you are genuinely devoted to me. No one shall take you from me, no one. Fifth princess, Xie Lanyin. Tomorrow, he would breach the palace. The treacherous emperor, who had brought ruin to his family, would surely meet his end. Should the fifth princess harbor resentment towards him, he would conceal her safely. He would offer her the most precious treasures in the world. Hoping only for a glance from her, he caressed the porcelain vase, gazing towards the palace. The following day, even before dawn, torches outside the palace ignited the sky. The air was filled with cries of slaughter. Xie Lanyin stood before the window, observing the crimson sky. Adorned in the pale, lotus-colored palace gown she had worn upon her first encounter with Chu Jin, a palace maid rushed in. "Your Highness, the rebels have breached the palace. You must change into my clothes and escape with me at once." "No need. You need not flee. He will not harm you." Had it not been for Xie Lanyin's desperate attempts to escape in her previous life, Chu Jin's possessiveness would not have erupted, leading to the deaths of so many palace attendants. Among them, the demise of Granny Zhao was the catalyst for the rift between Chu Jin and Xie Lanyin. Yet, Granny Zhao's end was not unjust. The death of his parents had already distorted Chu Jin's psyche, and Granny Zhao constantly sowed discord before him, proclaiming that the princess would never love him, deriding him as a lowly commoner who could only resort to such vile means to win the princess's affection, and that she had already given her heart to another. These words provoked Chu Jin to madness, resulting in her immediate execution. Xie Lanyin had come for Chu Jin and would not abandon him. Xie Lanyin donned the maid's garments, fearing recognition by Chu Jin. She dabbed some dust from the ground on her face to obscure her features before she felt assured enough to follow the maid, hoping to slip out of the palace unnoticed. However, misfortune struck as she collided directly with Chu Jin's troops. "Chu Jin, do not kill me. I will give you anything you desire." Amidst the blazes illuminating the night and the terrified cries of eunuchs and palace maids, an emperor knelt publicly. Xie Lanyin stared in disbelief at her revered father. Her father was kneeling before a traitor. She then looked up at Chu Jin, clad in a black robe. He exuded an aura of coldness and menace as he drew his longbow, the bow shimmering with a chilling light. The emperor retreated in fear. "Chu Jin, do not slay me. I am the emperor. You dare to commit regicide?" A cold smirk played upon Chu Jin's lips as he nocked an arrow, aiming it at his nemesis. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air like lightning, piercing the emperor and embedding itself into the pillar behind him, deeply lodged. In mere moments, the emperor breathed his last, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The eunuchs and maids nearby erupted in gasps and commotion. Yet, Chu Jin remained still, bow still in hand, a strange and satisfied smile creeping upon his lips. The smile bore no trace of normal warmth, only a morbid obsession and the thrill of vengeance. The tyrant emperor was finally dead. "Father!" Xie Lanyin stifled her cries, terrified to make a sound. Chu Jin had slain her father. Their enmity was irreconcilable. She would never come to love him. At that moment, as if sensing something, Chu Jin cast a glance in her direction. Xie Lanyin quickly lowered her head, trembling in fear. She could not be discovered by Chu Jin, otherwise she would be the next to perish. Chu Jin raised his bow and declared loudly, "All soldiers, heed my command. Do not harm eunuchs or palace maidens, for they are as defenseless as a chick." "Yes, General." The gaze of Chu Jin swept across the crowd, and suddenly he spotted a familiar face. He recalled that this individual was likely the chief maidservant attending the seventh princess. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he pointed his bow at the maid and commanded, "You, step forward." Xie Lanyin cast a furtive glance and, upon seeing the maid rise, felt her complexion pale to the point that even the dust upon her face could not mask it. This was indeed the chief maidservant by her side. Chu Jin was determined to find her. Xie Lanyin lowered her head, striving to blend into the background. "I inquire of you, where is the fifth princess?" "What?" Xie Lanyin could hardly believe her ears. She looked up at Chu Jin in disbelief. Why was he asking about Xie Lanyin? Chapter 4. The sickly general imprisons the exiled princess. The maid trembled, her hand quivering as she pointed towards the direction of Qin Palace. Disembarking from his horse, Chu Jin instructed the maid to lead the way. Xie Lanyin watched in disbelief as Chu Jin strode away. Was he truly going to seek Xie Lanyin? Could it be that he had developed an affection for her? Impossible. Xie Lanyin was far from beautiful. How could Chu Jin possibly take an interest in her? If he fancied someone else, he would cease tormenting her, and she ought to feel elated. Yet, why did she feel as though something precious had been taken from her, leaving her profoundly uneasy? Following the maid, Chu Jin arrived at Qiyue Palace. The crimson-painted doors of the palace were weathered, and in the crevices of the stone slabs beneath, wildflowers and grasses sprouted, accentuating its desolation. The maid's voice quivered as she bowed her head, wishing to sink into the earth. "The fifth princess resides here, General Chu. Please do not harm her." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Chu Jin, unable to contain his urgency, advanced. The tyrant emperor had audaciously allowed the fifth princess to dwell in such a place. He would ensure that the fifth princess resided in the finest palace in the realm, adorned in the most exquisite garments and jewelry. Yet, as his hand approached the palace door, he felt a tremor of hesitation. Though this was the one he had longed for over the past 3 years, he found himself intimidated by the prospect of facing her. Would the fifth princess forgive him? Even if she chose not to, he would never allow her to leave. With a resolute push, he forced the door open, which creaked ominously in protest. Inside, the light was dim, with only a few feeble rays of sunlight filtering through the aged, faded window panes, casting a soft glow upon the floor. Despite the palace's simplicity, the vases within were filled with flowers, suggesting a meticulous attention to detail. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the silence. Chu Jin held his breath, turning towards the source of the sound. At that moment, a slender figure emerged slowly from the side corridor of the palace. She was still clad in that delicate lotus-colored gown, its hem dusted with a hint of grime, yet it did nothing to diminish her unparalleled elegance. Chu Jin's heart raced. With a single glance, he found himself utterly captivated, unable to divert his gaze from her. Countless nights, she had graced his dreams, and now, in the flesh, he realized that her ethereal beauty in those visions paled in comparison to her reality. Behind her, the sky blazed crimson with firelight, yet she stood there quietly, an aura that deterred any approach. As the maid guiding him gazed upon the fifth princess's flawless right cheek, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Where's the scar on the fifth princess's face?" To everyone's surprise, the fifth princess is even more beautiful than the seventh princess. Xie Lanyin exclaimed, "General Chu, what brings you here?" Chu Jin, unable to restrain his steps, knelt before her, his gaze filled with fervor and trepidation. "I have come to escort your highness." Xie had not managed to leave the palace. Everywhere she turned, there were Chu Jin's subordinates, leaving her no choice but to conceal herself among a throng of eunuchs and palace maids. "How fortunate that General Chu has not harmed us, merely assigning us to the laundry bureau." Xie surveyed her surroundings. The ground was awash with filthy water, a murky blend of yellow mud and rain, with yellow footprints scattered about. Disgusted, she raised her sleeve to cover her mouth and nose. In her father's lifetime, she had been the most favored princess. After his demise, she found herself imprisoned by Chu Jin, never having set foot in such a filthy place. "Have you heard? General Chu has placed the fifth princess in Fengxi Palace." Xie was taken aback. How could Chu Jin possibly assign Xie Lanyin to Fengxi Palace? In her previous life, Chu Jin had only taken residence in Liang Palace. What right did Xie Lanyin have to dwell in Fengxi Palace? That was the empress's palace. Was Chu Jin actually considering making Xie Lanyin his empress? How could he? How dare he? Did he not find the scar on her face repulsive? Xie clenched her fists, that unsettling feeling rising once more. How could General Chu place the fifth princess in Fengxi Palace? Was he truly contemplating her elevation to empress? If only the fifth princess's face were unblemished, I might entertain the possibility. After all, General Chu is destined to become emperor. How could he possibly choose a princess with imperfections as his empress? I surmise General Chu seeks to appease the former court officials, and having found no match in the strikingly beautiful seventh princess, he has resorted to the fifth princess. Xie exhaled quietly. Indeed, with the scar on her face, how could Chu Jin ever find her appealing? Xie Lanyin is a proud individual. Confined by a madman like Chu Jin, she must be seething with anger. In Fengxi Palace, boxes upon boxes of exquisite treasures were being brought in. Leading the procession was the young eunuch who had previously urged Xie Lanyin at Huazhang Palace. Having gained favor with Chu Jin for his earlier counsel, he had now been appointed as the Grand Eunuch, and everyone now referred to him as Chief Steward Xia. "Your Highness, these are personally sent by the new emperor, comprising silks recently contributed from Jiangnan. Please select a few that you like, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs will tailor new garments for you." This box contains the latest jewelry. Do see if any catch your fancy." Xie Lanyin merely glanced over them, allowing the maids to select a few appealing pieces to keep. If she were to decline everything, Chu Jin might misconstrue her feelings. There was no need for misunderstandings over trivial matters. Chief Steward Xia remarked, "Your Highness, your taste is impeccable. It is an honor for these adornments to grace your hair." He felt immensely grateful for having spoken a few words for the princess back then. Otherwise, who would have anticipated such splendid treatment today? It is no wonder the new emperor was so eager to seek out the fifth princess after entering the palace. Who could have imagined that without that scar, the fifth princess would possess a beauty surpassing that of celestial beings? Even the act of casually sitting and sipping tea appears to be a delightful spectacle. "What Chu Jin?" Xie Lanyin inquired, setting down her cup. Since the day 2 days prior when Chu Jin had taken her from Qin Palace and settled her in Fengqi Palace, he had not made a bold appearance before her. She had anticipated that Chu Jin would treat Xie Zhuohua in a manner akin to the original narrative, yet he seemed utterly unwilling to confront her. Each night, he would wait until she fell asleep before stealthily approaching her. The new emperor was preoccupied with the affairs of his ascension. Yet rest assured, princess, he will find the time to visit you. Chu Xiaojun. Historically, no emperor has ever conferred the title of empress during the coronation ceremony. How could you contravene ancestral customs? Indeed, since time immemorial, men have held supremacy while women have been deemed inferior. To bestow titles on the same day is sheer folly. Moreover, the fifth princess is a daughter of the former dynasty, possessing a flaw in her beauty. How could she be named empress? As Chu Jin had yet to ascend the throne, the elder statesman could only refer to him as Chu Xiaojun. Although he had entered the palace, he had not harmed its inhabitants. His subordinates merely apprehended a few treacherous officials, leaving the elder statesman unharmed. Chu Jin spoke with an icy calmness, as if declaring an irrefutable truth. Despite his tranquil tone, there was a resolute and fierce determination that brooked no dissent. "My wife is none other than the fifth princess. As for ancestral customs, they pertain to the former dynasty. I am the new emperor, and I shall choose whoever I wish as empress. Should anyone oppose, let them not offer sacrifices at the coronation, but rather, may their heads serve as tributes to the heavens." The elder statesman pondered the countless matters that accompanied the newly claimed territory. Adding to this were the ceremonies of coronation and empress conferral. By the time Chu Jin resolved his affairs, it was already the witching hour. Nearby, Chief Steward Xia, sensing the moment, stepped forward promptly. "Your Majesty, the fifth princess has retired. Might you wish to see her?" Chief Steward Xia had discerned Chu Jin's intentions when it came to matters involving the fifth princess. They were of the utmost importance. "I will go see her. You need not accompany me." "Understood." Chief Steward Xia regarded the departing figure of Chu Xiaojun, unable to fathom why the young general consistently chose to visit her in stealth while she slumbered. Chapter 5. The lovesick general holds captive the princess of a fallen kingdom within Fengqi Palace. A faint aroma of incense lingered. This was a fragrance that Chu Jin had specifically ordered to be lit, known for its calming effects. He tread softly, gradually approaching the intricately carved bed. The princess lay quietly, bathed in the cold moonlight that filtered through the delicate curtains, casting a gentle glow upon her face. Chu Jin stood 10 feet, as if ensnared by a spell, his gaze filled with infatuation and longing. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly advanced, seating himself at the edge of the bed with utmost gentleness, fearful of disturbing the beauty. He was indeed timid, reluctant to face the princess. The truth of his hand in the demise of the tyrant emperor could not remain hidden from her. He dreaded the thought of seeing disdain reflected in her eyes, and he wished not to shatter the fragile tranquility between them. Should the princess insist on departing, he was uncertain of what actions he might take. He loathed his current self, reduced to a coward, akin to a mouse. Once, he had been a gallant young man, donned in fine garments and riding with fervor. Now, he found himself unable to confront the one he cherished. Chu Jin let out a deep sigh, gently holding the princess's hand that rested outside the embroidered quilt. As he lifted the quilt, intending to place her hand within its warmth, that delicate hand, as soft as if devoid of bone, clasped his wrist. Instinctively, Chu Jin glanced up at Xie Lanyin. Just as he felt the urge to escape, Xie Lanyin tightened her grip on his wrist. Chu Jin, why are you avoiding me? Upon hearing her call his name, Chu Jin froze, caught in the act of standing. After 3 years apart, the princess's voice remained as gentle as it had been 3 years prior. Yet, he was no longer the same Chu Jin of that time. Are you not afraid of me? Not in the least, she replied. Why? Chu Jin lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Do you know that I killed? I know you killed my father, she interjected, but I do not believe you were in the wrong. He was foolish and tyrannical, seizing innocent maidens and plunging the people into despair. The dynasty had already crumbled under his rule. Even if it weren't you, he would have met his end at another's hands. Besides, he murdered my mother and my maternal grandfather's family, allowing the eunuchs to mar my face. Not a day passes in which I do not harbor hatred for him. Chu Jin raised his head, his expression appearing somewhat foolish. Xie Lanyin perceived him as akin to a docile dog, seemingly inviting to be petted. Yielding to her heart's desire, she extended her other hand to stroke his head. His hair, like his person, appeared coarse, yet felt remarkably soft to the touch. Chu Jin's eyes brightened. This was disastrous. He resembled a dog even more. Does the princess truly not harbor any hatred for me? He inquired cautiously, unable to suppress the tightening grip on her hand, which trembled involuntarily. He held his breath, his gaze fragile, akin to a small dog fearful of abandonment. No hatred, she replied. Instantly, Chu Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze fixated on their hands intertwined. The sensation sent shivers coursing through him. It was not he who had crept in during the princess's slumber like a shadowy rat to touch her, but rather she who had drawn him in. Just as she had 3 years ago, feeling a sense of ease, he hesitated to release her hand. Princess, have you found comfort in Fengqi Palace? Are you satisfied with the items sent by eunuch Xia? Quite satisfied, Chu Jin. Now, tell me what has transpired in these past 3 years. Have you fared well? Xie Lanyin sat up. Chu Jin promptly fetched a soft cushion, placing it behind her back to provide her with greater comfort. As he withdrew his hand, it inadvertently brushed against her hair. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had touched the softest of clouds, delicate as the finest silk. Before he could fully comprehend, her hair had already slipped away from his fingers. His breath quickened, instinctively reaching out to pursue it, yet his hand grasped nothing. His heart trembled with uncontainable emotion. He had touched the one he cherished, and she did not recoil from his contact. Years ago, upon receiving the ointment from the princess, I immediately set fire to my surroundings that very night, using a secret passage to flee the capital. Adopting a new name and hiring a carriage, Chu Jin recounted, sitting on the ground as he shared the events of the past 3 years. He merely had to tilt his head slightly to behold the princess. This was a notion he had never dared to entertain before. Chu Jin fixated on the princess's smooth visage, and suddenly, memories of their garments intertwining while they knelt in the rain flooded his mind. He seemed to be insatiable, growing ever more greedy. What? You expect me to do the laundry? Do you even know who I am? Xie exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at the clothes discarded before her. The matron glanced at her dismissively, stating, regardless of your former status as a headmaid, here in the laundry department, you must wash. Everyone in the palace knows that the most esteemed is the 5th princess. You are but a phoenix, and you shall obediently wash these clothes. With that, the matron raised her foot and delivered a forceful kick to Xie knee. Never before had Xie been treated in such a manner. Before she could react, she found herself kneeling heavily on the ground. Pain coursed through her, causing her to gasp sharply, her fists clenched. How dare you treat me this way? If you do not wash, I shall submerge your head in the water, the matron threatened coldly. Xie expression shifted at the sight of the murky water. She could not linger in the laundry department. She had to find Zhao Momo and escape with her. Perhaps Chu Jin was already searching high and low for her. She must not be recognized. Gritting her teeth, Xie inhaled deeply, steeling herself as if facing a formidable adversary, and plunged her hands into the basin. Is your hand made of cotton? You possess no strength at all. How can you wash like this? Put some effort into it. Xie chose to ignore her, scrubbing the clothes with fervor. The matron observed her for a moment, shaking her head before turning to inspect other maids and eunuchs washing. Following the last palace upheaval, many had perished, and the current staff were merely temporary arrangements. Those in the laundry department were not the familiar faces of the past, and thus, none recognized Xie Lanyin's true identity. As soon as the matron departed, a few younger maids could no longer contain their curiosity and began to whisper among themselves. I heard that despite many ministers' objections, the new emperor insists on crowning the fifth princess as empress on the day of his ascension. Is that true? Isn't the fifth princess disfigured? How could she possibly become empress? I have a sister assigned to Fengqi Palace. She said the fifth princess's scar has healed and that she is even more beautiful than the seventh princess. What? Xie Lanyin's scar has healed? How can that be? Xie Lanyin was so startled that the clothes slipped from her grasp and fell into the basin, splattering murky water all over her shoes. She hardly noticed. She stood in shock. So, Chu Jin truly had taken a liking to Xie Lanyin? How could that be? During the 3 years of Chu Jin's absence, he had clearly bribed eunuchs and maids to gather information about her. Chu Jin had never interacted with Xie Lanyin, except for that one time 3 years ago when she held an umbrella for him. At that time, Xie Lanyin still bore her scar. How could Chu Jin possibly be attracted to her? It must be that Xie Lanyin was intentionally enticing him. Yes, Chu Jin must have been seduced by her. Otherwise, how could he possibly have developed feelings for her? Xie Lanyin cast the clothes aside, but before she could flee the laundry department, the returning matron kicked her back. You do not do the laundry. Where do you wish to go? I seek to find Xie Lanyin. Leave me be, Xie Lanyin coldly retorted. In the past, whenever she wore a frosty expression, these lowly servants would immediately kneel at her feet. Yet this time, a resounding slap struck her face. Insolent! Do you presume to address the fifth princess by her name? Kneel! Xie Lanyin covered her face, incredulously gazing towards the matron. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared lay a hand on her. With sudden resolve, she lifted her head, straightened her spine, and emanated an invisible aura of authority. Each word was pronounced with deliberate clarity. Though her voice was not loud, it carried an intimidating gravitas. Insolent! I am the dignified seventh princess. You dare strike me. With that, she wiped the mud from her face with her damp sleeve. Chapter 6. The sickly general's imprisonment of the exiled princess. What? She is the seventh princess? The maidservants, previously occupied with laundry, hastily lifted their heads. Upon witnessing the exquisite countenance of Xie Lanyin, they stood frozen in disbelief. The matron, seeing such a flower-like visage, was so terrified that her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. Princess, spare me. I did not know you were a princess. I implore your mercy. Xie Lanyin looked down upon her, her gaze as frigid as that reserved for a corpse. Very well, you are the first to strike me. I shall grant you an opportunity to atone for your transgression. Go summon Chu Jin, informing him that I am at the laundry bureau, and bid him to come greet me. The matron, wide-eyed, pointed to herself in disbelief, exclaiming, You want me to summon the new emperor? The seventh princess surely overestimates my position. What am I, a mere matron, to command the new emperor? Is this not akin to asking a dog to wage war? Xie Lanyin replied, Take my message to him, and he will certainly come to seek me. Yes, yes. The matron quickly bowed her head and hurried away. Little did she know that the esteemed princess would venture to the laundry bureau looking so disheveled. She could only hope that she might summon the new emperor and thus secure her own life. However, unbeknownst to her, Xie Lanyin regarded her with the same disdain reserved for the deceased. Those who had harmed her would not escape unscathed. In her previous life, Chu Jin had exerted great effort to imprison her in Liang Palace. Now, she humbled herself to summon him, and he would undoubtedly rush to find her. The matron hurried to the door of the imperial study. She fell to her knees before eunuch Xie, startling him into stepping back. Without taking a moment to catch her breath, she urgently relayed, Quickly inform the new emperor that the seventh princess is at the laundry bureau. He must come to fetch her at once. Eunuch Xie was taken aback. The seventh princess? The new emperor is to personally retrieve her from the laundry bureau? Has the seventh princess lost her senses? Does she believe herself to be the fifth princess? The matron, thinking he had not heard her correctly, reiterated her message. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in, saying, "Master Xia, the fifth princess has instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch. She requests that the new emperor come at once." Upon hearing this, eunuch Xia no longer had the luxury to concern himself with the audacious matron. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shall promptly inform the new emperor. Before he emerges, take this matron away. Do not alarm the royal presence." Very well. Several young eunuchs hurriedly stepped forward to drag the matron away. Upon hearing that the princess had summoned him for a meal, Chu Jin was so overjoyed that he nearly fumbled the memorial in his hands, rising with an awkward gait. He nervously glanced at eunuch Xia, inquiring if his attire was suitable, fearing it might offend the princess's eyes. Eunuch Xia suppressed a chuckle, assuring him that he looked exceptionally majestic in his purple robes, which the princess would undoubtedly appreciate. Only in matters concerning the fifth princess did the new emperor appear so flustered. Eagerly, Chu Jin made his way out, longing to see his beloved. Though he yearned to be in her presence at all times, he was apprehensive about being too forward, fearing that the princess might find him bothersome or vexatious. The matron, realizing the new emperor was emerging, became anxious, knowing that failing to return him would likely result in dire consequences from the seventh princess. Dismissing her concerns, she broke free from the young eunuch's grasp and rushed to kneel before Chu Jin and eunuch Xia, pleading, "Your Majesty, I come at the behest of the seventh princess, who is currently at the laundry bureau. Please, Your Majesty, take the princess back to the palace." Upon hearing the name of the seventh princess, Chu Jin's countenance darkened. He had gone to great lengths to bribe numerous eunuchs and palace maids to gather intelligence about the fifth princess, only for this wretched seventh princess to eliminate his spies one by one. This woman had previously tormented his beloved princess. Startled, eunuch Xia quickly signaled to the young eunuchs, "What are you all standing there for? Quickly, take her away." Observing Chu Jin's expression, eunuch Xia cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, the fifth princess is still waiting for you." At the mention of the fifth princess, the new emperor's previously grim demeanor softened instantly. Eunuch Xia breathed a sigh of relief. It was evident that the mere mention of the fifth princess quelled his anger. The seventh princess was indeed reckless. She was oblivious to the fact that the new emperor cherished the fifth princess like a precious gem. Having bullied the fifth princess previously, she now dared to flaunt herself before the new emperor. She must truly be courting disaster. Chu Jin inquired, "You say Xie Lanyin is at the laundry bureau?" The matron sensed the atmosphere grow heavy, nearly suffocating her with its weight. Her breath quickened, her throat dry. She struggled to articulate a response, finally managing to stammer, "Why, yes. Since she enjoys washing clothes so much, let her do so for a lifetime." What? Chu Jin turned to eunuch Xia. "You will accompany me to issue the edict. The princess has a kind heart, and I do not wish for her to be troubled by this matter." Eunuch Xia promptly knelt. "This servant shall obey the edict." Chu Jin hurried towards Fengqi Palace, his demeanor exuding urgency. This was the first time the princess had invited him to dine with her. After he had departed, eunuch Xia gradually stood up, casting a glance at the matron, who was slumped on the ground. With a flick of his feather duster, he commanded, "Let us proceed. I must see the seventh princess." The matron, dazed, led eunuch Xia to the laundry bureau. Upon entering, eunuch Xia observed the seventh princess seated prominently, while the other young maids knelt on the floor. The atmosphere in the laundry bureau was eerily quiet, with even the sound of footsteps echoing clearly. Eunuch Xia couldn't help but find amusement in her regal demeanor. The seventh princess seemed to believe she was the only titled princess, the esteemed Ningyi princess. The old emperor has passed away, yet she still carries herself with the airs of a princess, even summoning the new emperor to fetch her. Truly, she seems unaware of her precarious situation. Upon seeing the approaching eunuch Xie Lanyin immediately recognized the dragon robe he donned, a garment reserved for the imperial eunuchs. However, in her previous life, the eunuch accompanying Chu Jin was not this one. Xie Lanyin inquired, "Where's Chu Jin? Why has he not come?" Eunuch Xia retorted, "Impudent! How dare you speak the emperor's name so casually? Seize her and deliver 10 slaps." Xie Lanyin abruptly rose, slamming her hand against the armrest of her chair. "You dare! Should you harm me? Do you not fear that Chu Jin will have your head? Eunuch Xia waved his hand, and several eunuchs rushed forth to restrain Xie. In the next moment, a resounding slap struck her face. The matron, hunched in fear, hoped Eunuch Xia would not notice her. Once the sound of the slap faded, she cautiously lifted her gaze, casting a resentful glance at Xie. Were it not for Xie's audacity, she would not have dared to confront the new emperor. Had the new emperor not been in a good mood, she might very well be dead by now. The eunuchs released Xie, who slid to the ground. Glaring fiercely at Eunuch Xia, she made a mental note. She would ensure this wretched servant would pay dearly. Eunuch Xia, with a flick of his feather duster, proclaimed, "By imperial decree, the former 7th princess, Xie, shall spend her life in the laundry bureau, washing clothes." What? You insolent servant! How dare you forge an imperial edict? Chu Jin would never have me do menial labor. It seems you have not yet learned your lesson. Still daring to speak the emperor's name so freely, Eunuch Xia sneered. Xie bit her lip, her eyes still fierce, yet she ultimately remained silent. Eunuch Xia scoffed. Do you believe yourself to be the 5th princess? How dare you expect the emperor to come personally for you? From this day forth, you shall not step beyond the confines of the laundry bureau. What benefits has Xie Lanyin bestowed upon you to warrant such loyalty? The 5th princess has never favored me. At least, she would never regard a servant with such disdain. Eunuch Xia turned to the matron, who was nearly cowering in a corner. You are the head matron here, are you not? Do you understand what must be done from now on? I do not wish to see her outside the laundry bureau. The matron quickly nodded, understood. Satisfied, Eunuch Xia departed. Xie, not believing the decree, hastily pursued him, but was intercepted by the head matron, who shoved a cloth into Xie's mouth. Once Eunuch Xia's figure had completely vanished, the matron's obsequious smile faded. With a swift kick, she struck Xie's knee, yanking the cloth from her mouth. Who do you think you are, daring to have the new emperor come see you? Such audacity! In truth, the emperor has no regard for you. It is the 5th princess who holds his heart. Xie raised her head, fixated on the matron. That is impossible. The one he desires is me. The matron laughed derisively, mocking Xie's delusions of grandeur. Impossible, you say? The coronation and the empress's ceremony are to be held together. The 5th princess is about to receive the homage of all ministers, while the new emperor hurries to dine with her. He has no time to visit you. As she spoke, the matron forced Xie's head into a basin of water. The new emperor has commanded you to wash clothes for a lifetime. Why do you still carry yourself with such airs of a princess? Once you fall into my hands, await your demise. Xie, having been pampered since childhood, lacked the strength to contend with the head matron. Despite her vigorous struggles, she could not extricate herself from the matron's grasp. The matron released her hold, and Xie collapsed onto the ground, her hair drenched in murky water, clinging to her face, rendering her utterly disheveled. You wretched slave! Wretched slave? The matron struck her again, declaring, I am the head matron now, and you are but a washing maid. If I am a wretched slave, then you are a mere scullion, inferior even to me. You, what of you? Hurry and wash the clothes. In her fury, recalling her recent brush with death, the matron kicked Xie. It is only due to the new emperor's magnanimity that your life is spared. You ought to be grateful. Clutching her abdomen, Xie glared fiercely at those who mocked her. In the Fengqi palace, Chu Jin almost sprinted into the hall. Upon entering, he saw the princess seated at the table, awaiting his arrival. Adorned in gold and jade, she bore no trace of gaudy cosmetics, which only enhanced her noble and ethereal demeanor. Princess! Xie Lanyin rose and gestured toward the chair opposite her. General Chu, please take a seat. Chu Jin fixed his gaze upon Xie Lanyin, his eyes focused, obediently sitting across from her. The palace maids entered, bearing the midday meal. Chu Jin swiftly seized a spoon before the serving maid could, filling a bowl for Xie Lanyin and gradually presenting it to her. Princess, the chicken head rice stewed with bird's nest is quite exquisite today. Receiving the bowl, Xie Lanyin tasted it under his fervent gaze. The chicken head rice was tender and glutinous, the bird's nest sparkling, and the broth sweet. Indeed, it is delightful. This crab-stuffed orange is also commendable. Do give it a try, princess. And this grilled mutton, warming and nourishing, would greatly benefit your health. Throughout the meal, Chu Jin afforded no opportunity for the serving made beside him. Whenever Xie Lanyin cast a glance, he would promptly present the dishes to her, demonstrating an impressive knowledge of the various cuisines and their suitable pairings. The maids had never witnessed such a scene, exchanging bewildered glances, while only eunuch Xia remained composed and unflinching. The new emperor, it seemed, exhibited behaviors uncharacteristic of him solely in the presence of the fifth princess. Not long ago, he had erupted in fury over the opposition from the elder ministers regarding her elevation to empress. Yet now, before her, he behaved as docile as a trained hound. After the meal, Chu Jin adeptly poured tea for Xie Lanyin, urging her to drink. She pulled him down beside her. "You have attended to me so diligently that you scarcely touched your own meal. To see the princess is already a source of great joy for me. You are soon to ascend the throne. In my presence, you need not refer to yourself as a subject. You may call me by my name." Xie Lanyin accepted the tea from a maid and placed it before Chu Jin. The fragrance of the tea wafted gently, yet it caused a sudden heaviness in Chu Jin's heart. Ascension to the throne, accompanied by the coronation ceremony, also included the ritual of enfeffing an empress. Yet, the princess remained unaware. Would she consent to become his empress? Chu Jin gazed into the teacup, where the tea leaves danced and swirled, feeling as if his heart mirrored their tumultuous movements. "Your Highness, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you." He raised his gaze, fixating intently on Xie Lanyin's eyes, speaking each word with unwavering resolve. "I wish to establish you as my empress." Chapter 8. The infatuated general's captivity of the exiled princess, Xie Lanyin regarded his earnest demeanor, akin to a dog awaiting an answer. In his eyes, she was the sole focus. A playful thought suddenly crossed Xie Lanyin's mind. What if I were to decline? Chu Jin lowered his eyelids, the light in his gaze swiftly dimming. The ceremony for crowning an empress would be cancelled, yet I shall not allow the princess to leave. He bowed his head, appearing somewhat pitiable. Just as Xie Lanyin was about to express her consent, Chu Jin had already risen to his feet. His movement was exaggerated, causing the chopsticks to clatter. Instinctively, he squatted to retrieve them, yet his heart remained unsatisfied. Half kneeling, he lifted his gaze towards Xie Lanyin, illuminated by the light, his eyes glistening with a pleading intensity. "Princess, would you do me the honor of marrying me? I swear by the ancestors of the Chu family, you shall be the sole occupant of my harem. Should I ever wrong you, I shall meet a dire fate." Before he could finish, Xie Lanyin leaned slightly forward, locking her gaze onto his. In that fleeting moment, the essence that belonged exclusively to Xie Lanyin enveloped him. His breath quickened involuntarily, his eyes swirling with obsession and turmoil. He understood that his life was irrevocably altered. Even if the princess demanded his life, he would not hesitate to plunge a dagger into his chest, offering his heart as proof of his devotion. "I agree, Chu Jin. I am willing to marry you." Chu Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had been struck by a spell, frozen in place, his mind blank. After a considerable pause, he regained his voice. "Truly?" He fixed his gaze on Xie Lanyin's eyes. Xie Lanyin reached out, gently stroking his head. "Indeed." With exuberance, Chu Jin embraced her, remaining in a half-kneeling position, holding her tightly. "Princess, princess, princess," he called her repeatedly, as if seeking confirmation. "Ah, Jin, call me Lanyin." Xie Lanyin replied. Chu Jin's body stiffened. He had never considered that he could address her so intimately. His throat felt parched. Joy seemed to arrive too suddenly, too effortlessly, leaving him with an almost surreal sensation. "Lanyin." In the following days, Xie Lanyin invited Chu Jin to dine with her, as a means of nurturing their bond. Chu Jin continued to treat her with great kindness, bestowing upon her an array of rare treasures, each box more exquisite than the last. Yet, he maintained a deliberate distance. Only when she feigned sleep would he take her hand, sitting by her bedside throughout the night. The number of individuals lurking in the shadows around Fengqi Palace was also on the rise. This situation felt amiss, considering the original narrative, where Xie was constantly embroiled in attempts to escape. A tumultuous love-hate dynamic ensued. Could it be that Chu Jin feared she, like Xie? would superficially agree to marry him while secretly plotting her escape? A method must be devised to prove her sincerity. As I accompanied Granny Qian through the imperial garden, we happened upon the new emperor strolling with the fifth princess. She was far more beautiful than that other one, truly a celestial being. It was no wonder the new emperor disregarded his minister's counsel, insisting on making the fifth princess his empress. I had heard that the fifth princess treated her servants with great kindness, unlike some who maintained a haughty demeanor. I had assumed the new emperor cherished her so much that he would come to fetch her himself. Yet it turned out he hardly regarded her at all, which was quite laughable. Xie glanced at a few little palace maids gathered together, washing clothes. As a princess, she could never stoop to brawling with them in public. She could not fathom how Xie Lanyin's facial scar had healed. In her past life, Chu Jin had loved her so deeply that he would willingly die by her hand. How had he now shifted his affections to Xie Lanyin? Soon, the day of the coronation arrived. The palace was adorned with festive decorations. The laundry bureau was lightly guarded today, providing Xie with the chance to slip out unnoticed. Having grown up within the palace, she knew it like the back of her hand. She quickly found a secluded corner from which she could witness the coronation ceremony. She beheld Chu Jin ascending the high platform, hand in hand with the elaborately adorned Xie Lanyin, accepting the worship of the masses. Xie was stunned to see that Xie Lanyin's scar had indeed vanished. Clad in splendid attire, she resembled a goddess. Why? Why had Xie Lanyin's face healed? Why had Chu Jin fallen in love with her? Meanwhile, as a princess herself, Xie was relegated to washing clothes in the laundry bureau, and Chu Jin did not even spare her a glance. This was not how it was supposed to be. After the intricate rituals, the weary Xie Lanyin was finally escorted back to Fengqi Palace. Veiled by a red canopy, she sat on the bed, her vision obscured, only able to hear the footsteps of palace maids and matrons. Suddenly, a steady footfall approached. Xie Lanyin instantly recognized it as Chu Jin's. The flickering candlelight cast a tranquil atmosphere, punctuated only by the crackling of the flames. Chu Jin's gaze fell upon the figure waiting for him on the bridal bed. The princess's view was obscured by the red veil, allowing Chu Jin to indulge his gaze without restraint. His eyes seemed to burn with an intense flame of love, fervent and unabashed. He hurried to the bedside, and a nearby matron quickly presented the wedding scales. Taking the scales with trembling hands, Chu Jin lifted a corner of the red veil. As the veil was fully drawn back, a radiant light struck his eyes. He held his breath, feeling his blood boil with excitement. Under the candlelight, Xie Lanyin lifted her gaze slightly to meet his, her eyes shimmering with affection, as if filled with nothing but him. "Entan, Juzin unkon sili linit lo." "Ajin," she said softly, "we have yet to drink the nuptial wine." Chu Jin's throat moved slightly, his gaze falling to her luscious red lips. He beckoned for the matron to bring forth the nuptial wine. Two exquisite jade cups were connected by a crimson silk ribbon. As he extended his hand, it brushed against Xie Lanyin's. Chu Jin felt a tingling sensation in his hand. He shook, causing the wine within the cup to sway, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. Lowering his gaze slightly, he leaned closer to the cup, close enough to sense their mutual breaths. His heart fluttered uncontrollably. He had finally wed the woman he adored, even if the entirety of it might be an illusion. As he set the cup down, he suddenly grasped Xie Lanyin's hand tightly. Let them all depart. The palace maidens and matron bowed their heads and exited. Chu Jin gently pulled her closer, lowering his head to softly capture the lip he had long coveted. "Princess, you belong solely to me," just as Xie Lanyin intended to meet his gaze. Her vision was abruptly obscured by a pair of fervent hands. In the next moment, the world spun around her. Once again, she could not see, yet her other senses became acutely heightened. Chapter 9. The lovesick general's imprisonment of the exiled princess. Typically, Chu Jin would often call Xie Lanyin by name. However, when they found themselves in the boudoir, he relished in whispering princess softly in her ear, repeating it gently, yet his actions were particularly fierce. He shielded her eyes, preventing her from witnessing his expressions and gaze. Xie Lanyin was subjected to a night of fervor. Truly, he was the male protagonist, excelling in every regard. With the inner palace housing only Xie Lanyin, following the obliteration of the Chu family, she found herself in solitude. Even sleeping until midday, no one beckoned her. This life of ease, where she required no effort to obtain food or clothing, was exceedingly comfortable. After refreshing herself and donning a phoenix robe, she sat at the table to enjoy the lunch just delivered by the imperial kitchen. As she lifted her bowl, the voice of eunuch Xie resounded from outside. "The emperor has arrived." Xie Lanyin sighed, nearly spilling her soup. She set down the bowl and stood to pay her respects, but before she could kneel, her hand were caught. "Lanyin, no need for formalities." As he spoke, Chu Jin helped her into a seat. Casting a glance at eunuch Xie, the latter hastily brought over a chair. Chu Jin lifted his bowl, lowering his voice to say, "I have troubled the princess. Allow me to feed you." The title of princess reminded Xie Lanyin of the previous night, as she shot a playful glance at Chu Jin, feeling justified as she sipped the soup he offered. Merely a glance sent a shiver through half of Chu Jin's being. The palace maids of Fengqi Palace averted their gazes, accustomed to such scenes. After the meal, Chu Jin went to Huazhang Palace to handle state affairs, insisting that Xie Lanyin accompany him, seating her upon the dragon throne. Even though eunuch Xie had witnessed the emperor's favoritism towards the empress, he was still taken aback at the sight of her seated upon the throne. Meeting Chu Jin's gaze, eunuch Xie quickly bowed his head and beckoned the other maids to leave. To prevent Xie Lanyin from feeling bored, Chu Jin handed her a document he had already reviewed. "This is a memorial from Jiangnan, filled with numerous observations. You might find it to your liking. Peruse it at your leisure to alleviate your boredom." Xie Lanyin accepted it with composure. She took the document and discovered it was a memorial penned by the renowned scholar Shun, the youngest top scholar of the previous dynasty, whose extraordinary talent astounded even the Grand Tutor. Unfortunately, he was a man out of time, overshadowed by an emperor whose mind was consumed solely by indulgence. Day after day, he criticized the corruption of the Hua faction in court, inciting their apprehension, which led to his demotion to Jiangnan for flood control. Initially, the emperor had wished to bestow the esteemed siege Hua upon scholar Shun, but due to his reassignment to Jiangnan, this matter fell into obscurity. Ultimately, this situation was manipulated by Granny Zhao to provoke Chu Jin. Fortunately, despite his afflictions, Chu Jin was not foolish. He summoned the scholar back to the capital and entrusted him with significant responsibilities. Xie Lanyin noted, "The strength of his writing is palpable, showcasing his practical talents. From strategies for dredging waterways to plans for dam construction and flood prevention measures, each point is well argued and substantiated. He is undoubtedly a valuable asset." Chu Jin glanced at the memorial, recognizing the quality of Shun's work. "I recall this scholar Shun to be exceptionally gifted. Keeping him in Jiangnan is indeed a waste of his talents. Are you well acquainted with him, Lanyin?" Chu Jin inquired. "I hear he is merely 27 and remains unmarried. Despite his demotion, many daughters of officials still wish to marry him." Xie Lanyin responded with a hint of playful sarcasm. "What a sour tone you have." Amused yet exasperated, she closed the memorial and playfully pinched Chu Jin's cheeks. "You haven't seen him, nor are you familiar with him." "Chu Jin, I'm already married to you. Have you ever seen a queen remarry? I requested his return because of his genuine abilities. You have just ascended the throne, and your foundation is unstable. He holds considerable esteem among scholars and the populace. If he can assist you, your reign will be more securely established." Chu Jin did not resist her playful affection, allowing her to manipulate his face, and he drew her into his embrace. "So that is how the princess thinks. I thank you, dear princess." Leaning against him, Xie Lanyin could distinctly feel the heartbeat of the man who adored her. "Chu Jin, do not entertain foolish thoughts. I will not leave you." His voice resonated above her, and the arm encircling her waist tightened slightly. "Lanyin, you have said this. Should you deceive me, I cannot predict what I might do. I would never deceive you." Chu Jin's gaze deepened, his eyelids lowering to conceal the madness and obsession lurking within. Xie Lanyin obediently allowed him to hold her. After a considerable time, feeling slightly stiff, she gently nudged Chu Jin. Reluctantly, he released her and casually handed her another memorial. After perusing several documents, she grew bored, noting that aside from Shun's memorial, many were merely formal greetings or routine accounts. Next time, we should explore some intriguing tales. Just as she pondered this, the palace doors swung open. Eunuch Xie entered, bowing his head and announcing, "Your Majesty, Lord Yin requests an audience." Xie Lanyin stood, placing the memorial on the table. "I shall take my leave for now." "Very well. I will join you for dinner shortly." Eunuch Xie looked incredulously at the memorials on the table, astonished. In his heart, he was taken aback. The emperor truly dotes on the queen, allowing her to review even the memorials. If word of this were to spread, the ministers would undoubtedly accuse the empress of meddling in state affairs. After Xie Lanyin departed, the smile on Chu Jin's face vanished. He summoned Lord Yin and instructed him to investigate Shen Yunzhao. If Shen Yunzhao proved to be innocent, he would be recalled to the capital. If he was found exploiting the people in Jiangnan, he would be brought back under guard. "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Xie was perplexed. What was the purpose of investigating Scholar Shen? Unbeknownst to the distant scholar Shen, he had unwittingly received an opportunity to return to the capital and showcase his talents due to a single remark from the empress. For several consecutive days, Xie Lanyin accompanied Chu Jin in Huazhong Palace, dealing with official documents, dining together, and in the evenings, Chu Jin would find various ways to tease her. She could only find solace in her rest during the mornings. Within just a few days, rumors spread throughout the palace that the emperor and empress shared an exceptionally close bond, spending every day in each other's company, with the emperor refusing to hold selection ceremonies for new consorts. Hearing this, Xie Zhuohua, who spent her days washing clothes until her fingers became wrinkled and chafed, felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart the garments in her hands. All of this should have been hers. It was Xie Lanyin who had snatched away the life that rightfully belonged to her. How could such an aloof person as Xie Lanyin willingly marry the man who had caused her father's death? Meanwhile, she had been reduced to this sordid place, toiling day and night in endless laundry. The more Xie Zhuohua pondered, the more her resentment grew. Under the cover of night, she stealthily slipped out of the laundry house. In her fury, she didn't even notice how easily she entered Fengqi Palace. Outside Huazhong Palace, Eunuch Xie had just received news from a young eunuch, causing him to rush into the hall in alarm. Ignoring the presence of the other generals, he hurried to whisper in the emperor's ear, "Your Majesty, we have received word from the laundry house that Xie Zhuohua has gone missing." Chu Jin abruptly stood, his sudden movement knocking official documents from the table to the ground. His eyes turned crimson, filled with a fierce and frantic intensity, as though he had been provoked to his very core. Chapter 10. The sickly general captures the exiled princess. Xie Zhuohua had grown up within the palace and was well acquainted with the layout of Fengqi Palace. She swiftly made her way into the main hall. "Your Highness, Eunuch Xie has sent word that remnants of the previous dynasty are rebelling in the northwest. The emperor is currently in discussions with the generals regarding this matter and may not return for some time. You should rest early. Otherwise, the emperor will be distressed to see you awake so late." Despite having been raised in luxury, the current adornments of Fengqi Palace made her green with envy. Why did Xie Lanyin deserve such fine things? All of this should have belonged to her. Even if she did not want Chu Jin, she could not allow Xie Lanyin to possess them. "It's fine. I slept too much at noon and cannot sleep now." Upon hearing a familiar voice, Xie Zhuohua could no longer contain herself and pushed open the door. How audacious! Who dares to intrude upon the empress's chambers without announcement? "Who are you?" Xie Zhuohua did not even glance at the maidservant. Her gaze was fixed intently on Xie Lanyin. "Xie Lanyin, it has been a long time. You would have forgotten me, would you? Seventh Imperial Sister, be quiet. I have no sister like you. How dare you speak to Her Majesty in such a manner?" "Guards!" In the next moment, numerous maidservants rushed in, collectively forcing Xie Zhuohua to kneel on the ground. "Xie Lanyin, how dare you make me kneel before you? Do you not fear that after death, upon arriving in the netherworld, you may encounter our father, who might be so enraged as to take your life? Chu Jin is the very enemy responsible for our father's demise, and yet you choose to associate with him. Do you truly believe he loves you? His intentions in being with you are solely to torment you." These words were so intolerable that even the chief palace maid could not bear to hear them. She stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Xie Zhuohua's face. "What are you all standing idly by for? Bind her and silence her. Drag her out and beat her to death for speaking such nonsense in front of the empress." Only then did the palace maids react, hastily tying Xie Zhuohua up. As they prepared to further stifle her, Xie Lanyin rose and commanded, "You all leave. I wish to have a conversation with her." "Your Highness." Xie Lanyin turned to the chief maid, her tone calm yet imposing. "Leave." The chief maid shot Xie Zhuohua a glare, gesturing for the other maids to exit. Thankfully, this madwoman had already been restrained and would pose no threat to the empress. Xie Lanyin crouched down and removed the cloth that had been used to gag Xie Zhuohua. Xie Zhuohua exclaimed, "Xie Lanyin, how could you be with Chu Jin, you disloyal and unfilial wretch?" Xie Lanyin settled into a nearby chair, lowering her head slightly, locking eyes with Xie Zhuohua's gaze, which was filled with jealousy, resentment, and fury. "Do you feel regret now?" Xie Zhuohua was taken aback, a sense of discomfort washing over her, as if Xie Lanyin could see through her very soul. "I do not understand your nonsensical ramblings. Chu Jin is our father's murderer, and you dare marry him. How can you face our father?" Xie Lanyin raised an eyebrow. It seems Xie Zhuohua was indeed filled with regret. Alas, it is too late, for it is Xie Lanyin whom Chu Jin loves. Xie Lanyin continued, "But our father is also my mother's murderer. My grandfather and uncle are innocent. Throughout my life, he has shown me no love, instead allowing others to bully me. Moreover, it was his own debauchery that led to this. He first usurped Chu Jin's mother and then annihilated the Chu family. The loyal and valiant Chu family met such a tragic fate. It is only fitting that he pays with his life for his transgressions. You, Xie Lanyin, have you lost your mind? That is our father." Xie Zhuohua struggled against her restraints. "Do you truly believe Chu Jin loves you? If he genuinely loved you, he would not surround you with so many people. He is merely monitoring you." Struggling in vain, she fixed her gaze on Xie Lanyin's eyes. "Yet, I do not perceive this as a negative. With so many protecting me, I love him, and I am willing to be with him. Xie Lanyin, you vile creature, you will come to regret this." Suddenly, the doors of the grand hall were forcefully pushed open. Reflexively, Xie Zhuohua turned her head to see Chu Jin entering. At that moment, he cast a fleeting glance at her. That look nearly froze her blood. The gaze Chu Jin directed at her was akin to a blade, imbued with a chilling murderous intent. However, when he turned to face Xie Lanyin, his eyes, which often harbored a sickly and menacing glint, transformed into a gentle warmth, even tinged with a hint of caution. He reached out, enveloping Xie Lanyin in his embrace. "Lanyin, did that madwoman harm you?" "No, do not worry." Xie Lanyin raised her hand and patted his back. Chu Jin trembled noticeably, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He heard with his own ears that the princess loved him. It was not a deception, nor a pretense of affection to distance herself from him. His entire being, along with his soul, trembled. Xie Lanyin remarked, "Aren't you at Huazhang Palace discussing the suppression of the remnants with the generals? How did you return?" "I have already dispatched General Bai to quell the unrest. As soon as it was arranged, I hurried over," he replied, gently leaning closer to Xie Lanyin's ear and asking, "Did the princess miss me?" Xie Lanyin playfully tapped his chest in reproach. Chu Jin grasped his hand and brought it to his lips for a tender kiss. "Princess, do take care of your hands. I noticed you hardly touched your dinner, so I had the imperial kitchen prepare your favorite braised shark fin. I shall accompany you in enjoying it." "Very well. You have dealt with affairs of state all day and must be weary. It is my fault for causing the princess concern." Hand in hand, they departed side by side, while Xie Zhuohua stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. This was not how it should be. When she was with Chu Jin, their interactions were either filled with quarrels or enveloped in an oppressive silence. Although Chu Jin would present her with splendid gifts, he had never displayed such patience in her company. Xie Zhuohua's mouth was once again silenced as she was escorted away. Head Steward Huang, this woman truly possesses a knack for evasion, having fled from the laundry bureau to Fengqi Palace. How do you intend to deal with her? How could I dare to act? We shall heed the emperor's directives. Xie Zhuohua collapsed to the ground, her mind still lingering on the scene of Chu Jin leading Xie Lanyin away. She had initially believed that Chu Jin's relationship with Xie Lanyin would resemble her own past experiences. How could Chu Jin so easily shift his affections to another? That night, it must be said, Chu Jin's stamina was remarkable. Furthermore, he was particularly exhilarated that evening. even when Xie Lanyin employed previously endearing titles and subtle tactics to please him. He remained undeterred and even more spirited, unwilling to relent. As the knots of his heart unraveled, he began to tease her relentlessly until she succumbed to a deep slumber. Hearing his murmurs, "Princess, grant me a child." Chapter 11. The obsessive general imprisons the exiled princess. Elder Gong Xia was at a loss on how to handle Xie Zhuohua, so he brought her to the entrance of Huazhang Palace and entered the hall to seek Chu Jin's counsel. Upon hearing the situation, Chu Jin casually remarked, "Since she cannot maintain her composure within the palace, let her be sent away. I do not wish for her to appear before Lanyin again." Understood. The hall doors remained ajar, and upon hearing Chu Jin's decree to expel her from the palace, Xie Zhuohua struggled against her bindings. "Chu Jin, I have a secret about Xie Lanyin that I must share with you." Elder Gong Xia quickly glanced at Chu Jin. "This is a secret concerning the empress. What other secrets could the empress possibly have that she has not disclosed to the emperor?" Elder Gong Xia surreptitiously assessed the emperor's demeanor. "Chu Jin's scop gon li. What secret could she possess about Lanyin? She merely seeks to sow discord between me and Lanyin. Let her go. Allowing her to live is already a courtesy I extend for Lanyin's sake. Should she wish to forfeit her life, I would not hesitate to end it." Elder Gong Xia promptly bowed his head. He truly had been foolish. The seventh princess despised the empress so thoroughly. How could she bear to witness the empress thriving? Clearly, the emperor's mind was clear. It was no wonder he reigned supreme. "Xia Gong. Yes, I shall have her dragged out immediately." Outside the door, the words spoken by Chu Jin were heard distinctly by Xie Zhuohua. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom what she had just heard. Chu Jin was denying her even the slightest opportunity to meet him. How could he have changed so drastically from his previous incarnation? Why was it that she found herself cast out of the palace, bereft of everything? How was she to survive? "Chu Jin, you cannot treat me this way. You shall regret it. I refuse to leave the palace. I will not go." Xia Gong emerged, flicking his feather duster. As several eunuchs nearby stuffed a cloth into Xie Zhuohua's mouth and dragged her away, she fixated on the grand gates of Huazhang Palace, a sense of disbelief washing over her. This was not how it was meant to be. If she had been the one holding the umbrella for Chu Jin back then, would this life resemble her previous one? The seventh princess? Seventh princess. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xie Zhuohua turned towards its source, discovering it was Granny Zhao. Her eyes widened, and she began to weep. Granny Zhao rushed forward, attempting to push past the eunuchs. "What madwoman is this? Step aside, do not obstruct." The eunuchs replied, "You dare to meddle in affairs of the palace? The emperor has decreed that she be expelled." "Granny Zhao, where do you intend to take the seventh princess? She is of noble birth. How dare you treat her so? We are not afraid of inciting discord between the emperor and empress. Move aside quickly. The emperor has ordered her removal from the palace. I shall leave alongside the seventh princess." The eunuchs exchanged glances, uncertain of their authority in this matter, and sent one of their own to consult Xia Gong. Xia Gong glared at him. "You incompetent fool. You need to consult me about such trivial matters? If she wishes to leave, then let her go. Leaving her in the palace poses a danger. What if she becomes a threat to the empress? If anything were to happen to the empress, our heads would not suffice to atone for it." Yes, the little eunuch replied hastily before scurrying back. The palace gates swung open, and several small eunuchs unceremoniously tossed Xie Zhuohua out as if she were a lifeless pig. Granny Zhao hurried to follow. The eunuchs returned, and the palace gates were shut once more. Xie Zhuohua stared at the closed gates, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She had never ventured beyond these gates in 2 lifetimes, and now she was cast out. What would she do from here on? Granny Zhao fumbled to untie the ropes binding her, gently removing the cloth from her mouth. "My princess, I have finally found you. You have endured much suffering in recent days, but now that we are outside, rest assured, I will not allow you to come to harm." Xie Zhuohua felt a haze enveloping her. With nowhere to go, she had no choice but to return home with Granny Zhao. Along the way, Granny Zhao recounted the details of her family's circumstances, but Xie Zhuohua absorbed none of it. She could not comprehend how Chu Jin, in this lifetime, was unwilling to even glance her way, despite having loved her so deeply in the past. After what felt like an eternity, Xie Lanyin's feet grew numb, and they finally arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. The entrance was bustling with people, a cacophony of noise enveloping them. Since you have left the palace, you can no longer be addressed as princess. I shall call you miss from now on. We have arrived. This will be our new home. Xie Lanyin gazed at the decrepit courtyard, recognizing that even the most remote and forlorn of cold palaces could not compare to this desolation. Xie Lanyin scarcely dared to step through the threshold of her abode. This house, procured with the meager savings of her servant, bore a certain dilapidation. She hoped the esteemed lady would not find it unworthy. Alas, she had not been able to bring along the gifts previously bestowed upon her. However, fret not, my lady, for as long as I am here, I shall ensure you never suffer hunger. I shall venture out to procure some provisions for your meal. With that, Zhao Mama briskly set about tidying the space. Once the room was presentable, she took up her basket and departed to gather vegetables. Xie Lanyin surveyed the dismal quarters, noting the scant and rudimentary furniture. Was this to be her new home? No, she was a royal princess, born of noble lineage. She could not reside in such a place. A month later, within the palace, after a month of diligent governance, Chu Jin finally managed to clear the backlog of official duties. At last, he found a moment's respite to accompany the princess on an outing. He had long instructed eunuch Xia to procure some attire befitting the common folk. Xie Lanyin donned a simple gown of unadorned fabric, devoid of intricate embroidery or golden embellishments. Yet it served to enhance her ethereal grace. Chu Jin felt a pang of regret. The mere thought of other men gazing upon the princess ignited a primal urge within him. Yet, he had given his word. He beckoned to eunuch Xia, who shortly arrived bearing a veil. Chu Jin rose and placed it upon Xie Lanyin's head. Upon realizing that her face was obscured, he discreetly exhaled in relief. Handing the veil back to eunuch Xia, his palm turned upwards. Lanyin, shall we depart? Xie Lanyin placed her hand atop his. Observing her delicate fingers, impeccably manicured and unadorned, he marveled at their beauty. Every aspect of the princess captivated him. She was entirely his. As their carriage swayed along the road, it marked the princess's inaugural venture beyond the palace walls. Curiosity piqued, she lifted the curtain to gaze outside, where a bustling street came alive with vendors' cries and children at play. Chu Jin leaned closer, their proximity allowing her to feel the resonance of his voice. What catches your eye, Lanyin? I am observing the vendors and the multitude of children. It is quite fascinating. The common folk appear to be content and thriving, perhaps even better than during Father's reign. As she spoke, she felt a warm arm encircle her waist. Do you enjoy the world beyond the palace? If so, we shall venture out more frequently. If you take delight in children, then I shall strive even harder. No need. This is quite sufficient for now. It is my honor to bring you satisfaction, my lady. His breath brushed against her neck, causing Xie Lanyin to cough softly. Where are we headed? To the drunken immortal pavilion, renowned for its exquisite cuisine. I have brought you here to savor its delights. From its heights, one can overlook the entire capital. The carriage continued its unsteady advance. Xie Lanyin made an effort to disregard the individuals behind them, instead focusing on the scenery outside. After a brief journey, the carriage gradually came to a halt. As Chu Jin turned, he picked up the hooded cloak that lay nearby and draped it over Xie Lanyin's head. Surely, this short distance did not warrant such an act. Her hand was firmly grasped by Chu Jin, and his words left no room for dissent. You belong solely to me, and I will not allow others to gaze upon you. Lanyin, if you comply, I shall grant you a single request. Only then did Xie Lanyin release his hand. A single request, indeed. She could ponder what she desired him to do. Xie Lanyin took the initiative to hold Chu Jin's hand, who said that a brooding male protagonist was difficult to approach. He was quite communicable, after all. She found herself enamored. The two walked side by side into the Zue Xianlu, where a young attendant guided them upstairs, just as Chu Jin had described. Standing in the Zue Xianlu afforded a panoramic view of the entire capital. The attendant was swift in serving the dishes. Xie Lanyin took a bite and found it indeed different from the palace fare, imbued with a rich, homely flavor. The palace meals were always prepared in advance and kept warm, delicious, yet they lacked a certain something. This is the signature dish of Xie Lanyin. Taste it and see if you enjoy it. Saying this, he filled a bowl for Xie Lanyin. And this pastry, I heard one must queue for it. I had someone stand in line early. If you like it, I can have someone fetch it often, or, when I am free, I shall take you out to enjoy it. Xie Lanyin replied, do not mind me. While the food is still warm, you should eat as well. No need, Chu Jin said, as he poured another bowl of soup for her. I take pleasure in watching you eat. Xie Lanyin picked up a pastry and offered it to Chu Jin. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the gesture. Raising his gaze to meet hers, Xie Lanyin tilted her head and urged, go on, I shall feed you. Chu Jin's lips parted slightly as he eagerly accepted the offered pastry. His hand tightly grasped her sleeve, as if to affirm that this was not merely a dream. They fed each other, and before long, Xie Lanyin was full. Chu Jin then swiftly resumed his meal. With her chin resting on her hands, she watched him and said, Chu Jin, you just mentioned that you would agree to one thing for me. I have already decided what I wish for. What is it? Chu Jin looked up at her. Take me to pay respects to your family. With a clatter, his chopsticks fell from his hand onto the table. Chapter 12. The brooding general and the imprisoned princess Xie Lanyin continued. My father is foolish, causing your family to suffer total loss. Now that I am wed to you, I must honor your kin. Chu Jin's body trembled slightly, and he slowly raised his gaze to meet hers. Very well, I shall take you. He lowered his head to retrieve the fallen chopsticks, eating with increased haste. After finishing their meal, the two, accompanied by guards and maids, boarded a carriage that leisurely made its way out of the city. When Chu Jin had knelt outside the Huazhong Palace, he had discreetly sent his subordinates to the mass grave to bring forth the remains of his deceased family for a proper burial. After ascending the throne, he personally arranged for their graves to be restored. He had never anticipated that the princess would voluntarily express the desire to pay homage to his family. How fortunate he was! As Chu Jin gazed at the hem of the skirt resting upon his robe, it reminded him of that moment outside the Huazhong Palace. In this life, he had not misjudged his affections. During the ritual, Chu Jin exhibited an unusual quietude. He personally took a cloth to wipe each gravestone meticulously clean. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Xie Lanyin and Chu Jin departed. As they settled into the carriage, Xie Lanyin found herself pinned inside. My princess, I love you. In this lifetime, I shall love only you. Chu Jin's face loomed close, allowing Xie Lanyin to clearly perceive the swirling affection in his eyes. Each glance quickening her heart, she reached out, entwining her fingers around his neck, drawing him closer. So do I. The final syllable faded between their lips. The carriage swayed gently onward as the palace gates swung wide open. Hearing the commotion, Xie Lanyin pushed Chu Jin away and picked up a mirror to inspect her neck. Chu Jin, you dog, she exclaimed, even your clothes cannot conceal it. Chu Jin laughed heartily, his demeanor both reckless and mischievous. The princess declares I am a dog. Thus, I shall be a dog. Fear not, with this hat on, it shall remain unseen. He proceeded to don his hood. What need is there for such a thing now that we have arrived at the palace? It matters not. In the darkness, it cannot be seen. Frustrated, Xie Lanyin raised her hand and pinched him sharply at the waist. Chu Jin inhaled sharply, soothingly squeezing her hand. Be good. Tonight, I shall let you pinch me. Xie Lanyin, fuming, returned to Fengxi Palace to change into attire that would better conceal her neck. Upon emerging, her personal maid informed her that Gong Xia was waiting outside to escort her to dinner. Xie Lanyin glanced at the mirror. Indeed, it still offered no concealment. Never mind, she thought, and stepped out to accompany Gong Xia to Huazhong Palace. The keen-eyed Gong Xia sensed an unusual mix of emotions from the queen: anger, annoyance, and shyness. Your Highness, the Emperor intended to take you out for a day of enjoyment, but alas, it turned out to be a day devoid of amusement. Therefore, he specifically instructed us to procure some fresh delights from outside the palace. Xie Lanyin raised an eyebrow. What did you buy? You shall see upon meeting the Emperor. Xie Lanyin huffed in response, feigning mystery. She was not particularly eager to find out. Just as Gong Xia was about to lower his gaze, He suddenly caught sight of the queen's neck, and his eyes widened in shock before he hastily looked down. It was no wonder the queen was so incensed. The emperor had indeed been quite audacious. As Xie Lanyin entered Huazhong Palace, her eyes immediately fell upon a display of candied hawthorns, sugar figurines, bamboo toys, and a pile of storybooks nestled beside the official documents. She hurried forward. "You procured the storybooks so quickly? What you desire, Lanyin, I shall naturally acquire," Chu Jin replied, extending his hand to guide her to a seat beside him. Xie Lanyin complied, settling next to him, and picked up one of the books to peruse. She soon became engrossed. The narrative depicted the romantic exploits of a princess from the previous dynasty who married the Minister of Revenue. The tale was exceptionally vivid, detailing the princess's age, name, appearance, and temperament, which bore a striking resemblance to Xie. Astonished, Xie Lanyin leaned on Chu Jin's shoulder and inquired, "How did you deal with Xie last time?" "Who?" He feigned ignorance. "Do not play coy. You know precisely whom I refer to." Chu Jin gently squeezed her hand. "I do not enjoy hearing you speak of others. She is a woman. Even so, it is still unacceptable." "Very well." Xie Lanyin pressed the script into his hands. Her disinterest in her not concealed. "The script was written so convincingly that I simply inquired about Xie's whereabouts. After casting her out of the palace, I had ceased to concern myself with her." "Wait a moment." He raised his voice, Xiadezhong. The eunuch promptly entered, "Your Majesty. How has the seventh princess been since I entrusted her to you last time?" The eunuch hesitated, instinctively glancing up at him. "What are you stammering for?" "Jujun demandet." "The seventh princess has married the Minister of Rights as a concubine. It seems the minister dotes on her quite a bit." Xie Lanyin's surprise was palpable. Chapter 13. The lovesick general imprisons the exiled princess. Chu Juin's brush paused, clearly taken aback by the news. If memory served, the Minister of Rights was already 50 years old, nearly the same age as the late emperor. However, this was of no concern to him, as it was not his decision to have Xie become a concubine. A silence enveloped Xie Lanyin. Marrying someone old enough to be her father, and as a concubine no less, was this her notion of freedom? In the peculiar stillness, the eunuch tentatively asked, "Your Highness, do you wish to summon her?" "No, I was merely inquiring." Chu Jun lowered his voice. "It appears I have rendered the princess bored. I shall rectify this in the future." Xie Lanyin absent-mindedly touched her waist. "There's no need." Chu Jun raised an eyebrow. With nothing else to occupy her, Xie Lanyin observed that women in the scripts often embroidered pouches for their beloved. Intrigued, she resolved to create one for Chu Jun herself, underestimating the intricacies involved in embroidery. Although she could activate her innate talent for needlework, that would lack the thrill of the challenge. She planned to make a few practice pieces. Her drawing skills were commendable, yet the embroidered dragon's expression turned out exceedingly abstract. Initially intending to redo it, she was caught off guard when Chu Jun laid eyes upon the pouch. By the time she sought to conceal it, it was too late. Kneeling before her, he gazed intently, his eyes betraying unmasked delight. "Lanyin, is this pouch you embroidered for me?" With her secret exposed, Xie Lanyin decided to be honest, nodding. "Yes, but it's rather ugly. I was planning to make another." Given her aptitude for learning, the second attempt should certainly be much improved. She had begun to grasp the nuances of the craft. Chu Juin's satisfaction grew with each glance. Even the most abstract dragon appeared exquisite in his eyes. "No need. I find this quite lovely. It is your first embroidered pouch for me. There's no rush to create another. I wouldn't want you to strain your eyes." Xie Lanyin glanced at the pouch in his possession, still feeling that the dragon's form was excessively abstract. Since he cherished it so much, she resolved to continue her embroidery. The more she worked, the more adept she became, completing the project in a week. She even learned to fashion a knot. The moment Chu Jun received the pouch, he hung it at his waist, frequently reaching for it to admire. Xie Lanyin scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was horrendously ugly. She could not fathom why Chu Jun was so enamored with it. His taste was rather peculiar. On that day, during the morning court, all the ministers beheld an exceedingly unsightly pouch adorning the emperor's waist. The elder statesmen positioned at the forefront were utterly taken aback. The emperor's discerning eye in selecting an empress was commendable. How then could he don such a lackluster accessory? After the morning assembly, a group of military generals, who had traversed the land alongside Chu Jin, congregated to discuss the pouch. The embroidery upon it was so grotesque that I initially mistook it for a serpent coiled upon his waist. Even I, a mere rough-hewn man, could craft a pouch far more aesthetically pleasing than that which the emperor wore. Ha ha ha! We had anticipated that ascending to the throne would refine the emperor, yet he appears more uncouth than ever. The generals laughed heartily, their voices rising without restraint. Shen Zhuangyin, passing by, overheard their banter and remarked languidly, "I observed the emperor cherishing that pouch, glancing at it no less than 20 times during the court session. I surmise it was embroidered by the empress herself. You jest here, but should the emperor hear you?" The laughter of the generals faltered instantly. They were untroubled by mocking the emperor, yet to deride the empress would surely invoke the emperor's wrath. How could a celestial being, such as the empress, produce such an unremarkable pouch? They hoped the emperor remained oblivious. Yet, shortly after returning home, eunuch Xia arrived bearing an imperial edict and an embroidery frame, instructing them to create a pouch within a month. The generals lamented, "The emperor's heart is as small as a needle's eye." The tale spread, captivating the common folk. In the Ministry of Rites, the matron was reviewing last month's expenditures from various courtyards. Concubine Shun's quarters had utilized 22 taels of silver, while concubine Hua's had consumed 2,700 taels. The matron raised her hand, prompting her attendants to quickly present the ledger. She casually flipped through a few pages, and upon seeing the expenditures, her vision darkened. Her annual expenses did not amount to 2,700 taels. How could a single concubine spend such a sum in a month? At that moment, a second-tier maid approached, announcing that the concubines had arrived to pay their respects. Infuriated, the matron slammed the account book upon the table, instructing them to enter. Shortly thereafter, a young maid guided several women inside. Aside from the extravagantly adorned Xie, the other concubines bowed their heads submissively, daring not to utter a word. They had entered the manor with an air of self-importance, but were swiftly subdued by the matron's authority. Were it not for the daily protocol of paying respects, they would have preferred to avoid her presence altogether. After they had paid their respects, the matron did not immediately bid them to rise. Instead, fixing her gaze upon Xie, she tapped the account book and said, "Concubine Hua, you expended 2,700 taels in your courtyard last month. How many items did you persuade the master to purchase for you?" Initially, upon hearing that her husband intended to take Xie as a concubine, she was utterly alarmed. After all, Xie was a former princess of the previous dynasty and the younger sister of the current empress. Such a status would suffice not only for being a concubine, but even for assuming the role of the matron. However, her husband later claimed that Xie had fallen out of favor with the emperor and had been expelled from the palace. Yet he insisted on taking her as a concubine. With no other options, she had to acquiesce. Xie insists on having only the finest, even more so than her own mistress, living a life of comfort. She gazes at the crimson polish adorning her nails, dismissing it as mere trinkets. Mea trinkels. Does she still believe herself to be a princess? In truth, she has been reduced to a concubine. The term concubine pierces her heart like a dagger. If it were not for her dire circumstances, she would never have willingly debased herself to such a status. Each day, she hears outsiders extolling the unity of the emperor and empress, gossiping about how Chu Jin often takes Xie Lanyin out for leisure, and how he forsook the selection of beauties solely for her sake. And what of her? She is confined to a dilapidated courtyard. Many fear her status and dread the emperor's disdain, rendering them too intimidated to marry her. After enduring a month of hardship, when the Minister of Rites approached, she reluctantly agreed to become a concubine. Yet now, for merely requesting something of little value, she faces public reprimand. Tightening her grip on her skirt, Xie retorts, "If the minister's household cannot support me, why must they bring me into their abode? Impudent! Recognize your station. How dare you speak thus to your mistress?" A senior maid interjects, her tone laced with threat. The mistress glances at Xie, sneering, "Xie, do you still fancy yourself a princess of the previous dynasty? Were you not the sister of the current empress, A mere concubine would have been dragged away and sold for such insolence. Xie scoffs, declaring Xie Lanyin a disloyal villain unworthy of the title sister. Upon uttering these words, the onlookers recoil in shock. How dare you utter such treasonous remarks? Someone, bind her and silence her until the master returns. Several maidens rush to restrain Xie. The mistress is nearly paralyzed with fear. Everyone knows the emperor's fondness for the empress. It is permissible to speak ill of the emperor if justified, possibly even rewarded, but slandering the empress is utterly intolerable. Previously, a young man from an official's family spoke ill of her, only to be imprisoned that very night, with evidence of his past transgressions leading to his execution. If Xie blasphemous words were to circulate, the emperor might retaliate against her family. Indeed, when the Minister of Rights returned and heard her remarks, the initial intrigue had faded. He dared not sell her, instead ordering her expulsion from the household. Xie was cast out with a mere 20 taels of silver. Facing the curious gazes of onlookers, she donned her hat to shield her face and navigated through the crowd towards Granny Zhao's residence. However, upon arriving and knocking at the door for an extended period, no one responded. After inquiring, she learned that Granny Zhao had sold her home and returned to her hometown to reunite with her children. Xie legs weakened, and she leaned against the wall, sliding down to the ground. She recalled the minister's promise to welcome her into the household, while Granny Zhao had advised her against becoming a concubine. Yet, having endured the hardships of poverty, she felt her royal birthright entitled her to a life free from hunger and cold. Was Granny Zhao's departure a result of her disappointment in her? Xie gazed out at the bustling street, momentarily realizing that she had no destination. That evening, she found herself ensnared in a dream, revisiting a past life where she was imprisoned within Liang Palace. Despite the confinement, she was free to roam any part of the palace, and her provisions were even more lavish than when her father, the emperor, was alive. Suddenly, the maidservant stationed at the door knelt. Dressed in a resplendent yellow robe, Chu Jin strode in, forcefully slamming his hand upon the table before her. Xie, what must I do to make you stay by my side? Will my death bring you joy? Hearing her own voice in response, she retorted, Yes, go die. I would never remain by your side. Chu Jin, you are a madman. Who would cherish being near a lunatic like you? No, it is not like that. Xie reached out to grasp Chu Jin. Regret washed over her. She yearned to escape her current life. Yet, as she extended her hand, her entire being trembled violently, and she awoke suddenly, finding herself in a tavern room. Since crafting a fragrant sachet, Xie Lanyin had grown increasingly accustomed to her surroundings and began to create undergarments for Chu Jin. However, he took her with him daily, insisting they stroll through the imperial garden to prevent her from straining her eyes. Lanyin, there have been few trivial matters lately. Last time, I didn't take you out for the festival. How about I take you out tomorrow? That sounds wonderful. This time we can disembark the carriage and explore. I've heard the recent Lantern Festival is quite intriguing. Chu Jin stiffened at her words. Explore? Does that mean many men will gaze upon my Lanyin? Chapter 14. The obsessed general imprisons the princess of a fallen kingdom. Xie Lanyin could tell at a glance that he was troubled again. Do not worry. I shall wear a veil. You are exceptionally handsome. I believe those young ladies will be watching you. Upon hearing this, Chu Jin struggled to suppress a smile. Even when the princess is angry, she is still captivating. Then I shall wear one as well. Thus, eunuch Xia received an imperial edict instructing him to procure veils. He was somewhat perplexed. Has the previous veil been damaged? Upon witnessing the emperor donning a veil alongside the empress, eunuch Xia's lips twitched. He had never seen a man wear a veil in his lifetime. Nevertheless, as long as the emperor is pleased. Today was the Lantern Festival, and the societal constraints upon women in this era had not yet reached a frenzied extreme. Many young gentlemen and ladies attended the festivities. Xie Lanyin set her sights on a crab-shaped lantern, obtainable only by solving 15 riddles. Standing amidst the crowd, she watched as Chu Jin stood upon the platform, answering riddles to retrieve the lantern for her. Suddenly, an unknown voice within the crowd shouted, Scholar Shun has arrived. The previously tranquil crowd erupted into excitement, with numerous young ladies pushing towards the source of the voice, causing Xie Lanyin to be swept away. Lanyin, just as she attempted to glance towards Chu Jin, she found herself unable to see him due to the throng. Chu Jin, disregarding the lantern, hurriedly maneuvered through the crowd in search of her. Eunuch Xia rushed over. Young master, the lady is surrounded by attendants and maidservants. She is not in danger. Silence. The flames of fury ignited within Chu Jin's eyes seemed almost capable of igniting the very air around him. He dared not imagine the slightest misfortune befalling Xie Lanyin. Shielded by attendants and maidservants, Xie Lanyin extricated herself from the throng, finding herself by the riverbank. The attendants urged her to sit for a moment by the water while they dispatched someone to locate Chu Jin. Thus, Xie Lanyin settled by the riverside, knowing that if she were to encounter any peril, Chu Jin would undoubtedly lose his sanity. It was far better for her to wait here for him to come and find her. Amidst the cacophony, Xie Lanyin distinctly heard the voice of Xie. She turned towards the direction from which the voice emanated and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xie, dressed in tattered garments, stained in several places. With disheveled and lackluster hair, Xie appeared significantly diminished, her lips pale, and the very essence of her being was one of utter disarray. Xie Lanyin, you wretched creature, have you also been reborn? The attendants and maidservants swiftly restrained Xie to prevent her from harming Xie Lanyin in her frenzy. Xie Lanyin rose and approached Xie. Isn't this freedom you desired? So, you have indeed been reborn. Xie Lanyin, on what grounds do you treat me thus? Xie struggled in anger, but her hands were firmly restrained, rendering her incapable of reaching Xie Lanyin. Her eyes reddened with fury. Xie Lanyin replied, the one you took for granted is cherished by another. Besides, had it not been for your premature interference, it would have been I who stepped forth to offer Chu Jin an umbrella. It was I who discreetly utilized my grandfather's connections to protect him. You led Chu Jin to believe that all of this was your doing, and for all these years, you have clung to thoughts of him. Otherwise, he would not love you so dearly. Xie expression shifted abruptly, vehemently denying it. Xie Lanyin, you speak nonsense. Dare you let me confront Chu Jin? Given time, he will surely come to love me. Xie Lanyin cast a glance at the crowd, disregarding the deranged Xie, and made her way along a narrow path. Chu Jin scanned his surroundings, unable to maintain composure without sight of the one he yearned for. He resembled a terminally ill patient, with only Lanyin as his remedy. Ajin. Chu Jin's body abruptly froze. He swiftly turned towards the source of the voice and, at a glance, spotted Xie Lanyin beneath the willow by the riverbank. Clad in a delicate pink gown, the skirt swayed gently with the breeze, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. In the search for her, he had traversed countless paths. Suddenly, upon turning back, she was there amidst the dim lights. Chapter 15. The lovesick general imprisons the fallen princess. Those who heard the voice turned as well, many gasping in astonishment. Which noble lady is that? She is truly a celestial being. Chu Jin navigated through the crowd, hastening to Xie Lanyin, and without hesitation, enveloped her in his embrace. Lanyin. Xie Lanyin patted his back, her voice increasingly gentle. Ah, Jin, I am unharmed. They have been protecting me. With a low voice tinged with grievance and remorse, Chu Jin confessed, I did not retrieve the lantern. It matters not. I have already obtained the one I desire most. If all were to proceed smoothly, it would seem heaven is rather partial to me. Xie Lanyin straightened her body and gently touched his head. Chu Jin's eyes sparkled with an intensity that outshone even the lanterns behind him. The attendant brought Xie forward, who, despite being restrained, continued to hurl insults. Xie Lanyin, you vile wretch, may you suffer a terrible fate. The atmosphere around Chu Jin abruptly plunged to freezing. He slowly turned, his gaze towards Xie sharp as a poisoned blade, with a murderous glint in his dark eyes, as if he were poised to devour her whole. Even the attendant beside them was frightened enough to press Xie to the ground. Suddenly, as she struggled, a dagger clattered to the ground. Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of Eunuch Xie. The seventh princess intended to assassinate the empress. Had it not been for the attendants around the empress, Eunuch Xie felt as though he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Chu Jin's gaze fixated on the dagger on the ground before he looked up at Xie. regarding her as one would a corpse. Drag her away and execute her. Xie Lanyin froze, incredulous as she looked at Chu Jin. Chu Jin, I am Xie Lanyin. How can you treat me this way? If you kill me, you will regret it. Chu Jin did not spare her a glance. Who would waste time on a corpse? He wrapped his arm around Xie Lanyin's waist and spoke tenderly. Lanyin, it is getting late. Let us return to the palace. Ajin. Before Xie Lanyin could finish her words, he interrupted her by placing a veil hat upon her head, even through the thin layer of fabric. The murderous intent in Chu Jin's tone was palpable. Anyone who seeks to harm Lanyin deserves death. Xie Lanyin collapsed, utterly unable to believe Chu Jin's cruelty towards her, even though she had killed him in a past life without remorse. Why did the thought of him wanting to kill her now feel as though a piece of her heart had been brutally ripped away? After returning to the palace, Xie Lanyin found herself unusually fatigued, so she declined Chu Jin's playful antics. Chu Jin gently brushed her hair from her face and said, "Sleep now. I shall not disturb you." Xie Lanyin nestled against his chest, falling asleep to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The following day, she awoke later than usual, moving sluggishly and lacking interest in her usual activities. Something felt amiss. Upon checking her pulse, she froze in shock. "Your Highness?" called the maid who was combing her hair. "What is it? Do you think this phoenix hairpin is suitable?" Xie Lanyin snapped back to reality. "No, summon the imperial physician." "Is your Highness unwell?" "I shall fetch the physician immediately." The matron hastily ordered someone to call for the doctor. Typically, if the empress rose later than usual, the emperor would send eunuch Xia to inquire after her. "It's nothing. I have a hunch. I just want the physician to check my pulse for reassurance." Before long, Chu Jin rushed in with eunuch Xia, arriving even faster than the physician. "Lanyin, what do you feel unwell?" Xie Lanyin glanced at eunuch Xia. "It's nothing serious." "Why did you come as well?" "I cannot be at ease. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me. Do not endure it in silence." Chu Jin hurriedly approached the bed, grasping her hand with a look of urgency. "Where's the physician? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the head physician rushed in after a palace maid. He intended to kneel in greeting, but the emperor interrupted, commanding, "Hurry, come check on the empress." The physician quickly stepped forward to take her pulse. Suddenly, he stood upright, unable to suppress a slight tremor in his hands, and exclaimed with fervor, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The empress is with child." Chu Jin's pupils dilated sharply, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He was momentarily overwhelmed by the immense joy, unable to react. After a brief pause, he finally found his voice. "Lanyin, you are pregnant?" He gazed at Xie Lanyin's belly, reaching out his hand, hesitating to touch it. Surely, what the physician said was true. "Wonderful. We are having a child," Chu Jin exclaimed, rising to his feet. "This is splendid news. Quickly, instruct the kitchen to prepare some of Lanyin's favorite dishes." "Physician, are there any precautions we must observe during the pregnancy?" The physician, equally elated, proceeded to share various important considerations for expectant mothers. In an instant, the atmosphere within Fengqi Palace transformed into one of lightheartedness. Such joyous tidings swiftly spread beyond the palace walls. The ministers, too, understood that where the empress was, the emperor would follow. Whenever they sensed the emperor's displeasure, they would mention the pregnant empress, and indeed, his mood would brighten considerably. Xie Lanyin's pregnancy seemed remarkably stable. The child rarely troubled her, allowing her to indulge in her usual eating and drinking habits. Conversely, Chu Jin became exceptionally cautious. Previously, it was Xie Lanyin who accompanied him to review memorials. Now, the roles were reversed. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would visit Fengqi Palace, relocating all memorials there, only returning to Huazhang Palace for matters of utmost urgency. One day, after a leisurely stroll in the imperial garden, Xie Lanyin intended to rest for a while. Suddenly, the diligent eunuch Xia rushed over, breathlessly informing her that the emperor was in a furious rage and intended to execute Lord Yan. Upon inquiry, Xie Lanyin learned that several elder ministers, witnessing her pregnancy and recognizing the emptiness in the harem, sought to persuade Chu Jin to select consorts. Initially, Chu Jin had not been particularly angered. But when Lord Yin accused Xie Lanyin of being a malevolent empress who endangered the nation by manipulating the emperor's heart, the elder ministers knelt, demanding Chu Jin concede. However, Chu Jin was not one to be coerced. His temper flared, and he ordered their execution. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, eunuch Xia rushed to seek Xie Lanyin's counsel. If several elder ministers were executed, it would indeed solidify the reputation of the empress as a calamity to the nation. Xie Lanyin understood the underlying motive, manipulating public opinion. She, too, was capable of such tactics. Summoning eunuch Xia with a wave of her hand, his eyes brightened as he hurried to Huazhang Palace. At that moment, a throng of elder ministers knelt at the entrance of Huazhang Palace, surrounded by a group of soldiers cursing and berating them. You old men, what business do you have with the emperor and empress's harmonious relationship? It seems you wish to send your daughters into the palace to seduce the emperor. You are merely a bunch of pedants. Meddling in military affairs is one thing, but now you wish to force the emperor to select consorts or even abdicate. If you believe Lord Yin is so formidable, why not let him ascend the throne? Several officials were left crimson with anger. You wretched lot. We too are devoted to the stability of the realm. Bah! Do you understand why the Wolf King is so infatuated? If he cannot even manage a meager 2 taels of meat, what right has he to rule? Xin Yuanlan, do not hold me back. I once thought you were different from those bookworms, but do you too believe their words? You are utterly uncouth. Shen Zhuangyuan, you ought to speak up. You are also a scholar. Shen Zhuangyuan found himself caught in the middle, a man without a home in either camp. At that moment, eunuch Xia rushed in breathless, declaring that the empress had fainted. This single utterance silenced the previously quarrelsome factions. The elder statesmen exchanged glances, while the military officials, incensed, took the opportunity to kick the kneeling old ministers. You old rascals, if anything happens to the empress or the young prince, I shall take up my sword and deal with you. Chu Jin hurriedly emerged from Huazhang Palace. By the time he reached Fengqi Palace, his face was ashen, drenched in cold sweat. Where's Lanyin? How is she? Chu Jin burst into the main hall, finding Xie Lanyin nestled on the couch, engrossed in a novel. He rushed to her side, grasping her hand. Lanyin, what ails you? Have you summoned the physician? What did the physician say? I am fine. Why do you look so pale? Did eunuch Xia not explain properly? Eunuch Xia rushed in, panting heavily. Your humble servant. He had barely entered the hall to explain when the emperor charged out. He cannot be stopped. Xie Lanyin tenderly took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Chu Jin's brow. I heard eunuch Xia mention that the old officials were giving you a hard time. Though somewhat antiquated, they are beneficial to the realm. If you were to eliminate them, it would be detrimental to the kingdom. Hence, I devised this strategy. Those old officials seek to threaten you with the state. However, I carry the air within me. If anything were to happen to them, they would be the truly culpable ones, thus shifting the balance in your favor. Chu Jin's heart raced. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. I worry for you. As husband and wife, we are one. Your harem consists solely of me, and I cannot idly enjoy the fruits of our union. Ah Jin, I too wish to contribute in some manner. Chu Jin's eyes flickered. A princess has a way of reaching his most tender spots. Lanyin, with a wife like you, what more could a husband desire? Xie Lanyin set aside her book and leaned against his chest. Ah Jin, in the future, let us face everything together, shall we? Very well. Chu Jin slightly bowed his head, reverently and gently kissing her hair. Chapter 16. The lovesick general holds the exiled princess captive following this incident. The ministers dared not broach the subject of selecting concubines again. Should anything befall the empress or the young prince, there would be no need for the emperor to intervene. The collective scorn of the populace would surely drown them. After 10 months of gestation, the fruit fell naturally. Early in the morning, Xie Lanyin heard magpies chirping on the branches, heralding good news. After lunch, while strolling with Chu Jin, Xie Lanyin felt a warm sensation between her legs. Her expression suddenly shifted, and she clutched tightly at Chu Jin's arm. Lanyin, what is the matter? I believe I am about to give birth. Chu Jin's face momentarily went blank before he swiftly lifted her and hurried towards the Phoenix Nest Palace. The necessities for childbirth had long been meticulously arranged. Chu Jin was promptly ushered out by the midwife. Initially, he was reluctant to leave. The midwife said, "Your Majesty, if you remain here, the empress will become anxious, which could hinder the birth." Chu Jin grasped Xie Lannin's hand tightly and said, "Lanyin, I will wait outside. You must be strong. If anything happens to you, I have no desire to live." Before the midwife closed the door, Chu Jin anxiously implored, "Ensure her safety. No matter what occurs, you must protect her." Listening to the sounds from within, Chu Jin turned to eunuch Xia and asked, "Why is there no noise from Lanyin? Could something be amiss?" Eunuch Xia replied, "He has never delivered a child. How would he know?" Thus, he hurried to find a midwife who had experience. The midwife, trembling as it was her first time before the emperor, said, "Your Majesty, it is natural for women in labor to remain quiet. They must conserve their strength for the birth." Chu Jin felt a slight easing of his tension as he paced back and forth outside the delivery room. "Does it truly take this long?" The midwife responded, "Typically, childbirth takes about 6 hours. If complications arise, it may extend to 12 hours. Then Lanyin must be in excruciating pain." Chu Jin grew increasingly restless. Were it not for the fear of disturbing the birth, he would have rushed in to substitute for Lanyin. Fortunately, an hour later, the sound of a baby's cry echoed from the room. Before long, the midwife announced, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The empress has given birth to a young prince." Chu Jin inquired, "How is Lanyin? Is she well?" "The empress is fine." "That is good." Chu Jin was finally permitted to enter the room. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and as he approached the bedside, his complexion turned pale, even more so than that of Xie Lanyin, who had just given birth. "Lanyin, you have endured so much." Hearing his familiar voice, Xie Lanyin struggled to open her eyes, and, upon seeing Chu Jin's ashen face, extended her hand. However, just as she raised it, her strength faltered. As her hand fell, it was caught by Chu Jin. "Where's the child?" Only then did Chu Jin realize, "Where's the baby? Bring him to Lanyin at once." The midwife quickly brought the cleaned young prince. Xie Lanyin glanced at him and promptly fell back into a deep sleep. Chu Jin was taken aback. The midwife, now familiar with his temperament, hastily reassured him, "The empress is merely exhausted and has drifted off to sleep." Chu Jin exhaled in relief. He sat beside her, unwilling to release her hand. "Lanyin, my Lanyin." The child was truly vexatious, causing his Lanyin so much suffering. Yet, one child would suffice. Their child would undoubtedly be the finest. Chu Jin named the young prince Chu Jingxian. Even during his first birthday celebration, the young prince exhibited remarkable intelligence, seizing the jade seal that symbolized the throne. As he grew, his memory became extraordinary, while others required weeks to learn a strategy. He needed merely a single hearing to comprehend it. Due to Qian'er's exceptional qualities, Xie Lanyin harbored the thought of having a second child. However, this notion was vehemently rejected by Chu Jin. "The princess has already blessed me with one child. I am immensely satisfied. I still vividly recall the emotions I experienced during your childbirth, and I dread the thought of possibly losing you again." In this matter, Chu Jin remained steadfast, disregarding Xie Lanyin's wishes. Gradually, Xie Lanyin's aspirations waned. Meanwhile, the ministers grew increasingly restless. When a young prince turned 3, the ministers proposed a beauty selection. Yet that year, the southern region suffered a catastrophic flood. When a young prince reached 5, the ministers stirred once more. However, that year was marred by a scandal of examination fraud, entangling many ministers in its web. By the time the young prince was 7, it became evident that the emperor had firmly established his control over the court. While several military generals aimed to expand westward, time dragged on, and it became apparent to them that the emperor would not heed their counsel. Xie Lanyin's life was one that countless women envied, basking in the emperor's singular affection, a vibrant testament even in the annals of history. Chapter 17. The obsessive CEO and his goldfinch. The door to the private room in the bar was suddenly flung open. "Brothers, come meet my new girlfriend." The chatter and laughter of the men and women in the bar ceased abruptly as all eyes turned toward the entrance. In that instant, the raucous atmosphere was silenced. The laser lights illuminated her figure, clad in an elegant black off-shoulder mini dress that showcased her long, slender legs. Her cascading waves of hair flowed down to her waist, and the subtle upward tilt of her eyes exuded an innate allure. After a brief pause, someone finally reacted. "You've struck gold. How did you meet her? Introduce her to us." "Her name is Xie Lanyin. A few days ago, she bumped into my car, and we connected on WeChat." He reached out to pull her closer, but grasped only air. Jiangsu turned in surprise. "Oh, so it was young Master Jiang who was rear-ended. Miss Xie has exquisite taste. She only chases after Maseratis." One individual quipped with a sarcastic tone. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't say such things about such a beautiful lady." A pure-hearted girl stood up from the crowd. She stepped forward and playfully patted Jiangsu's chest. "Bro, this girlfriend of yours is quite impressive. Both her face and figure are a real catch." "Indeed, Lanyin, come and sit," Jiangsu said, raising an eyebrow as he made his way to the sofa. He patted the space beside him. Xie Lanyin walked over and took a seat. Her gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Suyu, who was seated not far away. Suyu was the original female lead of this world and the only other woman present. All those present were her childhood friends. Beside her, Jiangsu was not only a childhood friend, but also a devoted admirer. The girlfriends he chose were deliberately intended to provoke Suyu. Suyu grabbed a bottle of wine and leaned forward to pour. As she partially reclined, her neckline slipped slightly, revealing glimpses of her skin from Xie Lanyin's perspective. "Jiangsu, you're late today. You owe me a drink. Drinking excessively is rather dull, Suyu. You should share a cup with him." "A cup? A cup? All right. I'll drink 3 cups, Jiangsu joked. "You truly know how to take advantage," Suyu chided, casting a reproachful glance at Jiangsu. "You wish. Miss Xie, do not be angry. We grew up together, and everyone regarded me as one of the boys." Xie Lanyin replied, "I have never witnessed 2 men drinking from the same cup." A brief chill descended upon the atmosphere in the private room. Suyu added, "Sister, are you blaming me? Allow me to pour you a drink. You two can share it. To the beautiful lady, a toast." Upon hearing the phrase, beautiful lady, Suyu's expression faltered momentarily, and she glanced at Xie Lanyin, her hand shaking slightly as she attempted to pour the wine. Xie Lanyin seized the cup, causing the wine to spill onto the table. Everyone at the table was taken aback. "Jiangsu, what does your girlfriend mean by this?" Jiangsu's expression darkened as he replied, "Xie Lanyin, Suyu is pouring you a drink. Why did you take the cup away? I mentioned she is my brother. If you don't wish to drink, didn't you say you would share a cup with her? Why are you asking me to drink?" Suyu exclaimed, "Oh, are you jealous? We used to wear the same open-crotch pants as children. We are like brothers, and they never considered me a girl." "Miss Xie, I initially thought Jiangsu brought you along because you are different from other girls, but I did not expect you to be just as petty. I prefer not to associate with such small-minded individuals. How coincidental. I also dislike associating with green tea types." Xie Lanyin stood up, clutching her bag. She recalled that Lu Ziyuan was also at this bar tonight. She might encounter him if she left now. "Miss Xie, please do not be angry." Suyu stood up, attempting to pull Xie Lanyin back, but lost her balance and collided with the coffee table. With a loud thud, the drinks on the table spilled onto the floor in a chaotic splash. Suyu, those nearby hurried to assist her, only to discover that she had bumped her head severely, a large bump already forming and beginning to bruise. She fainted shortly thereafter. "Quickly take her to the hospital." "But we have all been drinking. Just find someone who hasn't been drinking and offer them some money to take us to the hospital." In light of this incident, everyone's intoxication faded. They scrambled to help Suyu out. Jiangsu watched as they departed, turning angrily to say, "Xie Lanyin, I brought you here for a gathering, and look what you caused. Now everything is ruined. You truly are of no use beyond your looks. Bringing you out has only brought me shame." "We are breaking up," Xie Lanyin scoffed. "I believe I am quite presentable, far better than you, a coward too afraid to express your feelings for others." "You." Jiangsu raised his hand in anger, yet upon meeting Xie Lanyin's strikingly beautiful face, he found himself unable to strike her. Xie Lanyin looked up at him with a mocking gaze. "Do you intend to strike a woman? What's wrong with that?" Jiangsu inhaled deeply, steeling himself, and swung his hand down. However, before his hand could make contact, Xie Lanyin caught it. She stepped forward, deftly positioning her right foot between Jiangsu's legs. Utilizing the strength of her legs and waist, she propelled herself upward, throwing Jiang Su off balance. Jiang Su felt as if the world had turned upside down. Upon landing, he collided with an object and fell heavily to the ground. The individuals within the private room were evidently startled by the sudden arrival of an unexpected guest, with several cups toppling onto the table. Xie Lanyin instinctively raised her gaze. Opposite her sat a man clad in a black coat, his fingers casually resting on the armrest. Long and powerful with distinct knuckles. His face was partially shrouded in darkness, revealing only an exquisitely handsome jawline. Surrounding him, people clustered closely, their ingratiating smiles still lingering. A testament to the abrupt turn of events. Xie Lanyin felt a stir within her. She had identified him, the male protagonist of this world, Lu Xian. Xie Lanyin, you've lost your mind. Jiang Su struggled to rise, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disassembling. He was bewildered by how Xie Lanyin had managed to throw him over her shoulder. Amidst the crowd, someone recognized Jiang Su. Jiang Su? Hearing his name, Jiang Su instinctively looked up, only to find himself surrounded by unfamiliar middle-aged men. Annoyed, he retorted, "Who are you all?" Lu Xian leaned slightly forward, his extraordinarily attractive face illuminated by the light. His countenance radiated an innate nobility, devoid of any femininity, with light-hued eyes that appeared emotionally detached. "Mr. Lu, please leave." Jiang Su hastily stood up, suddenly feeling no pain in his back or stiffness in his waist. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lu. We'll take our leave immediately." "Leave on your own," she stays. Jiang Su looked at Xie Lanyin in disbelief. Are you stammering?" Lu Xian interjected. "No." Jiang Su quickly straightened his posture. "I'll leave right now." He dared not glance at Xie Lanyin as he retreated from the private room. Observing his cowardice, Xie Lanyin could not help but smile. "Come sit here." Chapter 18. The obsessive CEO and his canary companion, Xie Lanyin, fixed her gaze upon him, advancing step by step. As she approached, the individual seated beside her hastily stood up, yielding his seat. "Miss, please introduce yourself and join Mr. Lu for a drink. Have a waiter bring over 5 more bottles of wine." This is exquisite. Had it not been for Lu Xian's presence, they would have already made their move on the beauty. As he spoke, he felt a piercing gaze fix upon him. Turning, he met Lu Xian's sharp stare, causing him to immediately fall silent, retracting his hand that was poised to pour the wine. Lu Xian slowly rose, his impeccably tailored black coat cascading naturally with his movements. All present, save for Xie Lanyin, were momentarily captivated. Was Lu Xian about to leave? Many turned their attention to Xie Lanyin, noting her attire did not suggest wealth. Moreover, they were all from the same social circle. If she were a young heiress, they would certainly recognize her. Thus, it implied that her family background was rather modest. Such circumstances would render their intentions significantly easier to fulfill. Lu Xian inclined his head slightly. "Where do you live? I'll escort you." "Everyone." Xie Lanyin stood. "You'll escort me?" "Certainly. Here is the refined and elegant translation of your text. Indeed, I am grateful to you. Were it not for your intervention, I would have certainly confronted Jiang Su, who would not have easily let me off the hook. I heard Jiang Su address you as Mr. Lu. May I refer to you in the same manner?" The onlookers exchanged varied expressions as they observed the grateful Xie Lanyin. Who is this naive girl? Does she truly believe Mr. Lu is so accommodating? If Mr. Lu were a benevolent soul, they would not react to him as if they were mice facing a cat. What a pity for such a beautiful visage. The driver awaited at the entrance. Upon noticing the young lady trailing behind Mr. Lu, even the driver, who had been by Mr. Lu's side for 3 years, was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly regained his composure and opened the car door. Lu Xian slightly inclined his body, allowing Xie Lanyin to enter first. "Thank you, Mr. Lu," she said, lifting her skirt as she slipped inside. Once Mr. Lu had settled into the vehicle, the driver gently closed the door. Xie Lanyin relayed her address to the driver. Lu Xian glanced at Xie Lanyin through the rearview mirror. She sat quietly, her presence contrasting with the somewhat oppressive atmosphere within the vehicle. Her head was slightly bowed, revealing her delicate and fragile neck. Silence enveloped the car, with no one daring to speak. The vehicle gradually came to a halt. Given the late hour and the sparse traffic, Xie Lanyin exited from the left side. She leaned slightly and waved, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, for having someone escort me home. Goodbye." "Goodbye," the driver replied, unable to resist stealing a glance at the departing girl. This young lady did not even inquire about Mr. Liu's WeChat. When did Mr. Liu become so benevolent as to escort a girl home? The driver instinctively glanced at Xie Lanyin through the mirror, only to meet his gaze. The intensity of Xie Lanyi's eyes felt like a searing heat, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. As the car slowly resumed its journey, Xie Lanyin retrieved his phone, dialing a number. "Please gather all information on Xie Lanyin." Before he even reached home, her entire dossier arrived. Xie Lanyin, age 21. Orphaned at a young age, she was raised by her grandmother, who passed away 2 years ago. A third-year student at the Capital Film Academy, majoring in acting, she has recently been auditioning for various productions. Her acquaintance with Jiang Su began when a taxi she was in collided with him. Jiang Su, taken by her charm, requested her contact information and pursued her for 2 months, finally winning her affection yesterday. How intriguing that a woman of such ordinary background would dare to confront Jiang Su. Meanwhile, the doctor, having merely stated that there was a minor bump, turned to leave and attend to other patients. When the group of young masters rushed into the hospital, they had clamored for urgent care, leading him to believe there was a serious issue. Yet it turned out to be just a bump on the head. At this late hour, which patient in the hospital was not in a more critical condition? "Doctor, please take another look. She has a substantial bump on her head." What if it's a concussion? If it was merely a bump, why hasn't she awoken yet? When Jiang Su entered, he witnessed several individuals restraining the emergency physician from leaving. He quickly approached, asking, "How is Yu?" The doctor replied, "It's just a bump. She is not severely injured, but Yu has yet to regain consciousness." As the doctor managed to free himself from their grasp during their conversation, he hastily departed. Just as Jiang Su was about to pursue the doctor, he heard someone exclaim from behind, "She is awake. Yaya is awake. Jiang Su, come quickly." Without hesitation, Jiang Su turned around to look at the figure lying on the hospital bed. "Yaya, you're awake. Does your head still hurt?" So you slowly open her eyes. Initially greeted by a blur, gradually, her vision sharpened, revealing a pristine white ceiling and the glaring brightness of fluorescent lights, accompanied by the pungent scent of disinfectant. The hospital? How did she end up in a hospital? Hadn't she and Lu Xun plunged off a cliff? Was she still alive? Her sudden movement to sit up was too abrupt. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she nearly collapsed again. Steadying herself with one hand on the bed, she managed to regain her balance. "Yeah, it's all Jiang Su's fault for bringing you here, causing you to hit your head. Jiang Su, we agreed that even if you were in a relationship, you mustn't let anyone bully Yaya. Do not forget your friends for the sake of romance." Jiang Su's expression stiffened, as memories of being thrown over Xie Lanyin's shoulder and landing in another private room, witnessed by numerous onlookers, flooded his mind. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Rest assured, I have already broken up with Xie Lanyin. Suyu graduated her composure, following her birth." Xie Lanyin? Jiang Su has a girlfriend? Wasn't Xie Lanyin Jiang Su's girlfriend from 5 years ago? Instinctively, she raised her hand, only to discover her nails were in their natural pink state, devoid of the manicures she usually maintained. Something was amiss. In a rush, Suyu pulled her phone from her pocket and, upon checking it, realized it was 5 years ago. Had she truly been reborn? The realization sent tremors of excitement coursing through her. Grabbing Jiang Su's arm, she implored, "What just happened? Why am I in the hospital? Where is Lu Xiyuan?" The others exchanged glances. "Yeah, did you injure your head? We should get the doctor. Stop dilly-dallying and tell me what occurred." Consequently, they recounted the events at the bar, explaining how Jiang Su had brought his girlfriend, which led to her head injury. Suyu clutched her phone tightly, overwhelmed with exhilaration. It was on this very day in her previous life that she had encountered Lu Xiyuan at the bar. She had no inkling as to what had piqued Lu Xiyuan's interest in her. Her family's business had collapsed, and Lu Xiyuan appeared, willing to offer financial assistance, albeit with the condition that she become his canary, his caged bird. From that moment on, Lu Xiyuan silently infiltrated every aspect of her world like a venomous serpent. Even after rising to the status of a celebrated actress and becoming the owner of a publicly listed entertainment company, she remained under his control. People often remarked on Liu Ziyuan's affection for her. Yet what value is there in love that comes with bondage? Moreover, Liu Ziyuan was a madman, with an overwhelming desire for control and an unpredictable temperament. She even harbored doubts about whether his initial attraction to her had been the catalyst for her family's downfall. Later, when Liu Ziyuan objected to her filming intimate scenes, they had a fierce argument. In a fit of rage on their way back to the estate, she had seized the steering wheel, leading to the car spiraling out of control down a mountainside. Amidst the disorienting sensation of weightlessness and the sudden surge of excruciating pain, she was enveloped in darkness. Upon awakening, she found herself transported back 5 years. How splendid! Her family had yet to face bankruptcy, and by a twist of fate, she had avoided an encounter with Liu Ziyuan after a bump on her head. At long last, she could embrace freedom in this lifetime. Su Yu, brimming with excitement, enveloped Jiangsu in a fervent embrace. Everything was still within reach. Jiangsu, taken aback, stood frozen, unsure of where to place his hands. Despite his affection for Su Yu, the image of Xie Lanyin inexplicably invaded his thoughts as he held the one he cherished. He hastily banished the errant thoughts from his mind and wrapped his arms around the elated Su Yu. Nearby, several men glared in frustration. Jiangsu, Yuan has only just woken up. Do not embrace her. Allow her to rest properly, one admonished. Su Yu willingly released Jiangsu, descending from the bed. No, I feel splendid now. I am going home. She needed to return swiftly. She aspired to establish an entertainment company. In her previous life, she had successfully elevated her subordinate's company to prominence through her own capabilities. This time, unencumbered by Liu Ziyuan's interference, she was certain she could achieve even greater heights. Upon arriving home, her excitement led her upstairs in search of her parents. However, as she reached the threshold of the study, she overheard a heated argument within. Bye. All you think about is purchasing bags to maintain appearances. Are you oblivious to the dire state of the company? I don't know what method Yonghang employed, but they have suddenly achieved a technological breakthrough, and now all our clients are flocking to collaborate with them. The company is already on the brink of insolvency, but I am considering your reputation. I don't even possess the latest models. Everyone will surely realize the company is in decline. When that happens, they will pounce. And that will be the true end. Fine, in a few days, I will reach out to some old friends to borrow some money. So you froze in place. So, her family's company had been in trouble for quite some time, but at this moment, Liu Ziyuan had only just become acquainted with her. Surely, he had long coveted her and had intentionally targeted her company to capitalize on her misfortunes. This way, he could appear when she was at her lowest, ensnaring her with his wealth. It must be so. Liu Ziyuan, that despicable scoundrel. With a sudden burst of resolve, she flung open the door. Both of her parents turned to face her. Her mother wore an awkward expression, wishing to shield her daughter from the grim reality of the company's circumstances. Yuan, why have you returned? Weren't you out with friends? Su Yu stepped forward with determination. Dad, Mom, you need not seek help from others. How much money does the company currently possess? If you provide me with 2 million, I shall register an entertainment company. Trust me, I can certainly revive it. You know the entertainment industry is lucrative, and I will surely restore our company to its former glory. But the family finances are required to sustain the company's operations. Including employee salaries, her father hesitated. Yuan, I understand your desire to assist the family, but perhaps starting a business is not the best course of action? There is a saying in our circle. It is acceptable for the wealthy second generation to indulge in pleasures, but they must never venture into entrepreneurship. Given the precedents set before him, her father was reluctant to take such a risk. Moreover, Yia had never before ventured into the entertainment industry. Should she recklessly plunge into it, she could easily be deceived. Su Yu, father, if you refuse to give me the funds, I shall seek a loan from friends or the bank. Regardless, I am determined to establish an entertainment company. You must trust me. Su's father took a deep breath. Of course, he could still produce 2 million. Very well, give it a try. After all, it's merely 2 million to appease his daughter. At worst, he could economize in other areas. Thank you, Dad. I adore you. With the bank card in her possession, Suyu's next step was to locate her former partner from her past life, Lin Yu's. Hello, I am Lin Yu's, the agent for Xinghe. Your appearance and demeanor are quite impressive. I possess abundant resources. Would you consider becoming my signed artist? On the way to the Capital Film Academy, Xie Lanyin looked up at the man who had suddenly approached her, presenting his business card. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on her face for a brief moment. Drawing closer, he could discern that she wore no makeup. Lin Yu's raised an eyebrow. Lu Ziyuan certainly had an eye for talent. With such looks and charm, even lacking in acting skills, she could effortlessly serve as a captivating ornament. Hello, my name is Xie Lanyin. Xie Lanyin, a melodious name. Are you interested in discussing a potential collaboration? Certainly, Xie Lanyin nodded. The two proceeded to a finely adorned CF adjacent to the school, settling into a secluded corner. Lin Yu's casually ordered a Blue Mountain Sunshine coffee and looked across at the young woman before him. Xie Lanyin's long lashes cast a delicate shadow on her cheeks, enveloping her in a warm, radiant aura. Even the sunlight seemed to favor beauties like her. I have a script that would suit you perfectly. Would you care to review it before we discuss signing? Lin Yu's produced a script outline from his bag and handed it to her. Xie Lanyin accepted it and swiftly skimmed through the pages. While she perused the script, Lin Yu's elaborated, "If you agree to sign with me, I can assure you that I will secure the resources you desire. As you are just starting out, I can only offer you a secondary contract for now. However, once your stature rises, I can provide you with a primary contract by the end of next year at the latest." With Lu Ziyuan backing him, he felt emboldened to make such promises, as it would not cost him a dime. Xie Lanyin pushed the script back toward him, stating, "Xinghe Entertainment is one of the top firms in the industry, which I naturally aspire to join, but I have one condition." "Speak." "I do not wish to play the leading female role. I desire the second female role instead. The second female character is the male lead's first love, who pursues her career abroad. She exists solely in the male lead's memories, being beautiful, proud, and ambitious. It is a remarkably vibrant role." Lin Yu's nodded, acknowledging, "Given your image, portraying the second female role is indeed more fitting. Moreover, as a newcomer, landing the leading role might attract unwarranted attention. This is a commendable choice. Shall we proceed with our collaboration?" He tentatively extended his hand. Xie Lanyin smiled and nodded, rising to shake his hand. "To a fruitful collaboration, Director Lin." The 9 words evidently pleased Lin Yu's, who stood up, donned his coat, and said, "Let us go, dining while we converse." He relished engaging with intelligent individuals. An artist with a clear mind is always preferable to one oblivious to the world around them. Lin Yu's drove to an upscale restaurant. Upon their arrival, the establishment was devoid of patrons. Leading her inside, they turned a corner, and Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Mr. Lu was also present. "Come, let us greet him." Xie Lanyin thought to herself, such overacting is excessive. It seems Lin's agent is ill-suited for the role of an actor. Externally, she nodded obediently, responding, "All right." As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Lu Ziyuan seated by the window, clad solely in a black shirt, the cuffs casually rolled up to his forearms, revealing well-defined and muscular arms with slightly protruding veins. Lin Yu's hurriedly approached him, meeting Lu Ziyuan's gaze, to which he blinked. "Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. You're dining here as well. Shall we eat together?" Lin Yu's offered, pulling out a chair and gesturing for Xie Lanyin to sit beside her, while he positioned himself between them. Lu Ziyuan cast a glance at him, yet Lin Yu's remained unfazed. Lu Ziyuan understood. It was rather inappropriate for a gentleman to invite a lady to sit beside him upon their first meeting. How would that affect Xie Lanyin? Lu Ziyuan's eyes shifted past him, nodding towards Xie Lanyin. "Lanyin, it is good to see you again." Lin Yu's raised an eyebrow. "So, you are on familiar terms with her already. It seems my presence here is somewhat superfluous. Mr. Lu, good day. I apologize for my hasty departure last time. I appreciate your escort home. Merely a trifle. Have you signed with Xinghe, preparing to enter the entertainment industry?" Lin Yu's rolled his eyes discreetly while sipping tea. The old fox pretended to be oblivious. It was he who had provided Xie Lanyin's information to secure her signing. "Indeed, I have a passion for acting and have been seeking opportunities, thanks to Brother Lin's discerning eye." As Lu Ziyuan poured tea from a small pot, his long fingers, distinctly articulated, revealed faintly visible blue veins. "Do you aspire to become a leading actress?" Xie Lanyin smiled shyly, her expression tinged with embarrassment. That is merely a dream. Yet I fear that articulating it might invite ridicule, as I have yet to embark upon that journey. Only the mediocre mock the dreams of others, for they possess no dreams of their own. You shall undoubtedly realize your aspirations. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. With such a formidable ally to support her, achieving stardom was merely a matter of time, even if, at present, Xie Lanyin lacked renown. Bestowing excessive resources might incite jealousy. Otherwise, the resources in this gentleman's possession could elevate several actresses to prominence. While Lin Yu pondered this, he suddenly caught Lu Xin's disdainful gaze. It seemed he found him bothersome. Displaying remarkable acumen, Lin Yu promptly stood and declared, "You two converse. I have a matter to attend to." Saying this, he rose, clutching his phone, and departed before either could respond. He retreated to a corner where the two individuals could not see him and hastily picked up his phone. The sight of the two sitting together was undeniably amicable. He pressed the shutter button, capturing their silhouettes in a moment frozen in time. Lin Yu took another dozen shots, contemplating their use for extorting Lu Xiyuan later. He then turned to head to the restroom. Just a few steps out, he suddenly heard someone call out to him from behind. Lin Yu. Confused, Lin Yu turned to see Su Yu approaching. Isn't Lu Xiyuan supposed to have booked the entire venue today? How did Su Yu get in? Lin Yu, how about we discuss a collaboration? I have started an entertainment company, and I would like you to be my general manager and agent. I can offer you an annual salary of 1 million. As the company grows and my reputation increases, I will consider raising your salary. Lin Yu was puzzled. What was Su Yu talking about? Lu Xiyuan was offering him an annual salary of 50 million, and he had only agreed to it due to Xie Lanyin's conditions. Now, Su Yu was asking him to accept 1 million to be a general manager. It was absurd. The more he looked at Su Yu, the more he felt her mind was not quite right. When he had just graduated from university and entered the entertainment industry, he had earned a salary of 500,000. Now, being offered 1 million was an insult. He replied coldly, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." What? The once confident Su Yu could hardly believe her ears. He actually turned her down? Why? She hurried after him to inquire. She couldn't comprehend it. In her previous life, when she had just started her venture and couldn't afford much, she had offered Lin Yu 200,000 a year, and he was willing to accept. This time, her family had not yet gone bankrupt, and she was starting with 1 million. Why was he refusing? It's too little money, and there's too much to do. I don't have time to play games with you. Mississippi Lin Yu quickly responded. ISNT 1 million an ample salary? Moreover, this is a startup. It's normal for there to be many tasks. Once things stabilize and we go public, I will recruit more people to assist you. You can then focus on being my agent, and I assure you, you will not suffer losses working with me. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. So, you want to take the company public, but not let me be the general manager? Instead, you want me to be the agent and give away the fruits of my years of hard work to someone else? I am not running a charity, Mississippi. The business world is akin to a battlefield, not a place for playful games. Do I appear to you as someone so foolish? He gestured for the waiter. The waiter hurried over. Sir, how may I assist you? ISNT this venue booked for today? How did she get in? Please summon your manager. The waiter was startled to see Su Yu. She quickly bowed. I apologize for the inconvenience. I will fetch the manager right away. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Is it really necessary to make things difficult for a young waitress? Su Yu watched him in disbelief, unable to reconcile this with a partner who had once helped her reach the pinnacle of success. Miss, let us be clear. You snuck in here. This restaurant is reserved. I paid for it. So, it is you who is troubling these waitstaff. I must say, I find your mental clarity questionable. I suggest you seek help before your condition worsens. Lin Yu took 2 steps to the side, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. The young lady from the Su family exhibited erratic behavior, appearing rather abnormal. Lin Yu, don't presume that I cannot manage without you. Su Yu's irritation flared in response to his disdainful expression and gaze. Oh my, you're terrifying. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes fell upon a remarkably familiar silhouette. She swiftly turned her head, only to find Lu Xiyuan seated by the window, and astonishingly, opposite him was Xie Lanyin. Chapter 21. The obsessive CEO and his pet canary 5. What transpired? Why were they together? Could it be that, following her hospitalization, The individual Lu Xiyuan encountered with Xie Lanyin? The thought stirred a profound discomfort within Su Yu, yet she could not articulate the source of her unease. At that moment, the restaurant manager hurried over, and upon spotting Su Yu, a cold sweat trickled down his brow. "I apologize, Mr. Lin. This is a mistake on our part that has caused you distress. We shall escort Miss Su out immediately." Lin Yu's demanded, "You must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, you can address it directly with Mr. Lu." "Yes, yes. Miss Su is a friend of our restaurant owner's son." Su Yu stared at him in disbelief. "You know Lu Xiyuan? How do you know him?" In her previous life, she had researched Lin Yu's background, discovering that he hailed from an ordinary family in Hong Kong. Due to his remarkable intelligence, he was granted admission to the finest university in America during his second year of high school. He later pursued a career in Hollywood, where he formed numerous connections and secured endorsements for several luxury brands on her behalf. Although Lin Yu's was indeed exceptional, how could he possibly know Lu Xiyuan? "What does it have to do with you? You're ruining my good mood. Hurry and take her away. Do not disturb Mr. Lu and Miss Xie." Su Yu's mind was in turmoil. She could not comprehend why, upon her rebirth, many circumstances diverged from her expectations. Could it be that Lin Yu's was also sent by Lu Xiyuan to monitor her? No wonder Lu Xiyuan always seemed to be aware of her every engagement. Clenching her fists, Su Yu glared fiercely at Lin Yu's and exclaimed, "Traitor!" With that, she stormed off, clutching her bag in anger. Lin Yu's was left bewildered. Is she unwell? Who the hell is the traitor? Returning home in a fury, Lin Yu's was met with Xie Lanyin's keen perception of his mood. "What's wrong? What happened? Who upset you?" "Nothing. Merely encountered a nonsensical lunatic. Pay her no mind. The dishes are all served. Let us eat." With that, Lin Yu's picked up his chopsticks and began to eat in silence. At that moment, the waiter presented a dozen bottles of wine, both red and white, including whiskey. Lin Yu's glanced at the red wine and then at Lu Xiyuan. What a scoundrel! What kind of decent person would seek to intoxicate a young lady? Noticing his misunderstanding, Xie Lanyin chuckled and explained, "Mr. Lu mentioned that the wine here is quite fine and suggested that I should become acquainted with it. Considering my future encounters in the world of fame and fortune, it would be quite embarrassing to not recognize the wines I drink, so he wished to broaden my horizons." "I owe my thanks to Mr. Lu," Lin Yu's replied, impressive. In a secluded corner, while Xie Lanyin was oblivious, Lin Yu's discreetly gave Lu Xiyuan a thumbs up. The cunning elder across from them seemed intent on intoxicating her, and the naive Xie Lanyin was foolishly expressing her gratitude. Lin Yu's could only shake his head in resignation. The waiter began to pour all the drinks. These beverages were not unfamiliar to Lu Xiyuan. With each type Xie Lanyin sampled, he provided an introduction. Upon finding one she enjoyed, she turned to Lin Yu's, inquiring if he wished to partake. Lin Yu's promptly raised his hand in refusal, stating he had to drive later and that they could enjoy themselves. With a concerned glance at the flushed Xie Lanyin, he thought to himself that she might not handle a few drinks well. As the rounds continued, Lin Yu's felt a growing respect. She truly could hold her liquor, a promising trait for an actress. Conversely, Lu Xiyuan's gaze began to wander, and he soon slumped onto the table. Xie Lanyin set her glass down. Worry etched on her face as she asked, "Brother Lin, do you think Mr. Lu might be intoxicated?" "Impossible, Lin Yu's replié. Even an elephant could drink him under the table." Yet before he could finish, Lu Xiyuan lifted his eyelids and met his gaze. Lin Yu's quickly amended his statement. "It appears he is indeed inebriated. What shall we do now?" Xie Lanyin asked. "We could call his driver to take him home." "I don't have his driver's number," he said, glancing at Xie Lanyin and giving a playful wink. "Perhaps we could take him to your place, and once he sobers up, his driver can come to collect him." "That works," Lin Yu's agreed, rising to assist Lu Xiyuan by one arm, only to find him unyielding. "Lanyin, could you lend a hand?" "Of course," she replied, grasping his other arm. Together, they managed to lift him. As they placed Lu Xiyuan in the car, Lin Yu took the wheel, while Xie Lanyin and Lu Xiyuan settled in the back. Despite the smoothness of the road and Lin Yu's steady driving, the large man leaned against the petite girl beside him. Xie Lanyin stole a glance at Lu Xiyuan, whose cheeks flushed from the alcohol, his light-colored eyes half-closed and dreamy. He appeared quite vulnerable in that moment. Unable to resist, She reached out and playfully poked his cheek. It seems Xie Lanyin harbors some feelings for Lu Ziyuan. Lin Yu's observed. Quite splendid. It appears to be a mutual attraction. It would be advantageous if she were to like him, for he is not without his flaws. The vehicle gradually came to a halt in the garage. Together, they assisted Lu Ziyuan out and onto the bed. Lin Yu sighed, feeling the strain in his back. Pursuing women certainly took a toll on him. I deserve compensation for both mental and physical exertion, he mused. Xie Lanyin straightened her posture and said, Brother Lin, let Mr. Lu rest here. I still need to review my script, so I shall take my leave. Huh? You're leaving? Lin Yu asked, puzzled by her sudden departure. Xie Lanyin looked at him inquisitively. Lin Yu felt his nerves fray under her gaze, fearing she might discern something amiss. He laughed lightly. All right, you may head back. Once filming commences, I'll come fetch you. Remember to maintain your figure. We cannot afford any weight gain. Understood, she replied. Lin Yu sent Xie Lanyin off in a ride-hailing car before returning home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Ziyuan sitting on the bed. Clearly sober, Lin Yu remarked, I thought your prowess in wooing women was unparalleled, yet here you are employing such underhanded tactics. How despicable. The means are inconsequential. It's evident that your relationship is progressing. He settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs with a grin. You are quite the enigma, given your straightforward nature. Shouldn't you have simply presented her with a contract to make her your companion? Instead, you've resorted to subterfuge. Lu Ziyuan replied, as long as she is by my side, I shall provide her with whatever resources she desires. Since when did you take a liking to Xie Lanyin? Lin Yu inquired. At first sight, Lu Ziyuan answered. Lin Yu scoffed, what first sight? It's merely lust at first glance. Fine, I admit I'm intrigued by her allure. He then shifted the topic. Isn't it peculiar? Su Yu actually approached me with an offer of $1 million a year to be her general manager, overseeing company affairs and helping her seize resources. I possess the capability, yet to play both father and mother for just $1 million? Who does she think she is? Who? The eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Yue. Unfamiliar, Lu Ziyuan said as he tossed aside the covers, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. He pulled out his phone to message the driver. There is something you'll undoubtedly find intriguing, Lin Yu teased. Lu Ziyuan shot him a glance. Spit it out. Lin Yu displayed his phone's photo album in front of him. What do you think? Lu Ziyuan glanced at it, nodded, and said, well taken. Give it to me. Dream on. You think I'll part with it for nothing? That's my work, 5,000 apiece. Fine, I'll purchase it from you. Next time, snap more. Lu Ziyuan donned his coat and strode out without looking back. Lin Yu gestured with his hand, reveling in the ease of making money. Xie Lanyin truly was his golden goose. Chapter 22. The obsessive CEO's pet canary Su Yu proactively approached the production team. In her previous life, she had begrudgingly signed the contract handed to her by Lu Ziyuan, becoming his mistress. This screenplay was the first resource he had offered her, where she played the lead female role. Although the script was somewhat crude, its absurd and humorous plot garnered a modest success, paving her path to stardom. This time around, armed with greater experience, she was determined to excel beyond her past performance. However, the actor-director shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Miss Su, but our cast is already complete, and we will commence filming next week. What? So soon? She exclaimed, taken aback. In her previous life, the project had not begun filming for another 2 months. Moreover, this was a resource bestowed upon her by Lu Ziyuan. How could it be suddenly? She recalled the image of Lu Ziyuan seated next to Xie Lanyin that day. Tentatively, she asked, is the lead female role Xie Lanyin? The actor-director shook his head. No, she is the second female lead. The first is Luo Fei. For reasons unknown, Su Yu felt a quiet relief wash over her. So, she was merely the second female lead. In her past life, Lu Ziyuan had granted her the first lead role, while Luo Fei had portrayed the character Xie Lanyin was now set to play. It seemed Lu Ziyuan did not hold Xie Lanyin in high regard, unwilling to bestow upon her even the lead female role. Since the production team has decided to commence filming, Su Yu no longer fixates on this particular script. She understands that there will be many scripts destined for success in the future, rendering her attachment to this one unnecessary. Thus, she explored several promising scripts with the intention of acquiring their rights. However, The asking prices for several renowned novels were exorbitant. Consequently, Xie was compelled to spend 500,000 on a relatively obscure script, which she believed would achieve great success upon production. This was also the very script that had catapulted her to fame in her previous life. By reprising her role, she was certain her starting point would be higher than before. After attending to company matters, Xie finally felt at ease to join her friends for a gathering. Yeah. The entertainment industry is hardly a virtuous place. Why would you wade into such murky waters? Xie shook her head and replied with a smile, "You don't understand. This is my dream." It was not only her aspiration, but also her comfort zone, having been granted a second chance at life. She believed that even without Lin Yu's assistance, her accomplishments would surpass those of her previous existence. A glance exchanged among a few of her friends prompted one to inquire, Yeah, is your determination driven by your family situation?" Xie paused, her hand faltering, causing the wine in her glass to splash onto her skin. "You all know? Yes. Your father has been borrowing money everywhere. It's common knowledge within the circle now." Xie gazed at the trembling wine. A surge of frustration welled within her. "Rest assured, my family will weather this storm. Just give me a little time. Once my drama airs and I gain prominence, the influx of funds will be relentless. Revitalizing the company will be a trivial matter." Seeing her unwavering conviction, her friends deemed it inappropriate to press further. During the break, Xie Lanyin devoted her time to reviewing the script at home. Over the course of several days, she meticulously examined every detail of the script. As a system that has traversed countless worlds, acting posed no challenge for her. On the day of the filming's commencement, Lin Yu drove over to escort her to the set. Given that it was a small production, the opening ceremony was rather modest, merely inviting a few small media outlets for coverage before hastily diving into filming. Although Xie Lanyin's character was portrayed as a wealthy heiress, the costumes provided by the production were rather inexpensive. In this era of high-definition cameras, the quality of the clothing could not be concealed on screen. Even though some outfits appeared luxurious when worn by Xie Lanyin, discerning eyes would quickly recognize them as low-end garments. Lin Yu promptly snapped a photo and sent it to Lu Ziyuan. "Lin Yu, look how pitiful my Lanyin is. She's supposed to be playing a rich girl, yet her clothes are all wrinkled and cannot even be ironed flat, and her sweater is pilling." After sending the message, Lin Yu tucked his phone back into his pocket. Lu Ziyuan valued efficiency and rarely engaged in chat on WeChat. He preferred to communicate via direct phone calls, so one should not expect him to respond to messages. True to form, despite not replying, an hour later, various luxury brands called Lin Yu to inform him that the latest seasonal items had been delivered to his doorstep. Lin Yu hurriedly pulled the director aside to select from the array of clothing, bags, and accessories presented before them, swallowing hard at the sight. "Mr. Lin, even a casual necklace surpasses the entire investment of my small production team." Lin Yu patted him on the back and confidently remarked, "What is there to fear? President Liu is sponsoring it. You won't have to spend a dime." The director nodded in agreement. His gaze towards Xie Lanyin resembled that of a worshipper beholding a deity of wealth. Were it not for Xie Lanyin, this modest production would never have access to such genuine luxury items. However, the director publicly stated that these provisions were arranged by Xie Lanyin's company. As the director guided various crew members in bringing items into the set, many were dazzled by the opulence. Indeed, Xinghe is generous. It is astonishing that such a small production boasts authentic luxury brands. Xinghe stands as one of the premier companies in the country, seldom signing lesser-known stars. Just look at Xie Lanyin's visage. If you were Xinghe, would you not invest significantly in promoting her? The onlookers nodded in agreement. Some individuals simply exude the potential to be stars. With the endorsement of these brands, the visuals instantly became exquisite. The director appeared invigorated, as if fueled by a surge of enthusiasm. The principal actors in the production were all newcomers, remarkably obedient and dedicated. Whatever the director requested, the ensemble complied wholeheartedly. The leading actors, all of similar age, exchanged WeChat contacts on the first day. Later that evening, they decided to dine together at a barbecue restaurant. Ding Yangyu, portraying the male lead, brought 3 bottles of cola to share with the 2 female actresses. "After you finish eating and take a break, would you like to join me for a run? If my agent finds out how much we've eaten, he will come rushing over. Of course, that sounds great, replied Luo Fei, who played the female lead, as she nodded while picking up a skewer. Lanyin, would you like to come along? Absolutely. I heard a new production has set up next door, and their opening ceremony was quite grand, inviting several major media outlets. It's an adaptation of a novel, and it's a historical drama. Those tend to have a greater chance of success. I heard the investor is the female lead, Su Yu. Suidue? Xie Lanyin turned her gaze towards Luo Fei. Chapter 23. The obsessive CEO and his coddled canary. 7. Ding Yangyu nodded. I've heard about it. It's an adaptation of a novel. Although the novel isn't particularly popular, it has a loyal fan base. If the production is well executed, it could easily gain traction. Luo Fei bit into a piece of beef, resting her chin on her hand, pondering when her own moment of fame would arrive. Xie Lanyin lifted her cola and said, Don't be so downcast. I believe our production has the potential to succeed. Perhaps after the broadcast, both of you will become stars. Luo Fei and Ding Yangyu raised their colas in agreement. Lanyin, you are beautiful, and what you say must be true. We will surely succeed. As Su Yu's new drama commenced filming, her entourage of admirers, of course, came to visit. Jiangsu, in particular, went all out, ordering milk tea and snacks to be delivered, requesting that the staff take care of Su Yu. Young Master Jiang is quite extravagant. I remember those pastries are quite expensive. A small piece of cake costs over 200. Just look at this lavish spread. It must have cost a fortune. Miss Su is fortunate. She hails from a well-off family, is stunningly beautiful, and has so many suitors. A few childhood friends, feeling aggrieved, began to chastise Jiangsu. You rascal, secretly pulling strings and using such tactics. As Jiangsu ran while clutching his head, he exclaimed, If you lack the courage, then fine, but why must you strike me? Amidst the flattery of those around her, Su Yu indulged in a small cake, observing her companions engage in playful antics. It was fortunate that she had not chosen to be with Lu Xiuan in this lifetime. Otherwise, she could not fathom enjoying such a lavish existence. After a couple of bites, she discarded the cake into the trash. As an actress, she must constantly be vigilant about her physique, for an unflattering appearance on screen is unacceptable. She stepped forward, prompting Jiangsu to hastily retreat behind her. Enough of this nonsense. I have no filming scheduled at noon. Let me treat you to lunch. Let's go. Today, we shall feast well on Ye. Su Yu donned her coat and was enveloped by her friends as they ventured out. Just as they exited the film set, one of them pointed toward a nearby production and remarked, Oh, Jiangsu, is that not your ex-girlfriend? Why is she also filming here? Both Su Yu and Jiangsu instinctively turned to follow the direction of his gaze. There stood Xie Lanyin, clad in a Chanel black tweed jacket, paired with a Dior silk blouse and a floral skirt, accentuated by red-soled high heels, a striking ensemble that rendered her even more radiant than their last encounter at the bar. Su Yu observed for a moment, close enough to clearly hear Xie Lanyin articulate her lines, each syllable pronounced with precision and emotional depth. Xie Lanyin's delivery is unexpectedly strong. Su Yu thought. However, in her previous life, aside from Jiangsu introducing her to Xie Lanyin on this occasion, she had heard nothing of her since. Surely, Xie Lanyin was destined for obscurity, as not everyone is worthy of being in her presence. The entertainment industry is a peculiar realm. Beauty does not guarantee fame, and sometimes, audience appeal is an enigmatic force. With a sigh of relief, Su Yu urged, Let us not linger. Let us dine. She took a few steps forward, but noticed Jiangsu had not followed. Turning back, she found him still gazing at Xie Lanyin. Jiangsu? He remained transfixed, unresponsive. It was only when another nearby individual nudged him that he finally came to his senses. What is wrong? Are you mesmerized by your ex-girlfriend? If you regret it, go and win her back. After all, with her ordinary background, how could she escape the grasp of the esteemed Jiang family? Jiangsu shot him a fierce glare. When he had pursued Xie Lanyin, despite her beauty, her demeanor had betrayed a sense of small-town simplicity. Yet, in her acting, she was transformed, even accustomed to her appearance. One could not help but be captivated anew. Su Yu crossed her arms. Jiangsu, do you still harbor feelings for her? Jiangsu snapped back to reality. How could that be? We have already parted ways. Jiangsu, she continued, Your families are mismatched. Besides, I previously saw her dining with Lu Xiyuan. It seems she may have entered Xinghe Entertainment through his connections. I heard from Huizi that after they took me to the hospital, you were still at the bar with Xie Lanyin. Do you know how she became acquainted with Lu Xiyuan? What? Xie Lanyin was dining with Mr. Lu? Is that true? It can't be. Jiang Su exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that Mr. Lu has taken an interest in her? Jiang Su, you must tell me what else transpired at the bar that night. How did Xie Lanyin and Mr. Lu come to know each other? He certainly knows. However, the mortifying scene from that night is something he cannot bring himself to articulate. Jiang Su walked briskly ahead, his heart racing with uncertainty. His demeanor was one of obvious evasion. Those present had known each other since childhood. How could they not perceive his deceit? Jiang Su, is there something you cannot divulge? Could it be that, in a fit of jealousy for Ye, you struck Xie Lanyin, prompting her to entice Mr. Lu out of spite? What nonsense are you spouting? Su found this explanation quite plausible. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. A glance was enough to make her heart race uncontrollably. As if gripped by an unseen hand, she instinctively grasped Jiang Su's hand, asking, is there something between us that cannot be spoken of? Jiang Su, taken aback by her hold, froze momentarily, staring blankly at his own hand. Although Su Yu held onto Jiang Su, her attention was fixated elsewhere, surreptitiously observing Lu Xiyuan. What was he doing here? Could it be that he had come to seek her out? Was she destined to remain entangled in such a life forever? Others had also noticed Lu Xiyuan approaching. They stood at attention, resembling obedient students in the presence of a teacher. Mr. Lu Xiyuan's gaze swept over them. Su Yu felt a wave of tension wash over her as she realized he was indeed walking in their direction. She held her breath, the ambient sounds fading away, leaving only the sound of his footsteps. She instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Su's hand. Yet, Lu Xiyuan merely nodded at their group, passing by them to join the film crew nearby. Lin Yu's, while on the phone, trailed behind. Yes, I've recently brought on a newcomer. An old classmate has given me a favor. I assure you, you will be satisfied with this artist. I'll send you photos shortly, but remember, if you wish to sign, it must be at market rate. All right, I have matters to attend to. I'll send the photos soon. The two walked past, not casting a single glance in Su Yu's direction. She looked up in disbelief at their retreating figures. Mr. Lu had personally come to the set. This surely indicated a deeper connection with Xie Lanyin. Jiang Su, your girlfriend is quite cunning. First, she crashed your car, and now she is entangling herself with Mr. Lu. Jiang Su instinctively retorted, don't speak nonsense. She took a taxi that time. She wasn't he the one driving. A few childhood friends exchanged bewildered glances. If she wasn't he driving, could it truly have been an accident? Then what exactly transpired that night? At this question, Su Yu turned her gaze toward him. She too wished to uncover the mystery of that fateful night at the bar. Jiang Su replied, it was nothing. Please don't pry. As for the mortifying incident, it would be best kept under wraps. Otherwise, this group of brutes would mock him at every opportunity. Su Yu lowered her eyes, gradually releasing her grip on Jiang Su's hand. Fine, if Jiang Su is unwilling to speak, then let us refrain from asking. It mattered not that Jiang Su remained silent. She would uncover the truth herself. She must uncover the events of that fateful night. In her previous life, although Lu Xian meticulously controlled every aspect of her existence and even enlisted Lin Yu's to monitor her, he had never graced the set with his presence. To the outside world, she was merely Lu Xiyuan's mistress. The treatment she had never received. How could Xie Lanyin be afforded? As the scene concluded, Xie Lanyin intended to step aside for a moment. At that moment, she heard Lin Yu's call her name. Instinctively, she looked up in the direction of the sound. To her surprise, she spotted Lu Xiyuan standing beside Lin Yu's. Behind him lay casually arranged equipment, and he was clad in a simple black sweater, standing there quietly, incongruous amidst the surrounding clamor. Her eyes lit up as she hurried forward. Mr. Lu, are you here to see Brother Lin? Lin Yu quickly distanced himself from the situation. He's not here for me. He is an investor. The current generation of girls often harbors peculiar infatuations. Back in college, he had secretly attended finance classes, leading some girls to mistakenly believe he was in a relationship with Lu Xiyuan. If others misunderstood, it could be overlooked, but if Xie Lanyin did, Lu Ziyuan would undoubtedly deduct from his salary. Xie Lanyin nodded and replied, I see. Mr. Lu, rest assured, I will perform well and ensure you do not incur losses. Lin Yu's thought to himself. This naive little rabbit does not realize that Lu Ziyuan is not focused on the investment returns of this production, but rather on her as an individual. Lu Ziyuan responded, I trust you. At that moment, a staff member approached with lunchboxes. Teacher Xie, it's time to eat. All right, thank you, Xie Lanyin replied as she accepted the box. Lin Yu took another box and handed it to Lu Ziyuan, requesting, and one more for me, this is for my friend. The staff member nodded and turned to fetch another meal. Shortly after, he returned with a new box. Having filmed all morning, Xie Lanyin was exhausted from both mental and physical labor and was already famished. As she opened her lunchbox, revealing chicken legs, vegetables, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, she instinctively glanced at Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan inquired, which of these 3 dishes do you prefer? Xie Lanyin blinked, unsure of the reason behind his question, but obediently replied, the vegetables. In an instant, Lu Ziyuan unwrapped his chopsticks and transferred all the vegetables from his box to hers. Mr. Lu, eat more to help me earn some money, Xie Lanyin remarked, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. I will, she affirmed, already ravenous, and began to eat heartily. When she looked up, she noticed that although Lu Ziyuan was eating slowly, he showed no signs of disdain. The way he gnawed on the chicken leg softened the air of aloofness that surrounded him, making him appear rather endearing. Suddenly, Lu Ziyuan looked up, their eyes meeting. Xie Lanyin quickly blinked and lowered her gaze to her meal. What are you staring at? He asked. I thought you might find it unpalatable, she replied, still looking down, recalling that their last meal had been in an upscale restaurant, while this time they were dining on 15 yuan lunchboxes on set. Lu Ziyuan, I once played a minor role in a production. Really? Xie Lanyin looked at him in astonishment. The original script never mentioned this. Indeed, or else you could ask him. Lu Ziyuan shot a glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu spoke nostalgically. It was this young master who, abandoning his comfortable life, descended to experience the mundane, and that is how I met him on set. I was just a small lighting technician back then, while he was a background actor. Xie Lanyin, a background actor? Mr. Lu played a background role? I couldn't tell at all. Which films have you participated in, Mr. Lu? Have they been released? Lin Yu nodded. They have been released, but without his scenes, those foreigners discriminated against us, cutting our footage. They are utterly detestable. Lu Ziyuan found her expression amusing, a smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, they are detestable, but I don't mind. I merely went to learn their management and profit models, and once I grasped that, there was no need to continue. The atmosphere began to shift uneasily. Lin Yu cleared his throat and continued. Later, I discovered we attended the same university. So I obtained their finance course syllabus and started auditing classes daily. Lu Ziyuan, if you think about it, I am still your senior. Feel free to consult me about anything you don't understand. Really? Then let's exchange contact information. Xie Lanyin placed her lunch on her lap and took out her phone. Lu Ziyuan mirrored her actions, pulling out his phone and offering her his QR code. With a beep, they became friends. Lin Yu, are these two even listening to me? As if I don't exist. Lu Ziyuan resumed his lunch, suggesting their an award ceremony next week. Would you like to experience it? Me? But I've just begun filming, and it hasn't even aired yet. I doubt they would invite us. Besides, I don't have a makeup artist or wardrobe. She shook her head. Such trivial matters can be resolved by your company. Really? Lu Ziyuan nodded, as if sending a novice to an award ceremony was merely a trivial task. Lin Yu turned pale. I've never attended an award ceremony. What I need to do? For Lu Ziyuan, such occasions were second nature. As he outlined the essentials, Xie Lanyin listened intently. Unbeknownst to her, the distance between them grew closer. Lin Yu noticed and inwardly cursed the scheming woman. After finishing their meal, the makeup artist approached Xie Lanyin to touch up her makeup in preparation for the next scene. Once Xie Lanyin went off to shoot, Lin Yu lamented, "You truly have time to spare to visit the set. The best way to get close to someone is to be constantly present in their surroundings. By the time they realize it, they find it hard to be without you." Lu Ziyuan, with an indifferent expression, set down his lunch. His unusually light-colored eyes appeared particularly detached and dangerous when he wasn't smiling. Having had everything since childhood, only the prospect of earning money piqued his interest. Xie Lanyin was the first person who stirred an impulsive desire within him, someone he yearned to possess. Whether it was love at first sight or mere attraction, he was determined to have the one he desired by any means necessary. Chapter 25. The Obsessive CEO's Pet Canary. Is this your secret to pursuing someone? If it were me in the past, I would never have imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Lin Yu suddenly rolled his eyes, lamenting. You may be pursuing someone, but why put me in such a difficult position? How could this small production team possibly be invited to the award ceremony? Earning millions, yet not contributing anything substantial? Surely, that is no challenge for you. He gritted his teeth, muttering, capitalist. He could indeed make it happen, but it would require countless calls and pleadings. Nevertheless, he merely complained out loud. After all, Lanyin was his artist, and this was part of his responsibilities. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Yu's retorted, bah. Shameless. Left without recourse against this capitalist, he picked up his phone and stepped outside to make a call. Director Chun. It's me, Lin Yu's. I heard about your award ceremony. Lu Ziyuan's gaze traversed the irrelevant individuals, fixating intently on Xie Lanyin. With a visage and aura that made it impossible to overlook him, Lu Ziyan was an undeniable presence. Observers noted his closeness to Lin Yu's, mistakenly assuming he was a high-ranking official at Xinghe Entertainment. How fortunate that such a handsome figure occupied a managerial position. He should have pursued a career in performance instead. He lacked pretension, even partaking in the crew's boxed meals. Our crew's meals are notoriously unappetizing. How could he possibly consume them? They had just witnessed him laughing and conversing with Xie Lanyin. Suyu had just returned from a meal with childhood friends and overheard the staff's discussions as they passed by the production team. Instinctively, she glanced toward where they were looking and spotted Lu Ziyuan seated on a small stool. At 185 meters tall, with an impeccable physique, he appeared quite out of place, hunched over on such a diminutive seat. Suyu could hardly believe her ears. Lu Ziyuan eating boxed meals? How could that be? Her childhood friends, accompanying her, were equally bewildered. Mr. Lu eats boxed meals? Is that true? I wouldn't have the appetite for those. How could he? Could it be that Mr. Lu has truly developed feelings for Xie Lanyin? Suyu instinctively retorted, impossible. They must be merely playing around. Yeah. Why are you reacting so strongly? Suyu clenched her fists. Well, have I ever overreacted? It's you all who are spouting nonsense. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Regardless of how well Lu Ziyuan treated Xie Lanyin, it was merely a contractual relationship. She was determined to fare better than in her previous life. Everyone was perplexed, unable to comprehend Suyu's sudden outburst. One person scratched their head and mused. Is Ye jealous of Xie Lanyin? How could that be? Suyu would never like Jiangsu. The speaker shot a glare at Jiangsu, adding that Xie Lanyin was his ex-girlfriend, making it unreasonable for her to feel jealous at this moment. Yet, why did it feel as if Ye's affections were directed toward Mr. Lu? They had never exchanged words, so it seemed unlikely. Jiangsu observed Suyu's departing figure with a twinge of unease. He keenly sensed that when it came to Mr. Lu, Ye was prone to losing her temper. Upon receiving the invitation to the award ceremony, the director promptly informed the three lead actors. Ding Yangyu and Luo Fei exchanged a glance. Luo Fei seized the director's phone, incredulously exclaiming, Our little production team has received an invitation? The director replied, This invitation is from Xinghe Entertainment. With excitement, Luo Fei turned and embraced Xie Lanyin, exclaiming, You are truly our lucky star. We can all attend together. Will we walk the red carpet side by side? I am so thrilled. It will be my first time on a red carpet. Xie Lanyin patted her shoulder, equally elated. It will be my first time as well. Luo Fei added, If I get nervous, we'll encourage each other. Xie Lanyin nodded vigorously. Ding Yangyu stated, I must quickly message my agent to make arrangements. Luo Fei chimed in. I'll call my agent right away. Having no filming scheduled next, Xie Lanyin left the set and immediately shared the news with Lin Yu upon seeing him. Lin Yu opened a car door for her. I understand. Don't be anxious. I will inform you of any important details in advance. With your looks, you might even trend online. Listening intently, Xie Lanyin took out her phone and opened the chat with Lu Ziyuan expressing gratitude for his earlier mention of the award ceremony. Tomorrow, the crew has no engagements, but there is an advertisement shoot. You need to rest well. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow, Lanyin. Are you listening to me? Xie Lanyin promptly looked up. Yes, I heard you say there's an advertisement shoot. I have reviewed the process sent by the company and will ensure the task is completed. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, glancing at her phone. Who are you chatting with? I'm thanking Mr. Liu. Contact him directly if you need anything. Don't message him. He won't. Before Lin Yu could finish, Xie Lanyin's phone pinged, and a message popped up. Lin Yu's. He discreetly glanced at the screen, which read, "No need to thank me. It's just a small matter." Lin Yu scoffed. Of course it's a small matter, because he's the one doing everything. He pulled out his phone and opened the chat history with Lu Xiyuan, where an entire page was filled with green message boxes, and only a few white boxes indicated call logs. Lin Yu thought to himself, what a heartless man. Just then, his phone vibrated again, and a white dialog box appeared. Lu Xiyuan, arrange acting teachers, movement coaches, expression management instructors, and stylists for Lanyin. Don't worry about the clothes. I'll have someone deliver them. Lin Yu responded with a click of his tongue, having previously thought Lu Xiyuan was merely being whimsical, or perhaps following the trend of seeking a famous star as a companion. First, he had him come as Lanyin's agent, then feigned coincidence to provide resources and connections. Now, he was even hiring acting coaches and trainers. This was not merely nurturing a canary. It seemed Lu Xian was genuinely intent on cultivating Lanyin into a future star. Lin Yu gazed at Xie Lanyin, who was absorbed in her conversation with Lu Xian, thinking, such a naive sweetheart. Lin Yu shook his head. He had leveraged his connections to find top-notch instructors within the industry. I have arranged for several teachers to come and impart their knowledge to you when they are available. Though it may be tiring now, it will greatly benefit you in the future. Xie Lanyin briefly lifted her gaze to him. All right, I shall heed your advice. Lin Yu quickly averted his eyes. It was no wonder that Lu Xiyuan had taken a liking to him. His visage and demeanor were simply too endearing. What wolf would not be drawn to a little rabbit? A week later, the awards ceremony was abuzz with prominent figures. Xie Lanyin received a dress brought by Lin Yu early that morning. The garment bore no ostentatious embellishments, yet its texture was incredibly pleasant to the touch. The sheen under the sunlight suggested that it was crafted from no ordinary fabric. However, even the stylist could not identify the brand of this new piece. Lin Yu listened to their discussions without offering any elucidation. Yet, he recognized at a glance that this was a bespoke creation, crafted at the same place where Lu Xiyuan had his attire tailored. Each piece, in terms of both material and silhouette, was of the highest quality. For Lu Xiyuan, wearing high fashion from renowned brands was a mere trifle. However, for someone as unassuming as her to don such exquisite attire, eclipsing even those prominent celebrities, would undoubtedly incite envy. This was perfectly timed, given the relatively low profile of Xie Lanyin's production team. They were scheduled to perform in the middle segment of the ceremony. Positioned in front of them were Yin Shan, a frontrunner for the Best Actress award tonight. The media were well aware of the lineup. Upon seeing the list of 4 unfamiliar names slated to appear, they inquired and discovered that these were last-minute additions invited by the organizers. Essentially a small production group brought in to fill the slots. Some reporters were so disinterested that they could barely be bothered to lift their cameras. And now, let us welcome the director and 3 leading actors from the production Warm Sun, Just Right. The crowd lazily turned their gazes toward the entrance. Suddenly, their attention was captured by a figure clad in blue. The deep blue mermaid gown flowed gracefully, cascading into waves at the hem. The layers of the skirt sparkled with tiny rhinestones under the sun, dazzling to behold. More radiant than the rhinestones was her appearance, striking and unforgettable. The entertainment industry was not devoid of beauty, yet such an extraordinary beauty was a rarity. As the reporters regained their composure, they hurriedly raised their cameras to capture the moment. Chapter 26. The obsessive CEO and his pet canary Ro Fei had never encountered so many cameras. She clung tightly to Xie Lanyin, her gaze unfocused. Xie Lanyin gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Where did such a beauty come from? The moment she appeared on camera, I thought the filter was on. The person beside her looks just like me. If I were up there, I would likely be in the same state. What production team is this? Such a stunning lady has me captivated. Does anyone know what brand that dress is? It's simply gorgeous. I just did a quick search, and it's not available online at all. Due to their lack of fame, the host merely introduced their names, after which an usher guided them off the stage. Nevertheless, the four were thoroughly satisfied. After all, they were merely there to broaden their horizons. They found their names in very distant positions and settled down. Luo Fei took out her phone from her gown, opened the camera, and said, "Lanyin, look at the lens. Let us take a picture." Xie Lanyin leaned in, posing with a peace sign. Ding Yangyu and the director joined them. Luo Fei remained exuberantly animated, pulling Xie Lanyin close and exclaiming, "Lanyin, that is my idol Yin Shan. This is the closest I have ever been to her. Please take a picture for me." The four of them were either enjoying the spectacle or capturing the moment on camera, creating an atmosphere far removed from that of an awards ceremony. Unbeknownst to them, there were 12 cameras in the venue broadcasting live, originally intended for the trending stars. The audience online became captivated by the four individuals in the background. These four simply perform in my life. It has been ages since I have seen such genuine personalities in the entertainment industry. I could burst with laughter. Who would have thought such a stunning young lady would engage in such whimsical antics? Lin Yuzhe, acting as the manager, diligently monitored the backstage data. Although they did not trend, the discussion surrounding them was considerable. Even Xie Lanyin's Weibo saw an increase of 20,000 followers, all legitimate fans. Today was the awards ceremony. A mere presence would suffice, and a steady, grounded approach was essential. Lin Yuzhe understood all too well that drawing too much attention in the entertainment industry could be a double-edged sword. Suyu had just approached her scriptwriter to revise the screenplay and returned to her seat, intending to relax. However, upon opening Weibo, she was met with a live broadcast. She noticed the conspicuous four in the background. Suyu. She sat up abruptly, magnifying the image with her fingers. It was indeed those four from the neighboring production team. How did Xie Lanyin make it to the awards ceremony? Could she really attend at her level? Enraged, Suyu stood up, recalling that she had never been invited in her previous life. Yet, it was too late for her to go now. After the awards ceremony, the director, in high spirits, treated them to a meal. Naturally, being somewhat financially constrained, he opted for a hot pot restaurant and reserved a private room. Ding Yang Yu proposed. Since today is such a joyous occasion, why don't we have a drink? The director replied, "No, we have filming tomorrow, and there are two young ladies present. What if they get intoxicated?" Xie Lanyin reassured him, "Director, you need not worry about me. I can hold my liquor." The director looked at her skeptically. "How much can you drink? A few bottles of red wine?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps 2 or 3 bottles should suffice," she assessed, recalling that she hadn't been drunk the last time she drank with Lu Xiaoyuan. However, Ding Yangyu assumed she was boasting and called the waiter for 3 bottles of red wine. The outcome was predictable. It was insufficient, and they ordered more. This was spurred on by Luo Fei's remark, "Director, Yangyu, you two can't possibly drink less than Lanyin, can you?" The director and Ding Yangyu found themselves intoxicated. The competitive spirit among men can sometimes be inexplicable. Aside from Xie Lanyin, the other 3 were inebriated and swaying. When Lin Yuzhe received her call, he was on the phone with Lu Xiaoyuan, reporting her schedule for the following month. Upon hearing that Xie Lanyin was drunk, Lu Xiaoyuan expressed his intention to come over. What could Lin Yuzhe possibly say? However, he was relatively close to the hot pot restaurant. By the time he arrived, he found the director and Ding Yangyu slumped motionless in their chairs. Luo Fei, holding Xie Lanyin's hand, kept exclaiming, "Lanyin, you look so beautiful. He, and you smell lovely too. He. Lin Yuz felt a prickling sensation at his scalp. Fortunately, Lu Ziyuan had yet to arrive. Otherwise, witnessing Luo Fei's antics with Xie Lanyin would leave one wondering what he might do. He hurriedly stepped forward to separate the two. Luo Fei sprawled across the table. Still giggling, Lin Yuz looked at the 3 intoxicated individuals, exasperated and on the verge of rolling his eyes. How could they have consumed so much? Xie Lanyin touched her flushed face, lamenting that they didn't believe she could drink and insisted on competing with her, all of them succumbing to inebriation. Lin Yuz remarked, "Why challenge her with drinking of all things?" Just then, the door swung open. Lin Yu's turned to see Lu Ziyuan entering. He was about to speak when Xie Lanyin, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up and dashed over. "Mr. Lu, you're here. Did you see my photos from today? Everyone says I look great. Thank you for the clothes you sent." Chapter 27. The sickly sweet CEO keeps a pet canary. Lin Yu certainly wouldn't claim credit. He had never concealed from Xie Lanyin that the outfit was a gift from Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan's gaze settled on Xie Lanyin's face. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at him as if he were her sole focus. His heart raced, as if struck by an unseen force. "You've had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you home," he said. Xie Lanyin touched her flushed face and protested. "I'm not drunk, just a bit warm. If you don't believe me, Mr. Lu, feel for yourself." With that, she seized Lu Ziyuan's hand and placed it against her face. Lin Yu was taken aback. Lu Ziyuan remarked that her heated skin felt as though it could burn him. She insisted she wasn't intoxicated, yet such behavior was uncharacteristic of her. "Indeed, not drunk," he stated, turning to Lin Yu. "Take these 3 drunks home. I will see Lanyin back." Without waiting for a response from Lin Yu, he grasped Xie Lanyin's hand and led her out. Xie Lanyin obediently followed, mumbling about how she wasn't drunk and how alert she felt. Lin Yu surveyed the trio of inebriated individuals, unsure of their residences. He opted to secure 3 rooms at a nearby hotel, unceremoniously depositing the 3 drunken souls onto their respective beds, considering the task accomplished. Given the current circumstances, he dared not leave the 2 men in the same room. Imagining the headlines that might arise the following day, male actor and director spend the night together. Meanwhile, Xie Lanyin led Lu Ziyuan to her rented apartment. She produced her keys and opened the door. Bending down, she tossed a pair of slippers in front of him, instructing, "Change your shoes first." Lu Ziyuan looked down at the pink slippers adorned with a small toy figure, his lips twitching. Xie Lanyin, already in her socks, collapsed onto the sofa. Those slippers would certainly be too small for Lu Ziyuan, who also stood in his socks on the floor. He entered the kitchen and soon poured himself a glass of water. Upon his return, Xie Lanyin was already sprawled on the sofa, her beautiful peach blossom eyes half closed, exuding an aura of languid comfort. Lu Ziyuan presented the glass of water to her, suggesting she drink a bit and rest well, ensuring a more pleasant tomorrow. Xie Lanyin slowly straightened her posture and accepted the water. As she lowered her head to take a sip, the coldness of the water made her entire face wrinkle in response. "Mr. Lu, thank you for bringing me back. You helped me out during our first meeting, finding such an impressive lingo to be my manager, providing me with abundant resources, connecting me with so many teachers, and offering beautiful clothes and bags. Truly, Mr. Lu, you are an exceptionally wonderful person." Lu Ziyuan's gaze deepened. It appeared she had already discerned the connection between Lin Yu and him. It was only natural, as he had never intended to conceal it. Her ability to guess was entirely reasonable. Despite having drunk too much, she remained unguarded around him, speaking such words, which was undeniably provocative. "Xie Lanyin, you are enticing me." Xie Lanyin was taken aback. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Lu Ziyuan's face drawing closer. His eyes seemed to brew a tempest, as if he intended to pull her into his depths. Feeling a surge of nervousness, she shut her eyes. The kiss landed softly on her eyelids, brief and delicate, like a feather gliding past. A tremor coursed through Xie Lanyin's heart as she opened her eyes to find Lu Ziyuan had retreated to a safe distance. Standing with her clothes in hand, he said, "I haven't drunk too much. I must leave now. What we just discussed must not be shared with anyone. Rest early." Xie Lanyin widened her eyes at him, replying, "Oh, all right. I'll wait until you're asleep before I leave." Watching her obediently head to the bathroom to freshen up and then lie down, Lu Ziyuan finally closed the door and turned off the lights before departing. Xie Lanyin turned over, rubbing her face against the pillow as she closed her eyes. Back in the car, Lu Ziyuan grasped the steering wheel, his mind filled with the image of Xie Lanyin's expression as she remarked on his kindness. This foolish girl. He nearly lost control of himself. Fortunately, reason prevailed in the end, as he feared scaring her with his impulses. He was acutely aware of the kind of person he was, capable of crossing lines. He could easily take advantage of her vulnerability, but how would Lanyin face him upon waking the next day? What was their relationship? Lovers? Friends? None of these were what he desired. Thankfully, he possessed ample patience. Perhaps it was time to confront their relationship more directly. Lu Xian called his lawyer, instructing him to come by the following day. In Chapter 28, the pampered canary of the sickly CEO, the four inebriated souls faced the inevitable hangover the next day. Ding Yangyu, upon seeing Xie Lanyin, shook his head in surrender. I concede defeat. I will never dare to compete with you in drinking again. The three of us cannot match your prowess. It's absurd. The director gazed at Xie Lanyin with newfound respect, remarking on how her manager had the audacity to allow her to drink with them. As they had been waiting for their arrival, Luo Fei gathered everyone to discuss the previous night's award ceremony. Noticing the buzz it generated, the director urged them to continue filming. Today marks the final scene for Xie Lanyin in this production. Most of her scenes reside within the memories of the leading male character. While her role is captivating, her screen time is limited. Upon completing her last shot, Xie Lanyin wraps up her filming. After enjoying a drink together and attending their first award ceremony, they share a bond of camaraderie. The director personally presents Xie Lanyin with a bouquet of flowers. Luo Fei, with tears glistening in her eyes, says, "Lanyin, you've wrapped up your filming, and now I have no one to accompany me for barbecues or runs. Please visit when you have time. I will miss you." Xie Lanyin glances at Ding Yangyu beside her and thinks, "But you still have Yangyu, don't you? I saw you both gaming together last time." Luo Fei retorts, "That is not the same. Now that you've finished filming, you should be able to rest for a few days." Xie Lanyin shakes her head. "No. Brother Lin has already secured my next project. It's a fantasy drama with limited scenes, just half a month of shooting." Luo Fei looks incredulously at Lin Yu's in the distance. "Is your agent treating you like a workhorse, giving you no time to rest?" "This is what I requested for myself," Xie Lanyin replies. Luo Fei gives a thumbs up. "If even you don't make it big, then I fear the entertainment industry is doomed." Bidding farewell to the others, Xie Lanyin follows Lin Yu's to the next production. She swiftly adjusts her mindset to embody her new role. 2 weeks later, the drama Jiayang Jinghao officially wraps filming. Being a modestly budgeted web series, it does not require a prime-time slot and can be released at any time. Just after finishing one project, Xie Lanyin must embark on promotional activities for Jiayang Jinghao. She is inundated with classes from various instructors, leaving her little time to breathe. Lin Yu's is also quite busy. At times, Lu Ziyuan comes to pick her up after work. After recording a live session, Xie Lanyin bids farewell to Luo Fei and the others. Upon reaching the basement, she spots Lu Ziyuan's car. She hurries over, opens the door, and indeed finds Lu Ziyuan at the wheel. "Mr. Lu, you've come to pick me up again today." "Yes, Lin Yu's is negotiating a major endorsement deal for you, but the other party is hesitant since your drama has yet to air. Both sides are still in discussion." Lu Ziyuan explains, "My drama is set to premiere tomorrow. Will you be watching, Mr. Lu? Indeed, you will surely fulfill your dreams. I appreciate your kind words." At 8 o'clock the following evening, Jiayang Jinghao premieres. Initially, it garners little attention, appealing mainly to fans of the novel and Xie Lanyin's admirers. However, as the plot unfolds with a lighthearted and absurd humor, various bloggers begin to recommend it online. Gradually, viewership numbers soar, particularly after Xie Lanyin makes her appearance. Her fashion choices in the series become a sensation, igniting a wave of imitation and boosting sales for several luxury brands. Consequently, their small production team is invited for a live interview by the largest video company in the country. Observing the daily rise in viewership statistics when they reunite, Ding Yangyu and Luo Fei are both radiant and full of vigor. Indeed, success nourishes the spirit. When Lu Xian arrives, Lin Yu's is outside making a call. After witnessing Xie Lanyin's ability to drive sales, the endorsement they have been negotiating has now evolved into a lipstick endorsement, a significant leap for someone previously unrecognized. As Lin Yu's hung up the phone, he noticed Lu Ziyuan approaching. "Where's Lanyin?" he asked languidly, leaning against the wall. "She's live streaming inside. I just overheard the director mention that a celebration banquet will commence shortly, so I anticipate a fair number of inebriated guests." Lu Ziyuan remarked, "You've been doing well lately. You've worked hard." Lin Yu's straightened up in astonishment. "Is this what a capitalist like you has to say?" You truly startled me. Lu Ziyuan cast him a mild glance. That's more like it. Lin Yu's resumed his relaxed posture against the wall. It's also due to Lannin's own diligence and perseverance that she has reached this stage with the drama. If it were someone less capable, even being the lead would not ensure success. Several instructors have mentioned her remarkable progress. I intend to find her script soon, one that allows her to portray the leading lady. Lu Ziyuan nodded. He entrusted Lannin's future planning entirely to Lin Yu's. The latter, being a professional, understood how to pave the way for Lanyin, ensuring her journey would be both stable and far-reaching. At that moment, laughter erupted from within the room. Lin Yu's opened the door to find Luo Fei playfully placing a pair of cat ear headbands atop Xie Lanyin's head. It must be a penalty for losing a game, Lin Yu's explained. Amidst the laughter and cheers of the crowd, Lu Xin's gaze remained fixed on Xie Lanyin's face. Adorned with the cat ears, she appeared even more playful and adorable when she smiled. At that instant, Xie Lanyin unconsciously lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Lu Xin's. She blinked at him, her smile growing even brighter. Lu Xin's expression softened immediately. The surrounding crowd remained oblivious to their silent exchange. Following the conclusion of the live stream, the director indeed announced the commencement of the celebration banquet, inviting everyone present to partake in the feast. During the meal, the director recounted how Xie Lanyin had outdrunk the three of them single-handedly. Naturally, many were skeptical and approached her to challenge her to drink. However, the number of those wishing to toast was overwhelming. Lu Ziyuan exchanged a glance with Lin Yu's. The latter quickly clarified that there would be a shoot the following day, stepping in to shield her from the drinks. Despite the fervor of the crowd, Xie Lanyin still managed to consume an entire bottle of red wine without so much as a flushed face or racing heart, leaving everyone astonished. Lin Yu's and the director assisted in escorting the inebriated individuals to a nearby hotel for rest, while Xie Lanyin followed Lu Ziyuan. Upon entering the car, Lu Ziyuan handed her a document. Take a look. Xie Lanyin's heart raced. Could this be the same maintenance agreement he had given Su Yu in the original storyline? As she accepted it, something slipped out. Picking it up, she discovered it was a diamond ring. What is this? She asked incredulously, looking up at Lu Ziyuan. This scene was absent from the original narrative. Lu Ziyuan did not meet her gaze, but focused on the document resting on her lap, assessing it before deciding whether to accept it. Curiously, Xie Lanyin opened the document, only to find it was not the maintenance agreement she had envisioned, but rather a list of assets, company shares, real estate, vehicles, antique paintings, and jewelry. Is this your property? What do you want to see this for? Lu Ziyuan extended his hand, retrieving the ring, and as he slightly leaned forward, the already confined space of the car became even more cramped. Will you wear this ring and become my wife? He asked. Xie Lanyin, marry me, for a lifetime, it shall only be you and I. His gaze was fixed intently on her hand, his eyes deepening with emotion. Should she refuse, he would insist on placing the ring upon her finger. After all, in this lifetime, she was destined to be his and his alone. Xie Lanyin slowly lifted her hand, tilting her head as he glanced her way. Mr. Lu, please put it on for me. You know which finger to adorn, don't you? Indeed, Lu Ziyuan replied, gently sliding the grand diamond ring onto her fourth finger. Even under the dim lighting of the car, the ring radiated a brilliant sparkle, complementing her slender fingers, which bore a subtle pink sheen. It suited her exquisitely. He lowered his head, reverently and tenderly kissing the back of her hand. Xie Lanyin spoke up. Perhaps we should consult a lawyer regarding a prenuptial agreement. Lu Ziyuan straightened, dismissing the notion. No need. I shall not divorce you, nor grant you the opportunity to divorce me. My assets are yours. Xie Lanyin looked at him in surprise. It was uncommon for someone of his wealth to forego a prenuptial agreement. His refusal indicated a complete lack of retreat, while simultaneously providing her with a sense of security. Tomorrow is Monday. Let us obtain our marriage license, she suggested. Very well, he agreed. Upon returning home, Xie Lanyin repeatedly gazed at the ring. The original narrative had portrayed Lu Ziyuan as controlling, with a capricious nature and unreasonable obsession. Yet, she found none of those flaws in him. The following day, Lu Ziyuan arrived early to escort Xie Lanyin to obtain their marriage certificate. He bypassed the usual lines, and soon they held their marriage license together, leaning against one another. A rare smile graced Lu Xiaoyuan's face, his expression radiating warmth. However, as they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were spotted by paparazzi. Lu Xiaoyuan squinted in the direction of the departing photographers, promptly pulling out his phone to intercept the images. Xie Lanyin firmly grasped his hand, saying, "Let them take their photos. After all, our relationship is legitimate, and you are not some clandestine lover. There is nothing to hide." Her words clearly delighted him, joy illuminating his features. Who would desire a life shrouded in secrecy, especially someone as illustrious as Lu Xiaoyuan? He chose not to involve anyone else. Consequently, the paparazzi waited all afternoon without anyone purchasing their photographs. He took the initiative to contact his connections at Xinhe, but to no avail. Resolutely, he decided to post the news online himself. The announcement of Xie Lanyin and Lu Xiaoyuan's marriage certificate soared to the top of trending topics. Lin Yuz, upon seeing the news, exclaimed, "What? Xie Lanyin and Lu Xiaoyuan are married? Such a monumental ring. Oh no, such monumental news." His astonishment stemmed from discovering this through trending topics rather than firsthand. Chapter 29. The obsessive CEO and his pampered canary 13, he quickly dialed Xie Lanyin's number. The call was swiftly answered, and Lu Xiaoyuan's voice came through. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Lin Yuz, just married and already tied down. Where's Lanyin? She went to the restroom while we were dining out." Lin Yuz earnestly remarked. Lanyin's career has only just begun. Suddenly announcing her marriage could adversely affect her future. Am I not someone of worth? Not exactly, but I'm concerned that some might claim she is merely seeking a wealthy patron. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyuan is no ordinary wealthy individual. Her current accomplishments are her own. I merely provide resources. As you mentioned, if she lacks talent, no amount of resources would suffice. Fine, what more can Lin Yuz say? Passers-by may not recognize Lu Xiaoyuan, but the second-generation elites of the city are all too familiar with that face. Upon seeing the dazzling diamond ring on Xie Lanyin's finger in the photo, they were all left speechless. "Jiangsu, your ex-girlfriend is something else. She has indeed captured Mr. Lu's heart." Jiangsu hurriedly snatched the phone away. Upon seeing the photo of Lu Xiaoyuan and Xie Lanyin exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand, he too was taken aback. Xie Lanyin is formidable. Being ensnared by her is no disgrace. Suyu had just wrapped up filming, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol the previous night, and had only just awakened. Upon waking, she joined her childhood friends gathering. She sat down and inquired, "Why are we discussing Xie Lanyin again? What happened now?" "Yeah, you surely don't know. Xie Lanyin has gotten married." Suyu yawned. "Xie Lanyin is married? To whom? Has she truly given up on Lu Xiaoyuan? Or perhaps she was abandoned by him and has now found someone else?" Those nearby quickly passed her the phone. "She has married Mr. Lu." "What?" Suyu's eyes widened, her drowsiness evaporating instantly. She snatched the phone and beheld the trending topic and accompanying images. "How is this possible? How could they be married? Don't say you don't believe it. We too are in disbelief. Countless hearts will shatter because of this," one of her childhood friends lamented. "Impossible. How could he marry Xie Lanyin?" Suyu, infuriated, smashed the phone onto the ground. In her past life, she had achieved the title of Best Actress. Yet she remained merely Lu Xiaoyuan's mistress. He forbade her from filming intimate scenes with any man, not even a kiss. He himself was exceedingly averse to appearing on camera. Without his permission, no media outlet dared to publish his image online. Why was it permissible this time? Why would Lu Xiaoyuan marry Xie Lanyin? What was her past life then? A joke? Yeah. Why did you smash my phone? The man looked mournfully at the shattered screen. However, Suyu offered no response to his question, not even bothering to put on her shoes correctly. She dashed out in her home slippers and pajamas. Suyu hastily entered her car, pressing on the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward. She needed to confront Lu Xiaoyuan immediately to inquire why he chose to marry Xie Lanyin. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance of Huoding, she was halted by security. She was not a resident and had no right to enter. The place she once loathed and wished to incinerate, she found herself unable to access. Suyu lowered her window. "Do you know who I am? Hurry up and let me in. I apologize, but you are not the property owner, and I cannot permit you entry. To gain access, you must have the owner call me. Su Yu, filled with rage, felt the urge to unleash her frustration. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a familiar vehicle. She exited her car and stormed over, angrily tapping on the rear window. Lin Yu's had come to find Lu Xiyuan. Just as he parked his car, Su Yu dashed towards him, furiously banging on his window. Lin Yu felt a pang of fear upon seeing her. What was this lunatic up to now? He lowered the window, intending to instruct the security to remove this madwoman. With unrestrained fury, Su Yu exclaimed, Lin Yu's, in your relentless pursuit of advancement, you have shamelessly delivered your own artist to Lu Xiyuan's bed. Lin Yu's, his expression darkened, retorted, Are you out of your mind? Their relationship is consensual. What does it have to do with you? It had been a short time since they last met, yet it appeared that Miss Su's delusions had worsened. How can it not concern me? Everything that Xie Lanyin possesses ought to belong to me. The one who should currently be trending and basking in popularity should be me. The person by Lu Xiyuan's side should also be me. The one being safeguarded by Lin Yu should undoubtedly be me. Lin Yu scoffed, You're insane. He gestured to the security personnel, saying, Quickly remove this lunatic. If other residents see her here, they might mistake this place for a madhouse. Understood, Mr. Lin. Several security guards approached and escorted Su Yu away, while another moved her vehicle to the side. What are you doing? He isn't even the owner. On what grounds do you heed his words? Do you know who I am? If you dare to expel me, be wary of my influence over Lu Xiyuan. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. This young lady must have developed some form of paranoia following the decline of the Su family. Previously, he had been curious about what kind of television show this eccentric lady could produce, so he had taken the opportunity to sneak a glance. As expected, it was a waste of his time. He couldn't fathom how she had procured a $2 million investment, spending it all on costumes and set design, resulting in a visually decent production. However, this young lady was exceedingly confident, insisting that the script be altered by the writer. He had even heard that the writer, in a drunken stupor, had cursed Su Yu as an ignorant fool, claiming that altering the script for her was akin to consuming excrement. The writer had subsequently quit, leading to the hiring of another individual. Lin Yu could see that the show was doomed, yet Miss Su remained surprisingly self-assured. Upon hearing that the filming had wrapped, she organized an extravagant wrap party. Had it not been for her meddling, the Su family's financial collapse might have been delayed, but her actions hastened their demise. As Lin Yu lamented, he drove into the community. He alighted from his vehicle and entered Lu Xiyuan's villa. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Xiyuan and Xie Lanyin engaged in a discussion about renovating the space. Seeing Lin Yu's approach, Lu Xiyuan immediately commanded, You're here. Clear a month in Lanyin's schedule. We must prepare for the wedding and set up the new home. No way. Lin Yu promptly rejected without a second thought. Lanyin is currently riding a wave of popularity. We should seize this opportunity to enhance her exposure and elevate her profile. If we let this chance slip, who knows when we will encounter such high visibility again. We cannot afford to lose this moment. Xie Lanyin nodded in agreement, saying, I believe Brother Lin's suggestion is quite reasonable. A month is indeed excessive. A week should suffice. For now, I will temporarily suspend all the teachers' classes and, amidst my work, prepare for the wedding and arrange our new home. Henceforth, I shall entrust the majority of the tasks to you. Originally, Lu Xiyuan, who had been wearing a cold expression, took her hand and remarked, There is no need for such formality between us. Lin Yu interjected, How could one be so indifferent to the opposite sex? At that moment, the wedding planning company sent representatives to provide materials for the couple to select their wedding theme. Lin Yu, overwhelmed by the multitude of considerations, picked up his phone to check the trending topics. It appeared that astute netizens had already uncovered Lu Xiyuan's identity. Previously, the staff from the production Sunny Days had released photos and insider information. Oh my, is he the CEO of the Lu Corporation? I thought he was just a staff member from Shanghai. I remember he frequently visited our set, and I assumed he was there to oversee our progress. Turns out he was there to accompany his future bride. In this moment, I find myself at a loss as to whether to envy Xie Lanyin or Lu Xian. I am utterly captivated. It is no wonder that Nguyen Wan left Gu Chaoyang for her career. she ended up marrying so well. Amidst the excitement of the netizens, the lead actor and director from Sunny Days took to Weibo to express their congratulations. Ding Yangyu, congratulations to my white moonlight, Wan, for finding her happiness. Currently, many people were shipping him with Luo Fei. Thus, the comments beneath his Weibo were filled with reminders to cherish the present. Such sentiments were quite commonplace. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyuan and Xie Lanyin had finalized their wedding theme, and the wedding staff had departed. Lu Xin approached with a jacket in hand and said, "Let us go. It's time for dinner." Lin Yu's, setting his phone down, recalled the recent chaos at the entrance and turned to Xie Lanyin, cautioning her, "Be careful while staying here these days. That young lady from the Su family has been acting erratically, blocking the entrance to the community. The last time I encountered her, she berated me and insisted that I become her manager." Lu Xian scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "She certainly has an eye for talent." "Indeed, my professional capabilities are exceptional," Lin Yu's retorted. Lu Ziyuan extended his hand towards Xie Lanyin, who placed her hand in his, following him outside. "I feel like having Cantonese cuisine today. What does that sound?" "That sounds perfect. I'm following your lead," she replied. Lin Yu's, overhearing Lu Ziyuan's tone, felt his teeth nearly ache with envy. The two made their way to a nearby restaurant renowned for its Cantonese dishes, which only accepted reservations. However, Lu Ziyuan had the privilege of entering with just his face. Just as the trio was about to step inside, Xie Lanyin's clothing was suddenly tugged. Before she could react, a figure appeared right in front of her. She had not even had the chance to discern who it was before Lu Xin shielded her behind him. Lin Yu's, upon recognizing the intruder, felt a shiver run down his spine. "What do you want, Suyu?" he asked, turning to Xie Lanyin and Lu Xin. "You both go inside. I will handle this." Lu Xin glanced at a nearby waiter, who promptly approached, attempting to escort Suyu away. Suyu forcefully pushed the waiter aside and lunged towards Lu Xin. "Xie Lanyin, you shameless woman. You steal my man and my resources. Don't hide behind Lu Ziyuan. Have the courage to face me." Lu Ziyuan's expression darkened profoundly. Indeed, just as Lin Yu's had said, this woman was utterly deranged. "I don't even know you. Are you all just loafing around? Hurry up and throw her out," Lu Ziyuan exclaimed. "Lu Ziyuan, I am Suyu. Have you forgotten me? How can you treat me this way?" The onlookers, upon hearing this, assumed it was a typical love triangle drama and hastily began recording on their phones. Recognizing Xie Lanyin as a celebrity, they quickly shared the footage online. Seeing Lu Ziyuan's anger, the waiter quickly grabbed Suyu and began to drag her away. Xie Lanyin gently patted Lu Ziyuan's back, saying, "Don't be upset. Let's go inside and have our meal." Lu Ziyuan's gaze swept over the crowd, and everyone awkwardly turned away, too embarrassed to look back. When had Lu Ziyuan ever been subjected to such public scrutiny? His face turned ashen, a palpable tension enveloping him. Lin Yu's, sensing the mood, refrained from jesting and inched closer to Xie Lanyin. However, getting too close earned him a sharp glare from Lu Ziyuan. Internally, Lin Yu fe verate suyue. Xie Lanyin stood up, poured 3 cups of tea from the teapot, and distributed them. "No need to be angry. We still need to discuss the house renovation. It's unnecessary to let such trivial matters upset us." Her words seemed to soften Lu Ziyuan's demeanor. He reached for her hand, gently caressing her knuckles with his thumb. Lu Ziyan was not one to be easily bullied. He had made it clear that those collaborating with Su's company were opposing him. Su's company was already on the brink of collapse, and the bank had stalled their funding, resulting in a complete cash flow halt. Moreover, the videos of the earlier incident had been leaked online. With Xie Lanyin and Lu Ziyuan already trending, the footage quickly garnered widespread attention. Does this woman speak so brazenly because Xie Lanyin truly is the mistress? Xie Lanyin is merely leveraging her looks to cling to wealthy men. She hasn't even graduated from college. Encountering someone like Lu Ziyuan, she must be planning to secure him through marriage. Lin Yu quickly noticed the orchestrated narrative. Observing Lu Ziyuan engaged in a discussion with Xie Lanyin about their new home, he surmised that Lu Ziyuan was likely too preoccupied to concern himself with this matter. Thus, he promptly contacted the public relations department of Lu's group, instructing them to release a statement clarifying that Lu Ziyuan did not know Su Yu and that his relationship with Xie Lanyin was one of free love. Upon seeing the tweet from Lu's group, Suyu felt an intense surge of anger, nearly hurling her phone. In her previous life, even when netizens accused her of being a mistress, Xie had never mobilized the public relations team. That incident hadn't even trended. Yet now he hastily defended Xie Lanyin. What did that make her in her past life? Just then, her phone rang abruptly. It was a call from a servant, reporting an incident at her home. Suyu could hear the commotion on the other end. Without a moment's hesitation, she drove home. Upon her arrival, she discovered a crowd had thrown her belongings out of her house. Several individuals were pushing her parents. She hurriedly stepped forward to shield them, exclaiming, "You are unlawfully trespassing. I shall report you. Release our belongings." The opposing party sneered, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting at this hour? We are acting within our rights. Your father mortgaged this house to us and has failed to repay the loan. We have come to reclaim the property. Even if the police arrive, I am in the right." "What?" Suyu turned incredulously to her parents. "Is this true?" Her father looked utterly defeated. His hair turned gray overnight. Her mother covered her face, saying, "Yeah, our family is truly bankrupt. The bank has denied our loan. Our cash flow has ceased. And those we borrowed from are demanding repayment. It is my fault, yeah." Suyu gazed at the items being discarded by those men, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. Her family was bankrupt? She felt lost amidst the chaos of the day. Xie had married another woman, her family was in ruins, and filming had concluded. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes as she grasped her father's hand. "Father, do not lose heart. The television show I invested in is about to premiere. Once I gain fame, I will secure endorsements and continue my acting career. I will earn a substantial fortune and ensure you do not suffer." Her father offered a wry smile, lacking her optimism. "Yeah, making money in the entertainment industry is not as easy as you think. Father, trust me, I can do this." Chapter 31. The obsessive CEO and his pet canary. Suyu brought her parents to her property, hired a moving company, and retrieved the belongings that had been discarded from their villa. She arranged for discussions regarding the television show. However, the executives from the networks dismissed her work without a glance. After numerous rejections, Suyu cursed inwardly at the lack of vision displayed by the executives. "They have no idea. It was this very production that catapulted me to fame in my past life. Surely, it can succeed again." Yet, with no television network willing to purchase her show, she resorted to selling the broadcasting rights to an online platform. In her desperation to expedite the airing, she mortgaged her remaining property and vehicle, showering gifts upon various individuals. Finally, after a month, her show was set to air. Disappointment soon followed. The premiere garnered little attention. Even when viewers tuned in, the comments were filled with harsh criticism. "Screenwriter, come out and face us. Who taught you to alter the beloved novel?" And Yao was a strong female lead. Her brother died for her. How could you twist it into a mere struggle for survival? The screenwriter must have never written anything worthwhile if this is the result. Naturally, the screenwriter was unwilling to shoulder the blame. She publicly took to Weibo, asserting that Suyu had compelled her to make these changes. Upon investigation, the public discovered who Suyu was. Some recognized her as the individual who had once accused Xie Lanyin of being a mistress, claiming she had stolen her partner. Numerous people flocked to Suyu's Weibo, commenting beneath her latest wrap-up photos. "Ha! I was wondering who ruined our Yao by turning her into a love-struck, submissive wife. It is you. Since you claim she stole your man, do present the evidence." Upon opening Weibo, Suyu was met with a torrent of vitriol. "If your mind is deranged, seek treatment. Why desecrate literature? You've turned it into a pile of excrement. It's no wonder you failed." She found herself perplexed. In her previous life, many had lamented the hardships endured by Yao, expressing hopes for her to find stability and wishing for Njin to survive. Why then? Was she now being vilified for adhering to the sentiments expressed by netizens? Why did her actions, guided by the experiences of her past life, yield such disparate outcomes? With her drama flopping, the collateral she had put forth seemed to hang in the balance. Xie had been waiting for her outside the venue of Xie Lanyin's live broadcast since the early hours. The staff, aware of their marital status, playfully teased him. Xie graciously accepted their light-hearted jests. Those within the industry would surely be astonished by his newfound patience. Why had he become so affable? As Xie Lanyin concluded her workday and gathered her belongings, she wondered, where is Lin Ge? Why hasn't he come to pick me up? Lu Ziyuan replied, he might be negotiating a new endorsement for you. Your recent campaigns have been quite successful, particularly the pink crystal bracelet that sold out after just one appearance. With a slight bow of his head, he affectionately tousled her hair. Once in the car, Xie Lanyin retrieved her script and remarked, this is the screenplay for my next film. It contains no intimate scenes. In 3 days, I must travel to Hangzhou for a live variety show. Lu Ziyuan listened intently. Previously, he would inquire with Lin Yuz about her schedule, but he soon realized that Lanyin consistently shared her plans and commitments with him in advance. Gradually, he ceased to consult Lin Yuz, desiring instead to spend every day in her presence. Yet, he cherished even more the sight of her radiant brilliance before the camera. Even Lin Yuz noticed the transformation in Lu Ziyuan, and he appreciated this change. As Xie Lanyin tucked the script back in her bag, she turned to discover they were not headed home. Where are we going? She asked, intrigued. It's a surprise. You'll know once you arrive, he responded. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Ziyuan shielded her eyes with his hands, guiding her up and downstairs. She sensed they had arrived on a lawn. I'm about to let go. Close your eyes to avoid the sunlight, he instructed, releasing his hands. Xie Lanyin had already shut her eyes in anticipation and slowly opened them to behold a lawn adorned with her favorite purple roses, flourishing in full bloom. Amidst the blossoms stood a stitched sculpture crafted from flowers. Helicopters overhead took flight, showering the area with vibrant red rose petals. Among those gathered were directors she had previously collaborated with, including Ding Yangyu, who embraced Luo Fei, along with Lin Yuz and other familiar faces, including some of Lu Ziyuan's friends. In the midst of her thoughts, Lu Ziyuan knelt before her. Lanyin, will you marry me? The crowd erupted in cheers, urging, say yes. Say yes. Quickly agree. Xie Lanyin extended her hand, realizing that the reason Lu Ziyuan had removed her ring that morning was to orchestrate this enchanting surprise. Lu Ziyuan opened the box, revealing the exquisite purple diamond he had acquired from an auction house in the United States 2 months prior. He took out the ring and adorned her ring finger with it. Lowering his head, he fervently kissed her finger, reminiscent of their initial moments together. This poignant scene was captured by attendees of the proposal ceremony and shared online, leaving many netizens bewildered. Wait, a proposal? Haven't they already married? Have I traveled through time? I saw Xie Lanyin recording a variety show this morning, and by noon, she was being proposed to. How can she accomplish so much in a single day? This purple diamond is even larger than the previous one. I wouldn't dare purchase such a large stone even if it were a fake. That girl is living the life. Let me experience her lifestyle in a couple of days. Lu Ziyuan booked the entire hotel, throwing a party that evening to celebrate. Meanwhile, Suyue found herself in dire straits. Her new drama had not become a sensation, and her company had gone bankrupt, leading to the resignation of her staff. How could this happen? Could it be that all her past successes were merely gifts from Lu Ziyuan? She refused to believe it and sought to borrow money from friends. However, those who had once been close to her were now reluctant to assist. Only Jiang Su, upon hearing her plight, unhesitatingly offered her 2 million. As Su Yu stared at the bank card, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Jiang Su, rest assured, I will repay you. Yeah, there is no need. Don't burden yourself with too much pressure, Jiang Su began, but was interrupted by the voice of a middle-aged woman behind them. Of course, she must repay. Our family is not a charity. Su Yu looked up to see Jiang's mother striding past. Su Yu, my son Jiang Su is kind-hearted, but you cannot repeatedly seek financial assistance from him just because of your childhood bond. If you have any dignity, stop burdening my son. I have already arranged a blind date for him. Sooner or later, he may marry. What if you keep approaching him, and it causes misunderstandings with his future wife? Su Yu was taken aback. The once amiable Jiang auntie, who had held her hand and encouraged her to marry Jiang Su, was now speaking in such a manner. She felt utterly humiliated. Yet, she desperately needed the money. She had merely experienced one setback. She still knew who could rise to fame again. Worst case, she could invest in them and surely earn back her fortune. Thank you, Auntie, I understand. You understand best. I'm only considering your father's situation. He was also unfortunate, alas. Su Yu's heart sank. What do you mean? What happened to my father? You don't know? Your father jumped off a building. Suyu's mind reeled. Her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to collapse. Her father jumped? She turned and ran, frantically dialing her mother while driving. But the call would not connect. After questioning several relatives, she arrived at the hospital only to find her father's lifeless body. Her mother had suffered a heart attack and was unconscious, yet to awaken. Suyu sat in the cold hospital, grappling with the tragic turn her life had taken. In her previous life, Lu Xiyuan had supported her, yet she had been capable of earning her own income. The money she had given her parents was sufficient for them to live joyfully for the rest of their days. How could this happen? How could one leap from a building? Upon awakening, Su's mother was supported to find Suyu. Upon seeing her daughter, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Yeah, do not blame your father. He simply wished to leave a modest inheritance for you and me. This meager sum, which once represented merely the cost of a handbag in a previous life, has now cost her father his life. After wrapping up her filming, Xie Lanyin requested a month off from Lin Yu's, as she intended to arrange her wedding in England. Once the ceremony concluded, she and Lu Xiyuan embarked on a global honeymoon. The affairs of their company were entrusted to Lu Xiyuan's father, along with a dedicated team of professional managers. During this month, the couple lounged on sun-kissed beaches, admired elegant and mysterious architecture, and witnessed the breathtaking auroras over polar icebergs. They encountered numerous fans along the way, to whom Xie Lanyin always gifted small tokens of appreciation. Upon returning from her honeymoon, Xie Lanyin reported back to school. Fortunately, the university was lenient with third-year students, and she consistently ranked first in her examinations, earning endless praise from her professors. Xie Lanyin did not abandon her acting career, though she seldom played leading roles. She frequently accepted well-crafted supporting characters. Even in cameo appearances, she remained active. Eventually, she starred in a period drama that catapulted her to fame, earning the title of Best Actress that year. Over the course of 2 years, she transformed from an obscure figure into a celebrated actress, captivating the admiration of many. While some claimed her success was due to her relationships, her performances had become a part of academic curricula, silencing her detractors with her annual releases. As Xie Lanyin's career stabilized, at the tender age of 25, she had already become a mentor to many in the industry. Lin Yu's found little challenge in guiding her, and sought to mentor a newcomer instead. Feeling bored at home, Xie Lanyin took to the kitchen. Today, with some free time, she informed Lu Xiyuan that she would bring him a meal in a thermos as dinner approached. Although she did not frequent his workplace often, the receptionist recognized her immediately and assisted her in taking the elevator to the top floor. The boss's wife is even more beautiful in person. One wonders what good fortune the boss had in a past life to marry such a youthful and lovely lady. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Xiyuan's secretary awaited her at the entrance. Boss's wife, Xie Lanyin greeted with a nod. Hello, Secretary Qin. Is Yuan busy at the moment? Typically, when Lu Xiyuan was free, he would personally greet her in the basement. The term boss's wife was requested by Xie Lanyin herself during her first visit. The secretary had referred to her as Madam. Finding the titles Madam and Lady too antiquated, she initially wished to be called by her name, but they declined, and thus boss's wife became their chosen address for her. Mr. Lu is currently in a video conference, but will conclude shortly. Allow me to escort you to his office. Very well, Xie Lanyin replied, entering the office and taking a seat in the executive chair. After a brief wait, the door swung open once more. Lu Xiyuan entered, effortlessly lifting her onto his lap. What delightful dishes have you brought me today? I made a soup, steamed a fish, prepared a braised abalone, and a vegetable dish. I tasted them, and they turned out quite well. Lu Xiyuan took the lunchbox and opened it. Xie Lanyin initially intended to get up, but his hand remained firmly planted on her waist. Thus, Xie Lanyin chose to settle on his lap instead. Chapter 32. The yandere CEO's care for his canary. Conclusion. After finishing their meal, Lu Xiyuan tidied up the lunchbox and set it aside. Xie Lanyin asked, Why don't you give it to me? I'll take it back to wash for Annie. You stay here with me. I can bring it back tonight. But I wish to take a nap. Lu Xiyuan grasped her hand, while his other hand tenderly caressed her waist, laden with insinuation. I'll accompany you in your slumber. Lu Xiyuan's office is equipped with a lounge where he occasionally rests. However, Since their marriage, Xie Lanyin often came to rest there as well. Xie Lanyin held onto his hand. No, I can't. I'm pregnant. What do you mean? Xie Lanyin shot him a glance, reproaching. I'm expecting. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Xiyuan's eyes, swiftly replaced by a wave of overwhelming joy. He hurriedly and cautiously helped her into the lounge. When did this happen? What did you discover it? You've been working so intensely these past few days, even bringing me meals. Are you feeling unwell? No. Xie Lanyin sat on the bed in the lounge, tugging at his shirt. I'm just a bit tired. Stay with me for a moment. All right. Lu Xin removed his jacket and lay beside her, enveloping her in his arms from behind. Xie Lanyin felt as though she was nestled against a warm hearth. Having eaten well and being pregnant, she succumbed to sleep in no time. Lu Xin gently kissed the top of her head and placed his hand on her abdomen. Here resided their child. He hoped it would be a daughter resembling her, envisioning the scene of both of them running towards him. Xie Lanyin was unaware of how long she had slept, but when she roused from slumber, she noticed a small lamp glowing beside the bed. Lu Xiyuan was awake, gazing at her with tenderness. His eyes sparkled, gentle enough to seem as if they could overflow with warmth. Awake now? What time is it? Xie Lanyin turned over, wrapping her arms around his waist. His waist was muscular, exuding a pleasant scent of pine, and leaning against him, she was enveloped in his aroma. It was so comforting that she couldn't help but nuzzle against him. 5 o'clock. Have I slept for so long? Why haven't you gone to work? Xie Lanyin looked up at him. I knew you would come and find me at noon, so I completed all my tasks in the morning. The minor matters can be handled by my secretary and assistant. Just lie back a little longer, and I'll take you out for a meal. Saying this, Lu Xiyuan patted her back, as if soothing her. Xie Lanyin lingered in bed for a moment before getting up. Upon learning of her pregnancy, Lin Yuz was cautious not to schedule any intense shoots for her. Were there to be any mishaps, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, Lu Xiyuan would ensure he faced dire consequences. Moreover, Xie Lanyin's career had stabilized, rendering it unnecessary for her to flit about for engagements. Thus, she embraced a life of nurturing her pregnancy at home, occasionally venturing out for work, while indulged by Lu Xiyuan in delightful culinary experiences. The child within her was remarkably quiet, obedient, and only stirred when Xie Lanyin played with him, otherwise remaining still, even devoid of morning sickness. During her pregnancy, she indulged in food and drink, maintaining a regular routine, which resulted in a complexion that grew increasingly radiant. Lu Xin often caressed her belly, affectionately calling it their daughter. Yet he was destined for disappointment. For Xie Lanyin had already discovered the truth. It was a boy. Thus, Xie Lanyin, both intentionally and inadvertently, sought to influence him in their daily life, asserting that having a boy could be quite delightful. However, Lu Xiyuan remained steadfast in his belief that they were expecting a daughter. Eventually, Xie Lanyin chose to refrain from further discussion, allowing him to witness the reality for himself, hoping it would quell his expectations. Indeed, Xie Lanyin gave birth to a son. Lu Xiyuan was hesitant to hold the infant, as if cradling a fragile bundle encased in plastic, soft and yielding, fearful of exerting too much pressure. Yet, without sufficient support, he worried about dropping the child. Each time Xie Lanyin awoke, she would find Lu Xin perplexed yet earnestly attempting to embrace the baby, attempting to reason with the little one. This behavior starkly contrasted with the original portrayal of Lu Xiyuan, who was depicted as a dominating figure, emotionally restrained and obsessively fixated. It was indeed a delightful transformation. Chapter 33. Su Yu's side story after the family's bankruptcy. Though they retained a single house and a car, Su Yu's mother suffered stroke, leaving her with chronic health issues that necessitated a monthly expenditure on medication. If this continued, they would inevitably deplete their resources. Su Yu had no choice but to seek employment. Unfortunately, those once considered friends now shunned her, and even Jiang Su, under parental pressure, married another woman. Prior to his wedding, Su Yu sold the house and repaid the $2 million she owed Jiang Su. Reflecting on past events, Su Yu felt as though she had merely traversed a fleeting dream. She realized she was no different from countless ordinary workers. Were it not for her mother's reliance on her, she might not have survived those arduous days. Her subsequent encounter with Xie Lanyin and Lu Xiyuan occurred during a variety show. At that time, Lu Xiuan was participating in a parenting program, accompanied by a 5-year-old boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The child perpetually exhibited a serious demeanor, akin to a miniature adult, displaying remarkable politeness toward strangers. Unlike other father-son pairs, whenever they disagreed, they would sit down to engage in discussions, striving to persuade one another. The child exhibited an astonishing aptitude for learning. At merely 5 years old, he effortlessly navigated various technical business terminologies. He was also skilled in playing the piano and violin, and even had a flair for dance, leaving many adults feeling inferior in his presence. Each time Su Yu beheld this child, she pondered whether Lu Xiuan had indeed imparted exceptional teachings. She wondered if, in a past life, they too had a child who might have turned out similarly. Contemplating this, Su Yu's gaze shifted to her own husband and son, and she found them increasingly irksome. The shift in dynamics began when the production team invited Xie Lanyin to participate. The previously stoic child, upon seeing Xie Lanyin, transformed into an ordinary boy, running eagerly into her embrace and chattering excitedly about recent events. He would tug at Xie Lanyin's clothing to complain, asserting that Lu Xiuan was unkind to him. Xie Lanyin listened patiently, yet when the child erred, she did not shield him. On the contrary, when she expressed her displeasure, both father and son sat obediently, absorbing her admonishments, their nearly identical faces reflecting the same expressions. Su Yu watched, momentarily entranced. Lu Xin exuded an overwhelming sense of control when he was before her, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, in the presence of Xie Lanyin, he was a different man. It dawned upon her that in her past life, she was not the unique individual she had believed herself to be. Xie Lanyin was. She possessed the ability to temper Lu Xiuan's temperament, transforming him into a better and more wholesome person. That very night, Su Yu dreamt of her previous life. Upon meeting Lu Xiuan, they would invariably quarrel. She resented being confined, dismissing the resources he offered her, and deliberately provoked him. In her anguish, she sought to drag Lu Xiuan down with her. She cried out in despair, lamenting that things should not be this way. Yet, within the dream, she could alter nothing. All she could do was watch helplessly as she frantically seized the steering wheel, leading them both to plummet off a cliff. When Su Yu awoke, she was inconsolable, unable to discern whether her dream was a mere illusion or reality. Was it possible that the events of her past life were truly just a dream? She turned to gaze at her husband and son. She had married a man of modest appearance and means, yet with the stability of a reliable job. Her life felt as though it had been cleaved into 2 segments by her rebirth. This was undeniably not the life she had envisioned. However, she was no longer the person she had been a decade ago. Even if she regretted her choices, she could not return to her former life. No matter how she clung to the past, Lu Xiuan would no longer cast a glance in her direction. She had once known such happiness, yet had failed to appreciate it, ultimately leading to her own destruction. Chapter 34. The obsessive rough man and his delicate intellectual hey, wake up, we've arrived. Jiang Xiangzhu's eyes fluttered open as she was jostled awake. Before her lay a wooden seat adorned with patched fabric, the cramped interior barely allowing passage for a single person. Where was she? She had been poisoned by Lin Yuanxiao's concoction. How could she still be alive? No, even if she were alive, she should be in a clinic. How could she be on a bus? Where are we? Funko Town. Funko Town. Jiang Xiangzhu's eyes widened in shock. She attempted to rise, but inadvertently kicked a parcel, causing its contents to spill forth. Ignoring it, she stood on the bus, bewildered and terrified, surveying her surroundings. Had she been reborn? Reborn at the moment she was first sent to Shaoyang village? In her previous life, due to her father being a university professor when her parents were sent down, she too was notified to go to the countryside. She had been in a daze throughout the journey, and in a moment of carelessness, she had fallen into a river. Later, Lin Yuanxiao had fished her out, and from that point onward, rumors about their relationship had circulated in the village. Lin Yuanxiao was always nearby, assisting her with labor and running errands to the town. However, she held no regard for him, as she was destined to return to the city. She and Lin Yuanxiao belonged to different worlds. Yet, to survive, she had no choice but to tacitly accept his assistance. Although Lin Yuanchao had helped her immensely, they were simply not meant to be. After spending 2 years in the village, her father was vindicated and she was accepted into university. She contemplated finding a way to discreetly leave, but Lin Yuanchao saw through her intentions, confining her and even threatening to break her legs. She was filled with trepidation and consented to marry him. Yet Lin Yuanchao remained incredulous, insisting that they wed before her departure. With no alternative, she purchased pesticides from a farm supply store and added it to the soup. However, Lin Yuanchao drank it and soon encountered difficulties. He forcibly made her consume the poisoned soup, leading them both to a tragic demise. The agony she felt, as if her abdomen had been mercilessly crushed and vivisected, caused her to tremble violently. She had returned. This time, she resolutely vowed never to associate with that madman again. She yearned to return to the city, to pursue her studies, and to marry someone of equal standing. A person of her caliber could no longer afford to be entangled with Lin Yuanchao. Jiang Xiangzhu clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Her state startled the driver, who hurried over to inquire, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Jiang Xiangzhu replied after a moment, allowing herself to embrace the joy of her rebirth and the opportunity for a fresh start. She disembarked, carrying her suitcase and parcel. Her destination was Shaoyang Village, which lacked public transportation, necessitating a ride to Funko Town before either taking an ox cart or walking the remaining distance. Upon her arrival, 3 young intellectuals awaited by the ox cart, 2 men and 1 woman. The person sent to greet the young intellectuals was the village chief's son, who also served as the brigade leader, and he was already 25. There was also the 20-year-old Lin Yuanchao, along with 2 other young individuals of similar age. Upon seeing Lin Yuanchao, Jiang Xiangzhu quickly averted her gaze. She swore to distance herself from this lunatic for the rest of her life. "Brigade leader, why are we not leaving yet?" one of the male young intellectuals inquired. "What is the rush?" "Not everyone has arrived," the brigade leader replied. "Not everyone has arrived?" Jiang Xiangzhu instinctively looked around at the gathering. Everyone was indeed present. In her previous life, they had been 4 in total, 2 men and 2 women. Who else could still be missing? The brigade leader produced a piece of paper, tattered and colorful on the reverse side, calling for Xie Lanyin. "I apologize for my tardiness." "I am Xie Lanyin," came a voice. Jiang Xiangzhu turned instinctively toward the sound. A stunning girl approached, appearing around 16 or 17, clad in a faded blue shirt and sporting glossy long hair braided and cascading over her right shoulder. In her hand was an old yet impeccably clean wooden suitcase. Her simple attire looked exceptionally appealing on her. She had a fair complexion, not an unhealthy pallor, but a rosy brightness. The men around her were momentarily dazzled. Even when standing alongside the fairer young intellectuals, she glowed like a beacon. The brigade leader, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure. "All right, now that everyone is here, place your belongings on the ox cart and follow us." "Brigade leader, we've been on the road all day and are utterly exhausted. May I ride on the ox cart?" One of the young intellectuals pleaded. "With so many of you, do you wish to tire my ox?" "You'll all be walking. This is not the city," the brigade leader retorted. Reluctantly, the young intellectuals placed their belongings on the ox cart and dragged their weary bodies along behind it. These delicate young intellectuals. Will they manage the labor in our fields? "They'll all be exhausted within just a few days," one remarked. Lin Yuanchao whispered, "Don't curse them." "Understood, brother." Jiang Xiangzhu was utterly bewildered. She silently scrutinized the individuals surrounding her. How could there be someone who had never appeared in her previous life? No, she recalled. After arriving at the youth cadre site in her past life, she had heard mention of a female youth cadre whose father had been killed during the turmoil, and whose mother had been sent away, leading her to the countryside, a fate she could not bear to accept, resulting in her tragic suicide. Time had elapsed too long for Jiang Xiangzhu to ascertain whether that ill-fated youth cadre was indeed Xie Lanyin. Could it be that her rebirth had brought about this alteration? Soon, familiar scenery unfolded before her eyes, causing Jiang Xiangzhu's heart to leap into her throat. It was here that she had fallen into the river, only to be rescued by Lin Yuanchao. This incident had spread throughout the village, and many had gossiped about it. She turned to Xie Lanyin, walking beside her, and said, "Xie Lanyin, could we perhaps switch positions?" Xie Lanyin nodded, taking 2 steps back to allow her to take her place. That works. Moving to the inner position, Jiang Xiangzhu exhaled in relief. This time, with her situated inside, the chances of falling into the river were significantly reduced. If anyone were to fall, it would surely be Xie Lanyin. Thankfully, they passed that stretch of road without incident. Jiang Xiangzhu's taut nerves gradually began to relax. After 4 hours of walking, they finally arrived at Shaoyang village before sunset. The team leader arranged their accommodations at the youth cadre site before departing with the ox cart and the others. For youth cadres were already residing at the site, 3 females and 1 male. Anticipating the arrival of new youth cadres, the village had constructed 3 additional rooms. In total, there were 9 youth cadres, 6 females and 3 males. The rooms were allocated on a 2-person basis. Zhao, the senior youth cadre, briefly introduced the environment of the site and allowed them to choose their rooms. Being the most experienced, Zhao had a room to himself, while the others shared accommodations. How about we share a room, Cheng? Certainly. Jiang Xiangzhu hesitated for a moment, realizing that only she and Xie Lanyin were left without partners. She swiftly moved to Cheng's side and said, Cheng, let's share a room. In her previous life, she had actually lived alone, but the thought of sharing a space with Xie Lanyin, whom she had regarded as deceased, troubled her. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of aversion upon first seeing Xie Lanyin. Cheng nodded. All right, you can bring your things to my room. Zhao then inquired, Xie Lanyin, would you like to share with Fong? That works. Xie Lanyin carried her belongings to the room closest to the north. The rooms with better locations had long been claimed by the previous batch of youth cadres. Observing the new youth cadres settling their luggage, one of the older cadres remarked curiously, does it seem like Jiang is somewhat averse to Xie? Perhaps it's because Xie is more attractive than her. Xie Lanyin pushed open the door. The room contained only a bed, a stool, and a dilapidated table. Nothing else. Xie Lanyin placed her suitcase on the floor. The youth cadre sharing the room with her, Fong, had an oval face, appeared fair and tender, and had a slight belly, looking quite amiable. Fong Jiqing swiftly organized her belongings before settling onto the bed, exclaiming, Oh, I am absolutely famished. She devoured the rations distributed by the village, relishing every bite with great satisfaction. Xie Lanyin observed her, likening her to a languid and carefree feline. Xie Lanyin retrieved some sweet potato strips she had brought from the city and extended them toward her. Here, try this. My mother made it herself. Fong Jiqing quickly shook her head. I cannot accept this. Keep your food hidden from others. It's all right. I am not particularly fond of them. You should have a taste. Fong Jiqing, with her large, round eyes fixed on Xie Lanyin for a moment, eventually took the offering and took a bite. It's sweet and truly delicious. Xie Jiqing, how did you make these sweet potato strips? They are exquisite. As Xie Lanyin organized her items, she explained, first peel the sweet potatoes, then steam them in a large pot until cooked. After that, sun-dry them until they become strips, steam them again, and dry them until the moisture is gone. Finally, store them in a jar for when you wish to indulge. It requires such meticulous effort to prepare these sweet potato strips. Your mother must be a very diligent and patient person. Indeed, Xie Lanyin had only arrived in this world 5 days prior. In the original narrative, the protagonist could not bear the loss of her father and the fate of being sent to the countryside as a youth worker. She had succumbed to a lethal dose of aconitine, which her father had refined for research. The protagonist's mother, unable to cope with the sudden loss of both her husband and child, followed suit. Upon her arrival, she chose to forego poison and calmly accepted her fate in the countryside. She had also tidied her mother's belongings, encouraging her to live well. However, on her journey, she encountered a minor mishap, causing her to arrive later than expected. It was her first experience in this resource-scarce, yet spiritually abundant era, and she felt a sense of anticipation for what was to come. Before dawn on the second day, the seasoned youth workers summoned the newcomers. By the time the youth workers reached the rice fields, some were already bent over, harvesting rice. The team leader dispatched Lin Yuanchao to instruct the newcomers on how to wield the sickle. The seasoned workers had already taken to the fields with their tools. Lin Yuanchao, you should bend at the waist, gripping the rice with your left hand. Cut about a fist's width above the roots, ensuring you do not touch the soil, as it would damage the blade. Conversely, cutting too high is impractical for tying and further use. Once cut, lay the stalks aside. There will be designated individuals to collect them and use foot-operated threshers to separate the grains. The team leader will assign you shortly. As he spoke, he glanced up at the youth workers, his gaze lingering on Xie Lanyin for a moment longer than intended. Today, she donned long sleeves and trousers. Her hair casually styled into an elongated braid, effortlessly beautiful, captivating to the eye. While many in the area were similarly attired, she stood out distinctly. Clearing his throat, Lin Yuanxiao said, "All right, you may go find the team leader." Jiang Xiangzhu felt somewhat dazed. In her previous life, having spent 2 years living in Xiaoyang village, she had learned simply by observing. Considering the newcomers, the team leader had allocated them a small area for their tasks. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, its rays became increasingly fierce. Several newly arrived young intellectuals nearly succumbed to exhaustion in the fields, bent over, with sweat streaming into their eyes. Even the villagers, accustomed to labor, sought refuge under the shade of trees, waiting for the heat to dissipate before returning to their tasks. Xie Lanyin sat beneath the tree, gasping for breath. She too found it challenging to endure, for this body had never before experienced such toil. Fang Jiqing gritted her teeth, her eyes reddened. Xie Lanyin offered her a bowl of water, encouraging her to take a moment to rest. "It's so hard. I don't want to continue. I wish to return to the city," Fang Jiqing lamented. Xie Lanyin reassured her, explaining that if they did not work, there would be no work points next month, leading to hunger. Upon hearing this, the thought of going without food overwhelmed Fang Jiqing, and tears could no longer be contained. Xie Lanyin patted her shoulder. "I should finish my tasks early. I'll help you in a bit." "Really? Lanyin, you are so kind." Xie Lanyin finished her water and urged, "Let us go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest." Fang Jiqing nodded. If Xie Jiqing could manage, then so could she. The other young intellectuals watched the two, filled with awe, struggling to catch their breath. Surprisingly, Xie Jiqing, who seemed the least capable among them, demonstrated remarkable perseverance. Jiang Xiangzhu sat beneath the tree, observing Xie Lanyin and Fang Jiqing bending over to harvest rice. She was so fatigued that she felt unable to move. In her previous life, Lin Yuanxiao had accomplished tasks swiftly, completing the assignments given to the village with remarkable speed, even assisting her. He would often bring her game when he had the chance. Reflecting on it, it seemed he had never known hardship in the village. Lost in thought, she spotted Lin Yuanxiao approaching. This field was designated for the young intellectuals to harvest rice. What was he doing here? Could it be that he intended to help, just as he had in her past life? She clenched her sickle tightly, trembling at the memories. As they paused nearby, Jiang Xiangzhu declined. "No need for your help. Brother Chao, look at what I'm saying. Xie Jiqing can truly manage on her own." She even mentioned she would assist another young intellectual shortly. "She is not like the others you've seen." Jiang Xiangzhu. Another person turned to her. "Jiang Jiqing, what did you just say?" Jiang Xiangzhu looked at Lin Yuanxiao in disbelief. He actually intended to help Xie Lanyin. Feeling awkward, she replied, "It's nothing." Lin Yuanxiao did not spare her a glance. He turned away, stating, "She has delicate skin. If she works a day, she will likely develop blisters. I'll go home to fetch some needles and ointment to bring her tonight." "Brother, why are you so concerned about Xie Jiqing? Do you have feelings for her? You should refrain from speaking such things. You know how talkative the villagers can be." However, the previous young intellectual had overheard. Lin Yuanxiao replied, "It's fine. If she mentions it, I'll deal with her." Jiang Xiangzhu. "Deal with her?" Jiang Xiangzhu chuckled softly, not particularly interested in Lin Yuanxiao as assistants. As long as she could endure 2 years, her parents would be able to return to the city, and she could attend university. She would not remain trapped here forever. As for Xie Lanyin, her father had already passed away, and her mother had been sent down, with such a beautiful face. She was well aware of how much attention she attracted in the village. In her previous life, due to Lin Yuanxiao's constant care, both overt and subtle, she often found herself the target of scornful remarks from the villagers. Such a life would now be the norm for Xie Lanyin, and she ought to feel grateful. At least Lin Yuanxiao had spared her. With Xie Lanyin's assistance, Fang Jiqing successfully completed her task as well. They were the only two among the new, educated youth to fulfill their responsibilities. The team leader even took the time to commend them publicly. Fang Jiqing's eyes sparkled with joy, forgetting that not long ago, she had been in tears, expressing her desire to return home and her aversion to harvesting rice. The team leader also arranged for the distribution of this month's provisions for the educated youth. 32 pounds of corn and sweet potatoes, 10 pounds of wheat, 3 pounds of rice, and half a pound of oil. Since this was their first year in the countryside, the state provided assurance. However, next year, rations would be allocated based on headcount and performance, which could lead to hunger. After the team leader departed, everyone began preparing to cook, exhausted from the day's labor. The educated youth relished their meal. Once they were well fed, they noticed their hands and feet were covered in blisters. Lying in bed, Fang Jiqing lamented the harshness of village life, uncertain of when they would return home and when this arduous existence would come to an end. Xie Lanyin remarked, "Now that we are here, being so negative is futile. It would be better to get some rest, as we must continue harvesting rice tomorrow." Fang Jiqing sighed. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Xie Lanyin approached and opened it, revealing a robust figure standing outside. As her eyes adjusted to the moonlight, she recognized the visitor as Lin Yuanchao. In a lowered voice, Lin Yuanchao said, "Xie Jiqing, since this is your first time working, your hands and feet must be blistered. Use this needle to puncture the blisters. Do not tear off the skin. Once you develop calluses, the blisters will cease to form. There is ointment inside. Remember to apply it." Xie Lanyin observed the carefully wrapped bundle in his hands and reached out to take it. "Thank you, Comrade Lin Yuanchao." The moment her fingers brushed against his palm, he found himself momentarily stunned. "Comrade Lin?" He finally responded, clearing his throat. "You know my name?" "Yes. I heard the team leader call you that. I live in the second house by the river. If you need anything in the village, feel free to come to my home." "All right, thank you. Please wait a moment." Xie Lanyin turned back, picked up a piece of sweet potato dried fruit, and placed it in Lin Yuanchao's hand. "This is made by my mother. Please try it." "No, you should keep it for yourself. I have more at home, and I came to the countryside without a needle. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to deal with the blisters tonight." "Very well." As Lin Yuanchao departed, he couldn't help but feel that Xie Jiqing, being from the city, spoke so melodiously. Why does the eldest seem to walk oddly today? Does it appear as if he is moving in sync with his limbs? No wonder I remarked on the peculiar appearance. Wasn't the leader supposed to seek out Xie Jiqing? How did he end up in such a state? It seems the leader has become enchanted by Xie Jiqing. Just as I was speaking, Lin Yuanchao cleared his throat. The two immediately straightened up, refraining from further chatter. Lin Yuanchao admonished, "You two should refrain from gossiping. If word gets out, others will certainly speak ill of Xie Jiqing." "Leader, why are you clandestinely assisting Xie Jiqing? I've heard that those urban youths are quite cunning. Take that Ah Chong from the neighboring village, who forsook his own points to assist a female youth, only to be exploited, as she promptly married a village official. If she dislikes my help, she could simply refuse. How can one simultaneously relish kindness while harboring disdain? Moreover, Xie Jiqing is not of such character," Lin Yuanchao retorted. Meanwhile, on another note, Xie Lanyin, hailing from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, was well-versed in treating blisters. She did not wish to squander Lin Yuanchao's goodwill. Demonstrating the proper technique, she instructed Fang Jiqing on how to manage blisters. However, merely puncturing the blisters proved too slow. The efficacy of the ointment was limited, and she needed to forage for herbs in the mountains. Before dawn, the village was bustling again, as everyone rose early to labor, allowing for a respite during the heat of the day. Yet in October, the sun rose early, and by 8 o'clock, the heat was already unbearable. After enduring until lunchtime, the youths languished beneath the trees, each reluctant to move. At that moment, Xie Lanyin noticed a woman with a pronounced belly ambling towards her. Observing the woman's shape, Xie Lanyin propped herself up on her elbows. As the woman passed in front of her, Xie Lanyin inquired, "Sister, are you about to give birth?" The woman nodded. "Yes. You must be the new Xie youth. Indeed, your fetal position is not ideal. It would be best to deliver at the health station." The woman instinctively placed a hand on her belly. The other youths, previously lounging, turned to curiously regard the woman. Xie youth, how do you know such things? You haven't even married or had children. What do you understand? Another added, Xie youth, be cautious with your words. You might frighten the brigade leader's wife. The brigade leader's wife? Xie Lanyin comprehended. This was the very woman from the original story who faced a perilous childbirth. She explained, my father is a doctor, and I have accompanied him throughout my childhood to treat patients. At that moment, the brigade leader noticed his wife approaching and hurried to assist her. Xie Lanyin reiterated her earlier statement in front of the brigade leader, causing his expression to turn grave. Childbirth complications could be life-threatening. However, having been born in the village, he found it difficult to decide immediately and resolved to consult his mother. He supported his wife as they departed. Jiang Xiangzhu scrutinized Xie Lanyin, pondering how someone who should have perished in a previous life now thrived. Moreover, she could discern at a glance that the brigade leader's wife would face difficulties in childbirth. Did she truly discern the matter, or had she been reborn, already aware that the captain's wife would face complications during childbirth? As everyone else hurried home from work, Jiang Xiangzhu seized Xie Lanyin and pulled her behind a pile of straw. Xie Lanyin, how did you know the captain's wife was in a breech position? Are you perhaps reborn? She fixated her gaze on Xie Lanyin's eyes, hoping to detect a hint of disarray. Yet, disappointment washed over her as Xie Lanyin, perplexed, replied, what are you talking about? Of course, I noticed. My father is a traditional Chinese medicine teacher and has studied abroad. In her previous life, Xie Lanyin had been a celebrated film star. How could Jiang Xiangzhu possibly uncover any clues? Jiang Xiangzhu slowly released her grip. Could it be that she had misjudged? Strange. How is it that you haven't perished? Xie Lanyin responded, Jiang Jiqing, what are you saying? I'm perfectly fine here. How could I die? Just as Jiang Xiangzhu was about to speak, a voice emerged from atop the straw pile. Do not get too close to Jiang Jiqing. She does not seem to be a good person. Jiang Xiangzhu, incensed, exclaimed, Xie Lanyin, did you hear that? He was eavesdropping on us. Jiang Jiqing, could you please be reasonable? I was merely stacking straw here when you brought Xie Jiqing over, spouting strange words and wishing ill upon her. What grievance do you hold against Xie Jiqing to curse her? I did not. That was not my intention. Lin Yuanchao, propping himself against the straw pile, leaped down with ease. Standing tall, he towered over both young women, exuding an intimidating presence merely by his stature. Jiang Xiangzhu's expression soured. While she appreciated Lin Yuanchao's assistance with her chores, she loathed his brutish physique, reminiscent of an untamed bear. She preferred the refined and slender demeanor of Zhao Jiqing. Lin Yuanchao retrieved a cloth-wrapped item from his pocket and presented it to Xie Lanyin. Xie Jiqing, this is malt candy made by my mother. It was prepared for my nephew's full moon celebration, and everyone says it's delicious. Xie Lanyin graciously accepted it, replying, thank you. Do not mention it. Since you have come to Shaoyang village, you are one of us. No need for such formality. Jiang Xiangzhu cast a puzzled glance at Xie Lanyin, unable to fathom why this urban youth would accept a gift from Lin Yuanchao. Was she not concerned about becoming entangled with him and never returning to the city? Perhaps Xie Lanyin had lost her senses. Growing weary of the two, Jiang Xiangzhu turned and departed. Once she was gone, Lin Yuanchao rolled up his sleeves. Xie Jiqing, you should head back too. It is unsafe for you to be out alone with nightfall approaching. Are you still planning to work at this hour? Yes. The more points I tally, the greater my share of rations. Xie Lanyin nodded, and after walking a short distance, she glanced back to find Lin Yuanchao still stacking straw. The fiery sunset cast his silhouette in shadowy hues, obscuring his expression, and all that was visible were his well-defined muscles. Jiang Xiangzhu had finished her meal and stepped outside for a leisurely stroll, intending to gather news about the captain's wife. The most beautiful of the newly arrived educated youth had audaciously claimed that the captain's wife's pregnancy was precarious and suggested she go to the health station to give birth, which greatly alarmed both the captain and his spouse. It was no wonder the village chief's home was abuzz with activity today. It was all in response to this matter. The young educated youth, despite her bookish knowledge, was unaware of the intricacies surrounding childbirth. Jiang Xiangzhu listened for a while, and soon realized that the captain's wife had not heeded Xie Lanyin's advice to go to town. That was a relief. Of course, Jiang Xiangzhu was aware that in her past life, the captain's wife had perished during childbirth. All she needed to do was summon Zhang Laosan from the neighboring village, and the captain's wife would be safe. This would also solidify her position within the village. The captain would undoubtedly reward her with lighter tasks, and even without Lin Yuanchao's assistance, she could thrive in the village. Jiang Xiangzhu calculated the timeline. The captain's wife was due today. Since morning, she had been restless, anxiously awaiting developments. Around 10 o'clock, a woman hurriedly rushed over, exclaiming that the captain's wife was about to give birth, urging him to hasten home. Upon hearing this, the captain dropped his sickle and dashed toward home. Jiang Xiangzhu straightened her posture, casting a wary glance at Xie Lanyin. Regardless of whether Xie Lanyin was truly reborn or not, this was her opportunity, and she could not allow anyone to usurp it. Xie Lanyin had a close relationship with Fang Jijun. Should something happen to Fang Jijun, Xie Lanyin would undoubtedly stay behind to care for her. With this in mind, Jiang Xiangzhu approached Fang Jijun and pretended to lose her balance, stumbling in her direction. However, Xie Lanyin was already prepared, swiftly pulling Fang Jijun aside. The events transpired too rapidly. Not only did Jiang Xiangzhu fail to trip Fang Jijun, but she also fell awkwardly herself. She gasped in pain. Xie Lanyin looked down at her with concern, asking if she was all right. Jiang Xiangzhu lifted her gaze to meet Xie Lanyin's feigned sympathy. Had it not been for Xie Lanyin's intervention, she would not have fallen so badly. Now, Xie Lanyin was merely putting on a show of false concern, reveling in her misfortune. Jiang Xiangzhu stood up, stating she was fine. She merely lost her footing. "That's good," Xie Lanyin replied. "My instinct was to pull Fang Jijun away. I'm glad you weren't hurt." Jiang Xiangzhu realized Xie Lanyin had acted with intent. Fang Jijun remained bewildered. Had Xie Lanyin not pulled her aside, she would have been the one to fall alongside Jiang Xiangzhu. Jiang Xiangzhu cast a deep glance at Xie Lanyin. Time was of the essence. Since she could not obstruct Xie Lanyin, she would have to seize the moment. Observing the dirted state of her clothing, Jiang Xiangzhu declared, "You all continue. I shall change into a fresh outfit." This would provide her with the perfect pretext to visit the neighboring village and seek the barefoot doctor. Perhaps she could still save the captain's wife. If she cannot be saved, after all, she has made an effort, and the captain will surely express his gratitude towards her. A young person nearby remarked, "Jiang, your clothes are not dirty. A simple shake will suffice. Why must you return to change?" Jiang Xiangzhu replied as she walked, "Wearing dirty clothes is uncomfortable." As she distanced herself, someone scoffed, "How pretentious." Lin Yuanchao approached, his concerned gaze resting on Xie Lanyin. "What has occurred? I believe I heard some commotion over here." The two young men who often trailed behind him also followed suit. He braced his hands on his thighs, panting heavily. "Brother Chao, you are far too anxious." Upon hearing the noise, they assumed something had happened to Xie. Xie Lanyin explained. Jiang stumbled and fell. Lin Yuanchao asked, "Are you unscathed?" "I am fine." "That's a relief." Lin Yuanchao exhaled, feeling a lingering unease about Jiang's perceived hostility towards Xie. At that moment, the nearby woman hurriedly rushed over to find the village chief's wife. "Chunlan, your daughter-in-law is in labor. You must go at once." The village chief's wife, startled, dropped everything and left in haste. The young people craned their necks to observe. Once the village chief's wife and the woman had disappeared from sight, they turned back, incredulously staring at Xie Lanyin. "What? Is she truly in labor? Did Xie predict this correctly?" Xie Lanyin set down her sickle and quickly followed. Lin Yuanchao hurried after her as well. Upon their arrival at the village chief's home, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance. The captain paced anxiously, intermittently glancing towards the source of the sounds. The village chief's wife, in a flurry, asked, "What is the situation? Have you summoned Zhang Laosan?" "Yes, he has been called." Spotting Xie Lanyin, someone raised their voice. "Lin, Xie is here." She recognized that your daughter-in-law would face difficulties. She must have a solution. The village chief's wife's eyes sparkled upon seeing Xie Lanyin, as if she had found a lifeline. "Xie, do you have a method?" Xie Lanyin nodded. "Allow me to assess her condition. Send Lin Yuanchao to fetch the silver needles from my box." Lin Yuanchao, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, "All right, I shall go now." Following the village chief's wife into the room, Xie Lanyin was met with a strong metallic scent of blood. She quickly advanced. Noticing the village chief's wife appeared extraordinarily pale, her moans growing fainter. Taking the village chief's wife's wrist, she felt for her pulse. "Stay calm. I am here, and I will ensure both you and the child are safe." She pressed on a specific point, and the once anguished cries of the village chief's wife diminished slightly. Initially frantic, the village chief's wife felt an inexplicable sense of calm in Xie Lanyin's composed demeanor. Xie Lanyin turned to her and instructed, "Bring a candle and light it. I need to sterilize the silver needles shortly." "I will do that right away." At that time, every household was equipped with kerosene lamps and candles. The village chief's wife opened the drawer and retrieved a candle, promptly lighting it. As soon as the flame flickered to life, Lin Yuanchao's voice resonated from outside, calling, "Aunt Lin, I've brought the supplies. Please come and collect them." All right, she responded hurriedly, rushing out to fetch the silver needles. Xie Lanyin meticulously laid out the silver needles, sterilizing each one over the flame before skillfully inserting them into the abdomen of the team leader's wife. Once the procedure was completed, the bleeding ceased. Aunt Wu, who frequently assisted in childbirth, stood frozen, observing Xie Lanyin pressing gently on the team leader's wife's belly. Is this truly effective? She pondered, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. Just then, Xie Jiqing glanced up at her, urging, "Don't just stand there. Lend a hand and guide her through the delivery. This is the team leader's wife's first child. She lacks experience." "Oh, right." Aunt Wu instinctively complied with Xie Lanyin's instructions. Outside, the crowd was filled with anxiety, each person craning their neck to glimpse inside. However, the door remained shut, obscuring their view. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by hushed whispers. "Do you think Xie Jiqing can save her? We can only try. What if it works?" When Zhang Xiangzhu arrived with Zhang Laosan, she encountered the scene of everyone crowded at the doorway. "Move aside. I've summoned Dr. Zhang," she asserted, pushing past those in her way. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly parted. Zhang Laosan was a barefoot doctor known across several nearby villages. Anyone experiencing even minor ailments preferred consulting him over visiting the clinic. "Hurry, Dr. Zhang, go check inside. Xie Jiqing is already there," Zhang Xiangzhu urged. Zhang Laosan hesitated, frowning. What is Xie Jiqing doing in there? If a woman is having a difficult labor, it could be fatal. Does she not understand such a simple truth? Is she trying to curry favor with the team leader? Lin Yuanchao's expression darkened. "What do you mean, Zhang Jiqing? Xie Jiqing has good intentions. How dare you imply she would gamble with a life to please the team leader?" The crowd regarded her with mixed expressions. Zhang Xiangzhu felt a pang of regret. In her anxiety, she had spoken too freely. This is not the time for arguments. Xie Jiqing is still very young. We must let Dr. Zhang in. Yes. Let him in quickly. It's so quiet in there. It's unsettling, they urged. Dr. Zhang steeled himself as he approached the door. Just then, the sound of a baby's cry pierced the air. Chapter 38. The delicate young scholar and her rugged man. Everyone's eyes brightened. She has given birth. The team leader's wife has delivered. Xie Jiqing truly was remarkable. Zhang Xiangzhu stood at the threshold, incredulous at the unfolding scene. "I can't believe it. Xie Lanyin actually assisted in delivering the baby. How is this possible? Her medical skills are astonishing." Zhang Laosan exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness the baby is born. What fright that gave me. After all, I'm not proficient in obstetrics." He had come over filled with trepidation, as his usual practice involved treating minor ailments. And in serious cases, he would refer patients to the clinic. Childbirth could indeed be perilous. Upon the arrival of the newborn, joy radiated from the proud father, who was surrounded by laughter and remarks from onlookers. "Zhang Laosan, your efforts were in vain. It seems Xie Jiqing has far surpassed you," they teased. Zhang Laosan, filled with a sense of nostalgia, sighed, "The youth of today truly excel beyond our generation." In that moment, Zhang Xiangzhu felt a surge of frustration. Her hard work had seemingly been overshadowed by Xie Lanyin, as Xie Lanyin assisted the wife of the village chief in childbirth. The gratitude from the chief and the villagers would undoubtedly be directed towards her, leaving no recognition for Zhang's efforts. That's Xie Lanyin. She has thwarted my chances. The door swung open, revealing Xie Lanyin emerging with silver needles, followed closely by the village chief's wife. The crowd eagerly inquired, "Aunt Lin, did your daughter-in-law give birth to a son or a daughter?" "It's a son. We owe much gratitude to the knowledgeable youth. Otherwise, today could have been perilous. Thank you all, and do come to the feast when he turns 1 month old." The village chief, beaming with pride, exclaimed, "Congratulations, Xie Lanyin. Your assistance has been invaluable. It is a blessing that both mother and child are well." This affirmation delighted the village chief, who appreciated such commendations. Unlike other leaders who relished in exerting authority, he was known for his fair distribution of tasks. He never assigned difficult jobs out of spite, reserving the lighter duties for children and those caring for the young. As he pondered on how to discreetly present a red envelope to Xie Lanyin later, he entered the room to check on his wife. "Xie Lanyin, your skills are remarkable. Can you remedy headaches and fevers?" "I can, but alas, my medicinal supplies are limited. I only have silver needles, which can address only a few ailments." "Indeed, you are quite the talented individual. We were skeptical of you before, but please forgive our doubts," they replied. "How could I hold a grudge?" Xie Lanyin responded with a smile. Observing this exchange, Lin Yuanchao could not suppress a grin. How could Xie Lanyin possess such prowess? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiangzhu, incensed by the attention lavished upon Xie Lanyin, turned on her heel and departed. The opportunity she had long awaited had only served to bolster Xie Lanyin's reputation in the village. What did it matter how skilled Xie Lanyin was? They were both merely farmers in the village, harvesting rice. With a cold expression, Jiang Xiangzhu walked away. Many were captivated by Xie Lanyin, leaving her unnoticed, save for Lin Yuanchao, who observed her retreating figure with contemplation. This Jiang Lanyin was evidently not one to be easily approached. With Xie Lanyin now basking in the limelight, it remained to be seen how she would harbor resentment towards her. Regardless of the unfolding events, the work of harvesting rice must continue. Upon Xie Lanyin's return, news of her accomplishment had already spread among the youth. As she entered, Fang Ziexing inquired whether the villagers' claims were true. "They are indeed true, though I cannot take full credit. I had the experienced Aunt Wu by my side, without whom I would have struggled." "Xie Lanyin, you are too modest. I've heard you reposition the fetus with remarkable efficiency." "Xie Lanyin, you have saved the village chief. Surely he will assign you lighter tasks from now on, and we shall all envy you," Jiang Xiangzhu suddenly remarked. The other young intellectuals who initially intended to praise Xie Lanyin were taken aback, exchanging glances. As fellow young intellectuals, they could not endure village life. Even if Xie Lanyin had rescued the chief's wife, favoritism should not prevail. In this world, it is not the hardship that one fears, but the notion that while one suffers, others revel in ease. Xie Lanyin retorted, "Jiang Lanyin, how can you think this way? My intention in rescuing someone was merely to prevent tragedy, not to seek idleness." She grasped her sickle and continued, "Jiang Lanyin, did you not just say you were going to change clothes? Why then did you invite Dr. Zhang over?" Fang Ziking suddenly realized, "Yes, Jiang Lanyin. Weren't you supposed to change? How did you end up returning with Xie Lanyin?" Jiang Xiangzhu found herself at a loss for words. Xie Lanyin laughed lightly. "Could it be that you secretly summoned Dr. Zhang to ensure the village chief owes you a favor, thus securing fewer burdensome tasks for yourself?" "I did not," Jiang Xiangzhu protested. Xie Lanyin shrugged, "That's for the best." Jiang Xiangzhu gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet the expressions of the other young intellectuals had grown complex. Though they were young, they were educated and not naive. Moreover, Xie Lanyin had made her point clear. If they could not discern Jiang Xiangzhu's true intentions, that would be truly foolish. Later that evening, Fang Ziking closed the door. "Xie Lanyin, have you offended Jiang Lanyin?" "Not at all," she replied. Though she had approached with the intention concerning the delicate male protagonist, she would never harm the original female lead. Yet I can't shake the feeling that her tone toward you is rather sardonic. She has issues. What kind of issues? A troubled mind. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Xie Lanyin approached and opened it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by an exceptionally tall figure, Lin Yuanchao. He held a freshly slaughtered and plucked chicken, its innards already prepared. "This is a wild chicken from the mountains, meant to nourish you, he said. Fong Ziking leaned in curiously, noting that this wild chicken appeared smaller than any she had previously encountered. But why would Comrade Lin bring a chicken at this late hour? Lin Yuanchao, sensing her unspoken queries, suddenly felt impulsive. He cleared his throat and explained, "The village chief instructed me to secretly deliver this to you. You need to take care of yourself. Working in the village is exhausting, and you must not wear yourself down." Xie Lanyin accepted the gift with gratitude. "Thank you to you and the village chief." "No need for thanks," he replied, waving his hand as he turned to disappear into the darkness. After closing the door, Fong Ziking rested her chin on her hands. "The village chief is indeed generous, sending you such a chicken. I've heard that meat is only available during the new year in the village." "I shall go thank him," Xie Lanyin said. Fong Ziking, glancing apprehensively outside, remarked, "It's quite dark. It wouldn't be safe for you to go alone. Allow me to accompany you." "No, I'll manage on my own," Xie Lanyin replied, donning her coat and making her way towards the captain's residence. To her surprise, she encountered the captain midway, with a flashlight in hand. The beam of light swept across her, and he exclaimed, "Xie Jiqing, what brings you out at this late hour?" "Just in time, I have something to discuss with you." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 bills from his pocket and placed them into Xie Lanyin's hands. "You saved my wife. This money is for you." Xie Lanyin, however, couldn't accept the money. "Captain, you are being excessively generous by giving both money and game." "What? Game? I haven't given you any," the captain replied, looking bewildered. "My wife just gave birth, and I've kept all the chickens for her recovery. Besides, wild chickens are elusive and hard to catch." Seeing that he seemed sincere, Xie Lanyin understood. It appeared that the wild chicken must have been gifted by Lin Yuanzhao, who likely claimed it was from the captain to ensure she would accept it. Xie Lanyin said, "Perhaps I'm misunderstood. Please do accept the money." The captain did not press further and handed the money to her again. Before she could decline, he continued, "You must accept this money. Let me be frank. While you saved my wife, I cannot assign you any easier tasks because of it. If I were to do so, not only would the youth resent you, but over time, gossip may arise in the village, which would not bode well for you." Xie Lanyin nodded, acknowledging his concerns. To reassure him, she accepted the money. "Then I shall take it. Indeed, it is rightfully yours. Now, return home promptly. Wandering the village at this hour is unsafe for such a beautiful young lady," he cautioned. "I am on my way to find Comrade Lin Yuanzhao," she replied. The captain, perceptive as he was, sensed that the wild chicken she had mentioned must indeed be from Lin Yuanzhao. Only he possessed such skills. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Perfect. I will accompany you to Lin Yuanzhao's doorstep. It is dangerous for a young girl like you to walk alone at night. In the future, ensure you have a comrade accompany you." "Very well," she agreed. As they conversed, they arrived at Lin Yuanzhao's home. "Thank you, Captain. You need not go further. I will wait here until Lin Yuanzhao comes out." Before long, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with her hair neatly tied up, exuding an air of efficiency. Xie Lanyin recognized her from the fields. She was Lin Yuanzhao's mother. "Xie Jiqing, Captain, what brings you both here?" she inquired. "Is Lin Yuanzhao at home?" "We are looking for him," the captain responded. "Please, come in," she said, stepping aside to welcome them in, then calling out for her son. "Yuanzhao, the captain and Xie Jiqing are here to see you." In the next moment, Lin Yuanzhao dashed out from the room. Upon seeing Xie Lanyin with the captain, an uncomfortable expression crossed his face. "The matter concerns Xie Jiqing," the captain explained. "I shall take my leave now. Lin Yuanzhao, please ensure she returns safely." "Of course," Lin Yuanzhao replied, as the captain turned to depart. Lin Yuanzhao scratched his head. "You already know that the chicken wasn't given to you by the captain, right? I worried you might not want it, as the ration of food allocated to you educated youth is quite limited. I feared it might not suffice for your needs. That wild chicken is not a rare delicacy. Consider it a means to nourish your body. Indeed, I came specifically to express my gratitude to you." Lin Yuanzhao's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. The moonlight enveloped her, as if she were draped in a delicate veil. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat flushing his ears red. "If you like it, I can often catch them for you in the future. However, I cannot consume them all, and given the heat, they spoil quickly even when cooked," Lin Yuanzhao suggested, Then in a few days, I shall build you a chicken coop. I will catch live ones, so you can feed them with grain. When you wish to eat, I will come over to help you slaughter one. Xie Lanyin's eyes brightened. Really? Wouldn't building a chicken coop be too much trouble for you? With such exquisitely beautiful eyes fixed upon him, Lin Yuanchao felt even death would be worth it. To me, it is but a trivial matter. I previously constructed the houses for your educated youth team. Comrade Lin, you are truly a good person. Lin Yuanchao cleared his throat, suppressing a smile, his chest involuntarily puffing up with pride. If you need anything, just gonna find me. Now let us go, it's getting late. I will escort you home. The two departed, exchanging laughter and conversation. Lin's mother nudged her husband. Do you think Yuanchao has taken a liking to the educated youth, Xie? Most likely, he replied. No wonder he was dissatisfied with the matches I introduced to him. It seems his standards are impossibly high. Xie Lanyin is well educated, a city girl, skilled in medicine, and exceptionally beautiful. In all her years, she has never encountered anyone more striking than Xie. Even if he harbors feelings, would she be interested in our son, given her remarkable qualities? Lin's mother shook her head, sighing. Why the sigh? Lin's father turned to her. I sense our son may be experiencing unrequited love. Perhaps it will be beneficial for him to face a little hardship. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuanchao, his parents were discussing him behind his back. The two walked the path in silence. Xie Lanyin led ahead, while Lin Yuanchao trailed 10 paces behind. Suddenly, Xie Lanyin halted, turning to look at him. Lin Yuanchao stopped as well. Why are you keeping such a distance? Xie Lanyin asked. There are many gossiping villagers. If they see us, they will surely talk. She cast him a teasing glance and waved. Come closer. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 40. The delicate young woman and her rough-hewn hero Lin Yuanchao swallowed hard, instinctively moving closer to Xie Lanyin, as if drawn by an invisible force. As she walked, Xie Lanyin spoke. I intend to write a letter to my mother, but I am uncertain when the postman will come to collect it. Could you assist me in sending it? Certainly. Lin Yuanchao replied without hesitation. He had heard from the village chief and captain about Xie Lanyin's family situation. Her father had passed away, leaving only her and her mother. Such a pity, he thought. Just give me the letter, and I will send it for you tomorrow. Please wait a moment, she replied. Upon hearing his words, Xie Lanyin's steps became noticeably lighter. She returned to her room, retrieved the letter, and handed it to him. Her hands clasped together as she expressed, Thank you, Comrade Lin. Taking advantage of the light filtering through the room, Lin Yuanchao noted the address on the envelope. The distance to Shaoyang village was not great. It would take approximately 6 hours on foot, though one would have to traverse mountains. Due to its secluded location, conditions there were far more arduous than here. The land was scarce, and the yield was poor, often leading them to borrow grain from their village. Occasionally, he would go over to remind them about repaying the grain. I might visit. There are people I know in that village, and I could bring some things for you. Really, Comrade Lin, I cannot thank you enough. You have already expressed your gratitude several times today. There is no need to be so formal with me. It is entirely voluntary on my part. In that case, once things settle down, I shall prepare a meal and invite you. Lin Yuanchao nodded, feeling that their distance had lessened somewhat after refraining from further thanks. Upon returning home, Lin Yuanchao took out the sweet potato slices that Xie Lanyin had given him and placed them under the kerosene lamp to gaze at them. Uncle, a voice called out, prompting Lin Yuanchao to instinctively hide the sweet potato slices behind him. Xiao Hui, when did you come in? Uncle, I saw you hiding food. I want some too. It's not food. You must have misseen. It is getting late. Hurry and wash your face and go to bed, or I will call your father. Fine. The child shrank back, clearly a bit frightened of his father. However, he peered curiously behind Lin Yuanchao. Uncle is lying. I clearly saw you with food. Yet, in the past, whenever there was food, his uncle would always share it with him. Watching Xiao Hui leave, Lin Yuanchao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly hid the sweet potato slices. These were the sweet potato slices given to him by Xie Jiao, which he cherished and only took out occasionally to admire. Ever since Xie Lanyin had brought the captain's wife back from the brink of death, her medical skills had become well known in the village. As the young intellectuals returned to their quarters, weary from the day's toil, they spotted an elderly lady with graying hair standing at the entrance. Zhao, is that you, Grandmolly? The elderly lady boldly turned her gaze towards Xie Lanyin. Young lady, my leg pains terribly during the day. Could you possibly take a look? Rest assured, I will not ask for your assistance for free. Upon hearing that she had come seeking Xie Lanyin, the other young intellectuals retreated inside. Xie Lanyin led Grandma Li into her room. Xie Lanyin, you assist Grandma Li. I will go prepare dinner, said Fong. All right. Xie Lanyin moved a stool for Grandma Li to sit on. Please extend your wrist. I need to examine it to determine if I can provide treatment. Grandma Li extended her hand, and after feeling her pulse, Xie Lanyin nodded. It is treatable, but I currently lack the necessary medicine. I shall perform acupuncture to alleviate your pain. However, to cure it entirely, additional medicinal materials will be required. It can be cured? Grandma Li gasped in astonishment. She had visited several hospitals for this ailment. Yet, doctors had merely prescribed her some medication, advising her to take it when the pain struck. No one had ever dared to assure her of a complete recovery. It can indeed be cured, albeit with costly medication. However, opting for more affordable alternatives may reduce the frequency of episodes and alleviate the discomfort. Granny Li has endured the torment of rheumatism for decades. She no longer harbors hopes of complete cure, and simply feeling less pain brings her immense joy. As long as it doesn't hurt so much, that's enough, she remarks. Xie Lanyin instructs, please remove your shoes and roll up your pants. Granny Li complies with her directions. Xie Lanyin then sterilizes the silver needles, methodically inserting them into her leg. Within moments, Granny Li's leg resembles a porcupine. Surrounding young intellectuals gather at the doorway to observe. Previously, I had only heard tales of how Xie, the young intellectual, saved the village chief's wife. Now, I witness it firsthand. The needles appear quite intimidating. It is indeed fortunate that Xie Lanyin possesses medical skills. In the future, should we encounter minor ailments, we need not venture to the clinic in town or seek out Zhang Laosan from the neighboring village. Jiang Xiangzhu watches as Xie Lanyin kneels, administering needles to Granny Li. Listening to the praises directed towards Xie Lanyin, her expression darkens. Previously, Xie Lanyin had overshadowed her accomplishments, and now, with her healing abilities, she is basking in the limelight. For a mere sum of money, she is being lauded as if she were a saint. Jiang Xiangzhu scoffs in disdain. Jiang, how can you speak so? Xie Lanyin is kindly tending to their ailments. Another voice interjects. Why do you always target Xie Lanyin? Are you perhaps envious of her? A male young intellectual whispers nearby. Jealousy is futile. She is not as pretty as Xie Lanyin, and she always shirks her duties, accomplishing nothing. You, Jiang Xiangzhu possesses sharp hearing, despite the whispers. She catches the words. In her previous life, she often commanded Lin Yuanchao to assist them, and everyone catered to her whims. Now, witnessing Xie Lanyin's superiority, they all seem to have shifted their allegiances. Yet, they are merely opportunistic sycophants. What is so remarkable about merely being able to heal? Jiang Xiangzhu turns and storms off. The young intellectual who had murmured earlier rolls his eyes. If you are so capable, may you never fall ill in this lifetime. Xie Lanyin glances at her watch. Upon a designated time, she removes the needles from Granny Li's leg. Granny Li's eyes brighten, as if she truly feels significantly better. Xie, you are truly remarkable, she exclaims, rising and taking a few steps, her joy reminiscent of a child's delight. After a couple of laps, she retrieves a cloth-wrapped item from her pocket. Gradually, she unfolds the layers to reveal coins, mostly small denominations, accompanied by worn banknotes. How much should I give you, Xie Lanyin? She inquires. Just pay me what Dr. Zhang charged. Xie Lanyin replies. Granny Li produces a 10-cent coin, which Xie Lanyin accepts. In the future, should your leg pain recur, do come to me. Very well, Granny Li agrees. Xie Lanyin understands the necessity of charging for her services. After all, the principle of reciprocity is well acknowledged. Though rural life is frugal, even 10 cents is manageable, especially considering that a visit to the health station in town costs far more. Her medical expertise, coupled with reasonable fees, ensures that villagers are keen to seek Xie Lanyin's care. Thus, the young intellectual enclave becomes bustling with activity. Chapter 41. The obsessive and rough man and his delicate intellectual The other intellectual youths regarded watching Xie treat patients as a way to alleviate their boredom after meals. After all, in the village, there was nothing to do but work, and they were on the verge of madness. Jiang Xiangzhu had little desire to return to the intellectual youth point. Observing Xie Lanyin's growing popularity, she continued to toil tirelessly each day, harboring a sense of indignation within her. She found herself nostalgically recalling the days when Lin Yuanxiao had assisted her in her endeavors. However, after being reborn, her relationship with Lin Yuanxiao had deteriorated to an abysmal state, and it was utterly inconceivable that he would help her again. It would be another 2 years before she could escape this wretched place. With a swift kick, Jiang Xiangzhu sent a stone tumbling into the river. Suddenly, she overheard someone speaking. "Xie is truly remarkable. I fell yesterday, and my hand swelled up terribly." She merely pressed on it, and look, the swelling has subsided today, and it no longer hurts. Indeed, Xie is impressive. That is just a minor ailment. Aunt Li has suffered from rheumatism for many years. I heard that after seeing Xie once, she felt much better yesterday when the weather changed. In my opinion, among all the intellectual youths, Xie is the most beautiful and capable. I've heard her father is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. If she is this skilled, just imagine how extraordinary her father must be. Indeed, our village is fortunate to have Xie here. I noticed Lin Yuanxiao is planning to build a chicken coop for Xie. I happen to have some unused green tiles at home. I'll send some over when the time comes. Jiang Xiangzhu's face contorted in frustration. If only she had been the one to save the team leader back then. She would now be the one receiving respect from everyone. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "Lin Yuanxiao has helped Xie so much. It seems he has feelings for her." The group that had been chatting turned their attention to her. One person responded nonchalantly, "It is only natural to like Xie. She is beautiful, and although she hails from the city, she consistently completes her tasks without complaint. Moreover, she treats everyone's ailments for free. Even my 8-year-old grandson claims to like her. What a pity that a girl like Xie will not stay in our village for long." Jiang Xiangzhu clenched her fists tightly. In her previous life, it was because she fell into the river that Lin Yuanxiao rescued her. And now, these people spread rumors about her relationship with him. Yet, they fervently defended Xie Lanyin. How laughable! They were all sycophants. Once Lin Yuanxiao became involved with Xie Lanyin, there would surely come a time for her to weep. She did not believe that when Lin Yuanxiao learned of Xie Lanyin's impending return to the city, he would remain as composed as he was now. Either Xie Lanyin would suffer the same fate as in her previous life, resulting in mutual destruction with Lin Yuanxiao, or she would remain forever in the village. Lin Yuanxiao, accompanied by 2 others, brought over the clay necessary for constructing the chicken coop, pouring it into a basin to soak in water. After 2 days, when the clay had softened, he collected some straw, cutting it into small pieces and mixing it with the clay. Xie Lanyin watched with curiosity, having never seen a house constructed from clay before. She rolled up her sleeves, eager to lend a hand. Upon observing her actions, Lin Yuanxiao promptly intervened, stating that the task at hand was trivial and that he, along with a Qing and a Lai, could manage it without difficulty. He cautioned that the work might soil her attire, advising her merely to observe from the sidelines. "Then you shall stay for dinner tonight," he added. "Certainly." Both a Qing and a Lai eagerly agreed. Xie Lanyin turned to her room to see what provisions were available. Given Lin Yuanxiao's temperament, it was clear he would not accept any payment. Thus, it was imperative that the 3 of them were well fed. Outside, Lin Yuanxiao cast a disapproving glance at the 2 men. The rations allocated to the educated youth were already scant, and they would consume an entire week's worth of Xie's provisions. A Qing slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "In our eagerness to allow you and Xie to spend more time together, we completely overlooked this matter. We shall eat less." Lin Yuanxiao deftly filled the molds with a mixture of clay and straw, pressing it down with a large stone. A Lai placed the formed clay pieces outside to dry. That evening, Xie Lanyin prepared a small stir-fried chicken, sauteed egg greens, a plate of minced eggplant, and a cucumber dish. Though there were only 4 dishes, each was generously portioned. She added some corn flour to the rice, steaming a full pot of corn rice. A Lai, resting his chin on the table, inhaled deeply and remarked, "Xie, Your cooking is incredibly fragrant, even more so than the aromas wafting from the state-run restaurant. With 2 meat dishes, he added, Xie, you are exceedingly generous. Even this small task of building a chicken coop seems like too much. Xie Lanyin replied, this chicken was brought by Comrade Lin. It won't last in this heat. Now, let's not dawdle and enjoy the meal. A Lai and a Qing picked up their bowls and chopsticks, glancing at Lin Yuanzhao, who was eating with an unusual degree of decorum, though his actions appeared somewhat awkward. Is the food not to your liking? Xie Lanyin inquired tentatively. How could that be? A Lai instinctively looked towards Lin Yuanzhao, who was about to speak when Xie Lanyin interrupted, insisting, do not lie to me. After a brief silence, Lin Yuanzhao admitted, I fear we might consume all of your rations for the week. That is an exaggeration. You need not heed his words. The food was prepared for you. It will spoil in this heat if left uneaten, and I will not accept payment for it. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Lin Yuanzhao quickly apologized. I was mistaken. Please, do eat. Only then did a Lai and a Qing feel at ease to indulge. Xie Lanyin's words held weight when Lin Yuanzhao was obstinate. Even the village head and brigade leader's words fell on deaf ears. Yet, when Xie Lanyin expressed displeasure, he complied without question. The 4 of them consumed every last morsel prepared by Xie Lanyin that day, with a Lai even using his plate to soak up the vegetable broth with rice. I shall prepare more dishes, Xie Lanyin declared. A Lai quickly interjected, no need, no need. I am full. Your cooking is simply too delectable, and it feels wasteful to let the broth go to waste. He then let out a satisfied burp, indicating he was indeed sated. In the following 3 days, Lin Yuanzhao frequently visited to turn the clay pieces. Once they were thoroughly dried and hardened, he officially began constructing the chicken coop. Xie Lanyin glanced over her shoulder, inquiring, Where are Lai and a Qing? They have matters to attend to today and cannot come, he replied. If a Lai and Qing were here, they would undoubtedly express their heartache, lamenting, What do you mean you couldn't come? Brother, Zhao simply despises our appetites. Xie Lanyin did not dwell on these thoughts, instead observing as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong and sturdy forearms. With remarkable ease, he lifted several clay bricks simultaneously. One hand deftly arranged the bricks, while the other applied mortar, and in just half an hour, a chicken coop was constructed. Xie Lanyin couldn't help but marvel at this strength and the efficiency with which he worked, a feat not commonly achievable by ordinary individuals. Perhaps, after the reforms and opening up, Lin Yuanzhao could utilize this skill to build houses. However, Xie Lanyin noticed that there were still some clay bricks left over. Had they made too many? Lin Yuanzhao glanced at them and replied, No, I noticed that you often find it inconvenient cooking with those educated youth. So I plan to build another stove behind your house. This way, you won't have to wait for others to prepare meals. Xie Lanyin was taken aback that he had noticed such a small detail. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. No need to thank me. Your happiness is enough, he responded. As Lin Yuanzhao was constructing the stove, Granny Li strolled over leisurely. Young Xie, she greeted. Upon seeing her, Xie Lanyin hurried forward. Granny Li, my leg is starting to hurt again. It seems the weather will change tomorrow. Although it's not as painful as it used to be, I remember you mentioned that if there were medicine, it could reduce the frequency of pain, correct? Indeed, but some herbs are not available at the pharmacy. Lin Yuanzhao straightened up, saying, Not available at the pharmacy? I heard Dr. Zhang mention that there are plenty of herbs on the back mountain. Would you like to go take a look? Granny Li quickly shook her head. The back mountain is home to bears and wolves. It's far too dangerous. Never mind. I'm old, and if I endure for a couple more years, I might just pass on. Granny Li, don't speak so gloomily. The other uncles and aunts also need herbs. I will ask the team leader for leave tomorrow to venture into the mountains, Xie Lanyin assured her. Lin Yuanzhao quickly added, Then I'll accompany you. I often go to the back mountain and know it well. That would be splendid. With a gentleman like you, there surely won't be any trouble. Granny Li expressed her gratitude profusely. After handing Xie Lanyin some vegetables she had grown, she departed. Lin Yuanzhao soon finished building the stove and returned to prepare the items needed for their expedition. Xie Lanyin discerned that he did not wish to stay for a meal, so she offered him some sweet potato strips. This time, Lin Yuanzhao did not refuse the treat. When the educated youth returned and saw the newly built stove behind Xie Lannin's house, they all gathered around. Upon learning that it was built by Lin Yuanchao, they were intrigued. This stove is clearly easier to use than ours, and it's at the perfect height. Comrade Lin is so considerate. Xie Lanyin, I truly envy you. With this stove, you won't have to crowd with us anymore, Jiang Xiangzhu remarked, wiping sweat from her brow as she fixated on the stove, her gaze seemingly piercing through it. In her previous life, she had spent 2 years at the educated youth station, and Lin Yuanchao had never thought to build her a stove. In this life, however, he was eager to please Xie Lanyin. Little did Xie Lanyin realize the price that accompanied such kindness. She let out a cold huff and turned to return to her room. The other educated youth had grown accustomed to her peculiar demeanor. Xie Lanyin could not be bothered to pay her any mind. The following day, Xie Lanyin sought leave from the team leader, who was initially apprehensive about allowing the two of them to ascend the mountain together and contemplated sending someone along for safety. Lin Yuanchao's expression darkened at this suggestion. Chapter 42. The lovesick rough man and his tender educated youth having finally secured a moment of solitude with Xie Lanyin. The team leader's intentions to assign a companion felt unwarranted. A chill breeze seemed to sweep through the team leader inexplicably. No need, Xie Lanyin assured. We won't venture too far in. The weather hasn't turned cold yet. The fierce beasts are deep in the mountains and unlikely to emerge. Very well. The team leader conceded, reasoning that their limited expedition would likely pose no danger, thus permitting the pair to proceed. As Xie Lanyin ascended the mountain, she encountered a plethora of medicinal herbs. The villagers were unfamiliar with the plants. Even when they ascended the mountain, they merely gathered a few mushrooms for a modest feast. Xie Lanyin collected the herbs, stuffing them into the basket on her back, indifferent to their immediate utility. If nothing else, she could dry them for later use. Soon enough, her basket was filled. Give me the basket, Lin Yuanchao said, the empty one. You carry this one. I don't recognize those herbs, but I can lend you my strength. All right, Xie Lanyin acquiesced, swapping baskets with him. You must be tired. There's a small pond over there. Let us rest for a while, he suggested. They walked side by side toward the pond. The water appeared a deep, inky black, unfathomable in its depths. It teemed with fish, though it was uncertain if there were turtles as well. Stay back. That pond is very deep. A child once drowned here, Xie Lanyin cautioned, her resolve wavering. Just as they settled down, a rustling erupted from the nearby underbrush. Be careful, Lin Yuanchao exclaimed, pulling Xie Lanyin behind him. She felt a gust of wind and, by the time she comprehended the situation, was shielded by Lin Yuanchao. Peering around him, she spotted a wild boar not far off. Had it not been for Lin Yuanchao, she would have been charged by the beast. Before Xie Lanyin could process the incident, the boar charged again. Lin Yuanchao reacted swiftly, pushing her aside and grasping a stick from the ground, bringing it down with force. The blow struck the boar squarely on the head, causing it to topple. It took a moment to regain its footing. Its eyes glowed a furious red, clearly enraged, as its hooves scraped the ground, preparing to attack. Lin Yuanchao realized the gravity of the situation. The boar was now thoroughly provoked. Typically, it would take 4 or 5 grown men to subdue such a creature. Yet now, he stood alone, responsible for ensuring Xie Lanyin's safety. His mind raced, and suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the bottomless pond. Quickly, find a place to hide. I'll deal with this boar, he instructed. Xie Lanyin nodded, understanding that this was no time for hesitation. Despite her formidable spirit, the limitations of her physical form were evident. Confronting the boar head-on would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. All she could do now was to avoid causing any trouble for Lin Yuanchao. Upon seeing Xie Lanyin safely hidden away, Lin Yuanchao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He focused intently on the wild boar before him, gradually shifting his position to evade the creature's repeated charges. Seizing opportunities, he struck with his stick, sometimes landing blows to its body, other times targeting its head. The boar's attacks grew increasingly frantic, clearly losing patience and eager to dispose of him swiftly. With his back turned to the small pond, Lin Yuanchao's heart raced wildly. He feigned a stumble, and the boar, mistaking it for an opening, charged recklessly towards him. However, What the boar failed to notice was that Lin Yuanchao was already beside the pond. He sidestepped just in time, though not without consequence. The creature's tusks grazed his calf. As the boar reached the pond's edge, it could not halt its momentum and plunged into the deep waters, where it had no foothold. Its anguished cries echoed as Lin Yuanchao picked up a longer stick, repeatedly striking down the boar as it attempted to climb out. It was a daunting task to confront the boar alone, yet drowning it seemed a feasible endeavor. Thus, they continued this exhausting battle. Xie Lanyin, too, picked up a stick and joined the fray. Time slipped by unnoticed until the boar, bereft of strength, began to sink slowly. Chapter 43. The delicate yet rough man and his tender young scholar, after waiting on the shore for what felt like an eternity, Lin Yuanchao finally collapsed onto the ground. Realizing the boar had yet to resurface, Xie Lanyin hurriedly approached, tossing aside her stick. "Are you injured? Let me see." As she turned over his hand, she was met with a gruesome sight, blood oozing from his palm, where he had gripped the stick too tightly, allowing splinters to pierce his flesh. Xie Lanyin grasped his hand, and in an instant, Lin Yuanchao felt the pain in his hand dissipate. His mind was consumed by her words, and his heart raced even faster. The blood flowed more freely from his hand and leg. "Lin Yuanchao, your heart is beating far too quickly," she remarked. He gazed at her, so close it felt as though he could embrace her with a mere reach, his ears betraying him with their warmth. "I am sorry. What have you to apologize for? It was you who saved my life. Please bear with me while I tend to your wounds." Lacking tweezers, she meticulously used a needle to extract the splinters one by one. Once they were all removed, she crushed the herbs she had gathered and applied them to Lin Yuanchao's hand, wrapping it gently with a handkerchief. She also tended to his leg, relieved that the wounds were not deep. "Lin Yuanchao, thank you for saving me." Noticing an unusual tremor in her voice, Lin Yuanchao asked, "Xie Jiqing, why are you crying? If it weren't for my insistence on coming to the mountain, you wouldn't have been hurt. You risked your life to save me." Lin Yuanchao felt at a loss. "Please don't cry. It was what I ought to do. What ought to be done." Seeing her tears fall, he felt a pain in his heart that overshadowed the wounds on his hand and leg. He instinctively remarked, "Of course it's because I like you. Saving you is my heartfelt desire." Realizing what he had just uttered, he hastily shut his mouth, unable to meet her gaze, his face growing even warmer. He had actually confessed his affection for Xie Jiqing. Surely, Xie Jiqing would detest him now. Just as Xie Lanyin was about to speak, Lin Yuanchao lifted his head to look at her, as if he had broken free from some moral constraint. Having spoken, he decided to be forthright. "I truly like you. From the first moment I saw you, I was smitten, and my feelings have only deepened since. Even if I were to perish, I would still willingly do so." After he finished speaking, his heart raced. If Xie Jiqing were to loathe him, he would still treat her well. Xie Lanyin couldn't help but chuckle. "You really are a fool." Seeing her unperturbed, Lin Yuanchao instantly felt a wave of relief and found himself smiling in return, wiping the tears from her face. Xie Lanyin rose and said, "Can you stand? I will help you down the mountain." "No need. You go call for help. I will wait for you here." Xie Lanyin insisted, "Absolutely not. This time it's a wild boar. What if a wolf comes next time?" Lin Yuanchao dared not argue. He found it quite strange. This was not the depths of the mountains. How could a wild boar appear and injure someone? With her assistance, Lin Yuanchao managed to stand. In truth, his leg injury was not severe, yet the mere turn of his head allowed him to see Xie Jiqing supporting him, and he refrained from pretending to be strong. Instead, he felt that this injury was worth bearing. Xie Jiqing was there for him. She knew of his feelings and did not find them repugnant. She had even shed tears for him. As they descended the mountain, Lin Yuanchao's mind was filled with these thoughts. The team leader, upon seeing the injured Lin Yuanchao, was taken aback and hurried over to assist him. "What happened? Weren't you two going to gather herbs? How did you get hurt?" Xie Lanyin replied, "Lin Yuanchao killed a wild boar, and now he is soaking in the pond. Team leader, please let Lin Yuanchao rest. I will go with you to retrieve the boar. I want Lin Yuanchao too," she added, but the moment she said the word go, her gaze fixed on him. Lin Yuanchao swallowed the word back. Xie Jiqing wouldn't let him go. He obediently waited at the foot of the mountain, yet he was unwilling to return home to rest. About an hour later, the team leader returned with a group of people carrying the drowned wild boar. Everyone had heard the news of Lin Yuanzhao's feat and rushed over to witness the spectacle. The team leader placed the boar at the entrance of the assembly hall to bleed it out and divide the meat. Half of the village gathered to watch, the excitement rivaling that of the New Year festivities. The team leader distributed a front leg and some fat to both Xie Lanyin and Lin Yuanzhao, while the rest was shared among the villagers. Even the young intellectuals received a portion. Those who had come to the village had never tasted meat, and now, gazing at the wild boar, their eyes nearly sparkled with envy. When Jiang Xiangzhu saw that the team leader had given Xie Lanyin a front leg and fat, she immediately became displeased. Team leader, this is unfair. Is it because she saved your wife that you gave her so much? The team leader's face darkened instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? The wild boar was slain by Lin Yuanzhao and Xie Jiqing together, and it is only fitting that they each receive a share. Xie Lanyin observed, it seems that Jiang Jiqing has no desire for it. In that case, let us set the pork aside. Jiang Xiangzhu quickly defended. This is what the team leader allocated to me. Do not even think about taking it. One cannot fathom the audacity she possesses. Does she really believe she deserves a share as plentiful as Xie Jiqing's? Jiang Jiqing is excessively competitive, always striving for more, yet she hardly contributes to labor. Her daily work points are insufficient, and with state subsidies currently in place, I wonder how she will fare when those are gone next year. Jiang Xiangzhu fixated intently on the front leg and lard of the pig in Lin Yuanzhao's possession. That portion belongs to Xie Lanyin. Lin Yuanzhao's share has already been taken home by his parents. Lin Yuanzhao, unwilling for Xie Lanyin to dirty her hands, insisted on assisting her in carrying the pork back. It is acceptable for Lin Yuanzhao to receive such a large portion, considering he was the one who hunted the wild boar. She does not believe that Xie Lanyin's petite frame could be of any assistance. She merely benefits from Lin Yuanzhao's goodwill. Lin Yuanzhao and Xie Lanyin could hardly be bothered to regard her. Xie Lanyin felt that those who had once been the protagonists of their worlds bore their own flaws. They clearly despised the male lead, yet were reluctant to relinquish the conveniences and benefits he provided. They yearned for everything, but often ended up with nothing. Upon returning home, Xie Lanyin rendered the lard into cooking oil and cracklings. The oil was stored in a ceramic basin to cool and then tucked away in the cupboard. The cracklings were returned to the pot, rinsed with hot water, covered, and she set about making noodles. Once the broth simmered to a milky white, she tossed in the noodles along with freshly washed greens. Even with just a pinch of salt for seasoning, it was enough to tantalize the senses. As for the pig's front leg, Xie Lanyin coated it with some salt, planning to prepare it later, which would prolong its freshness. She served the noodles before Lin Yuanzhao, urging, try the crackling noodles I made. You sit obediently. Lin Yuanzhao, who had intended to help, dutifully returned to his seat. Having just received the pork, he witnessed Xie Lanyin commanding him like a well-trained dog. Jiang Xiangzhu thought to herself that she must have misjudged the situation. Eat quickly. There are still noodles in the pot, enough to fill you up. With your meager grain quota each month, you still make noodles for me. If it weren't for you, I might have perished today. Lin Yuanzhao, I shan't utter any formal expressions of gratitude. Let's not be polite. Very well. Lin Yuanzhao replied cheerfully, relishing the noodles. He could not help but marvel once more at how worthwhile his injury had been. The weather was warm, and meat does not keep well. That evening, the entire village was enveloped in the aroma of cooked meat. The scent wafted through the air, reaching even the neighboring village. Lin Yuanzhao was compelled to remain at home for 3 days. Unable to keep still, he ventured out to help the children and women with shelling corn. Observing the good healing of his hands, Xie Lanyin refrained from stopping him. He was simply restless. Time passed swiftly, and the weather gradually turned cooler. Xie Lanyin glanced at the sky, recalling that winter had been exceptionally frigid that year. She wondered if her mother had sufficient warm blankets. However, everyone was eagerly purchasing cotton quilts, and it was rumored that the supply cooperatives had none available. Thus, Xie Lanyin contemplated the black market. After finishing her work, she deliberately lagged a few steps behind and quietly asked Lin Yuanzhao, "Do you know where the black market in town is?" Lin Yuanzhao's eyes widened in surprise. "You want to go to the black market?" He could hardly believe that the seemingly docile Xie Jiqing would dare to venture there. "I intend to buy a quilt for my mother." As the weather grows colder, I do not want her to suffer while I remain warm at the youth station. I fear she may fall ill. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuanchao replied, "All right, I will help you." "You will? What if someone discovers you?" "Do not worry. I am quite aware of how to navigate this. Even if I were caught, it would only mean a few days of education." However, just the thought of Xie Jiqing potentially facing confinement and interrogation made him reluctant. "Do not fret about me. Await my good news," he assured her lightly, denying her a chance to object before hastily departing. "Lin Yuanchao," Xie Lanyin whispered, but he did not look back. Yet, she remained unconvinced by his nonchalance. In this era, venturing into the black market was indeed a crime, and one could easily find themselves imprisoned. Xie Lanyin was deeply anxious, tossing and turning in her bed. Next to her, Fang Jiqing had succumbed to slumber, exhausted from a day's labor. That night, her window was suddenly knocked upon. She quickly got out of bed and opened the window, illuminated by the moonlight. Lin Yuanchao was taken aback to see her so alert. "You haven't slept? With you engaging in such dangerous activities, how could I possibly find rest?" Lin Yuanchao's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He handed her a large bundle. "This is the cotton quilt I procured. Although it weighs only 5 pounds. If you cover it with some clothing, it should suffice for the winter. And these are some provisions." He then produced a few candies and a soda from his coat, still warm from his body. "Keep these hidden and savor them slowly. I've heard they are favored by the girls in the city. It must have been difficult for you to obtain these." "How much do I owe you?" she inquired. "Just pay me for the quilt. The rest is my gift to you," Lin Yuanchao insisted, refusing to accept any additional payment. "In a few days, I will return to fetch you. Make sure to rest well." Holding the candies and soda, Xie Lanyin watched the figure retreat into the darkness. The warmth of the candies lingered, a reminder of his presence. What a foolish boy, she thought, engaging in such perilous ventures, yet still thinking of bringing me treats. As Lin Yuanchao walked further away, he turned back to glance at the youth station, placing a hand over his rapidly beating heart. He had purchased those items with the thought that Xie Jiqing, being a cherished girl in the city, would surely enjoy them. He quietly climbed over the wall back home and unlocked the cabinet to retrieve the handkerchief Xie Jiqing had used to bandage his wound. "Lanyin," he dared to call her in private. Days later, Lin Yuanchao returned in the dead of night. "Tomorrow, I will go there to urge them for grain supplies. It will be perfect to place some items in the basket and discreetly hand them to your mother. Xie Lanyin has procured a patched quilt cover from Grandma Li, ensuring it would not attract undue attention." She handed it to him, cautioning him to be careful, promising to prepare noodles for him upon his return. "All right," Lin Yuanchao replied. Anxious about potential discovery, he exchanged only a few words before hastily departing. The following day, Xie Lanyin felt restless at work, uncertain whether Lin Yuanchao had delivered the cotton quilt and if it might be discovered. Fortunately, he returned after sunset, nodding at her, which brought her immense relief. That night, she found it difficult to sleep, eagerly awaiting his visit. When the window was tapped, she rose immediately. In a hushed tone, Lin Yuanchao informed her that she was doing well, had received her letter, and was pleased to know of her well-being. He conveyed her message not to worry about her and to take care of herself. Xie Lanyin nodded earnestly. With the cotton quilt, her mother should be able to endure a warm winter. "Come by tomorrow night, and I shall prepare noodles for you." "All right, but do not stay up too late. Get some rest. I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment." Xie Lanyin turned, rummaging through the cupboard to produce a scarf. Since the room was slightly elevated, she stood on tiptoe to drape it around his neck. "This yarn was brought to me by the captain's wife. I knitted it for you. As the weather grows colder, take care not to catch a cold." Lin Yuanchao stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the scarf before meeting her eyes again. How could one not be fond of such a person? It was once again the day for monthly rations. Having not finished the sweet potatoes from the previous month, Xie Lanyin contemplated making sweet potato fries. Without hesitation, she set to work. With the onset of colder weather, the labor was less strenuous. Early in the morning, she sought Grandma Li to borrow a bamboo mat for drying. Fang Jiqing, intrigued, circled the bamboo mat twice. "This is exquisitely crafted. I have never seen anything like it in the city. Unfortunately, it is too large. If it were smaller, It would be splendid for holding peanuts and sunflower seeds during the new year. Xie Lanyin's eyes brightened at this notion, realizing its merit. Mimi, you are so clever. Why did I not think of that? Fang Jiqing scratched his head, puzzled by her sudden excitement. Xie Lanyin peeled and cut the excess sweet potatoes into chunks to sun-dry them. Crafting a small bamboo basket required a substantial amount of bamboo. She knew how to do it, though it was somewhat cumbersome. Thus, she sought Lin Yuanchao's assistance. Upon learning of her need for bamboo, he promptly ventured into the mountains to gather it without a second thought. Before long, Lin Yuanchao returned, dragging 4 or 5 bamboo poles to the open space outside the youth station. Lin Yuanchao, what do you intend to do with so much bamboo? Someone inquired. It is for Xie Zinking, he replied. What does Xie Zinking need all this bamboo for? Xie Lanyin emerged, stating, I am crafting some items for the upcoming new year. Lin Yuanchao fetched an axe, splitting the bamboo and smoothing its surface, while Xie Lanyin skillfully wove small baskets from the processed bamboo beside him. Before long, the small bamboo basket was completed. She presented the basket to Lin Yuanchao, asking if it was aesthetically pleasing. Lin Yuanchao nodded, affirming its beauty. Xie Lanyin examined it thoroughly and found it quite commendable as well. Observing her focused demeanor while he worked with bamboo and she crafted the basket, Lin Yuanchao felt a sense of familial warmth. This thought made him secretly elated. Just as Xie Lanyin finished inspecting the basket and turned around, she caught him smiling. What are you thinking? So happy? Nothing. Xie Lanyin swiftly continued her work, producing over a dozen more baskets in the afternoon, 2 of which she offered to Lin Yuanchao. For me? Yes. Xie Lanyin tilted her head. Don't you like them? I do. Since you like them, surely others would be willing to buy. Lin Yuanchao suddenly became alert and quietly asked, Are you planning to sell them in the black market? Of course not. I intend to make several more and show them to the supply and marketing cooperative. If they're interested, we can all work together when the busy farming season is over. Lin Yuanchao was taken aback. It can be done this way? Yes. Once everyone has money and lives become easier, the children have to labor constantly, allowing them to study well and aspire for a better future. Lin Yuanchao gazed at her, feeling as though she radiated light. The 2 of them went to find the head of the brigade. Upon hearing their proposal, the brigade leader's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xie Jiqing, you've articulated this splendidly. Lin Yuanchao, you will accompany me to the town tomorrow to consult the cooperative. All right. The brigade leader's satisfaction grew. Xie Jiqing, you're truly clever. If this succeeds, you will be a great benefactor to our village. But please, brigade leader, do not share this news yet. If it falls through, we wouldn't want to raise everyone's hopes unnecessarily. Understood. Lin Yuanchao returned home with the 2 bamboo baskets. Upon seeing them, Lin's mother found them intriguing and playfully smacked his head. Have you been sneaking off to the black market again? Caught off guard by his mother's sudden accusation, he replied, No, it's made by Xie Jiqing. Xie Jiqing can make this too? Lin's mother was astonished. She knew Xie Jiqing could heal, but didn't realize she could craft such intricate items. Xie Jiqing said, They are for holding peanuts and sunflower seeds during the new year. That does sound lovely. Lin's mother reached out to examine it closely. But Lin Yuanchao hid it behind his back. Let me see. No, this is a gift from Xie Jiqing. Precious things are meant to be shared. Before dawn, Lin Yuanchao and the brigade leader hurried to the town with an ox cart. Exhausted, Xie Lanyin found shade under a tree to rest and drink water. She wondered how Lin Yuanchao was faring. If this venture succeeded, the living conditions in Shaoyang village could improve for everyone. Lin Yuanchao and the brigade leader returned as the sun set. People gathered in the open space at the assembly hall, waiting for the brigade leader, growing increasingly restless in his absence. Today, I have yet to earn my work points. What could the team leader possibly want with us? The busy farming season is swiftly coming to an end, and soon we will face another stretch without any work points. The team leader, accompanied by Lin Yuanchao, approached us, standing on the steps with animated gestures, proclaiming, Behold this small bamboo basket in my hand, crafted by Xie Zinking. The supply and marketing cooperative has agreed to purchase them. You all should collaborate with Xie Zinking on this, and we will compensate you based on the quantity produced. As soon as the words left his lips, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a frenzy. Is this for real? Just moments ago, we were fretting over how to earn work points. And now an opportunity to make money has arisen. This is not black market dealings. It is a legitimate sale to the cooperative, ensuring we will have money to buy meat in the future. The other youth looked at Xie Lanyin in disbelief. They had seen the small basket too, but never imagined it could yield profit. Among us youth, how true the saying that some shine brighter than others. Xie Lanyin, you are truly remarkable. Our village is at a loss for how to express our gratitude. Upon hearing this, the group was invigorated as if electrified. However, making the bamboo baskets could only commence after earning some work points. Xie Lanyin took on the role of teaching everyone how to weave baskets, while Lin Yuanchao instructed the stronger men on how to cut and split the bamboo. In no time, the work of crafting small baskets flourished. Once they mastered the technique, they could bring the baskets home to complete at their leisure. The first batch of baskets was completed and delivered to the town supply and marketing cooperative by the team leader and Lin Yuanchao. The team leader distributed the earnings according to the recorded quantities. Those who received their share beamed with joy. Even the children danced with glee. Time passed busily, and the spring festival drew ever closer. Xie Lanyin asked Lin Yuanchao to help her procure a couplet, intending to return home and paste it with a mixture of glue. This would be her first celebration of the new year in this world. She couldn't help but wonder how her mother was faring. Recently, Lin Yuanchao had visited again, and this time, Xie Lanyin had him bring some grain along. At least her mother wouldn't go hungry during the new year. As she prepared to boil the glue for the couplet, Lin Yuanchao appeared with the mixture in hand. No need to cook it. I have plenty at home. You two girls might struggle with the couplet, so allow me to assist you. Fong Xingqing hastily stepped aside, ready to ensure the couplet was applied straight. Xie Lanyin steadied Lin Yuanchao's stool to prevent him from losing his balance and falling. Standing tall and agile, Lin Yuanchao quickly affixed the couplet. Seizing the moment while Fong Xingqing went to fetch water, Lin Yuanchao discreetly slipped some candy into Xie Lanyin's hand. I procured this from the black market. It's a new delicacy from the south, with a delightful milky flavor. Save some for yourself. Lin Yuanchao insisted. I am a grown man. Candy is not my preference. You enjoy it. Before we knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Yuanchao brought over a bag of fine rice and a small sack of wheat. Take this, it's the new year, and you should indulge in something nice. But you brought this, what about your family? I exchanged my work points for it. Do not worry, my parents and siblings are aware and fully support it. Lin Yuanchao, you are truly kind to me. His ears turned red at the compliment. You deserve it. He was not one to remain idle. With a cloth in hand, he diligently cleaned the furniture and various items. Originally, Fong Jiqing had planned to assist, but upon witnessing his swift movements, she was left utterly astounded. She whispered, Lanyin, is Comrade Lin pursuing you? Lin Yuanchao paused momentarily, subtly perking up his ears. Xie Lanyin took note of this and playfully teased him. I'm not aware. Comrade Lin has never mentioned that he is pursuing me. Fong Jiqing, taken aback, replied, That's impossible. Why does he help you with everything then? He is simply a good person, Lin Yuanchao responded. After he finished washing, he returned home with a rather dispirited expression. Upon entering, his mother intercepted him, saying, Yuanchao, you come at the perfect time. I made some malt sugar. Could you take some to Xie Jiqing? Oh, certainly. Why do you seem unhappy? Didn't you go to find Xie Jiqing? Did she reject you? Lin Yuanchao replied, I'm telling you this in confidence, so please don't share it with anyone. His mother's interest was piqued, and she urged, Go on. I promise I won't tell anyone. I believe Xie Jiqing thinks I'm a good person, which is why I've been helping her. Oh, you've never admitted to liking her? His mother quickly moved closer, and they both sat on the doorstep. Lin Yuanchao confessed, I did, but it faded away. What are you thinking? You can't just be kind to someone without expressing your feelings. Look at your brother. When he pursued your sister-in-law, he constantly proclaimed his affection and eagerly took on chores. If you don't tell her you like her, do you expect the girl to confess her feelings for you? How audacious! Lin Yuanchao was met with an exasperated glance from his mother, who urged him to take the malt sugar to Xie Jiqing before someone else got there first. All right. Lin Yuanchao stood up, holding the malt sugar, and made his way to the youth station. At the entrance, Zhao Jiqing spotted him immediately, announcing, Xie Jiqing, Comrade Lin has come to see you. Meanwhile, two male youths nearby exchanged glances and whispered, "Why is he here again? He must be pursuing Xie Lanyin. He ought to realize that a girl like her won't remain in this small village for long. Perhaps she will return to the city in a few years." Lin Yuanchao felt a pang of anxiety. Xie Lanyin emerged, smiling as she asked, "Why have you returned?" Lin Yuanchao declared, "Xie Lanyin, I like you. Would you consider being in a relationship with me?" Xie Lanyin. Other youths? Lin Yuanchao's voice was loud enough to draw everyone's attention. Jiang Xiangzhu crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe as she observed Xie Lanyin. Presumably, Xie Lanyin was hoping to rely on Lin Yuanchao to assist her with tasks as she had in a previous life, but she did not anticipate such a public confession, which would surely place her in an awkward position. She was eager to see how Xie Lanyin would respond. If she declined, she could forget about Lin Yuanchao's help in the future. If she accepted, she would be bound to this small village for life. Lin Yuanchao felt his face flush crimson as he stammered, I came to bring you malt sugar, as my mother asked." Xie Lanyin inquired, "It's so cold. Why aren't you wearing the scarf I gave you?" "Huh?" Lin Yuanchao was taken aback, looking up at her, puzzled as to why she suddenly mentioned the scarf. The other youths were equally bewildered. What did this mean? Was the scarf that Comrade Lin had worn every day gifted by Xie Lanyin? Xie Lanyin turned to the side and remarked, "You walked too swiftly just now. The stove remains uncleaned." Lin Yuanchao instinctively stepped forward, responding, "All right, I shall attend to it immediately." He hastily entered the house, placed the dishes down, and proceeded to clean the stove at the back, followed closely by Xie Lanyin. As they departed, the young intellectuals began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that Xie Lanyin has been romantically involved with Comrade Lin all along? One speculated, "I always thought that scarf Lin wore was exquisite. Turns out it was crafted by Xie Lanyin herself." In retrospect, Lin had even saved Xie's life. He was industrious, accumulating the highest work points in the village, and his good looks were undeniable. It was only natural for Xie Lanyin to develop feelings for him. Jiang Xiangzhu stood rooted in disbelief, gazing in the direction of the stove, unable to comprehend why Xie Lanyin would agree to date Lin Yuanchao. Was she truly resolved to remain in this small village? It seemed Xie Lanyin was not a reincarnation, and her previous concerns were unfounded. This was for the better, as it meant she had one less formidable rival. Once Xie Lanyin learned that the college entrance examination would allow her return to the city, she would undoubtedly regret her decision. Before long, the news of Xie Lanyin and Lin Yuanchao's relationship spread throughout the village. Lin's mother only discovered the situation when others inquired about it. "What? My son is dating Xie Lanyin? She even gifted him a scarf?" she exclaimed, perplexed. She had never seen that scarf before and assumed her son had illicitly acquired it from the black market, not daring to ask. Just moments ago, hadn't Yuanchao been lamenting how to win over Xie Lanyin? How could things have progressed so swiftly? Lin's mother felt as though she had just awakened from a dream. Such an impressive young woman as Xie Lanyin, involved with her son? What merit did he possess to deserve such attention? Still in disbelief, she decided to wait until Lin Yuanchao returned for dinner to inquire further. When he arrived, his ears flushed with embarrassment, he admitted, "Yes, Comrade Xie Lanyin and I are in a relationship." This revelation stunned everyone at the table, leaving them exchanging incredulous glances. Lin's mother clasped her hands together and offered a silent prayer, mumbling something unintelligible. She believed that Xie Lanyin must have found her son appealing, so she began sending him gifts whenever possible. During the busy farming season, Lin Yuanchao showed no hesitation. He swiftly completed his tasks and then assisted Xie Lanyin, urging her to rest by the field's edge while he energetically toiled alone. Beyond the requisite work points, he exchanged any excess earnings for finer grains to present to Xie Lanyin. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would procure delightful treats from the black market, delivering them to her. Xie Lanyin, deeply caring for him, made a variety of delicious meals in return. Once they were together, Xie Lanyin also took the initiative to write to her mother, informing her of her relationship with Lin Yuanchao. About a month later, she received a reply. Her mother encouraged them to nurture their bond and reassured her not to worry. Life in the village remained uneventful, yet passed swiftly. By June 1977, Xie Lanyin planned to marry Lin Yuanchao. Upon hearing this news, the entire Shaoyang village rejoiced. The prospect of Xie Lanyin marrying Lin Yuanchao meant he would become one of their own. The Lin family utilized their savings to send Lin Yuanchao and Xie Lanyin to the supply and marketing cooperative in town to purchase items for their upcoming wedding. As the village was quite distant from the town, it was Xie Lanyin's first visit to the cooperative. She typically relied on Lin Yuanchao to bring her what she needed. Prominently displayed at the cooperative were the small baskets crafted for holding peanuts and sunflower seeds. Over time, they expanded their production to include baskets for vegetables and drying mats, all of which sold remarkably well. Xie Lanyin was filled with curiosity as she explored the surroundings, but soon found herself hesitant to look further. For every item she gazed at, Lin Yuanchao would purchase it. Despite this, the ox cart returned laden with an abundance of goods, drawing the attention of many. It was indeed unusual for Lin Yuanchao to spend so generously. Who else would buy so many items for a wedding? Furthermore, he had even commissioned a carpenter to make 36 legs for furniture. Had time permitted, he would have begun constructing a new house. Nevertheless, it was only fitting to invest so much for marrying Xie, a youth from the educated class. Fang, another young person from the educated class, clung to Xie Lanyin's arm and said, "Lanyin, as you prepare to marry, you will move away, and I will miss you dearly. With you so close, I could visit you any time. Well then, Lanyin, I wish you and comrade Lin a life filled with happiness." "Thank you," she replied. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Xie Lanyin opened it to find the other youths from the educated class gathered outside, save for Jiang Xiangzhu. Zhao, another youth, presented a new enamel basin and said, "This is a gift from my fellow villagers. Consider it a wedding present, Xie Lanyin. May you find happiness." "Thank you," she replied. "I brought a thermos," another added, "and I have a towel, sent by my mother. It's very soft. Xie Lanyin, I have nothing to offer but monetary gifts. Please accept them graciously." "Thank you all. You are too kind," Xie Lanyin expressed. "Xie Lanyin, there is no need for formality. Had it not been for your teachings on bamboo weaving, we might have gone hungry." Jiang Xiangzhu stood at a distance, observing coldly. Watching Xie Lanyin, glowing with joy and anticipation for the approaching wedding, stirred discomfort within her. Although she no longer held feelings for Lin Yuanchao, the fact that he was marrying another felt like a betrayal, akin to witnessing something unwanted being cherished by another. Her fists clenched tightly. Little did Xie Lanyin know that in just 3 months, news of the resumption of college entrance examinations would arrive. In December, all youths from the educated class would be eligible to take the exams. If they succeeded in gaining admission to a university, they could leave the village behind. Yet, at this pivotal moment, Xie Lanyin chose to marry Lin Yuanchao. It was, indeed, a foolish decision. Chapter 47. The Delicate Young Woman and the Rough Man. June 16th dawned bright and sunny. The youth gathering point had been festooned with various red paper cuttings and satin, creating a festive atmosphere. Xie Lanyin was set to depart from the youth gathering point as a bride. Fang assisted her in styling her hair into an elegant updo, adorned with a stunning red flower. As Xie Lanyin applied her newly purchased facial cream, Fang leaned in to take a closer look. "Lanyin, having spent a year here, while everyone else toils in the fields, how is it that you remain so fair?" She took 2 steps back and observed, then cut a piece of red paper and handed it to Xie Lanyin, instructing her to press her lips together, suggesting it would enhance her complexion. The other educated youths gathered at the door, watching eagerly. When Lin Yuanchao arrived on his bicycle, the crowd buzzed with excitement, welcoming him in. "Let us see Brother Lin's bride," they exclaimed. "Xia, our Brother Lin has come to fetch you." The youths blocked their way, demanding red envelopes. And only after receiving them did they allow Lin Yuanchao to enter. Upon bringing his guests inside, Lin Yuanchao's gaze immediately fell upon Xie Lanyin, seated on the bed. The once boisterous crowd fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Yuanchao's eyes widened. He had anticipated that Lanyin would look beautiful in a red dress. Yet he was unprepared for just how stunning she appeared. He stepped forward, lifting Xie Lanyin into his arms, instructing Qing to hold the bicycle as he placed her on the back seat. as they set off to the sound of firecrackers celebrating the bride's departure. The atmosphere was lively. Upon reaching the Lin family home, Lin Yuanchao carried Xie Lanyin all the way to their room. During the meal, Xie Lanyin participated in toasting. Many were envious of Lin Yuanchao for having such a wonderful bride, pulling him aside and insisting he drink more. Even Xie Lanyin was urged to consume several glasses. Her body, not accustomed to alcohol, flushed after just a few sips. Lin Yuanchao's gaze sharpened, his throat moving with concern. The captain interjected, unable to watch any longer, stating that there was never a custom in their village to overindulge the bride. They must not bully Xie Lanyin. Very well, we shall not force Xie Lanyin. But Lin Yuanchao, if I don't get you drunk under the table today, I won't bear the surname Zhang. Drink, drink, I'll drink with you. Lin Yuanchao, worried, asked his mother to help Xie Lanyin to rest for a while. Lin's mother escorted Xie Lanyin to the new room, even fetching water to help her wash her face. Outside, the festivities continued. Lin's mother was increasingly satisfied with Xie Lanyin. Although her son had never been a source of ease, his choice of bride was commendable. Her voice softened unconsciously as she spoke. We do not know how long this celebration will last. Lanyin, if you feel tired, you may take a short nap. All right. Xie Lanyin nodded obediently, her eyes already beginning to flutter. Lin's mother felt her heart melt. She covered her with a blanket before stepping out to entertain the guests. After a brief rest, Xie Lanyin was startled by a loud commotion outside the door. Struggling to sit up, she discovered her vision still blurred. The effects of the alcohol lingering. This body was indeed frail. Had it been in her previous life, everyone outside would have been utterly incapacitated. Just as she adjusted herself, the door swung open. The sight of Xie Lanyin on the bridal bed, her complexion nearly matching the wedding quilt, caused several onlookers to gasp. Lin Yuanchao is truly fortunate, they murmured, quickly averting their gazes. The leader of the group tossed Lin Yuanchao on the bed, saying, Sorry, sister-in-law, please rest. Yuanchao has had too much to drink. Xie Lanyin tilted her head, pondering the meaning of his words, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, incredulous that someone as remarkable as Xie Lanyin had ended up married to Lin Yuanchao. Several individuals cast their glances toward Lin Yuanchao, their teeth clenched in frustration, believing he had consumed too little. Stop lingering. Let us leave swiftly, they urged, pushing one another toward the exit. Before long, only Lin Yuanchao and Xie Lanyin remained in the room. The door offered no soundproofing, allowing the lively chatter from outside to seep in. It seemed that tonight's festivities would not disturb the newlyweds, both of whom had succumbed to intoxication. Drunkenness, indeed, was preferable. It would ensure that Lin Yuanchao would awaken with regret the following day. He would certainly have his share of remorse. The sounds of footsteps and laughter gradually faded away. Xie Lanyin shook her head, the world around her swirling. Leaning softly against the headboard, she was met by a warm hand steadying her. Squinting her eyes, she inquired, How did you wake up? I was merely pretending. How could one truly get drunk today? Otherwise, I would regret it for a lifetime. The faint scent of alcohol mingled with his unique aroma wafted toward her. Quite pleasant, yet it seemed to heighten her own inebriation. She squinted further, striving to discern the figure before her. Lin Yuanchao swallowed hard, his voice husky as he spoke. Wait for me a moment. I shall freshen up. He hurried to the back room, swiftly pouring water from the thermos. After a quick wash, he returned to find Xie Lanyin still maintaining the posture he had left her in. Her eyes narrowed, as if attempting to clarify his identity. His heart raced as he lifted her into his arms, tucking her beneath the quilt. Lanyin, my dear wife. MHM. This simple response sent shivers through Lin Yuanchao, filling him with an overwhelming sense of completeness. The Lin family was quite numerous. Lin's father and mother, along with his two elder brothers and their wives. His eldest brother had 2 sons, while the second brother had 1. Although Xie Lanyin had married into the family, her life remained akin to that of the educated youth in the commune. Lin Yuanchao's assistance in her labors prompted no gossip, only playful jests directed at him. Nevertheless, Xie Lanyin would often make up for the laziness she indulged in during the day by working diligently at night. She was acutely aware that the college entrance examinations were approaching. Thus, she was intent on avoiding pregnancy. Having arrived in this era, she was determined not to remain confined to the small mountain village for eternity. In October, the long-awaited news of the reinstatement of the college entrance examinations finally arrived. The educated youth were euphoric, perceiving an opportunity to escape the village, scouring for study materials. The town S refused dump and black market buzzed with activity. Many enterprising individuals, upon receiving the news of the entrance exams, rummaged through the dump for books to sell in the black market. Lin Yuanchao discreetly ventured to the black market, spending a considerable sum to procure a complete set of study materials. He resolutely forbade Xie Lanyin from laboring in the fields, shouldering the workload of two, allowing her to dedicate herself to her studies at home. Grateful, Xie Lanyin bestowed a kiss upon his lips, exclaiming, "You are the best." Lin Yuanchao, momentarily distracted, gazed outside, yearning for nightfall. He resumed his toil in the fields, only to find himself surrounded by curious onlookers. "Yuanchao, do you truly intend for your wife to attend university? What if she gains admission and decides to leave you behind?" Lin Yuanchao retorted, "Nonsense, my wife is not that kind of person. You are truly foolish. Heed my advice and ensure your wife becomes pregnant, thus securing her presence." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanchao discarded the hoe in his hand and seized the collar of the individual who spoke. "If you continue to speak recklessly, do you believe I won't strike you? That is my wife. What concern is it of yours? So what if she gets into university and leaves the village? At worst, I will go to the city to find work to support her. I possess ample strength. Surely I can sustain her." Yuanchao, calm down. He is merely looking out for your best interests. The commotion prompted those nearby to intervene and mediate. Lin Yuanchao shook him off, declaring, "I do not require your concern. My wife treats me exceedingly well, and you are not but an insignificant presence." Due to Lin Yuanchao's intense reaction, no one dared to speak out in front of him and Xie Lanyin. Engrossed in her studies, Xie Lanyin remained oblivious to the incident. It was only after her examinations concluded that her mother-in-law revealed the events to her. Surprised, Xie Lanyin glanced at Lin Yuanchao, extending her pinky and gently intertwining it with his. Before Lin Yuanchao could respond, she discreetly released his hand and said, "Come to the room. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Yuanchao followed cautiously, observing her expression, wondering if she was upset. Upon entering the room, he closed the door, and Xie Lanyin pushed him against it, rising on her toes to kiss him. Chapter 48, The Afflicted Rough Man and His Delicate Educated Young Woman concludes. Lin Yuanchao was momentarily stunned, joy illuminating his eyes as he placed his hand behind her head, tilting it slightly to deepen the kiss. Only when Xie Lanyin seemed on the verge of breathlessness did he release her, satisfaction evident in his features. "This is your reward," she said. "Will there be a greater reward tonight? Once I am admitted to university, you will accompany me." Lin Yuanchao was taken aback. "You wish to take me along? Indeed. Did you not proclaim to the villagers that you would toil to support me? In the future, I will devise plans, and you will provide the labor. We shall combine our strengths. Very well, I shall follow your lead." The results were released before the new year, revealing that Xie Lanyin, Jiang Xiangzhu, and Zhao Jiqing had all been accepted into university. Although the others had not passed, it was still good news for the educated youth, as all would return to the city. The village leader, upon learning of the 3 acceptances, celebrated that very day with a bottle of liquor. Jiang Xiangzhu, upon discovering the results, cast an incredulous glance towards the Lin household, astonished that Xie Lanyin had outperformed her. But how could Lin Yuanchao allow Xie Lanyin to pursue her studies? Did he not fear that she would abandon him? Arriving at the Lin residence, Jiang Xiangzhu spotted Xie Lanyin and Lin Yuanchao crouched before the stove, roasting sweet potatoes over charcoal. Xie Lanyin picked up one of the charred sweet potatoes, scraped off the burnt exterior, and playfully smeared it on Lin Yuanchao's face. After doing so, she quickly stood and ran away. "Oh, you dare to smear soot on me. Stop right there. Mother, come quickly. Yuanchao is bullying me." Hearing the commotion, Lin's mother rushed out, even grasping a spatula in her hand due to her urgency. "Yuanchao, stop right there. Do not bully Lanyin." "Mother, I'm not bullying her. She is the one bullying me." Lin Yuanchao turned around and said helplessly, Upon seeing her son, painted like a clown, Lin's mother couldn't help but chuckle. Stunned by the scene, Jiang Xiangzhu found herself in disbelief. In her previous life, Lin Yuanchao's mother held her in contempt and would never have shown such care. Moreover, Lin Yuanchao had never smiled at her in such a manner. Jiang Xiangzhu returned home in a daze. After observing the interaction between Lin Yuanchao and Xie Lanyin, she felt increasingly unsettled. Fortunately, upon returning to the city, her parents, just like in her previous life, had their names cleared. However, the relationships that once existed had nearly withered away over the past decade. With no money to leverage connections, her father was assigned to a rather marginal position. Jiang Xiangzhu contemplated her opportunity to pursue education, envisioning various future paths, convinced that she could forge her own successful career. She encountered Lin Yuanchao and Xie Lanyin once more 2 years after graduation. Filled with pride, she declined the job offered to her, opting instead to immerse herself in the real estate sector. She recognized that the coming decades would present a prime opportunity for domestic real estate development. Like countless workers from her era, she toiled tirelessly each day. Following her superiors to various locations, she indulged in drinking, which soon took a toll on her health. At a banquet, she found herself amidst a crowd surrounding Lin Yuanchao. For a moment, she thought she was mistaken. Lin Yuanchao was not in a suit, but rather dressed casually. His features had become even more profound and composed, with an aura that was notably enhanced by wealth. Though barely in his 30s, he was surrounded by individuals more than 20 years his senior. Jiang Xiangzhu whispered in disbelief, Lin Yuanchao. Her superior, surprised, asked, "Do you know Mr. Lin? I had forgotten. Your rural assignment was in Mr. Lin's hometown." Perfect timing, as I was just pondering how to network with him. Before she could gather her thoughts, her superior pulled her toward Lin Yuanchao. "Mr. Lin, it is truly a pleasure to finally meet you." Jiang Xiangzhu barely registered her superior's words, staring blankly at Lin Yuanchao. "Mr. Lin, do you still remember Jiang Xiangzhu? She's a sent-down youth from your village." Lin Yuanchao shook his head. "It's been too long. I've forgotten." Just then, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, your wife, Ms. Xie, has arrived." Lin Yuanchao's eyes brightened as he scanned the crowd for a familiar figure. Wherever he went, people parted to let him through. After all these years, the bond between Mr. Lin and Ms. Xie remained strong. Indeed, with someone as beautiful and intelligent as Ms. Xie at your side, one ought to count their blessings, another person remarked. "I heard that the project in the southern part of the city was initiated by Ms. Xie, encouraging Mr. Lin to take it on." Jiang Xiangzhu watched as Lin Yuanchao approached Xie Lanyin, uncertain of what they discussed. Lin Yuanchao took Xie Lanyin's hand and walked away. A thought crossed Jiang Xiangzhu's mind. If in her previous life she had not perished alongside Lin Yuanchao, would she now stand beside him, the one who drew everyone's envy? With this notion, her gaze inevitably fell upon Lin Yuanchao. Seizing the moment while Xie Lanyin went to the restroom, she approached him with a drink in hand. "Lin Yuanchao, you cannot possibly have forgotten me. Are you afraid of being misunderstood by Xie Lanyin?" Lin Yuanchao gazed at the bizarre woman who inexplicably appeared before him, uttering nonsensical words. "If your mind is muddled, perhaps you should visit a hospital. What is our relationship, and why would my wife misunderstand us?" Jiang Xiangzhu stood frozen, reflecting deeply. It seemed that throughout her life, she indeed had no connection with Lin Yuanchao. Originally regarding her with indifference, Lin Yuanchao turned to glance behind her, and his eyes suddenly brightened. "Lanyin, you might as well not leave my side. Just now, a woman with a foggy mind approached me." Xie Lanyin linked her arm with his, casting her gaze towards the woman opposite. Upon seeing Jiang Xiangzhu's face, Xie Lanyin raised an eyebrow. "Jiang Xiangzhu, regretting your decision. Are we? Alas, it is too late." Ignoring her, Lin Yuanchao remarked, "This banquet is truly dull. I long for the chicken soup noodles you make. Will you prepare them for me at home?" Lin Yuanchao nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. The wine here is rather uninspiring. Previously, Boss Wang gifted me a bottle. Shall we savor it together at home?" "That might not be feasible. I already have something." "What do you have?" "Wait, you have something." Jiang Xiangzhu watched as Lin Yuanchao carefully supported Xie Lanyin, as if she were a fragile treasure. Leaning against the wall, her chest rose and fell sharply. This was originally hers. What she had missed in her past life was now what she fervently desired. But would she be granted a chance to begin anew? Chapter 49. The delicate prince of the capital calls me sister daily. A torrential downpour ensued. A pink Rolls-Royce sped through the rain-soaked night, its wheels splashing water in all directions. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the roadside. The wheels screeched against the pavement, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Lu-yi collided head-first into the glass, gasping in pain. "Uncle Son, what happened?" "Apologies, miss. I believe I struck someone." They suddenly dashed out, and I had no time to react. Lu-yi abruptly turned her head to the left, spotting the driver. "Uncle Son?" In this rainy night, had she collided with someone? Was she reborn? Had she returned to the day Miss Xie held her art exhibition, the day she left with Uncle Son? But hadn't Miss Xie departed with her fiancé on that very day? Why don't you come down with me to take a look?" The driver suggested. "Miss, it's pouring outside. You shouldn't exit the vehicle." Hearing Uncle Son as first half of the sentence echoing her past life, Lu-yi tightened her grip on the seatbelt. Was she destined to repeat her previous fate of being pursued by this madman, leading to her family's ruin? No, that couldn't happen. I'm squeamish about blood. "Uncle Son, perhaps you and Miss should go down together to check." "What do you mean?" Uncle Son intended to say more, but the sound of a door opening interrupted him. Without further ado, he opened the door and hurriedly stepped out with an umbrella. The rain poured heavily, rendering it difficult to discern a figure lying in front of the car. Xie Lanyin hurried over. The glaring headlights pierced through the rain, and the person on the ground could only see a shadowy figure rushing to their side, holding an umbrella. That beautiful face, illuminated by the lights, appeared to be enveloped in a dreamlike glow. Behind her were the curtains of rain and the blinding headlights, a sight that captivated the heart. "Are you all right?" Lu Huayu cast a deep glance at her face before his head tilted and he fainted. "Uncle Son, please lend a hand and get him into the car." "All right." Watching as the two men assisted the madman, Lu trembled all over. In her previous life, it was she and Uncle Son who had taken this lunatic to the hospital. Subsequently, he became utterly fixated on her, trailing behind her incessantly. At that time, Miss Xie was occupied with wedding preparations and no longer resided in her own villa, leading to the dismissal of most of the staff. She was utterly inexperienced and had believed she would struggle to find work. To her astonishment, she managed to secure an assistant position with a monthly salary of 30,000. She thought herself fortunate to have encountered such a splendid opportunity. It was only later that she discovered all of this had been orchestrated by the lunatic, Lu Huayu. This madman had caused her family to fall apart in her past life. When her relatives came seeking money, he concealed her funds, resulting in her father suffering a stroke and being unable to afford treatment, leaving him paralyzed. Her brother was unable to buy a house, and his girlfriend aborted their child and married someone else. Yet this lunatic believed he had acted commendably. "They do not love you. They raised you merely to drain your resources. Were it not for me, the money in your pocket would have been long squandered by them." Angrily, she shook off his hand, her voice frantic. "That was my choice. I do not need your interference. It was you who picked me up, you who first provoked me." She yearned to flee, but no matter where she ran, he would always retrieve her. There was a time when she found herself cornered at the edge of a cliff, and in a moment of desperation, she dragged him down with her, choosing to perish together. And this time, the one who rescued this madman was Miss Xie. At last, she had liberated herself from him. Xie Lanyin closed the car door and instructed the driver, "Uncle Son, hurry to the hospital." "Understood." The vehicle accelerated towards the hospital. Lu glanced through the rearview mirror, observing the situation in the back seat. The car was dimly lit, allowing only the faint glow from the streetlights to reveal the scene behind. She noticed Miss Xie's concerned gaze. She recalled when she first arrived in the city. Utterly lost and unsure, it was Miss Xie who had offered her a job. She felt immense gratitude towards her, yet she was even more desperate to evade the clutches of this lunatic. Self-preservation is paramount. She could only apologize to Miss Xie. Just then, a sound emerged from the back of the car. Hiss! Lu Huayu slowly opened his eyes. The unfamiliar surroundings of the car made his gaze sharpen. Turning his head, he saw the girl beside him, the one he had glimpsed just before losing consciousness. Another hallucination? He reached out, gripping her clothing tightly. "What is wrong? Where does it hurt? I'll take you to the hospital." Just hold on. It was not a hallucination. He blinked, his eyes wide with innocence and fear. Sister, where is this? Who are you? Xie Lanyin replied, do not be afraid. My driver accidentally hit you. I'm taking you to the hospital for an examination. All right. After arriving at the hospital and undergoing a full examination, the doctor merely stated it was a mild concussion, requiring a few days of rest. And no other issues were detected. Xie Lanyin gently patted the hand that clutched her clothing tightly and asked softly, where is your home? I will take you back. Sister, please do not drive me away. I have no home in this city. My family is impoverished. I left home to work after finishing middle school, as the villagers spoke of the plentiful opportunities in large cities. Thus, I came to try my luck. I possess no money and have been sleeping in parks and under bridges. What is your name? How old are you? Xie Lanyin's voice softened further. My name is Lu Huaiyu, and I am 16 years old. Liu Yi, 16? Isn't he already 20? Is he even hiding his age? This was not the case in the previous life. Liu Yi stood by, lowering her head, wishing she could vanish and no longer appear before this madman. 16. Then what can you do? I can grow flowers. I love to cultivate and care for them. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clutched her hand tightly, his gaze cautious, akin to a pitiful puppy frightened of abandonment. Xie Lanyin, very well. You shall assist me in tending to the flowers at my home. Really? No. Liu Yi instinctively protested. She wished for this madman to disappear at once. The occupants of the room turned to look at Liu Yi. She raised her head and met Lu Huaiyu's shadowy gaze. Remembering the actions he took in the previous life sent a shiver down her spine. Xie Lanyin, Yi, why are you so agitated? Liu Yi replied urgently. Miss, I was merely considering that we already have a gardener at home. It is fine. Having someone to help will ease Uncle Zhou's burden. Thank you, sister, you are so kind. The thought of potentially working together made Liu Yi's scalp tingle with anxiety. She intended to speak, but was met with Lu Huaiyu's emotionless eyes. His gaze was deeper than that of an ordinary person, darkening into two swirling vortices that seemed capable of consuming one's very soul. Liu Yi lowered her head. She wished not to attract Lu Huaiyu's attention again after her rebirth. Young miss, do not blame her. She is merely an ordinary person. She has no desire to entangle herself with such a harbinger of misfortune. Thus, Xie Lanyin took Lu Huaiyu back to her home. The first floor housed the servant quarters. The room on the far left belonged to driver Uncle Sun. Deeper within was gardener Uncle Zhou's room. The right side was Aunt Ling's room, and next to it was Yi's. The other servants do not reside here, so you will stay in the innermost vacant room. What about your room, sister? I reside on the second floor. Xie Lanyin, do you not prefer to stay on the first floor? Lu Huaiyu cast a heavy gaze towards the second floor. When he turned to Xie Lanyin, his smile was pure and innocent. No, I quite like it. Liu Yi. She did not wish to share the same floor with this madman. After returning to her room, she locked the door and windows securely. Were it not for Miss Xie's amiable nature, generous salary, and fewer responsibilities, she would never have stayed, especially with that madman clearly fixated on Miss Xie. Moreover, she had her own intentions. She wanted to observe whether this madman would treat Miss Xie as he did her. Chapter 50. The delicate prince of the capital calls her sister daily upstairs. Xie Lanyin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was not that she harbored any concerns, but rather due to the original occupant's depression, which had rendered her sleepless for many nights. Even though the essence had been replaced, the body struggled to adapt to the change. She decided against sleeping, drawing back the curtains to sit on the windowsill, swaying gently as she admired the moon. Before the age of 22, the original owner, the sole daughter of the Xie family, led a life of ease and privilege. At 18, she held her own art exhibition, and any painting she created could fetch millions. However, everything changed on her 22nd birthday. A woman claiming to be the true daughter of the Xie family appeared, asserting that they had been switched at birth in the hospital. The Xie family took both women for verification, and the results confirmed the woman's claims. The original owner shared the same blood type as her father, which had kept her identity unchallenged all these years, despite annual health checkups. The revelation sent shockwaves through their circle. Yet, paradoxically, the original owner's paintings fetched even higher prices at auction. In the original narrative, she could not accept that her fiancé, Zhao Jinghui, intended to marry the genuine heiress for monetary gain. She refused to accept any dowry or gifts, determined to marry Zhao Jinghui regardless, thus embarking on an irreversible path. The more she endeavored to please him, the less his family regarded her. Domestic disputes and conflicts drained her of all inspiration. After their marriage, she could no longer produce a single noteworthy painting and faded into obscurity. Within a few years, everyone had forgotten the once remarkable young artist, Xie Lanyin. Unable to sleep, she resolved to send a message to Zhao Jinghui. Very well, I agree to annul our engagement. As dawn broke, she finally succumbed to a drowsy slumber. However, it was not long before she was awakened by a commotion downstairs. Dressing hastily, she descended to find Zhao Jinghui causing a ruckus in the living room. How dare you obstruct me? Get out of my way. Once I marry Xie Lanyin, I'll dismiss all of you. Lu Huayu, who had initially stood quietly beside Uncle Zhou, idly wrapped his fingers around the hem of his clothing. Upon hearing Zhao Jinghui's words, he abruptly halted, a glint of coldness flashing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Jinghui, as if wishing to pierce him with his stare. What is all this noise early in the morning? Zhao Jinghui. At the sound of her voice, Zhao Jinghui looked up and was met with the sight of Xie Lanyin in a loose, cream-colored linen shirt, sleeves casually rolled up to reveal her slender, pale wrists, paired with a long, deep gray skirt. One hand rested on the railing, her expression cool and detached. A flicker of astonishment and confusion crossed Zhao Jinghui's eyes. Is Xie Lanyin really this beautiful? Realizing his reaction, he stepped forward briskly. Xie Lanyin, what do you mean by annulling our engagement? I am not the biological daughter of the Xie family. The marriage between the Xie and Zhao families was merely a business arrangement. Did you not express yesterday at the exhibition your desire to marry the genuine Miss Xie? I shall willingly step aside. You. Zhao Jinghui was nearly overcome with fury. He had made that remark solely to provoke Xie Lanyin. The true Miss Xie, lacking in education, beauty, and fame, could not possibly compare to the renowned young artist. Xie Lanyin, her painting, Interstellar, had sold for $15 million at the exhibition yesterday. He must have been out of his mind to agree to annul the engagement. Come upstairs and we can discuss this. No need. Whatever you have to say can be said here. Xie Lanyin, are you really about to marry me? Am I not even allowed to enter your room? Xie Lanyin replied, you are the one who suggested the annulment. Lu Huayu's gaze deepened as he quietly inquired, who is this person? Uncle Zhou responded, this gentleman, Mr. Zhao, is the young lady's fiancé. Miss Xie's family situation is quite complicated. He wishes to break off the engagement. And when she consented, he came here to argue. Lu Huayu remarked, it is merely a tactic to belittle my sister and undermine her worth. Uncle Zhou, astonished, exclaimed, you are quite young, yet you see through this? Of course, Lu Huayu replied, casting a penetrating glance at Zhao Jinghui before turning to leave. Uncle Zhou, not daring to openly spectate, retreated to the garden to attend to his duties. Zhao Jinghui took a deep breath, his countenance darkening as he asserted, I will ask you just once. Do you truly wish to break our engagement? Indeed, since the moment you plotted against me, I have no intention of marrying you. Plotting? Well, have I ever schemed against you? His face flushed with a mix of white and red, his eyes betraying a blend of panic and indignation. You insinuated that I am not worthy of a Xie family status, subtly belittling me and attempting to coerce me into devaluing myself for you. Zhao Jinghui, you are sorely mistaken if you think I would comply. Xie Lanyin, after all these years of our relationship, is this truly how you perceive me? Very well. If you wish to annul the engagement, do not come to regret it. He stormed off in a fit of rage. As he entered his car, he slammed the door shut and glanced back, only to find that Xie Lanyin had not pursued him. His frustration led him to pound the steering wheel. When did she become so astute? Hadn't she always been engrossed in her creative pursuits, seemingly oblivious to the intricacies of human interactions? Could it be she had been feigning ignorance all along? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he pressed the accelerator to speed away. However, shortly after he set off, the front right tire suddenly blew out. The car, accelerating too rapidly, became uncontrollable and veered directly into the river. The resounding splash startled the patrolling security guard, who hurriedly called for assistance to retrieve both the car and its occupant. The guard even rushed to the villa to inform Zhao Jinghui of his unfortunate plunge into the river. By the time the onlookers gathered, Zhao Jinghui had already been rescued. He emerged, drenched, with his hair plastered to his face and his clothes dripping. "Damn it! If I find out who slashed my tire, I swear I will twist their head off," he fumed. Lu Yi's heart raced as she instinctively glanced at Lu Huayu. As expected, she saw the corners of his lips curling into a smile, reminiscent of someone relishing an exquisite performance. This expression was all too familiar to Lu Yi. It was the same look he wore whenever he succeeded in his misdeeds. Xie Lanyin, having heard the news, hurried over, murmuring, "How could the tire blow and lead to a plunge into the river?" Lu Huayu raised an eyebrow. "Are you feeling distressed for your sister?" "Not at all. I merely think the tire blow was rather timely." Lu Yi was taken aback. Lu Huayu chuckled lightly, his tone buoyant, seeming quite pleased. "I concur." Chapter 51. The delicate prince of the capital calls me sister daily. Zhao Jinghui turned his head. He beheld Xie Lanyin standing under a tree not far away, her countenance adorned with a smile that captivated him entirely. Lu Huayu, with a stern expression, positioned himself protectively in front of Xie Lanyin. With his view obstructed, Zhao Jinghui quickly regained his composure and approached them in a fit of rage. "Xie Lanyin, when I arrived, my car was perfectly fine. How could it have a flat tire the moment I leave? Did you do something? Suspecting me? Where's your evidence?" Xie Lanyin replied with unshakable composure. She held faith that Lu Huayu, should he choose to act, had already devised a plan for any potential repercussions. Moreover, given Lu Huayu's standing, Zhao Jinghui would scarcely dare to confront him. "You, just wait. Xie Lanyin, you will regret breaking off our engagement. Whether I will regret it remains uncertain." "But you certainly appear to be feeling regret," she retorted. With that, she tugged at Lu Huayu's garment and said, "Shall you let us depart?" Xie Lanyin paid no heed to the furious outburst behind her. After taking a few steps, she noticed that the individual beside her had an unusual gait. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was moving in sync with his left foot and right foot. Xie Lanyin halted, and Lu Huayu, following suit, sheepishly scratched his head. "Sister, what did you just call me?" "Xiaoyu, you are younger than I am. Thank you for stepping in front of me just now." "It was nothing," he replied, his eyes slightly downcast, exuding an air of obedience. "Let us get in the car. I will take you shopping for clothes." "Huh? Shopping for clothes? You have started your new job. Consider it a gift from me, your employer." With that, Xie Lanyin led Lu Huayu to a nearby mall. She meticulously selected several outfits that complemented his demeanor. Lu Huayu tried on one ensemble after another. The first was a suit, though only 16. He stood impressively tall at 6 feet 3 inches, his frame bearing the slenderness unique to youth, yet devoid of frailty. The suit bestowed upon him a gravitas that belied his age, striking a delicate balance between youthful innocence and burgeoning maturity, accentuating his refined features. The second outfit was a pure white tracksuit, which enhanced his lithe figure, embodying the exuberance of youth. The third was a simple white top paired with denim jeans, perfectly outlining the elegant lines of his legs. The fourth ensemble consisted of a ginger-colored knitted cardigan over a light blue striped shirt, complemented by beige, casual trousers. The final outfit was a black silk nightgown. The store attendant could not help but exclaim, "Miss, your taste is impeccable. These outfits look even better together than those we previously styled in our store." Lu Huayu replied, "Of course, my sister is a renowned artist. How could she possibly lack the skill for even the simplest color coordination?" The attendant remarked, "Young man, the bond between you and your sister is truly wonderful. It's rare to see siblings so close." At once, Lu Huayu's expression turned icy. "We are not siblings." His originally gentle and clear eyes seemed to have been encased in a layer of frost. The attendant was startled. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know." This youth appeared to possess two distinct personas. Moments ago, he had seemed as endearing as a neighbor's little brother, but now, with his cold demeanor, he was somewhat intimidating. Xie Lanyin handed Lu Huayu another outfit. Lu Huayu took the clothes and a gentle warmth enveloped his brow and eyes. Xie Lanyin remarked, "She knows nothing. Do not make it difficult for her." "Well, since my sister has spoken, I shall refrain from anger." Xie Lanyin purchased all the garments he had previously tried on. As they exited the boutique, Lu Huayu followed closely behind, his hands laden with several bags. Despite his neutral expression, the sway of the bags revealed a heart brimming with joy. "Sister, I did not mean to lose my temper with the shop assistant. My family treats me very poorly. They're unworthy of being compared to you." Xie Lanyin nodded. "Yes, I understand. You're not a bad person." Lu Huayu paused momentarily, his smile blossoming even brighter. "Indeed, I'm certainly not a bad person. It is they who are wrong." After all, his parents had personally admitted him to a psychiatric hospital. He was not the villain in this tale. Upon returning home, Uncle Sun informed her of Zhao Jinghui's efforts to retrieve the vehicle. Upon learning that Xie Lanyin had taken Lu Huayu shopping, they eagerly requested to see the new purchases. Lu Huayu displayed the garments, and amidst the praise from Uncle Sun and Uncle Zhou, he glanced at Xie Lanyin, who sat upon the sofa. The sparkle in his eyes could not be contained, and he involuntarily curled his lips into a smile. He cast a wary glance his way, shivering involuntarily. Only she understood the terrifying possessiveness and pathological affection concealed beneath his seemingly innocent smile. Terrified, she averted her gaze and returned to her own affairs. At 10 o'clock, Xie Lanyin leaned against her bed, the room's lighting dimmed to its lowest setting. She held a tome on advanced mathematics, attempting to cultivate a semblance of drowsiness. However, as the night deepened, her mind grew increasingly alert. It seemed she was destined for another sleepless night. If this continued, her health would surely suffer. Perhaps a sleeping aid was in order? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden knock echoed at her door. "Who is it?" she called out. From outside came Lu Huayu's voice. "Sister, it's me. Xiao Yu, please come in." No sooner had she spoken than the door swung open. Lu Huayu entered clad in pajamas, his hair tousled, stubborn strands rebelliously standing on end, and in his hand he held a cup of milk. "Sister, when I awoke last night, I noticed there was still light outside. I surmised you might struggle to sleep, so I prepared a cup of milk for you. Drinking it may help you rest." Xie Lanyin pulled aside the covers. The depths of Lu Huayu's eyes instantly darkened. "Xiao Yu, thank you. No need for thanks. You have taken me in and even bought me clothes. It is only right that I do this for you," he replied, lowering his head slightly, his long, clean neck appearing somewhat fragile. Xie Lanyin accepted the milk and took a sip, immediately sensing something amiss. The milk had been laced with something else, sleeping pills. No, it was unlike ordinary sleeping aids. She hesitated for a moment, but quickly finished the milk. Chapter 52. Being called sister by the delusional prince of the capital every day. Lu Huayu hastily took the cup from her. "Sister, after finishing the milk, please rest well. I hope you have sweet dreams tonight." Fragmented beams of light danced across his face, casting a small shadow on his prominent nose. Under the warm glow of the lamp, his countenance emanated a touch of tenderness. "All right," Lu Huayu said as he opened the door. "Sister, good night." After uttering this phrase, he gently closed the door behind him with a soft click. The sound of his footsteps faded away into the distance. Having taken a sleeping pill, Xie Lanyin finally began to feel drowsy. She turned off the light and soon succumbed to slumber. After a refreshing night's rest, she awoke feeling invigorated, entirely free of any residual effects from the medication. Her assumptions proved correct. The sleeping pill had been specially formulated, healthier and safer than the usual ones, less prone to addiction, and promoting deeper sleep. She sought out Lu Huayu. "Xiao Yu, thank you for the milk you brought last night. I slept quite well. Then, shall I deliver it to you every night?" he inquired. "Sure," she replied. Just then, Uncle Sun hurried over, prompting Xie Lanyin to ask, "What is the matter?" "It's Lu's parents. They're here to find her. They seem quite anxious, so it must be urgent." "All right, then go call her," Xie Lanyin said, glancing outside to see two figures waiting at the door. After finishing her soybean milk, she headed to the art studio to paint. Meanwhile, upon hearing that her parents had come to find her, Lu hastily set aside her work and rushed out. Seeing her parents standing at the door, her heart ached. "Mom, Dad, what are you doing here?" In her previous life, Her father had suffered severe consequences due to financial struggles. Once, when she secretly visited them, she found her father unable to move, lying in bed. That scoundrel Lu Huayu had suggested her father was merely pretending. What parent would feign illness at the expense of their own health? Her father couldn't even get out of bed, and yet Lu Huayu made callous remarks. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she couldn't help but embrace her mother tightly. "You child, how can you be so affectionate after such a short time apart?" Lu Yi, feeling bashful, released her mother. "I couldn't help it. I was just so excited to see you." Lu's mother glanced at the villa and remarked, "Was that your boss sitting by the window, eating, just now?" "Yes. Your boss seems quite nice. Is he married?" Lu Yi sensed something amiss, no? Her mother clapped her thigh. "Perfect. Your brother isn't married yet. You should introduce your boss to him. She's beautiful, and any child they have would surely be remarkable." Lu Yi felt as though her mind had exploded. "Please, stop with the nonsense. My brother has been with his girlfriend for 3 years. They're about to get married. Besides, she sells her paintings for over $1 million each. How could she possibly be interested in my brother?" Even though she feared the madness of Lu Huayu and wished to push that lunatic towards Miss Xie, Lu Huayu's striking appearance could easily launch a career in modeling. Moreover, his family owned numerous listed companies, and he was the sole heir of the Lu family. The Lu family's future rested solely on him. How could her parents even dare to fantasize about Miss Xie? What? She sells her paintings for that much? It is imperative that you introduce her to your brother, for in doing so, you would become her sister-in-law, and thus, you would indulge in a life of luxury and abundance. Moreover, I firmly believe that my son is more than adequate. Why should he be deemed unworthy of her?" Lu Yi interjected. Her brother has never even attended university, spending his days engaged in gambling and drinking. Securing a girlfriend is already a remarkable feat for him. And yet he dares to dream that Miss Xie would consider him. The disparity is akin to a toad aspiring to court swan. A chill coursed down her spine, a sensation she was all too familiar with. She stiffly turned, and indeed, there stood Lu Huayu at a distance. Fear rendered her body rigid. Lu Huayu stood beneath the sunlight, his expression inscrutable, yet the sight evoked the same dread as encountering a ghost in the dead of night. Instinctively, she pushed her parents away. "Hey, why are you pushing me?" They protested. "Fine, if you won't introduce her, it doesn't matter. Your brother is getting married. And if the dowry is insufficient, having worked here for 2 years, how much do you have saved? Lend him a little." It was only when she reached a corner where Lu Huayu was out of sight that she felt her anxiety dissipate. Her mother's words nearly sent her into a fit. "Your brother is about to marry. You want me to introduce Miss Xie to him? We're merely suggesting. If you don't agree, so be it," Lu Yi retorted. "I only have 400,000. Their eyes lit up at the mention of the sum. 400,000? Then it's settled. All of it goes to me. "No, I can only give you 150,000 at most. I need to keep the rest for myself." She was acutely aware that gold prices were poised to surge after the new year, projected to rise from 427 to 683 per gram. In her previous life, entangled with Lu Huayu, her mind was consumed with strategies to outsmart him and escape his grasp. The news about the rising gold prices reached her through a call from her mother, who intended to purchase 3 gold pieces for her sister-in-law and needed 50,000. Aware of the lucrative opportunity, she knew she must set aside some funds to invest in gold. Once the prices escalated, she could sell her holdings for a significant profit. As a young woman residing in such a grand villa, why do you require so much money? "I don't care. You must give us all the money." Her father insisted, pulling her along. 150,000 it is then. I'll provide your brother's account details. Transfer it when you can. All right. When does he plan to pay me back? You expect your brother to repay you? Her mother's disapproving tone was palpable. He will repay once he marries. Her father signaled, insisting they secure the funds first. With that, her mother fell silent. Lu Yi pulled out her phone and promptly transferred the money to her parents. Thankfully, after receiving the funds, they departed without further mentioning the introduction of Miss Xie to her brother. Lu Yi exhaled in relief. She hurried into the courtyard, where she found Lu Huayu pruning the withered branches of flowers. With a decisive snap, he severed a thick branch in half, his movements as precise and ruthless as he was with people. Lu Yi's heart raced with trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, She asked, "How much did you overhear?" "That was my parents. Do not think of causing them harm." Lu Huayu lifted his gaze to her, a scornful smirk escaping his lips as he uttered a disdainful, "Fool." He then turned away to tend to another branch. "You." He felt a surge of frustration. She was nothing like this emotionally detached lunatic. That was her family, and naturally, she wanted to help. How could she be like in her past life, when her father fell ill and was hospitalized? Yet she had ample resources but contributed nothing, allowing him to suffer lasting consequences? She simply could not bear to do that. In a fit of anger, Lu stomped her foot and turned to leave, as Lu Huayu tended to the garden and then retreated to his room to change. He noticed Sister Ling busily preparing pastries in the kitchen. Uncle Zhou and Uncle Sun, seeing that he was new and still quite young, assigned him only a few tasks. After changing into a fresh outfit, Lu Huayu rolled up his sleeves and declared, "Sister Ling, I am here to assist you." Upon seeing him, Sister Ling smiled and beckoned, saying, "Wonderful. The young lady adores these peach blossom pastries. You must taste them soon." "Certainly," he replied. Half an hour later, the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. Lu Huayu packaged the freshly baked pastries and announced, "Sister Ling, I shall take these up now." "All right," she responded. He ascended to the room at the northernmost end of the second floor. Uncle Zhou had previously mentioned that this was his sister's studio, where she often spent entire days immersed in her art. He knocked gently on the door, but received no response, so he cautiously pushed it open. Upon entering, he was greeted by a series of artworks. The heavy, dark purple house depicted within conveyed a sense of oppression, surrounded by a distorted cluster of flowers with bizarre black and red petals, creating a striking visual impact. Another painting portrayed a dilapidated, abandoned house isolated in an empty wilderness, its windows resembling two dark voids devoid of light, while withered branches of a tree reached towards the sky. Lu Huayu momentarily froze. He had previously researched his sister's paintings, particularly the recently sold piece titled Interstellar, which showcased a vast expanse of starry sky, vibrant and bold in color, evoking an irresistible longing. Yet, the works in her studio were disquieting. He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. "Shall you?" Lu Huayu lifted his head, his face breaking into a radiant smile. "Sister, I brought you some treats. These are made by me and Sister Ling. You must try them." Chapter 53. Being called sister daily by the delicate prince of the capital, Xie Lanyin set down her paintbrush and sampled one. "Sweet. Is it too sweet?" he inquired. "You need not force yourself to eat it. I can make another batch with less sugar." Lu Huayu quickly raised the platter. "No, it's actually quite delicious. But sister, you shouldn't feel compelled." Xie Lanyin paused, meeting the earnest gaze of the young man. She placed the pastry down and smiled. "All right, then you go make some more. I shall wait here." "Then sister, accompany me. You should move around more instead of painting all day." "Very well." Xie Lanyin joined Lu Huayu in the kitchen. Sister Ling, seeing her come downstairs, was intrigued and remarked, "Miss Xie, what brings you down?" Lu Huayu explained, "Sister felt the pastries were too sweet, so I'm making her another batch." An hour later, as Xie Lanyin tasted the newly baked delicacies, she nodded in approval. "This sweetness is just right." Lu Huayu discreetly noted the amount of sugar he had just used. However, as Xie Lanyin reached for her second piece, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and saw her mother's name flashing. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the phone. Before she could utter a word, the sound of Mrs. Xie's weeping resonated from the other end. "Lanyin, it has been such a long time since you returned. When will you come back to visit?" At that moment, Xie Lanyin felt the pastries lose their flavor. She had severed ties with the Xie family. Returning would be inappropriate. "Lanyin, I understand you harbor resentment towards us. But Qing is also my biological daughter. It pains me to see her raised in such a manner. You have taken up 20 years of her life. Please do not despise her. I beseech you, just this once, return for a meal." Although not her biological mother, she had nonetheless raised the original owner for 2 decades. With such humility, Xie Lanyin found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, she was curious about the Xie family's intentions. In the original narrative, the original owner had not experienced happiness after marrying Zhao Jinghui, yet the Xie family had never intervened. She doubted they still held any affection for her. Lu Huayu keenly sensed her mood. "Sister, Are you unhappy? Yes, I need to step out this evening to dine with my adoptive parents. Lu Huayu nodded, tilting his head to observe her. Sister, do you resent them? Not at all. Zhao Jinghui is correct. My current circumstances are indeed a result of the Xie family's nurturing. I will repay all of it, and from now on, I shall owe them nothing. Sister, have something sweet to lift your spirits. Xie Lanyin accepted the pastry he offered. This one was sweeter than the previous ones, causing her face to scrunch up uncontrollably in response to the overwhelming sweetness. Annoyed, she smacked Lu Huayu, who sat beside her. Sister, is it so sweet that you're happy now? Yes, very happy. Lu Huayu's gaze narrowed. Sister, you're deceiving me. You're not happy at all. Xie Lanyin informed Sister Ling and Uncle Sun about her visit to the Xie family, instructing Sister Ling to prepare less food while Uncle Sun accompanied her. Lu Huayu blinked. What about me? You stay home. But I am afraid to be alone. This house is too large. Xie Lanyin nodded. All right, then you may accompany me. Lu Yi remarked, this house is large. In her past life, she had been confined by Lu Huayu within a vast estate, where only 5 individuals resided. The likelihood of encountering a ghost at night surpassed that of meeting a person. To ensnare Xie Lanyin, he would utter any nonsense. Having settled everything, Xie Lanyin changed her attire and returned to the Xie family home. The car came to a stop, and she entered with Uncle Sun and Lu Huayu. In the entire living room, only Xie Qingyi sat alone, engrossed in the television. Huh, is this your home? Why are you back again? And who is that man? Your university student kept on the side? Xie Lanyin's expression remained cold. It seems you are quite informed. Did someone keep you during your university days? What nonsense are you spouting? You two are truly something. You argue upon meeting. Lanyin, Qingyi has just returned. Let her be. She is hard on the outside, but soft within. Hard on the outside, but soft within? The latter phrase had no relevance to Xie Qingyi. If she did not provoke her, Xie Lanyin would not retaliate, but this was their pattern upon every encounter, and she was not one to be easily bullied. Mrs. Xie shook her head, sighing. Let's not dwell on that. Let's eat first. Qingyi, you should speak less. She turned her head towards the servant and said, Go to the study and call for Sir. Just tell him Lanyin has returned and ask him to come down for dinner. All right, Lanyin, today the household has prepared many dishes that you love. With that, Mother Xie led Xie Lanyin to the dining table. As for Uncle Sun and Lu Huayu, they had already been escorted to the back. Just as they sat down, Xie Lanyin heard footsteps coming from upstairs. When she looked up, she found not only her foster father descending, but also Zhao Jinghui. Her expression darkened. This family indeed had not made the right decision. Jinghui, come, quickly sit down. Lanyin, today Jinghui has come to discuss business with your father, so he will stay for dinner. Zhao Jinghui took a seat beside Xie Lanyin. Across the garden and through the glass, Lu Huayu gazed at the family dining together. His eyes blazed with intensity as he fixated on Zhao Jinghui, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. Miss Lanyin and Mr. Zhao indeed make a fitting pair. However, now that Miss Qingyi has returned, shouldn't she be the one to marry Mr. Zhao? You don't understand. Just look at them sitting together. If you were Mr. Zhao, whom would you choose? Is that even a question? It would undoubtedly be Miss Lanyin. Mr. Zhao and Miss Lanyin grew up together, childhood sweethearts. If they could truly be together, it would be a beautiful thing. Be quiet. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a voice, frigid and piercing, interrupted them, causing them to jump. They instinctively turned towards the source of the sound and saw Lu Huayu standing not far away. Half of his exquisite face was shrouded in shadow, his icy expression appearing somewhat terrifying. The two dared not speak and hurriedly left. After walking a distance, they resumed their murmurs. Why was he so agitated? Who knows? He acted like he had eaten gunpowder. It scared me to death. I also found his gaze quite frightening. Lu Huayu stared at the dining room, his fists tightly clenched. The one he desired was not to be contested by anyone. Yet the atmosphere within the dining room was not as warm as it appeared. Lanyin, you're no longer young. It is time to discuss marriage with Jinghui. Zhao Jinghui quickly interjected, Auntie, do not worry. Everything others have. We'll also provide for Lanyin. Xie Lanyin had embarrassed him to such an extent. He was determined to marry her just to torment her. After marriage, all his money would come from his parents. If they divorced, not only would Xie Lanyin receive nothing, but he would also manage to extract a significant sum from her. Such a deal was profitable no matter the outcome. Xie Lanyin set down her chopsticks and said, "Mother, I have already informed Zhao Jinghui that our engagement is annulled. Now that Qingyi has returned, she should be the one to marry him." Xie Qingyi looked intently at Zhao Jinghui. "That is not acceptable. I like you," he replied. Xie Lanyin was beautiful, had gained fame at a young age, and had numerous admirers. What could Xie Qingyi possibly compare to her? He was no fool. Xie's father was well aware of the situation as well. After all, he was a man himself and understood Zhao Jinghui's intentions. Yet, he also needed the benefits provided by the Xie family. "Though you are not my daughter, I have raised you, and now it is time for you to repay us. Besides Jinghui, who else would want you?" Mother Xie urged, "Indeed, Lanyin, your parents only wish for your well-being." Listening to them, Xie Lanyin felt an urge to laugh. Their incessant claims of concern were merely for the sake of money. If Zhao Jinghui had set his sights on Xie Qingyi, she would stand no chance at all. "The gratitude for your upbringing, I have already compensated with 10 million. That should suffice. Yet you continue to speak of nurturing." This infuriated Father Xie, who slammed his hand on the table. "Do not forget, your achievements today are entirely due to the money I spent to cultivate you. Otherwise, would you be able to sell a painting for 1 million? Those paintings were all crafted by my own hand. They bear no connection to the Xie family, who have not invested such amounts in me over the years." Mother Xie interjected, "Lanyin, can our bond truly be bought with money?" Zhao Jinghui remarked, "Xie Lanyin, you ought to heed what Uncle and Aunt Xie are saying." "Be silent. This is a matter for my family," Xie Lanyin retorted. "You, Xie Lanyin, you are becoming insufferable." Father Xie rose in anger, slamming the table once more. Xie Qingyi observed the spectacle with amusement, reveling in the tension. Just as the confrontation escalated, a sudden exclamation echoed from the back of the villa. "Sir, madam, there's a fire in the kitchen." At that moment, Father Xie caught a whiff of something burning. The group abandoned their quarrel and rushed to assess the situation. Zhao Jinghui said, "Lanyin, you have changed. You were not like this before." "I was merely pretending," Xie Lanyin replied. Zhao Jinghui was taken aback. "What?" Chapter 54. Daily calls from the delicate prince of the capital. Xie Lanyin found Uncle Sun and Lu Huayu and left the Xie family amidst the chaos. By the time the fire was extinguished and Father and Mother Xie returned, they discovered that Xie Lanyin had already departed, nearly causing them to suffer from apoplexy. Xie Lanyin was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. She had not been like this before, always obedient in the past. In the car, Lu Huayu softly said, "Sister, lean on me for a while." No one bullied you at the Xie family, right?" Xie Lanyin inquired. "No," Lu Huayu replied, a smile lighting up his face. "That's good. It was strange. If no one had bullied him, why would he have set fire to the kitchen?" "Sister, may I borrow your shoulder to lean on?" Xie Lanyin did not refuse and tilted her head against the shoulder. A refreshing, pleasant scent emanated from him, neither laundry detergent nor perfume. She intended to rest her eyes for a moment, but soon dozed off. When she awoke, only she and Lu Huayu remained in the car. Uncle Sun had disappeared at some point. Lu Huayu noticed her awakening immediately. "Sister, is your leg numb?" "No, is your shoulder numb?" "Yes." "Could you get a little massage?" Xie Lanyin extended her hand and pressed down on his shoulder. To her surprise, beneath her touch was not merely rigid bone, but pleasantly firm muscle. He appeared slender and tall, yet concealed such strength beneath the surface. When her hand brushed against Lu Huayu, his expression was momentarily blank for a few seconds. Upon regaining his composure, his gaze deepened. "Sister, do not worry. In a few days, they will have no desire to bother you." "How do you know?" "I just have a knack for guessing." Xie Lanyin chuckled at his words and playfully pinched his shoulder. Lu Huayu gasped, "Sister, you're quite strong." "What do you mean?" "Sister, be gentle. That pinched me." Xie Lanyin silently thought, such a schemer. Nevertheless, she softened her grip. After a few more playful squeezes, Lu Huayu reached out, grasping her hand, and said, "All right, sister, you need not pinch any longer. I'm not numb anymore. You must be hungry. I shall make you some noodles." "You can cook noodles?" "Sister, do not underestimate me." Half an hour later, Xie Lanyin beheld the scallion oil noodles before her and then glanced at Lu Huayu, who was clad in an apron. A warm yellow checkered apron was tied around his waist, loosely knotted. "Sister, hurry and taste it. How does it fare?" Xie Lanyin picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The noodles were chewy and smooth, the fresh aroma of scallions perfectly mingling with the richness of the oil. She gave a thumbs up, delicious. Lu Huayu also served himself a bowl and sat across from her. The fragrance of scallion oil enveloped the air, and the shadows of the two, sitting together cast on the ground, exuded an indescribable warmth. 3 days later, Xie Lanyin finally completed a painting, layer upon layer of leaves. A deep verdant hue, yet a beam of light pierced through the dense foliage, contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkness. That ray of light embodied hope. Hope? Who is that light? Is it Zhao Jingwei? Lu Huayu stepped inside. Hearing the commotion, Xie Lanyin turned around and saw Lu Huayu entering. "What delectable treat do you bring this time?" "Egg tarts. I tasted them and believe they match your preferred sweetness." Xie Lanyin set down her brush and approached him. Lu Huayu placed the plate on a small table nearby. "Sister, is this your new painting? It's truly beautiful. Have you named it?" "It's called Hope." "Ah, Hope. Let me take a look." Lu Huayu moved closer, glancing at the paint set beside it, just as he intended to feign a stumble. Xie Lanyin had already caught onto his plan. She smiled. "What do you think? This is my gift to you." Lu Huayu froze. "A gift for me?" "Indeed." Xie Lanyin picked up an egg tart and took a bite. Lu Huayu's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with uncontainable joy. "Sister, you truly gifted me this painting? It's really called Hope?" "Yes, you can keep it in your room. Do you not like it?" "I love it." Lu Huayu gazed at the painting with increasing satisfaction. "How is this sunlight so beautiful?" "It's called Hope." "What a lovely name." Lu Huayu declared, "Sister, I can paint too. Shall I create one for you?" "Sure." Xie Lanyin languidly swayed her feet. Lu Huayu picked up the brush, his thick eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. His hand, gripping the brush, was long and fair with well-defined knuckles. Xie Lanyin rested her chin on her hand, savoring this moment. An hour later, she beheld the masterpiece he had created. It depicted her seated on the balcony of the second floor, gazing down at the vibrant blooms in the garden below. Even from this solitary silhouette, vitality radiated. The scene was simply exquisite, far beyond the capabilities of an amateur. "Are you an artist as well?" she inquired, as the original narrative had not revealed Lu Huayu's artistic prowess. "I dabble a bit. When spring arrives, with all the flowers in bloom, my sister will be able to see the blossoms from the second floor," he replied. "That sounds wonderful. I shall frame this painting and display it in my room," Xie Lanyin remarked. At this, Lu Huayu's eyes sparkled with delight. Just then, Uncle Sun rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor. "Miss, the Xie and Zhao families have clashed," he announced. "What on earth is happening?" Xie Lanyin questioned, bewildered. Only a short while ago, they had been seated at the same table plotting against her. How had they turned into foes in such a brief span? It appears to be over a project in the capital, something called the Enhai Group. They are seeking partners for a venture with considerable profits. Both families desire this project, and their employees, in their haste for gain, ended up in conflict, Uncle Sun explained. Xie Lanyin chuckled softly. "Well done." Lu Huayu commented, "Such alliances formed solely for profit are bound to fracture when interests are misaligned. They will show no mercy when turning against one another." He was perplexed. In her past life, although Miss Xie had not fared well after marrying, the relationship between the Xie and Zhao families had been quite amicable. What had changed? Lu Huayu blinked innocently now that they are at odds. "They will not unite to bully my sister." Xie Lanyin nodded, considering this a piece of good news. Lu Huayu smiled gleefully. He felt a chill run down her spine, suspecting that this incident was somehow tied to Lu Huayu. Yet, the Enhai Group was not affiliated with the Lu family. How could they possibly intervene on his behalf? Moreover, what had transpired that day at the Xie residence to prompt Lu Huayu's assistance? At that moment, Lu Yi's phone rang, drawing the attention of those around her. She sensed Lu Huayu's gaze upon her, causing her heart to flutter as she fumbled for her phone. The caller ID displayed her brother's name. Something's wrong. Dad suddenly had a stroke and is in the hospital." Her brother's voice crackled anxiously. Lu Yi's mind went blank. What? How did he end up in the hospital? She had expressly advised him to get a checkup. Quickly, send over 200,000. He needs it. 200,000? All right, I will transfer it immediately. Her father lay in hospital, and she would spare no expense. Oh, by the way, I recall your boss is a renowned artist. Perhaps you could bring her along. She might have connections to find a top-notch doctor for Dad. Of course. Lu Yi hurriedly ended the call, her phone buzzing with the address of the hospital. She quickly raised her gaze towards Xie Lanyin. Miss Xie, my father has been hospitalized. Would you accompany me? Xie Lanyin frowned, recalling a similar scene from the original storyline. How could Lu Yi's return fail to alter the narrative? If her efforts were in vain, Xie Lanyin began to question the authenticity of the illness. Previously, she had observed the two individuals and found merit in Lu Huayu's suspicions. They likely sought to extort money from Lu Yi under the pretense of illness. Furthermore, she recalled that in the original plot, her parents demanded 100,000. Why had that amount now doubled to 200,000? As she opened her mouth to speak, Lu Huayu snatched Lu Yi's phone. Glancing at the message, he remarked, "Your family seems quite affluent, opting for a private hospital instead of public one. What do you know? Liu Yi retorted. That is my father. I must provide him with the best care." Retrieving her phone, her eyes brimmed with resentment and wariness. Lu Huayu, this time, do not attempt to obstruct me. Lu Huayu scoffed. You overestimate your significance. Regardless of your fate outside, I shall not cast a glance your way. You. Lu Yi's face flushed with indignation. She turned to Xie Lanyin. Miss Xie, please come with me. I have some matters to attend to, but I will send Uncle Sun with you. If you truly require assistance, I can help you secure an appointment with a specialist at City Hospital 1. Xie Lanyin remained somewhat wary of Lu Yi's family, but was curious about their intentions. She decided to let Uncle Sun accompany Lu Yi. All right, Lu Yi, preoccupied with her urgency, did not dwell on whether Xie Lanyin would accompany her. The mere fact that she agreed to assist sufficed. Lu Yi took Uncle Sun's arm and hurried away. Lu Huayu watched a retreating figure, a chill glinting in his eyes. This fool, having exhausted her usefulness, would soon find herself in tears. He needed to keep a watchful eye on his sister to prevent her from being dragged down by Lu Yi's foolishness. Turning to Xie Lanyin, he grasped her sleeve anxiously. Sister, I suspect Lu Yi's family is not to be trusted. Be sure to steer clear of them. Yes, I understand. Sister, wherever you go, you must take me with you. I will protect you. All right, you protect me. Lu Huayu frowned, disliking her condescending tone. I'm serious. I will protect you. Sensing the resoluteness in his words, Xie Lanyin met his gaze, her tone shifting to earnestness. I will protect you too. Very well. Lu Huayu's voice lifted, his mood brightening. His hand, which had gripped her sleeve, now clasped hers. Sister, today we have no plans. Let us frame those two paintings and place them in our room tonight. Sure, I will ask Uncle Zhou to take us there. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and Uncle Sun arrived at the hospital. Following the information provided by her brother, she located her father's ward. She rushed over, spotting her brother and mother at the entrance. Mom, brother, how is Dad? Lu Hui nodded hastily. With the 200,000 you sent, Dad's condition has stabilized. He just needs to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation before he can be discharged. Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief. She was deeply apprehensive about hearing news reminiscent of her past life, where her father suffered a stroke and was left bedridden. Fortunately, everything had changed. Enveloped in her own sense of gratitude, she failed to notice Lu Hui's meticulously styled hair and his new attire. Lu Hui glanced over his shoulder and inquired, Did your boss not accompany you? My boss had other matters to attend to, but she sent Uncle Sun to accompany me, Lu Yi replied. Suddenly realizing, she hurriedly introduced, Mom, brother, this is Uncle Sun. He has always taken great care of me. Lu Hui felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had dressed up today in hopes of seeing if his sister's boss was as beautiful as in her photographs, but alas, she had not come. Nonetheless, with 200,000 in hand, combined with the previous 150,000, he could afford a splendid car priced at 350,000. He would certainly be the envy of many when he drove it out. Unaware of his thoughts, Lu Yi continued, although Miss Xie is not here. She mentioned that she could arrange for an expert from the first municipal hospital to treat Dad. Lu Hui's scalp prickled at her words, and he quickly interjected, No need. Lu Yi, growing increasingly animated, felt a persistent thorn in her heart regarding her father's situation from her past life. How can there be no need? That is my father. Brother, are you worried about not having enough money to send Dad to the first municipal hospital? Of course not. I've heard that private hospitals provide better care. Lu Hui dared not agree. If they sent their father to the first municipal hospital and the experts determined that he was merely pretending, it would be disastrous. If Lu Yi were to learn the truth, she would certainly refuse to provide any financial support in the future. Lu Hui hastily suggested, "Let us stop discussing this and go in to see Dad." "All right," Lu Yi replied, feeling lost as her mother and brother pulled her inside. Although these two believed their intentions were seamless, Uncle Sun perceived the underlying tension. He understood that the Lu family was not financially well off. A single night in a private hospital room cost over 1,000, not to mention the treatment fees. Additionally, most people tended to trust the expertise of the specialists at the first municipal hospital. The Lu family had no justification to decline. Observing his brother's attire, it hardly resembled that of someone anxious about their father's hospitalization. Rather, it resembled an outfit for a blind date. This family exuded an air of peculiarity. Uncle Sun remained silent, merely following behind. Lu Yi sat beside her father's hospital bed, wiping away her tears. Lu's mother and Lu Hui exchanged a glance, sharing a silent understanding that only they could comprehend. Lu Yi remained at the hospital for 3 hours, leaving only after witnessing her father awaken. On the way back, Uncle Sun cautiously remarked, "Did your family frequently prefer private hospitals for treatment?" In her brother's attire, Lu Yi felt as though a sensitive nerve had been struck. "Uncle Sun, what do you mean by that? Is it that my family does not deserve to visit private hospitals or wear fine clothes? In my past life, did I not have the best of everything? Lu Huayu merely prevented me from leaving. He never deprived me of anything else." Uncle Sun realized he had overstepped. He chose silence, and the car fell into a hushed tranquility. Moments later, the vehicle came to a gentle stop. As Lu alighted from the vehicle, she observed several individuals collaborating to take down paintings. One depicted a forest, while the other illustrated a garden. Lu Huayu was directing the arrangement, instructing them to place the forest painting in the innermost room on the first floor and the garden on the second floor. "Follow me to the second floor, and be sure not to disturb anything in the rooms," he cautioned. Lu gazed at the additional people and artwork in her home, tentatively inquiring, "Miss Xie, when you mentioned being busy, did you mean framing these paintings?" "Indeed, is there an issue?" Miss Xie replied. "Is this painting a gift for Lu Huayu?" Lu asked. "Yes. He appreciates it greatly," Miss Xie affirmed. Lu regarded the painting, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Miss Xie's artwork could easily fetch millions, and Lu believed this piece surpassed her previous works in beauty. This painting represented 3 to 4 years of her salary, now freely given to Lu Huayu. While Lu Huayu continued to oversee the workers, he noticed Lu engaged in conversation with Xie Lanyin and instructed Uncle Sun to guide her to the second floor. Upon approaching, he observed the longing in Lu's gaze directed at the painting. With a scoff, he remarked, "What is this? Do you desire it as well?" Lu quickly lowered her head, recalling Miss Xie's insistence that she could not accompany her to the hospital. "I thought it was something serious," she murmured. Xie Lanyin furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lu. "Do you consider framing the painting a trivial matter? Should I have accompanied you to the hospital instead?" Lu pressed her lips together, choosing silence, tacitly agreeing with the implication. Lu Huayu chuckled coldly. "Your audacity is remarkable. Your father is the one in the hospital, not my sister-S. Do you truly believe my sister is akin to your sister-in-law?" Lu's heart raced, and as she met Lu Huayu's gaze, her eyes brimmed with tears. "How can you speak to me like this?" She retorted. "Who do you think you are? Am I to coddle you like I will my sister? I've long deemed you a fool, oblivious to being manipulated," he shot back. "You." Lu trembled with indignation, wiping her tears as she fled. In her previous life, Lu Huayu had never spoken to her with such cruelty. She only wished to save her father. Had she truly erred? Xie Lanyin frowned, watching Lu's retreating figure. At that moment, Uncle Sun returned with the workers. "Uncle Sun, please accompany me to the study," Lu Huayu instructed. "Certainly," Uncle Sun replied, while Zhou Shu and Ling Jie observed the remaining workers. Once inside the study, Lu Huayu closed the door. Xie Lanyin gestured toward a nearby sofa. Uncle Sun, shall you? Please take a seat. I prefer to stand beside you. Sister, Lu Huayu responded. Xie Lanyin nodded, addressing Uncle Sun. What transpired at the hospital? Uncle Sun replied. Lu Yi's father is still hospitalized in a private facility. They were quick to refuse when we suggested the municipal hospital. Something feels amiss. Moreover, her brother was dressed as if for a blind date, rather than in a hurry to reach the hospital. Lu Huayu's gaze deepened, a cold smile gracing his lips. Their audacity is striking. Not only do they manipulate that foolish daughter of theirs, but they also attempt to scheme against my sister. It appears they have not yet given up, hoping to present their son favorably before her, truly believing he is worthy of her. Uncle Sun was taken aback. Is there such a scenario? As he pondered the matter further, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Indeed, they had inquired as to why the young lady had not attended, and upon discovering the reason, they expressed profound regret. How could her family treat Miss Xie in such a manner? He was incensed, rising to his feet. How could they betray her kindness? In her early days, she had been utterly inexperienced, having ruined countless garments and shattered numerous dishes. Yet Miss Xie never held it against her. How could her family repay her benevolence with ingratitude? Lu Huayu mused that they had presumed his sister, having been cast out by the Xie family, was merely a soft target to manipulate at will. Xie Lanyin recalled Lu Yi's expression from earlier. In Lu Yi's mind, her family always came first. Unfortunately, she had not encountered a family worthy of such loyalty. Xie Lanyin concluded that it was best not to allow her to remain in the household any longer. Uncle Sun sighed in agreement. Lu Huayu's eyes sparkled with realization. His sister was indeed correct. Her decisiveness endeared her to him even more. Uncle Sun remarked, Miss, it would be unwise for you to intervene directly. Allow me to handle this matter. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, she replied. You are too kind. I will ensure it is resolved. He assured her with a sigh before departing. Leaning against the wall, Lu Huayu wondered aloud whether she would comply and leave willingly. Xie Lanyin reassured him that Uncle Sun would manage the situation. Even if Lu Yi resisted, he would prevent her from appearing before her again. As Uncle Sun descended the stairs, he paused at the threshold of Lu Yi's room, which was ajar. From within, he could faintly hear the sound of muffled sobs. With a heavy heart, he knocked on the door. Who is it? Came Lu Yi's cautious voice. It is I, he replied. Uncle Sun, please come in, she beckoned. Upon entering, he frowned at the chaos strewn across the floor. Lu Yi, this is Mrs. Residence. You should not have left it in such disarray. But this is the room Miss allowed me to occupy. It is mine, she retorted. Uncle Sun's brow furrowed further. Lu Yi's lack of boundaries posed a genuine risk. Coupled with her bewildered family, one could not guarantee her future decisions. The darker aspects of human nature were indeed frightening. Was it Miss or Lu Huayu who sent you to deliver this message? Liu Yi need it. I advise you to gather your belongings and leave, Uncle Sun stated firmly. What? She exclaimed, taken aback. Chapter 57. The delicate prince of the capital calls her sister daily. Lu Yi was in disbelief. She could scarcely comprehend his words. Miss had never married Mr. Zhao, so how could she possibly dismiss her? She currently possessed a mere 50,000 yuan, having lost all her savings. With no skills to her name, she would find it nearly impossible to secure a job with a monthly salary of 20,000. Why must you dismiss me? She demanded. I have labored here for 2 years. While my contributions may not be grand, my efforts are undeniable. On what basis can she terminate me so abruptly? I must confront her for clarification. Uncle Sun stepped aside, blocking her exit. What are you doing? She questioned. His gaze held a hint of disappointment. Do you not comprehend why your brother and mother insisted that Miss be taken to the hospital? They simply wish for her to consult a specialist. What else could it be? Lu Yi responded. If that is the case, why did they refuse? She paused, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, why would they refuse? She recalled the day her parents had suggested introducing Miss Xie to her brother. Only Lu Huayu was aware of this matter. Her heart raced. Could it be that Lu Huayu had said something? My father is hospitalized. How could they possibly have such thoughts? It must be that Lu Huayu was deliberately speaking out of turn in front of the young lady, aiming to drive me away. Why would Lu Huayu act so? Because he desires to monopolize the young lady. Yes, that must be it. In the previous life, Lu Huayu expelled everyone from her side, and he would undoubtedly do the same to Miss Xie this time. She clutched Uncle Sun's shirt tightly. Uncle Sun, you must help me. Lu Huayu is not a good person. Today he has driven me away, and next it will be you and Uncle Zhou. Then it will be Sister Ling. At that point, the young lady will fall under his control. Uncle Sun's brows furrowed tighter. What nonsense are you talking? If he drives us all away, can he manage the villa alone? Besides, the young lady is not that kind of person. I have already been expelled. Are you still oblivious? The one who is oblivious is you. Uncle Sun sighed. After all, Lu Yi was old enough to be his daughter. He couldn't bear it and softened his tone. Think carefully for yourself. Be wary of your family. What is wrong with my family? Are they murderers or arsonists? Just because we lack money, you look down upon us. How could you think like that? Uncle Sun realized he no longer recognized Lu Yi. How could she have changed so much? Fearing she might cause more trouble for the young lady if she stayed, Uncle Sun closed the door and said, I'll watch you pack your things, and shortly, I will take you home. Her expression was frantic as she shook her head repeatedly. Uncle Sun, you cannot treat me this way. When Uncle Sun saw her unmoving, he called Sister Ling to come help with the packing. Uncle Sun, Sister Ling, you cannot treat me like this. You will all regret it. With Sister Ling's assistance, Uncle Sun and Uncle Zhou loaded Lu Yi's belongings into the car. Subsequently, they forcibly placed the continuously screaming and crying Lu Yi into the vehicle. Once inside, Uncle Sun locked the doors and drove away. Lu Yi turned her head, watching the villa recede into the distance, fiercely wiping away her tears. Uncle Sun, you will regret treating me this way. In life, there are always things to regret, Uncle Sun sighed. Regardless of what the future held, he had to prioritize the safety of the young lady while he held her money. That night, Uncle Sun drove Lu Yi home. When Lu Yi's mother, filled with anger and sleepiness, opened the door to find Lu Yi standing at the threshold, she was momentarily stunned. She thought she was still dreaming and rubbed her eyes, only to find Lu Yi still outside, with large and small bags at her feet. Upon seeing her family, a wave of grievance surged within Lu Yi. Mom, I was dismissed. Dismissed? And yet you have come here? Come on, I will take you to a hotel. Lu Yi froze in place, tears glistening on her cheeks. Yet her mother continued to push her outside. Mom, why must I stay at a hotel? I can sleep on the sofa. Just as she spoke, the door of the adjacent room suddenly swung open. Her father, rubbing his eyes and filled with anger, exclaimed, What is all this commotion at such a late hour? Dad, aren't you supposed to be in the hospital? How did you come home? Lu Yi was utterly stunned. Just moments ago, when she left the hospital, her father lay in the hospital bed, his body adorned with tubes. The doctor had stated that he required 3 days of observation in the hospital. How could he ever return home? Upon seeing his daughter at the door, Lu's father's expression froze. Lu's mother cast him a disapproving glance. Truly, he was more of a hindrance than a help. She had almost sent their daughter away to stay at a hotel, and now, at this moment, he had emerged. How could he explain this? Lu's father, with a fleeting thought, reasoned that although the doctor had advised hospitalization, he had returned home to save money. But Lu Yi was no fool. A person who had just undergone surgery could not possibly appear as vibrant as her father did. Lu Yi exclaimed, You have all been deceiving me. Dad, you feigned illness to trick me. Where's my money? It turned out that what Lu Huayu had said in a previous life was indeed correct. They had treated her merely as a means to make money. Lu's mother, fearing a scene at the door would draw the attention of neighbors, pulled Lu Yi inside and retaliated. I sent it all because you stubbornly refused to spend any money? Your brother's girlfriend has been demanding this and that. After 3 years together, she is asking for an 18,000 yuan betrothal gift. How could I possibly save money to support you? Rest assured, we will certainly repay you in the future. Liu Yi replied. But I have lost my job. What am I to do without money? What? You lost your job? Lu's parents exclaimed in unison. The two exchanged glances, and the warmth in their eyes towards Lu Yi vanished. Lu's mother lamented. It would have been better to introduce her to your brother. If all else failed, she could have gotten pregnant, and then she would have been stuck. Look at you now, cast out like this. You were the ones who were too obvious. That's why she dismissed me, Lu Yi retorted. Isn't it because you were too inept? With so many valuable things in her household, you couldn't even bring back a single painting. Just one piece could sustain you for the rest of your life. Lu's mother snapped. Lu's father sighed as he sat on the sofa. No wonder people say capitalists are heartless. After 2 years of servitude, they dismiss you without a shred of compensation. Lu Yi wiped her tears, her tone laced with resentment. What is the point of saying this now? I can't even get back into that villa area. Enough crying. Get some rest. Tomorrow, you must search for a job, Lu's mother advised. Lu Yi replied, Mom, I have nowhere to go. Until I find a job, I will stay here. Fine, but you need to cover your share of the rent and meals, her mother asserted. Lu Yi staved in despised, Mom. You're actually asking me to pay? This is our rented house, not our hometown. We shouldn't have to pay rent, right? Your brother is about to get married, and we have no money. If you don't want to stay, find somewhere else. Lu Yi glanced at the luggage on the floor. She had only 50,000 yuan in her possession and had yet to secure a job. That money was essential for buying gold. If she missed this opportunity, she might not encounter such a chance for wealth again. Moreover, after so many years of being a servant, securing a position as a nanny for over 10,000 yuan should not be a problem. Lu Yi inquired, What is the monthly salary? 3,000 came to reply. 3,000? This is the city, not the countryside. If you don't accept this, you'll have to find your own place. Lu glanced at the house and contemplated the idea of renting such a spacious place in the city. Indeed, 3,000 yuan was insufficient. She had no choice but to endure it. Once she secured 350,000, she would completely relocate. Moreover, they were family, and her parents had promised to provide her with the funds. Lu's mother remarked, Your brother is not home today. You can sleep in his room. No. His room is unbearably foul. I would rather sleep on the sofa. Seeing her compliance, Lu's parents handed her a blanket and retreated to their room. Early the next morning, Xie Lanyin was roused from her slumber by the incessant ringing of her phone. Groggily, she reached for her device, opened her eyes to take a glance, and answered the call. Lanyin, when are you free to come back for dinner? Upon hearing her mother's voice, Xie Lanyin's mind began to clear. The call reminded her that she had forgotten to block the WeChat accounts of her family. Just speak plainly. Lanyin, are you still asleep? Did I disturb you? Is there nothing else? If so, I'll hang up. Wait. Xie mother took a deep breath and said, Zhao Jinghui has been competing with your father for business. That project is of utmost importance. Therefore, I cannot. Lanyin, I know I owe you an apology. The voice of Xie Qingyi came through on the other end. Mom, why are you being so courteous? If it weren't for you and Dad, would she have been able to enjoy 20 years of a good life? All she needs to do is arrange for Zhao Jinghui to meet her, create a scandal, and then the Enhai group will no longer collaborate with them, leaving only us as their partners. So that was their intention. Xie Lanyin abruptly terminated the call and swiftly added both her and her father's numbers to her blacklist. She couldn't be bothered to inquire whether they had considered the ramifications. If she were to create a scandal, she too would be ensnared in it. How could the CF family remain unscathed? It was evident that the CF family merely spoke sweetly, but never regarded her as their daughter. Fortunately, she was not the original owner of this identity. It was best to sever ties with the CF family as soon as possible. CM mother, listening to the busy tone on the other end, gazed incredulously at her phone. What is it? CF father inquired. Did she refuse? This ungrateful wretch. Lanyin hung up on me. She will regret it. CM mother then attempted to call her again. After several attempts, she was met with the same busy signal. Mom, it seems she has blocked you, Xie Qingyi observed. That's impossible. Lanyin is not that kind of person. Mom, I think she harbors resentment for how you and Dad treated her. CF father, filled with rage, exclaimed, Does she really believe that her paintings hold any value? If not for her being the daughter of the CF family, who would pay so much for her worthless art? Xie Qingyi could not suppress a smirk. Xie Lanyin, oh Xie Lanyin, you really are that foolish. From now on, Mom and Dad will only love me. Meanwhile, Xie Lanyin was blissfully at ease. After enjoying her meals and sleeping well, she noticed that she seemed to have gained a bit of weight. It was all due to Lu Huayu's delectable cooking. She could never resist the temptation to indulge. She got up, washed up, and as she descended the stairs, Lu Huayu had already prepared breakfast, waiting for her. Upon seeing her come down, he beamed with a broad smile. instantly lifting her spirits. Chapter 58. The sickly sweet prince of the capital calls me sister every day. Good morning, sister. Good morning. She inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma. What's for breakfast today? It's millet porridge and steamed buns with soy milk. I made them with Sister Ling. As Xie Lanyin approached, she noticed several misshapen buns and guessed that the uglier ones were his handiwork. Just moments ago, she had been lamenting her weight gain, but all guilt vanished in an instant. Lu Huayu helped her pull out a chair. Xie Lanyin turned slightly to look at him. Have you eaten? Not yet. Then come sit down and eat with me. Lu Huayu smiled brightly. All right. What does sister wish to do today? Let us paint in the studio. Do you have anything in mind? I'll just accompany you. Don't you find that boring? Lu Huayu raised an eyebrow. How could accompanying sister while painting be boring? I find it quite enjoyable. Very well then. Meanwhile, at Zhao Corporation, as employees strategized on how to outmaneuver the Xie family to secure a partnership with an high group, Zhao Jinghui placed a document before his father. Zhao's father was exceedingly displeased with his son, whom he deemed a frivolous man preoccupied with indulgence. He didn't even glance at the document. This is a company, not a playground for you. Zhao Jinghui remained unfazed, plopping himself down at the table. I understand. This is our secret weapon against the Xie family. Zhao's father glanced at him in confusion, then took the leather bag, opened it, and examined its contents. He discovered several artworks strikingly similar in style, yet credited to different creators. What is this? Since Xie Lanyin's first art exhibition, I planted this scheme, envisioning that she would eventually marry me. I need to hold her fate in my hands to have control over her. I had copies made of each of her works, released ahead of her own. Once those originally private Weibo posts become public, and with a few marketing accounts to stir the pot, this scandal will not only cause Xie's stock to plummet, but in high group will have no choice but to collaborate with us. After reviewing the document, Zhao's father looked up at his usually aimless son in surprise. It was unexpected to see such cunning. It's a pity that all this cleverness is wasted on women. Very well, I'll entrust this matter to you. I expect to see results promptly. Zhao Jinghui took the document, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, father, I will handle this beautifully. He had already given Xie Lanyin 2 chances, yet each time she responded by sabotaging his tires and leaving him alone at the Xie residence. Trapped in a predicament, since he could not possess her, he would resort to destruction. When Xie Lanyin fell from grace, she would have no choice but to become his lover, not his wife. This was the fate of one who overstepped their bounds. In the second-floor studio, Xie Lanyin had just laid down the base color when a weight settled on her shoulder. Soft, fluffy hair brushed against her neck, tickling her. The refreshing scent emanating from Lu Huayu seemed to envelop her entirely. Sister, I'm feeling a bit tired. May I lean on you? I think this area would look better with a darker shade of yellow. Let me adjust the color and see. Xie Lanyin adjusted the hue to a slightly darker shade of yellow and indeed found it to be more harmonious. She sketched the shape of the moon. Even with a fuzzy head resting on her shoulder, it did not hinder her artistic endeavor in the slightest. Lu Huayu remarked, Sister, when you grow weary, lean on my shoulder. It's all right. I'm not tired yet, she replied, casting a teasing glance at him as she lowered her head slightly. Just lean on it. After all, you're still underage. Lu Huayu, noticing the mirth in his sister's eyes, felt as though she were jesting at his expense. At that moment, a sudden knock interrupted them. Lu Huayu furrowed his brow, harboring a deep aversion to anyone disturbing their solitude. Xie Lanyin patted his fuzzy head and commanded, Go and open the door for me. Sure, he responded, his expression softening with delight, dispelling the earlier gloom. He approached the door with a light step, glancing back at Xie Lanyin with an expression that sought praise. She rewarded him with a look of approval. Lu Huayu's lips curled into a smile. Uncle's son, oblivious to their exchange, rushed in a flurry, handing his phone to Xie Lanyin. Miss, there's trouble. A marketing account has compared your work with another artist's. Discovered by Sister Ling. You must see this at once. Lu Huayu's smile instantly vanished, his gaze turning icy as he hurried to view the video. Clenching the back of a chair, his fingers turned white with tension. He spoke slowly, his voice low and gravelly, laced with an unsettling menace. Sister, can you guess if this was done by the Xie family or the Zhao family? Xie Lanyin replied, It was the Zhao family. The Xie family has no reason to act, in such a manner. The Zhao family will pay for everything they have done. Uncle Sun was momentarily frozen by the coldness and severity of her words, instinctively glancing at Lu Huayu. The boy, who usually appeared well-behaved and amiable, now exuded a pressure that was not characteristic of an ordinary household. Lu Huayu took Xie Lanyin's hand, reassuring her, "Sister, do not be afraid. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." "Yes, I know," she responded, squeezing his hand in return. She was acutely aware of Lu Huayu's temperament. He was generally easygoing, but if anyone threatened those he cared for, if they touched his sore spot, he would drag them down with him, even to death. Meanwhile, the Xie family had also caught wind of the news. Xie mother, lacking in decisiveness, promptly sought out her husband and daughter to discuss the matter. Xie father scoffed. "Isn't she strong enough now? If something has gone awry, let her handle it herself." However, if Lanyin's reputation were tarnished, it would be difficult for her to marry in the future. Xie father sneered, "Given our current relationship with the Zhao family, I have no expectations of her." Xie Qingyi interjected, "Mother, it was Xie Lanyin who blocked you first. She has severed ties with our family, so why should you concern yourself with her?" Yet Xie Qingyi grasped her sleeve, tears brimming in her eyes, and implored, "Mother, is it because you raised her that you care for her more? If I were the one raised at home, I would not be inferior to her." How could Mother Xie dare to mention helping Xie Lanyin? She immediately felt a pang of sympathy and embraced Xie Qingyi. "Qingyi, you are truly my daughter. Do not overthink." With the assurance that her parents would not assist Xie Lanyin, Xie Qingyi joyfully ascended the stairs and opened her live stream. Ever since she was acknowledged as a member of the Xie family, she frequently showcased her wealth online. Her followers were well aware that she was the esteemed daughter of the Xie family in the city. Some astute fans, having heard of the online happenings, rushed over to inquire about the situation. Xie Qingyi eagerly awaited this question. Lanyin would never engage in such actions. Although she was the result of a mix-up, she had never lacked for money. As Xie Qingyi scanned the scrolling comments, she read aloud what she longed to see. She leverages her family's power to bully others. How could you say such things? Lanyin would never throw money at Zayatizi. So Xie Lanyin actually stole her sister's parents. How shameless of her to do such a thing. Sister is simply too kind-hearted. If it were me, I would never allow such a person to thrive. However, Xie Qingyi's fanbase was rather modest, and the incident did not stir much of a commotion online. Mr. Xie ordered the company S. Weibo to post a statement clarifying that Xie Lanyin was not his biological daughter, and that her actions were unrelated to the Xie Corporation. The Xie Group held a certain reputation in the industry, and this matter quickly reached its pinnacle. Even Zhao Jinghui was left dumbfounded. He intended to use Xie Lanyin to undermine the Xie Group, but instead, they severed ties to survive. She was their own daughter. How could they abandon her without a word of explanation? Mr. Zhao scoffed at the Xie Group's announcement, deeming it disgraceful to mistreat someone not of their blood. Nonetheless, Xie Lanyin was still their nurtured child. To simply declare a severance of ties was utterly outrageous. He continued to seek individuals to stir the narrative. Zhao Jingwei replied, "Understood. Father." He called upon hired commentators to manipulate the narrative. As he scrolled through Weibo, he found it quite amusing. Upon refreshing, he discovered that Xie Lanyin's personal account had released a series of 7 video links. Curiously, he clicked on one, which directed him to a video player. All 7 videos were surveillance footage, each spanning several hours, all recorded 4 years prior. Each tape documented her entire creative process of painting. In her final message, she addressed Zayatizi, Xie Lanyin. "Although my post came later than yours, every one of my paintings has a creation record. While your works were published 2 years ago, mine were created 4 years ago. Your recent Weibo posts have threatened my reputation, and I have preserved evidence and reported it to the authorities." Zhao Jinghui straightened up, alarmed. Xie Lanyin had installed surveillance in her studio. He had been completely unaware. She had even reported it. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered to hear a very young female voice on the other end. "Zhao Gu, Xie Lanyin has reported it to the police. What should I do? Should I delete the Weibo post? What are you deleting? You can't possibly know her creative works since you don't even know her. But what if the police uncover our relationship?" Zhao Jinghui, just deny it for now. Claim that your family is struggling, and with Xie Lanyin's good temperament, she surely won't hold it against you. What if she refuses to settle? I'll give you 2 million. You just need to take the blame. What did you say? Zhao Gu, you want me to accept the blame myself? This could lead to imprisonment and compensation. I understand. I will cover all the compensation plus an extra 2 million. This amount evidently swayed the other party, and Xiao Zhizi agreed. Zhao Jinghui, infuriated, threw his phone onto the sofa. He had only noticed the surveillance at the studio entrance, never imagining there were cameras inside as well. All his efforts were in vain. Xie Lanyin received a call from the police, stating that Xiao Zhizi had been taken to the station. However, she claimed it was all her doing and even suggested a settlement. Xie Lanyin refused the settlement. If they settled, all responsibility would fall on Xiao Zhizi, leaving her backers unscathed. Those people would think she was easy to bully. Sister, you need not worry. A girl like her will likely be frightened after spending just one night at the police station, and she will reveal everything. Lu Huayu placed some snacks on the table and sat opposite Xie Lanyin, smiling at her. Xie Lanyin nodded, feeling quite pleased. This trivial matter was hardly worth her concern. She picked up a piece of pastry, enjoying its perfect sweetness, texture, and warmth, just as Lu Huayu had described. The next day, the police called Xie Lanyin to inform her that Xiao Zhizi had confessed, implicating the Zhao group. Xie Lanyin raised an eyebrow at Lu Huayu, curious about what he had done. Xiao Zhizi had readily divulged everything. Lu Huayu blinked, his eyes shining with innocence and confusion. Sister, is there something on my face? No, you seem quite innocent. Lu Huayu, Uncle Sun, who was driving, glanced at him through the rearview mirror and chuckled. Indeed, Xiao Yu is still just a child. Lu Huayu's gaze darkened slightly. Uncle Sun, call me Xiao Lu as my sister does. Very well. Uncle Sun did not dwell on the matter of titles. The car gradually came to a stop in front of the police station. Lu Huayu quickly exited the vehicle and opened the other door. He held an umbrella in one hand and shielded the back seat with the other to prevent his sister from being bumped as she got out. Xie Lanyin entered the police station and encountered Xiao Zhizi. The latter did not appear well. Her eyes were dull, and she visibly flinched upon seeing Xie Lanyin. Miss Xie, I was blinded by greed. It was Zhao Jinghui who paid me. He had me take photos of your works and asked me to create a similar piece to post online, visible only to myself. She wiped her tears and continued. A few days ago, he suddenly called me, instructing me to make those Weibo posts public. He hired bots and marketing accounts to deliberately tarnish your reputation, dragging the Xie group down with him. What I say is entirely true. You must believe me. Xie Lanyin turned a glance at Lu Huayu. Lu Huayu tilted his head and smiled at her, saying, Sister, you need not worry anymore. See, even the heavens are looking out for you. Xie Lanyin replied, Should I then say that you are my little lucky star? Lu Huayu responded, If you wish to think that way, it is perfectly fine. Let's return home, little lucky star. All right. Uncle Sun felt that if Lu Huayu were to have a tail at this moment, it would surely be wagging joyfully. This boy is truly clingy. Chapter 60. The delicate prince of the capital calling sister every day that evening. The police issued a report online. Well, have netizens ever encountered such outrageous gossip? How did another Zhao Jinghui emerge? What does he have to do with this? I have a friend who knows Xie Lanyin and Zhao Jinghui. It is said that Xie Lanyin was once Zhao Jinghui's fiancée, but for some unknown reason, the two families fell out. So, Zhao Jinghui deliberately set up Xie Lanyin? Why would he do that? Wasn't she his fiancée? To scheme against his fiancée before marriage. Xie Lanyin is indeed fortunate not to have married him. Otherwise, I shudder to think how her future would unfold. Such a man is terrifying. Marrying into that family would be akin to sleeping beside a knife. I just realized that those beautiful paintings I admired were all created by Xie Lanyin. They are truly exquisite. Many outsiders rushed to partake in the gossip. Several marketing accounts began to release scandalous information regarding the Zhao and Xie families. It was revealed that Xie Qingyi had been kept by someone during university, frequently seen entering luxury boutiques, and affectionate photos with a short, stout man surfaced. It was disclosed that Xie's father had 2 illegitimate sons, and his mistresses all resided in the same villa, living harmoniously together. Xie's mother, ostensibly going out for beauty treatments every few days, was actually frequenting clubs to meet male models and often sailing with other wealthy women. The onlookers were left bewildered. Is this what a wealthy family is like? This lifestyle is utterly absurd. No wonder the Xie family spouts such peculiar remarks. It turns out Xie Lanyin is not their biological daughter. After all, 20 years of raising her cannot compare to blood ties. Regardless, she is still their own child. To harm her for their interests is reprehensible. I now feel somewhat relieved that Miss Lanyin is not their biological daughter. Sister, you must stay vigilant. Such toxic parents should be avoided at all costs. Subsequently, more gossip about the Zhao family emerged. Zhao Jinghui was reported to have been speeding late at night, nearly hitting someone, and had a history of leading bullying in middle school and engaging in gang fights. Yet these incidents were suppressed by the Zhao family. Of course, others in the Zhao family were equally unsavory. The Zhao group owned a chain of fast food restaurants that used imported, substandard meat. The ingredients listed for the food produced by the Zhao group were misrepresented, with additives omitted from the labels. As netizens who had previously purchased from the Zhao group watched the unfolding drama, the situation turned dire. This ignited public outrage, and many people began to rally against the Zhao group. That afternoon, the trending topics were exceedingly lively. The Xie family bore the marks of conflict, with bruises adorning their faces and bodies, and the living room was strewn with shattered belongings. The atmosphere was thick with tension, so much so that the servants dared not breathe too heavily. Xie Qingyi covered her swollen face, having received 2 slaps from her father upon learning of her being kept by someone. Her mother, attempting to intervene, was also struck, leading to a fierce altercation between the two. How had it come to this? It was Xie Lanyin who should have been the target of the public's ire. Xie father sported several scratches on his face, his teeth clenched in rage as he spat. I initially believed the Zhao family aimed solely to target Xie Lanyin. Little did I know, their true intention was to bring me down. Xie mother scoffed. If you hadn't engaged in such activities, how could they have unearthed them? The couple had just fought, showing no regard for even the most basic semblance of dignity. Xie Qingyi spoke up, but the Zhao family has also had numerous details exposed. It seems rather reminiscent of Xie Lanyin's doing. Xie father retorted, she is merely an artist. How could she possess such power to gather so much evidence in such a short span? And you, a person of no standing, how could you stoop so low as to accompany someone older than me for a mere few thousand? Xie mother interjected, why do you berate her? If it weren't for that mistaken identity, would she have resorted to this? You protect her while I see that this scandal has tarnished her reputation. Who would dare to marry her now? If she cannot find a husband, I shall support her myself. If you have the guts, direct your anger towards the Zhao family instead of us. Xie father slammed the table, his tightly pressed lips turning pale from the effort as his voice emerged from clenched teeth. I will. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Chapter 61. The delicate prince of the capital calls Sister daily. He glanced at the caller ID. It was the vice president of the company, initially reluctant to answer. The persistent calls from the other end indicated something urgent, prompting him to pick up. Before he could utter a word, the anxious voice of the vice president came through. President Xie, it's bad news. An high group has decided against collaborating with us, and their representative is returning to the capital. What? Xie father sprang to his feet in alarm. They had worked tirelessly, severing ties with the Zhao family, all for this project. Now, with their family scandal making waves, the project was slipping away? That cannot be allowed. Stop them immediately. I will personally explain. It's too late. They have already boarded the plane. Furious, Xie father shouted. Why did you inform me only now? I just found out myself. Useless. Xie father ended the call in a fit of rage. As a man, having a mistress outside was not the gravest of matters. However, losing this collaboration was utterly unacceptable. With his scandal still trending, he desperately needed this partnership to bolster the stock price and appease the shareholders. He promptly called his assistant to book the next flight to the capital, deciding to handle the family matters once the contract was secured. Yet, upon realizing that the Zhao family's predicament was even worse than his own, Xie father felt a slight sense of relief. Inside the small villa, Xie Lanyin specifically instructed Sister Ling not to prepare dinner that evening, instead opting to buy some beef and lamb for a hot pot feast. The spicy broth glistened enticingly. As chilies and Sichuan peppercorns danced in the bubbling liquid, their fragrant steam gradually dissipating into the air, enveloping the space in a warm ambience. Uncle Zhou poured red wine for everyone, while Lu Huayu, having misreported his age, was relegated to drinking milk. He cast a mournful glance at Xie Lanyin, who stifled her laughter and averted her gaze. Lu Huayu stared at the milk in his cup, his deep-set eyes filled with melancholy. "Let's toast first. As a celebration of my vindication," Xie Lanyin proposed. The group raised their glasses for filled with red wine and one with milk clinking together. Lu Huayu took a sip of his milk, his voice tinged with a hint of pity. "Sister, I do not wish to drink milk." Perhaps later, he would feign an accident and spill the milk, but he had to be cautious, ensuring it landed near Uncle's son and not on his sister. Sensing the mischief brewing in his eyes, Xie Lanyin consented. "Very well, go fetch a wine glass from the kitchen." With a spark of excitement, Lu Huayu dashed into the kitchen, soon emerging with a wine glass, humming an off-key tune. Uncle's son interjected, "Miss, he is still a child. How can we allow him to drink wine? A little should be fine. We are all drinking, and isolating him would not be fair," Uncle Zhou defended. "Old son, do not fret. At his age, I too believe myself a man wanting to drink. Let's show some understanding for this young lad." "Who is a young lad? Your entire family are the young ones," Lu Huayu retorted, pouring himself a generous glass of red wine. "I raise my glass to all of you, in gratitude for your care during this time." After sipping his drink, Uncle Zhou curiously inquired, "Miss, do you know who's been spreading those rumors online?" Lu Huayu fell silent, lowering his head in guilt as he drank. Xie Lanyin glanced at him and shook her head. "I do not know, but I must thank that person. After all, without it, the online turmoil would not have subsided so swiftly." Sister Ling chimed in. "I have also seen many praising your paintings online, Mississippi. They say your work has even made it into a university textbook." She gave a thumbs up, nodding vigorously. Xie Lanyin recognized their words as a form of comfort. After all, the person who had conspired against her was her former fiancé, and none of her past family had stepped forward to support her in her time of need. Though she was not the original owner of this identity and did not particularly care, the concern from Uncle's son, Uncle Zhou, and Sister Ling warmed her heart. "Today, in celebration, I will send red envelopes in the group. Everyone come and grab one," she announced, opening the group chat. With Lu Yi removed and Lu Huayu added, there were now 5 members. She sent out 5 red envelopes, each containing 2,000 yuan. "Wow, old Zhou, your luck is terrible. You only managed to snag 10 yuan from a 2,000 yuan envelope." Uncle's son exclaimed, "I got 800. Sister Ling laughed heartily. "Old Zhou, your luck is the worst. You should drink." The playful banter soon evolved into a game where the person with the worst luck had to drink. The first red envelope was claimed by Uncle Zhou, who had the worst luck, securing only 10 yuan. The second was taken by Uncle's son, who managed to obtain 30 yuan. The next 3 envelopes were also poorly received by Lu Huayu, who claimed 2 yuan, 7 yuan, and 20 yuan respectively. Initially, the 3 adults refrained from allowing him to drink due to his youth. Lu Huayu protested, "Are you isolating me simply because I am younger?" Uncle's son replied, "All right, you can drink, but do so slowly. We don't want you to get drunk." "That won't happen. I can hold my liquor." Yet, 10 minutes later, the once confident Lu Huayu, who had boasted of his resilience against intoxication, now appeared dazed, his bright eyes veiled by a haze of inebriation. "Little Lu?" Uncle's son waved his hand in front of Lu Huayu's face. "Little you?" Upon withdrawing his hand, he realized that Lu Huayu was truly intoxicated, for he did not react to being called Little You. Uncle Zhou inquired, why would he be offended by that name? "He insists that only young ladies can call him that," Uncle's son explained. Sister Ling cast a worried glance at Lu Huayu and shot an exasperated look at both men, admonishing, "You two are hopeless. He is so young, and you've gotten him drunk." The 2 men felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xie Lanyin reached out and gently tugged at the hem of Lu Huayu's clothing beneath the table. His gaze shifted towards her, his face flushed, clearly indicating he had drunk too much. She waved her hand in front of him, but he swiftly grasped it. His eyes bore a pitiful expression, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy seeking comfort. "Sister, I only managed to grab 200 yuan from the total 10,000. You must compensate me." "Very well, I shall compensate you. Later, I will privately send you a larger sum. Sister, you are truly kind. As he smiled, he swayed and leaned directly against her shoulder, murmuring incoherently, Sister, you are so good to me. Lu Huayu's temperament while intoxicated was commendable. He did not become unruly. Xie Lanyin affectionately patted his head. Uncle Zhou remarked, this child, unable to handle his liquor, yet still putting on a brave front. Lu Huayu retorted, I'm not a child. At just 16. How can you claim otherwise? Uncle Sun teased him. I am already 20, not a mere 16. Sister Ling chuckled. It seems he is indeed quite drunk, forgetting even his own age. I have not forgotten. Sister, speak up. Xie Lanyin couldn't help but laugh, realizing he was genuinely inebriated, revealing his true age. He is drunk. Please do not tease him, she cautioned. All right, we shall not bully him, Uncle Sun conceded. As the meal concluded, Uncle Sun and Uncle Zhou supported Lu Huayu toward the room. Given his tall and slender stature, it was apparent that he was not easily manageable by one person alone. Upon returning, Uncle Zhou slapped his forehead in realization. How could I forget? Miss, the hairpin you ordered has arrived. I just retrieved it, but forgot amidst the hot pot. He approached the coffee table, producing a wooden box and presenting it to Xie Lanyin. Upon opening the box, she discovered a hairpin within, unadorned by intricate carvings, save for a simple peach blossom delicately polished at its tip. As she touched it, she felt a gentle protrusion. Holding the object for 3 seconds and then tapping it thrice, the peach blossom at the tip of the hairpin suddenly sprang open, revealing a gleaming blade that shimmered coldly. This was something she had previously observed online, finding it quite intriguing, and upon reaching out to the creator, she discovered they resided in the same city. Consequently, she ordered one, and today Uncle Zhou had just returned with it. It was crafted quite well. Xie Lanyin nodded, pushing the blade back into the hairpin. She casually styled her hair and inserted the pin amidst her tresses. My dear, such a dangerous item should not be worn on your head, Uncle Zhou remarked, glancing at the hairpin adorning her hair. Not to worry, I have checked it. It is very safe, she reassured him, though Uncle Zhou remained visibly unconvinced. Everyone is quite tired today. Let us retire early, he suggested as the night deepened. Without the addition of flavored milk, Xie Lanyin found herself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Just as she managed to cultivate a semblance of tranquility, a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside. She abruptly opened her eyes. In the next instant, the door swung open. With a mere glance, Xie Lanyin recognized the intruder as Lu Huayu. He entered stealthily, his movements slightly unsteady, refraining from turning on the light as he fumbled his way in. Xie Lanyin remained silent, observing his intentions. To her surprise, Lu Huayu climbed onto the bed and embraced her, nuzzling against her neck. The faint scent of alcohol mingled with that of shower gel wafted from him, creating a strangely pleasant aroma. Sister, I've longed to come, he slurred. I am not a child, so do not treat me as one. It appeared he was indeed intoxicated, rambling incoherently. Xie Lanyin turned over, the darkness obscuring his expression. As she reached out to stroke his head, the hand that had been resting on her back suddenly tightened. In an instant of distraction, she lunged forward, landing directly in Lu Huayu's embrace. She could distinctly feel his strong heartbeat, steady and rhythmic, resonating against her. She was enveloped in his warmth, akin to being cradled by a furnace. Lu Huayu, loosen your grip a bit. I cannot move, she protested. Very well. Even in my dreams, I shall heed your words, he murmured, relaxing his hold slightly. Xie Lanyin found herself able to move, though turning was still a struggle. This rascal. She hoped he wouldn't question his life when he awoke. Being held in such a manner was not uncomfortable, and Xie Lanyin decided to cease her struggles. Chapter 62. Being called sister by the delicate prince of the capital every day, lost in her thoughts, Xie Lanyin was unaware of when she finally drifted off to sleep. Morning came. Lu Huayu stirred awake, his head still heavy and his consciousness slowly returning. He felt a warm, heavy presence in his arms. Is it a person? He shot up, startled. Xie Lanyin mumbled in annoyance and turned over, continuing her slumber. Lu Huayu's body stiffened. He lacked even the courage to glance down. Sister? How did she end up on my bed? He pondered, his mind racing. No, wait, my bedding is cotton. This is clearly silk. So, I am in my sister's bed? His eyes widened in astonishment. Last night, he could only recall drinking 3 or 4 glasses of red wine, and then everything faded into oblivion. He had no memory of how he ended up in his sister's bed. What had transpired? He reached out to feel his clothing. His pajamas were still intact. He was uncertain whether his sister had been intoxicated the previous night, but he had spent the night here, and she had not asked him to leave. The thought sent an uncontrollable shiver coursing through his spine. He lay back down, pulling the sleeping Xie Lanyin closer from behind, embracing her. He decided to sleep again, postponing any matters until awakening. The room fell silent once more, with only the sounds of breathing and heartbeat filling the air. The heavy curtains blocked out all light, leaving Lu Huayu unaware of the time. Eventually, both were awakened by a knock at the door from Sister Ling. Xie Lanyin felt as if she were ensnared by something. "Miss, it's already past 2 in the afternoon. Why have you slept so long? Are you unwell?" 2 in the afternoon? Xie Lanyin reached for the light and raised her voice. "I'm fine. I overslept. I'll come down for a meal right away." "All right." Sister Ling's footsteps gradually faded. Looking down, Xie Lanyin noticed Lu Huayu's hand resting on her waist. She picked up her phone and saw it was 14:26. Had she truly slept for so long? And not once did she awaken during that time. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of movement from the person beside her. He had already woken but was feigning sleep. Just as she thought that, he opened his eyes, squinting as if the light had pierced him, then quickly closed them again. Realizing something, his eyes flew open. "Sister, why are you in my bed?" Xie Lanyin retorted. "What a clever reversal. Keep acting." She added, "You got drunk last night and insisted on sleeping with me. I had no choice but to let you stay." Lu Huayu clutched the blanket tightly, pondering what if it had been someone else. If it had been anyone else, I would have chased them out with a broom long ago. He paused, momentarily taken aback. His previously deep-set eyes now crescent-shaped with delight, their gaze wrapping around Xie Lanyin as if it were tangible. He was unique in his sister's eyes. Then Xie Lanyin remarked, "Who told you that you were still a minor?" "Lu Huayu." Xie Lanyin nearly burst into laughter. She threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and closed the bathroom door before laughing aloud. "Now you know what it feels like to shoot yourself in the foot," she quipped. "Let us go. Sister Ling is calling us to eat. You should return to your room and freshen up before joining us." The disheveled strands of hair on his forehead obscured half of his face, rendering his expression indecipherable, save for the slight quiver of his eyelashes. How could he have claimed to be 16 back then? He ought to have disclosed his true age. Very well. Chapter 63. The delicate prince of the capital calls me sister every day downstairs. Uncle Zhou tended to the plants, watering them in the garden. Uncle Sun approached, casting a glance toward Lu Huayu's room, and remarked, "What is wrong with young Lu? He hasn't awakened since last night's revelry. I hope he hasn't suffered any ill effects." Uncle Zhou replied leisurely, "At this age, children simply need their sleep. It's beneficial for them. The young lady hasn't awakened either." It was indeed peculiar that she, too, was still asleep. As the two engaged in their casual conversation, they were taken aback to see Xie Lanyin and Lu Huayu descending the stairs, one after the other. Uncle Sun was left speechless, while Uncle Zhou muttered to himself, "When did that young man sneak upstairs?" Sister Ling, without further thought, set the table with the meal. In the past, the young lady often skipped meals while painting, and they had grown accustomed to it. It was only recently, since Lu Huayu's arrival, that her eating habits had become more regular, and her complexion appeared significantly more radiant. After freshening up, Lu Huayu joined them for the meal. Sister Ling brought out the soup and placed it on the table, just as she caught sight of Lu Huayu gazing vacantly at Xie Lanyin. "Young Lu, what are you grinning at the young lady for?" Sister Ling scrutinized Xie Lanyin closely. The young lady's face was pristine, unblemished by anything. Lu Huayu quickly averted his gaze, stammering, "In nothing." Sister Ling scratched her head and turned to leave, perplexed by the thoughts of children at this age. When Xie Lanyin noticed Lu Huayu smiling at her for the 4th time, she could no longer bear it and turned to him, saying, "Just eat your meal." "Oh, all right," came Lu Huayu's prompt reply. He hurriedly lowered his head and finished the remaining rice in his bowl. Xie Lanyin added, "Have some more soup. You're too thin." Lu Huayu blinked in surprise. He instinctively glanced down at himself. Was he too thin? Did she find him lacking? Perhaps he should consider exercising later? Previously, to evade his father's emissaries, he had engaged in considerable physical activity. However, during his time in the villa, he had indeed grown rather lethargic. Unbeknownst to Xie Lanyin, her single remark had set off a series of thoughts in Lu Huayu's mind. After finishing their meal, Xie Lanyin strolled around the garden twice. Life was pleasant with ample food and drink, though it did lead to weight gain. Lu Huayu trailed behind her, and every time she turned her head, she was greeted by his silly smile. Xie Lanyin shook her head in exasperation. Could it be that after sharing a night together, he had lost his wits? Just then, Lu Huayu's phone emitted a sudden notification. Xie Lanyin, oblivious, continued walking. After covering some distance, she noticed the absence of footsteps behind her. She halted and turned to see Lu Huayu holding his phone. Whatever he had seen stirred a tempest of anger within the depths of his profound gaze. Though she wore a smile, it lacked warmth, and her grip on the phone was so tense that her knuckles turned white. Perhaps, sensing her gaze, he extinguished the screen, and when he looked up at her, his eyes softened. "Sister, what happened just now? Is everything all right?" "It's nothing, sister. Staying at home is not conducive to your creativity. How about we go travel?" Xie Lanyin waited for him to step closer before walking alongside him. "Shall you? If something is troubling you, you may speak to me directly. I dislike being deceived." Lu Huayu pressed his lips together, daunted by the prospect of revealing the truth. Should he do so, she would uncover that apart from his name, every detail of his identity, his age, his family, was fabricated. Would she permit such a deceiver to remain in her presence? After a moment of contemplation, he divulged a fragment of the truth. "My family is aware that I am in the city. They might come looking for me, and I do not wish to see them." "All right, then we shall leave the city." Lu Huayu's heart felt as though it had been struck by something profound. Throughout his life, no one had ever believed in him so wholeheartedly. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, which quickly trembled under the weight of his swirling emotions. "Where would you like to vacation?" Xie Lanyin pondered briefly. "Let's go to Weihai. We can enjoy the sea there." "Perfect. A friend of mine has a house there. You can stay there. The environment is pleasant, and there's a private beach." Xie Lanyin refrained from revealing that it was likely his own residence. After their stroll, she gathered Uncle's son, Uncle Zhou, and Sister Ling, informing them of her plans to vacation in Weihai with Lu Huayu. "Miss, it's wonderful that you wish to enjoy some leisure time. Xiao Lu, you must ensure her safety while you are out. Understood?" Uncle Zhou cautioned. Uncle's son felt an inexplicable sense of unease but could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Sister Ling also hoped to see Xie Lanyin venture out, and with Xiao Lu accompanying her, they felt a bit more at ease. Xie Lanyin intended to book train tickets to Weihai and asked Lu Huayu for his ID number. "Sister, why don't I handle the purchase?" Lu Huayu suggested. If he provided his ID number, she would discover the truth about his age. The lie he had carelessly told before now felt like a bitter pill to swallow. Xie Lanyin, undeterred, gave him her ID number. Lu Huayu booked 2 business-class tickets and began to prepare for their trip the following day. By the time they arrived in Weihai, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Lu Huayu hailed a taxi to the seaside villa, which housed 3 cars in its basement, ensuring their transportation would be seamless. The villa boasted expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing for breathtaking views of the ocean. "Sister, there's a pedestrian food street nearby. Would you like to go?" "Yes, but please wait for me while I change." Lu Huayu obediently waited downstairs. He was eager to take his sister on this trip because his father had already discovered his whereabouts. While his father would not harm him, it did not mean he would hesitate to target his sister. He could not afford to take that risk. As he pondered, footsteps suddenly echoed from upstairs. He instinctively raised his head and, upon seeing Xie Lanyin's attire, his expression darkened immediately. She was adorned in a simple white spaghetti strap dress, the slender straps resting perfectly upon her rounded shoulders. Her long and straight legs peeked out subtly from beneath the hem of the dress. With her innate beauty and grace, she was bound to attract numerous gazes as she stepped out. Lu Huayu quickly approached, shedding his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. He was astonished to realize he had overlooked when his sister acquired such an outfit. Xie Lanyin promptly yanked the jacket off, asserting that everyone else was dressed similarly and that she was not revealing anything inappropriate. The sun's rays were strong here, and she would risk getting sunburned. It's fine. I've applied sunscreen, she reassured him. Lu Huayu clenched his garment tightly, trailing behind her, his gaze fixated on her exposed, fair shoulders, wishing fervently to cover her up immediately. Yet, fearing it might upset her, he refrained from acting. When Xie Lanyin turned toward him, he instinctively displayed an innocent, appeasing smile. As she turned away, he shot a cold glare at those who were scrutinizing her. He was also preoccupied with paying for items and carrying things, making him the busiest person on the street. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and Lu Huayu noticed that the attention directed at his sister included not only men, but also some women. His fists tightened in response. "Sister, how about we return to the beach to watch the sunset? The sunset here is truly magnificent." Xie Lanyin's interest was piqued. "Sure, let us go back and watch the sunset." Lu Huayu sighed in relief, his smile broadening. He moved to her side, shielding her from the prying eyes. His sister was to be his alone. Returning to the beach in front of the villa, Lu Huayu wiped down the chairs by the sea. Xie Lanyin reclined on one, gazing at the distant sky. The sunset painted the heavens in hues of orange and yellow, the clouds appearing as though they were ablaze, and the sea shimmered with reflected light. The scene was breathtaking, worthy of being immortalized in a painting. Once the sun had completely set, Xie Lanyin eagerly returned home to capture the beauty she had just witnessed. Lu Huayu sat nearby, quietly watching, feeling an immense sense of tranquility. The happiest days of his life were spent in his sister's company, and if he could, he wished to remain by her side forever. "How does it look?" Xie Lanyin's voice snapped him back to the moment, and he turned to the painting, suddenly noticing that beneath the sunset on the beach, two small figures were unmistakably lying on a chair. He had found himself depicted in his sister's artwork, although their features and expressions were indistinct. He grew increasingly fond of it. "Sister, are the small figures on the beach you and me?" "Of course, Xiaoyu, this painting is also a gift for you." "Really?" Lu Huayu's eyes sparkled with delight. He reached out, carefully brushing the edges of the paper. "Has my sister named it?" Xie Lanyin shook her head. "No. Since it belongs to me, may I choose a name?" "Of course. Let us call it the rest of our lives." Xie Lanyin's eyes flickered, and she looked up at him. Lu Huayu smiled tenderly. "Do you like this name, sister?" "I do," she replied. Her gaze traced his features. How could she not like it? Lu Huayu carefully folded the drawing, planning to frame it at the earliest opportunity. Xie Lanyin began to feel drowsy. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already midnight. No wonder she was feeling sleepy. She ascended the stairs, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. At that moment, Lu Huayu knocked and entered, holding a glass of milk. "Sister, have a glass of milk for a good night's sleep." Xie Lanyin yawned, accepting the milk. "Yes, it's getting late. You should rest early too." She had grown accustomed to the milk laced with sleeping pills. She had begun to feel fatigued recently, a sign her body was gradually recovering. Moreover, the dosage of the sleeping pills Lu Huayu provided had been decreasing. He took back the empty glass. Perhaps it was the warm light, but Xie Lanyin felt his gaze was particularly gentle. The contours of his cheeks were softened by the illumination, resembling a boy who could be playfully teased. "Sister, good night. It will rain tonight and tomorrow, so don't go outside." "All right, I understand. Good night." She entered the bathroom to wash up, waving goodbye to him. Lu Huayu closed the door, and the gentle smile on his face was instantly replaced by a cold demeanor. He pulled out his phone, noticing a message received 20 minutes prior. "Young master, the gentleman is already on his way to Weihai." He had come to Weihai, truly relentless in his pursuit. Lu Huayu lingered downstairs for a moment, waiting for the light in his sister's room to extinguish before he made his way to the garage. A few minutes later, a black Range Rover glided through the night, merging onto the highway amidst thunder and lightning. Soon after, torrential rain poured down. The sea surface erupted with countless white splashes. The once azure ocean now entirely concealed by the curtain of rain. On the desolate road, 3 vehicles proceeded in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from behind. The driver glanced back, realizing the opposing vehicle was approaching at high speed. Instinctively, he decelerated, attempting to let the other pass. However, as the vehicle drew parallel, it abruptly swerved to the right. The two cars collided violently, the impact sending the vehicle crashing against a nearby guardrail, shaking violently. Once halted, the two following cars encircled the Range Rover. Soon, two burly bodyguards emerged, opening the doors. Lu Huayu brandished a baseball bat, striking before they could utter a word. He broke through the obstruction, delivering a measured blow to the rear window of the halted vehicle. In an instant, the tempered glass shattered, revealing a face so pale it resembled that of a ghost, with pronounced cheekbones that accentuated the deep-set, eerie eyes. Sitting in the back seat, his figure appeared slightly frail, yet emanated an overwhelming aura of dominance. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the tense standoff between father and son. Lu Jinyan sighed softly. Lu Huayu, why can't you just behave? If you want me to obey, to be your breeding so, dream on. The bodyguards moved to intercept him. Lu Jinyan sat in the car, his gaze indifferent. If you weren't my son, you would have perished countless times by now. You are unable to produce offspring on your own, yet you dare to coerce me into aiding you in this endeavor. Do not even think about it. A person like you deserves to be cut off from future generations. Lu Huayu's hair was disheveled, strands matted against his pale cheeks by rain and sweat. Lu Jinyan remarked, I never expected someone like you to have someone who truly cares for you. That's good. I believe you'll heed my words this time. Lu Huayu's expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck him. He had been lured into a trap. What have you done? He rushed to the window, disregarding the shattered glass above him. What have you done to my sister? Sister had a ring of familiarity. Lu Jinyan relished the sight of his son's panic. This son, a mirror image of himself, was ruthless and pathological. Such a person could hardly possess any weaknesses. Lu Jinyan, answer me. At that moment, the headlights of a black car pierced through the rain, approaching rapidly. The vehicle came to a halt. Panic surged within Lu Huayu as he attempted to advance. Stop him, Lu Jinyan commanded, his bodyguards swiftly rising to block Lu Huayu's path. Lu Jinyan, if you dare to harm my sister, I will not let you get away with it. Lu Huayu watched as the car door opened, and in the next instant, Xie Lanyin was shoved out. Soaked and looking unwell, she caused Lu Huayu's heart to leap in alarm. Sister, Xie Lanyin shook her head, realizing too late that Lu Huayu's intention in providing her with sleeping pills was merely to induce slumber. Who could have anticipated that this boy would orchestrate such chaos silently? In the original narrative, Lu Huayu and Lu Yi met their untimely demise far too early, preventing any such events from occurring. The abrupt awakening from a bucket of cold water after taking sleeping pills was an unbearable experience. Xie Lanyin felt a surge of resentment that could easily fell a bull. Suddenly, she thought she heard Lu Huayu's voice. Turning her head, she beheld him surrounded by a throng of bodyguards. His demeanor was sharp, radiating an increasingly perilous aura. He was no longer the frail, innocent youth she had known. This was his true, unmasked self. Lu Jinyan opened the car door, and the driver quickly shielded them with an umbrella, keeping the torrential rain at bay. It is indeed rare to witness such a plethora of expressions on your face. Lu Jinyan commented, Shut your mouth. Release my sister. Who would have thought there would come a day when you would seek my assistance? Xie Lanyin was pushed closer to Lu Jinyan, her keen eyes catching the wound on Lu Huayu's forehead, causing her expression to turn icy. Did you strike him? It is only natural for a father to discipline his son, Lu Jinyan retorted. I will agree to any terms you propose if you let her go, Lu Huayu implored. I do not trust your words. You must obediently return with me and find a woman to bear children. I consent. I consent, Lu Huayu exclaimed. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Jinyan observed, It seems this woman holds far greater significance in my son's heart than I had anticipated. He has even accepted this condition, despite his usual insistence on severing his lineage. Lu Jinyan gestured, commanding, Bring them over. You bear no integrity in my presence. Only after the child is born shall I release them. Before the bodyguards could arrive, Xie Lanyin stepped forward on her own. Lu Jinyan did not spare her a glance. In his eyes, such a frail woman was unworthy of his attention. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could react, a knife was poised against his throat. The driver, holding an umbrella, instinctively moved to intervene, but was swiftly kicked aside by Xie Lanyin. Lu Jinyan, Lu Huayu. Xie Lanyin suppressed the pain. Her body was too weak, and the mere act of raising her leg had strained her muscles. Yet, in front of so many witnesses, she feigned nonchalance. Lu Huayu regarded her in disbelief. However, Xie Lanyin smiled at him. Lu Huayu, this time I shall protect you. A firework seemed to explode in his mind, and his heart raced uncontrollably, beating for the person before him. Sister, you fool. Lu Huayu, who had endured countless beatings without shedding a tear, felt his eyes well with tears. Lu Jinyan scoffed, clearly dismissing the threat at his throat. He had underestimated her. He had not anticipated that the hairpin adorning her head concealed a mechanism. Yet, to him, such tricks were hardly impressive. Release them, or I shall press this knife a fraction further, and your trachea shall be severed. At that point, no amount of wealth will save you. Lu Jinyan, do you dare to kill? Can such a small knife truly take a life? Xie Lanyin did not respond, but instead shifted slightly, causing the blade to graze his skin. I have studied human anatomy and know precisely where to strike for the swiftest demise. Do not harbor any illusions. Lu Jinyan's expression darkened. Even as the knife cut into his skin, he remained unperturbed. Had it been another woman, she would have screamed in terror long ago. He could hardly fathom that a lifetime of caution could be threatened by a woman. Xie Lanyin pressed the knife further, wedging it against his trachea. Still unwilling to release them, Lu Jinyan understood. She had become the predator, and he the prey. This woman was as reckless as his son. He raised his hand in concession, signaling for their release. Those standing in front of Lu Huayu parted. Through the heavy rain, Lu Huayu's gaze fell upon Xie Lanyin. It felt as if the world had vanished, leaving only her in his sight. His sister, a vision of divinity. Shall you come here? Lu Huayu snapped back to reality, quickly rising to his feet. As he looked at her, his eyes softened with warmth and a hint of infatuation. Sister, drive the car over. We must leave. All right. Lu Huayu hurried to the car, closing the door behind him. Xie Lanyin, bring me a rope. Lu Jinyan, now devoid of his earlier panic, even ventured a jest. Miss Xie, you lack integrity. I've already released them, yet you persist in tormenting me? I am not a gentleman. If I were to release you, it would be akin to setting a tiger free. You may not harm your own son, but as an outsider, I would certainly not be spared. Therefore, to eliminate future threats, Lu Jinyan's expression shifted. Are you planning to kill me? Lu Huayu retrieved a length of rope from the trunk. Xie Lanyin slightly moved aside, allowing Lu Huayu to bind his hands. Nevertheless, Xie Lanyin's knife remained poised against his throat, rendering the bodyguards hesitant to act. Once Xie Lanyin and Lu Jinyan were inside the vehicle, Lu Huayu closed the door and took his place in the driver's seat. The car roared to life. With Lu Jinyan still in their grasp, the bodyguards exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Inside the car, Lu Jinyan fixed his gaze upon Xie Lanyin, leaning back against the seat. Despite his bindings, he managed to smile. This young man may lack in other areas, yet his discernment was unexpectedly sharp. Why not follow me? He suggested. Xie Lanyin raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Silence. Lu Huayu interjected. Xie Lanyin shot him a glance, recalling that it was said men over 35 could only engage in conversation. At your age, Lu Jinyan's lips curled into a barely suppressed smile, and he cleared his throat in a feigned effort to mask his inner delight. Father, others may be oblivious, but I am not, Lu Huayu remarked. Suddenly, Lu Jinyan's expression darkened. Xie Lanyin arched an eyebrow, sensing that there were matters of which she was unaware. However, it was of little consequence. As long as she inquired, Lu Huayu would surely divulge the truth. Upon returning to the seaside villa, Lu Huayu pushed Lu Jinyan to the first floor. Xie Lanyin produced her phone and sent a message to Lu Huayu, instructing him to procure the medicinal materials I had listed as swiftly as possible. Lu Jinyan cast a glance at the screen, his countenance shifting dramatically. So much poison. What do you intend to do with it? Xie Lanyin replied. To ensure your compliance and deter you from harming me. Lu Jinyan scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, You are not Xie Lanyin. Xie Lanyin raised an eyebrow, while Lu Huayu remained unperturbed. It mattered not who she was, as long as she was his sister. If I am not Xie Lanyin, then who am I? She retorted. I have researched Xie Lanyin's background. She has no knowledge of traditional medicine, and her temperament is not like this. Ah, that was merely a facade I maintained, she replied. You could deceive others with such claims, but as the only daughter of the Xie family, prior to Xie Qingyi's arrival, there was no reason for me to disguise myself. Evidently, he was not infallible in his deductions. Her refusal to acknowledge the truth left him at a loss. He glanced at Lu Huayu, only to find his son gazing at Xie Lanyin with an expression brimming with infatuation. From his demeanor, it seemed he would readily accept any assertion that Xie Lanyin was a specter. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he turned to find Xie Lanyin standing before him. She loomed above him, yet her words were not directed at him. What did you mean by your earlier statement? Why must you have children? Dear sister, please do not be angry. I did not intend to conceal this from you, Lu Huayu implored. Lu Huayu, is this how you present yourself before her? Pathetic and feeble? Lu Jinyin chastised. I'm not angry, Xie Lanyin stated calmly. Lu Huayu stole a glance at her expression, wary of lying. In his youth, he had sought amusement, always taking precautions, resulting in him having only one child. When I was 7 years old, I administered sleeping pills to him, incapacitating him, and I cooked that part of him, rendering it irreparable. Xie Lanyin. So, is Lu Jinyin a eunuch? A eunuch of the new era. Chapter 66. The sickly, infatuated prince of the capital calls me sister every day. Lu Jinyin, Lu Huayu. He was infuriated, wishing he could eliminate this rebellious offspring at once. Xie Lanyin truly could not perceive how ruthless little Yu was at the age of 7. Lu Huayu. He has only one son, so although he desires to kill me, he cannot, for if he were to kill me, he would utterly sever his lineage. Xie Lanyin cast him an admiring glance. It truly was a deadlock. No wonder in the original plot his father had harbored murderous intentions towards him multiple times, at most. He would give him a beating and send him to a mental institution. So that is how it was. Lu Huayu leaned closer to her, saying, Sister, do not be afraid of me. I would never harm you. Xie Lanyin patted his head, responding, Yes, you promised to protect me. Indeed, I shall protect you. For a lifetime. Lu Jinyin murmured, She is not Xie Lanyin. Who she is does not matter. She is my sister, and that is sufficient for me. Lu Huayu held Xie Lanyin tightly, his voice tinged with panic. Sister, you won't leave me, will you? Never. Lu Jinyin. Lu Huayu embraced Xie Lanyin with fervor, rubbing his head against hers. He intended to remain by his sister's side for all eternity. Suddenly, he heard his sister say, Now, can we discuss who you truly are? Lu Huayu's body stiffened instantaneously. He attempted to act cute to evade the inquiry. Sister, calling me that one help. Little you, do not deceive me. Lu Huayu mumbled softly, I am not lying to my sister. Are you really 16? Lu Huayu was momentarily speechless. Lu Jinyin scoffed, gazing at his son, who appeared ensnared by a vixen's charm. You have met your match. Xie Lanyin lowered her head slightly to look at him, her smile radiant. If you do not wish to have your mouth stuffed with a rag, I suggest you silence yourself proactively. Lu Jinyin. He snorted coldly, turning his head away. Lu Huayu's mind went blank, and then a wave of intense joy overwhelmed him. His sister had defended him. He could hardly suppress his smile. Sister, I will tell you anything you wish to know. My name is Lu Huayu. I am not 16, but rather 20 years old. I lied because I feared you would not take me home. He said this while blinking his eyes pitifully. Xie Lanyin could not help but pat his chest, urging him to continue. Lu Huayu's eyes brightened. The one lying on the ground is my biological father. He is the chairman of the Lu group. He and my mother divorced when they were quite young and have each gone their separate ways. However, he raised me like a dog, only providing food when pleased and forcing me to fight with dogs for scraps when displeased. In fact, the incident where I crashed into your car was intentional. Your car is expensive and pink, clearly a girl-less vehicle. I thought that feigning pity might lead to being taken home. It seems I made the right choice. Sister, please don't chase me away. I promise I will never lie to you again. Gazing at his son, who was behaving like an affectionate puppy, Lu Jinyin closed his eyes, hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. It was indeed a mistake to raise him alongside a dog. The very essence of their species had transformed. Xie Lanyin gently tilted her head, her heart aching as she patted his face. Rest assured, I will not send you away. I will protect you from now on. Lu Huayu suppressed the urge to embrace her tightly, to meld her into his very being. How wonderful it is to have such a sister in this world. He discovered that his sister was particularly fond of hearing about his past, and as he recounted tales, she remained nestled in his embrace. He spoke throughout the night, only ceasing when someone delivered the various herbs that Xie Lanyin had requested. Holding the herbs, Xie Lanyin instructed Lu Huayu, keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape. Lu Huayu's lips curled into a pleasing smile, his demeanor obedient to an almost absurd degree. You can rest easy, sister. I will certainly keep an eye on him. Nodding, Xie Lanyin entered the kitchen. The moment she left, the atmosphere in the living room shifted dramatically. The temperature plummeted. Despite their father-son bond, both harbored an intense loathing for one another. Lu Jinyan remarked, "How could I have a son like you, resembling a pitiful hound, perpetually wagging its tail in supplication?" Lu Huayu shot back, "You know nothing. You aren't even a real man." Lu Jinyan's breath quickened, becoming labored, his chest heaving. "You don't even know if she is human or ghost. How dare you be with her? Aren't you afraid she will take your life?" Lu Huayu retorted, "You don't understand. You aren't even a real man." In the kitchen, Xie Lanyin tossed all the herbs into a clay pot to stew haphazardly, and then took a seat in front of the gas stove. She pulled out her phone to check the latest news. After half an hour, as the rich aroma of the concoction filled the villa, she turned off the flame. She placed the lid on the pot, set it under the faucet to cool, and then, pot and all, discarded it into the trash. She exchanged it for a single pill from the shop. With her phone tucked in her pocket and the pill in hand, she stepped outside. Lu Huayu hurried over. "Sister, have you finished? Are you in the kitchen? I'll bring it out." Xie Lanyin, wearing gloves and holding the pill, replied, "It's right here." Lu Huayu's brow furrowed in surprise. "You managed to form a pill so quickly? Help me pry his mouth open and administer it." Lu Huayu instinctively moved to intervene. His sister could not touch another man, even if that man was his biological father. Xie Lanyin slightly turned, evading his hand. "It's poisonous." "Very well. I shall fetch a pair of gloves as well." He dashed into the kitchen and soon emerged, donning green plastic dishwashing gloves. Lu Jinyan's expression darkened. With gloves on both sides, Xie Lanyin made no objection as she handed the pill to Lu Huayu. After considerable effort, Lu Huayu managed to get the pill down Lu Jinyan's throat, who then retched violently. Strangely, however, the moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved into a liquid that flowed effortlessly into his stomach. Fear flickered in his eyes. "What is this substance?" Xie Lanyin smiled softly. "Uncle, this is the antidote for this month. If you choose not to take it, you will discover whether the pill is genuine." Lu Huayu accepted the pill, slipping it into his pocket, and deftly untied the ropes binding him. Xie Lanyin continued, "From now on, you may send someone each month to collect the antidote from me. You may leave now. This medicine must be consumed monthly. Hence, do not entertain thoughts of eliminating me, or you shall suffer a most gruesome fate next time." Chapter 67. The illness-stricken prince of the capital calls sister daily. Her tone and demeanor were no different from that of an ordinary elder. Yet, the sweetness of her smile nearly drove Lu Jinyan to the brink of fury. He sat up, his gaze toward Xie Lanyin seething with barely contained malice. To think she would attempt to wield poison to control him? Such a notion was preposterous. Once he was free of the toxin, he would see to her demise. Instinctively, Lu Huayu pulled Xie Lanyin behind him, his voice laced with warning, "Do not lay a finger on my sister, or I will end you." Lu Jinyan's murderous intent remained unyielding as he cast a lingering glance at Xie Lanyin before turning to leave. Xie Lanyin waved farewell goodbye. "Remember to send someone for next month's antidote early." Lu Jinyan halted momentarily, the weight of his steps noticeably heavier as he resumed walking. Suddenly, the previously protective Lu Huayu turned, enveloping her in a tight embrace, resting his head on her shoulder. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. I shall never leave your side. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Xie Lanyin felt helpless. Ever since he had confessed his feelings, he had become increasingly clingy. "Could you perhaps let go of me for a moment?" "I will not." Xie Lanyin sighed. "After staying up all night, I am rather tired and wish to sleep." "Then I shall sleep with you." Xie Lanyin was taken aback. Lu Huayu clung stubbornly. "We have shared a bed before. Now, instead of holding her, he grasped her hand firmly. He liked her. She liked him. Why would he sleep alone in an empty room when he could be with her? Fearing rejection, Lu Huayu swiftly changed the subject. Sister, is the pill you gave him truly so miraculous? Of course. He will find out tomorrow. Lu Huayu opened the door, pulling back the covers, but he was aware that if he concocted the antidote, fear not, that recipe is a fabrication, merely for his benefit. Xie Lanyin lay back, exhaling in comfort. Indeed, lying down felt wonderful. Even if he sought assistance, he would not be able to dispel the poison. If he fancied being a guinea pig, so be it. Lu Huayu paused, his gaze fixed on her as if he wished to etch her into the very depths of his soul, his eyes filled with obsession and reverence. It was as though Xie Lanyin represented his sole faith in this world, his only salvation. Sister, I find myself liking you more and more. He clambered up from the other side, using both hands and feet to entwine around Xie Lanyin. Overwhelmed by his embrace, Xie Lanyin urged him to loosen his hold. I will not. I fear you may run away. Where can I possibly go? I don't care. We have slept this way before. Xie Lanyin felt utterly at a loss with him. She closed her eyes. Lu Huayu's lips curled into a smile, and he relaxed his grip just a fraction. His audacity is a result of his sister's indulgence. Xie Lanyin declared, do not add sleeping pills to the milk again. Lu Huayu's heart skipped a beat, realizing that his sister was referring to the sleeping pill she had administered to her the previous night, which had led him to storm out in anger. He adopted an even more innocent tone, pondering, what if his sister could not sleep? If I cannot sleep, you must keep me company. And you're not allowed to sleep either. Very well, that is all I desire. No talking, just sleep. Lu Jinyan did not share their sense of ease. He sought out a local traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and transcribed a prescription he had glimpsed earlier. Upon examining it, the old doctor shook his head. Who provided you with this prescription? Such concoctions are exceedingly toxic. Even one could prove fatal, let alone the myriad combined. Fatal? Impossible. I am alive and well. Lu Jinyan insisted, fixing a penetrating gaze on him. This man appeared aged yet possessed no discernible skill. He had indeed consumed the pills and was still thriving. Quack! You claim you have taken them? Show me your hand, the old doctor urged, his eyes widening in alarm. Lu Jinyan rose, casting not a glance back at the doctor, and turned to leave. He boarded a private jet back to the capital, arranging to meet a renowned doctor of traditional medicine, Dr. Wu, who was said to come from a lineage of imperial physicians. Lu Jinyan harbored a profound disdain for traditional Chinese medicine, as practitioners could easily discern the flaws in his physique. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters now. By the time he arrived in the capital, it was already the following day. When he presented the prescription to Dr. Wu, the latter also shook his head in disbelief. It is inconceivable. With such a multitude of poisons combined, one should not have survived this long. Are you certain you ingested the medicine brewed from this prescription? Hearing the consensus from two practitioners, Lu Jinyan began to doubt. Could it be that Xie Lanyin was deceiving him? Mr. Lu, extend your hand for me to examine, Doctor. Wu requested. No need. I believe she is lying to me, Lu Jinyan replied, lowering his head, his tousled hair veiling much of his eyes, yet failing to conceal the murderous intent lurking within. Xie Lanyin was the first to toy with him in such a manner. He vowed to take revenge. On his way back, Lu Jinyan had concocted numerous methods to torment her. Suddenly, he felt as though a myriad of steel needles were simultaneously piercing his insides. Waves of excruciating pain causing his vision to darken. The agony rendered him incapable of maintaining an upright posture, and he collapsed into his seat, cold sweat covering his face. On the brink of losing consciousness, his subordinates were startled and quickly returned him to Dr. Wu. Upon seeing his condition, Dr. Wu hurriedly took his pulse. Upon feeling it, he was stunned. The symptoms indeed indicated poisoning, yet the state of his internal organs appeared remarkably stable. After years of practice, he had never encountered such a toxin. He swiftly made a call, summoning his colleagues to observe the unusual case. Lu Jinyan, overwhelmed by pain, fainted only to be jolted awake again. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by a group of elderly practitioners, aged between 70 and 80, who were whispering among themselves, occasionally prying open his eyes and mouth. He felt like an exhibit in a zoo, open for public scrutiny. Lu Jinyan, disregarding everything else, extracted the pill given to him by Xie Lanyin from his pocket. With trembling hands, he raised the pill to his lips and swallowed it. A warm sensation instantly spread through his abdomen, and where the warmth reached, the excruciating pain that had almost driven him to despair vanished in an instant. "What did you take?" Dr. Wu rushed over, attempting to stop him, but it was too late. He pried Lu Jinyan's mouth open, only to find nothing. Lu Jinyan's countenance darkened ominously as he brushed Dr. Wu's hand away. Rather than displaying anger, Dr. Wu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Mr. Lu, is your stomach no longer in pain?" It was then that Lu Jinyan realized, indeed, the pain had dissipated. Xie Lanyin had not deceived him. He never wished to endure such agony again. "Mr. Lu, please extend your hand to me." "No need." With a grim expression, Lu Jinyan turned to leave. "Quack. You cannot even cure a poison from a mere 20-something artist." "Doctor." Wu was unfazed and continued to follow closely behind. "Mr. Lu, you must not avoid medical treatment. Should you require anything in the future, come to me. I will treat you free of charge." "Who administered this poison to you?" Lu Jinyan thought to himself that Xie Lanyin was truly captivating, having ensnared his son's heart and now ensnaring Dr. Wu with just a pill. He had to admit, this woman possessed extraordinary skills. He certainly did not dare to confront her. Aside from the significant blunder he made with that insipid young man, he had never suffered such humiliation. Chapter 68. Being called sister daily by the delicate prince of the capital after resolving the threat posed by Lu Jinyan. Xie Lanyin and her companion did not return to the city immediately. Lu Huayu seized a rare opportunity to spend time alone with his sister and was determined not to squander it. They strolled through several renowned scenic spots, as the gentle sea breeze seemed to carry away all worries. "Sister, facing the sea with your arms outstretched is like embracing the sky. Allow me to take your photograph." Xie Lanyin posed as instructed, waiting for him to capture the moment. However, after a while, she heard no sound from Lu Huayu. Curiously, she turned her head, only to find Lu Huayu holding a bouquet of roses, his phone set to selfie mode. The moment she turned, a click resonated, freezing the scene in time. "Sister, do you like the photo?" As Xie Lanyin approached, she noticed that in the picture, she appeared to be standing amidst a sea of flowers. The breeze playfully tousling her hair, her smile radiating pure joy, while Lu Huayu gazed at her through the lens. The photograph was both romantic and filled with affection. "It's beautiful. Where did you get this bouquet?" Lu Huayu did not answer her question directly, his eyes brimming with devotion and longing. "Sister, will you be with me? I don't want to be your brother. I want to be your boyfriend. Please don't reject me. I know you have feelings for me too. If you refuse me, I will." Xie Lanyin raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing him. "And what will you do?" "I shall confine you within a seaside villa, and only when you acquiesce will I take you out to play. Should you refuse, I shall ensure you are left to gaze upon me daily until you relent." He forcefully thrust a rose into her embrace, his arms encircling her tightly. The pressure was not uncomfortable, yet escaping was out of the question. His deep-set gaze bore into hers, revealing an unmasked desire for control and possession. With his eyes and actions, he conveyed his intent was far from mere words. "I agree. I consent." Continuing this playful banter would surely lead to frustration. It was time to soothe him. Xie Lanyin entwined one arm around his neck, standing on tiptoe to plant a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Lu Huayu was taken aback by the sudden affection from his sister. The soft touch sent an electric thrill coursing through him. His reflexes outpaced his thoughts as he pulled her back, pressing his lips against hers. A kiss both unfamiliar yet tender. One hand rested upon her waist, preventing her escape, while the other shielded them from prying eyes with the rose. Such a sister was meant for his eyes alone. Outside, their kiss was but a fleeting taste. Both their faces flushed a deeper hue than the flowers they held. After meandering nearby, they stumbled upon a group of children playing by the beach. Xie Lanyin, clutching her newly purchased sand molds, joined the children, who called out to her with delight. Standing aside, Lu Huayu, burdened with their belongings, appeared rather forlorn. Noticing a vendor selling toys nearby, he approached, returning moments later to hurl a toy snake into the throng of children. The once jubilant calls of sister were replaced with terrified shrieks as they scattered in fright. Ah, a snake! Wah! Mama! Xie Lanyin observed the toy snake lying in the distance, casting a helpless glance at Lu Huayu, with his lashes casting shadows beneath his lowered gaze. He seemed utterly pitiful. She shook her head in exasperation. You are truly childish. Lu Huayu knelt before her. I dislike when others call you sister. Do you enjoy children? I prefer playing with them and returning them when they cry, rather than having my own. So do I. But it's getting late, brother. We should head home. He tilted his head, his eyes filled with a stubborn yet affectionate intensity. Very well. She wandered off to purchase some shells to take home. Just then, they stumbled upon a seafood restaurant, and Lu Huayu eagerly pulled her inside for a meal. Did we not agree to return home? We shall eat first, then return. Xie Lanyin found his reasoning sound, considering the lingering scent of traditional medicine in the kitchen had permeated the food. It would be wiser to dine before returning. After their meal, Xie Lanyin led Lu Huayu back to the villa to drop off their things, and they took a stroll along the private beach. A post-meal walk promotes longevity, she mused. Once they returned, stretching her limbs, she barely crossed the threshold when suddenly her hand was seized. The world spun as she was pushed against the door, a fervent and urgent kiss descending upon her lips. The air around them seemed to ignite with a fervor ignited by their kiss. She could only cling tightly to him, supporting her body as it sank deeper. Lu Huayu gently withdrew, resting his forehead against hers. Sister, I deceived you from the very beginning. Are you angry with me? One hand propped against the door. He leaned slightly forward, his expression no longer the feigned tenderness she was accustomed to, but rather filled with an aggressive intensity. Xie Lanyin replied, Even if I know you have deceived me, I will still love you completely. I love you. Another kiss fell, this time upon her hair. Suddenly, Lu Huayu leaned in slightly, extending one long arm to securely cradle the bend of her knee, while the other embraced her back, his movements fluid and seamless. Xie Lanyin instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. He carried her up the stairs, one arm supporting her knee while the other pushed the door open, using his foot to close it behind them with a definitive click. In the next moment, another kiss descended upon her. Xie Lanyin found herself nestled against the soft bedding, the room illuminated only by the small lamp at the headboard. Beneath the warm, golden light, she could clearly see Lu Huayu lost in his own reverie for her. 2 hours later, Sister, sister. Xie Lanyin turned over. Don't call me sister. Just moments ago, she had begged for mercy. It was futile now, as he employed this tactic once more. Sister, good night. I love you. Xie Lanyin, devoid of the strength to open her eyes and respond, buried her face in the covers, drifting into a deep slumber. His embrace was suffocating yet tightly entwined, and she had grown accustomed to it. Just before losing consciousness entirely, she heard Lu Huayu whispering, Sister, you will belong to me alone for a lifetime. The following day, Xie Lanyin awoke to the pangs of hunger. Sister, good morning. As she opened her eyes, Lu Huayu was already leaning in closer, his gaze brimming with uncontainable excitement. She reached for the lamp by the bed, asking, What time is it? Only then did she realize her throat was parched. Lu Huayu's voice rose in pitch, his hair tousled, the remnants of a blush lingering at the corners of his eyes. It's 1 o'clock, sister. I'll prepare something to eat. You can continue to sleep after you're finished. How does that sound? She felt a gentle kiss on her forehead. Sister, you can nap a bit longer while I cook. I'll call you in a bit. She watched as Lu Huayu lifted the covers, picking up the clothes strewn on the floor, revealing the smooth contours of his abdomen. Xie Lanyin stole a few glances. Suddenly, Lu Huayu turned, locking eyes with her, catching her in the act of watching him. He leaned in. Sister, do you still want to touch? Xie Lanyin reached out, brushing her fingers across his firm, warm muscles. All right, go cook. Wait for me. Lu Huayu leaned in for a quick kiss before turning away. Xie Lanyin touched her waist, reflecting on the vitality of youth. After lying in bed for a while, she went to wash up in the bathroom. When she descended the stairs, the seafood noodles Lu Huayu had prepared were perfectly cooked. Two individuals sat across from each other, steam rising from the bowl before them, gradually dissipating into the air. In this undisturbed setting, The simplicity of daily meals and leisurely moments was indeed delightful. Yet, she found her waist rather strained. Xie Lanyin quietly checked the train tickets back to the city, contemplating discussing their return with Lu Huayu that evening. She pushed the door open and heard some rustling in the kitchen. Xiaoyu, what are we having for dinner tonight? Lu Huayu turned around, and the words caught her throat. He was clad only in beach shorts, tied with a black apron, giving the impression that he wore nothing but the apron. Sister, what did you say? Xie Lanyin swallowed hard. Nothing. Suddenly, she was lifted and placed on the kitchen island. Lu Huayu picked up a strawberry that had already been washed and set aside. Sister, these strawberries just arrived. Try one and tell me if it's sweet. He leaned slightly, his gaze both ambiguous and enchanting. Xie Lanyin thought to herself. Lu Huayu's father called her a vixen, yet she believed Lu Huayu was the true charmer. She lowered her head and took a bite of the strawberry. Is it sweet? Lu Huayu inquired. Sweet. I shall taste it too. In the ensuing moment, Lu Huayu leaned in to kiss her. Amidst Xie Lanyin's confusion and regret, Lu Huayu finally agreed to return to the city. Uncle Sun, upon hearing the news of the young lady's return, had arrived early, waiting at the high-speed train station exit. When he saw Lu Huayu with his arm around Xie Lanyin's waist, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Little Lu, you can hardly converse with a young lady. Isn't little Lu only 16? Isn't that illegal? Lu Huayu held Xie Lanyin's hand and confidently declared, Uncle Sun, I am now my sister's boyfriend. I was afraid you would not be willing to take me in, so I lied. I am actually 20, not 16. Uncle Sun replied, Let me see your ID. Lu Huayu readily handed over his identification. Upon inspection, Uncle Sun confirmed he was indeed 20 years old, and he let out a sigh of relief. They had reached adulthood, which was reassuring. Yet the news of their relationship left him momentarily stunned. Not only him, but Uncle Zhou and Sister Ling, witnessing the two holding hands, dropped the items in their hands in shock. Lu Huayu reiterated, Uncle Zhou, Sister Ling, I am of legal age. This is my ID. Uncle Zhou took a look and muttered, I remember this can be forged, right? Sister Ling nodded vigorously. Xie Lanyin interjected, He hasn't forged anything. We even met his father during our trip to Weihai. The three exchanged glances, surprised. You even met the parents? They were taken aback by the revelation. But as long as the young lady was happy, they refrained from further comments, silently absorbing this astonishing news. Uncle Sun remarked, Miss, the Zhao family has gone bankrupt, and the situation of the Xie family is also dire. It is said that Mr. Xie discovered in the capital that the head of Enhai Group was a fraud. A fraud? Xie Lanyin turned a glance at Lu Huayu. Uncle Sun continued, Indeed, the official seals, phone numbers, and even the company's webpage are all fabricated. Consequently, neither company realized the other was a fraud, and now they cannot even locate the individuals involved. The Xie and Zhao families have become the subject of ridicule, having been manipulated by swindlers into turning against each other, with no knowledge of the puppet master behind it all. While everyone was preoccupied, Xie Lanyin discreetly pinched Lu Huayu's waist. He instantly froze. Sister, be gentle, Xie Lanyin remarked. I had no idea you were this capable. I genuinely thought Enhai Group was affiliated with you. You are truly impressive for deducing it was my doing so early on. Enough with the flattery. I am merely speaking the truth. Even if I were foolish, I wouldn't use my own company to collaborate with them. If the truth were to come out, they would come knocking, which would only invite trouble upon myself. Enhai Group is secretly operated by Lu Jinyan. Xie Lanyin raised her thumb in admiration. What a devoted son. If you give him some tasks, he wouldn't dare trouble me or my sister. Nevertheless, you are remarkable. A single pill resolved all issues. As she spoke, he leaned closer and embraced Xie Lanyin. Those who bully my sister deserve no mercy. Yet, considering the Xie family raised you, I refrained from bankrupting them. At present, they are too busy to cause any trouble for you, sister. Xie Lanyin's heart softened. Xiaoyu, thank you for everything you've done for me. Sister, gratitude should not always be expressed verbally. Xie Lanyin cleared her throat and awkwardly shifted the subject. So, your company is Linghang Technology. I am responsible for the research and development, while another partner handles operations and sales. Ah, that explains how you swiftly acquired leverage over the Zhao and Xie families. You hacked into their computers and phones. Sister, you are truly astute. Xie Lanyin playfully patted his chest, signaling that they were not alone at home, urging him to temper his exuberance. Lu Huayu took a step back, yet his gaze was captivating. His finger lightly traced her palm. Sister, make sure to eat well tonight. Otherwise, I will get up to prepare a midnight snack and disturb Uncle Sun and the others. 3 years later, a spacious exhibition hall was brimming with clusters of people. A black Maybach came to a halt. Lu Yi, adorned in a lake blue strapless gown that revealed her shoulders and neck, fidgeted with her shawl, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Don't present yourself in such a petty manner. It invites ridicule. Just take my arm, the man beside her said, his tone laced with warning despite his smile. Lu Yi placed her hand in the crook of his arm. The two stood together in an awkward silence, the man beside her appearing old enough to be her father. She surveyed the crowd, occasionally tugging at her gown, as she was unaccustomed to such attire and fearful of revealing too much. The exhibition hall was bustling, with many pausing before the artworks. Lu Yi's attention was suddenly captivated by a series of paintings on the far right. These works differed in style from the others, frequently depicting two figures from behind, each painting vibrant, radiant, and warm. It was as if the artist had used the brush to chronicle their own life. Lu Yi cast a glance at the signature below. Xie Lanyin. Xie Lanyin? Chapter 70. The afflicted prince of the capital calls me sister daily. Conclusion. How could it be Xie Lanyin? The other person in the painting is Lu Huayu? She abruptly stepped closer, scrutinizing each artwork. Some depicted sunbathing by the seaside, others enjoying the moon on rooftops, and still others seated on balconies admiring flowers. Impossible. How could Xie Lanyin, under Lu Huayu's gaze, appear so leisurely and carefree? Was she not meant to be confined indoors, calling out to the heavens in vain, while the two tormented each other daily? Mr. Lu, why haven't I seen your wife today? A gentleman remarked, just now, a lady was quite taken with my wife's paintings. My wife is currently introducing her. Lu Yi turned in disbelief, her gaze landing on Lu Huayu, who was surrounded by admirers. He stood tall, remarkably conspicuous amidst the crowd. 3 years had passed, and Lu Huayu was utterly transformed from the madman she remembered. He exuded confidence and composure, his aura commanding, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Her eyes glazed over in confusion. This was Lu Huayu? How could it be? Had she developed feelings for him? The man beside her, noticing her unwavering stare at Lu Huayu, scoffed. Give up. Mr. Lu shares a very close bond with his wife. Someone like you would never catch his eye. Mr. Lu? Lu Yi keenly latched onto the crux of his words. What Mr. Lu? He was one of the founders of Linghang Technology, a rising star in the tech industry. Last year, his robots ventured into the elder care sector, capable of attending to patients and managing household chores. Despite their hefty price tag of $300,000, they were already booked out until next year. Of course, you wouldn't know him. Lu Huayu was the founder of Linghang Technology. Impossible. She had certainly heard of Linghang Technology. When the robots were launched last year, her parents had called urging her to reserve one. At that time, she had no money, so she didn't purchase it and endured her parents' scorn for quite a while. She had always assumed Lu Huayu was merely a wealthy heir, living a life of leisure, mentally unstable. In disbelief, she shook her head repeatedly, instinctively stepping back to leave the scene. Suddenly, she heard a yelp behind her. She had stepped on someone else's foot. I'm so sorry. She quickly turned to apologize. It's all right. You appear unwell. Do you need to go to the hospital? The woman she had stepped on was elegantly poised, and noticing her pallor, she inquired gently. Mrs. Fong, my apologies. My companion accidentally bumped into you. The man beside Lu Yi shot her a warning glance. Lu Yi hastily apologized and, upon looking up, noticed many eyes fixed upon her. Embarrassed, she hid behind the man. This minor incident soon passed. When Xie Lanyin returned after assisting Mrs. Chun with the purchase, she happened upon someone interested in the row of paintings on the right of the gallery. Lu Huayu's gaze softened as he saw her approach, and he extended his hand. Xie Lanyin stepped forward, their fingers intertwining. I'm sorry, but this piece is not for sale. It already has an owner. The other party cast a glance at him with a smile. Mr. Lu must indeed be his master. Yes, it was my wife who painted this for me. Wife. A tremor ran through Lu Yi's heart. In her previous life, Lu Huayu had never referred to her with such tenderness. She hastily took out her phone to search, and soon discovered that the two had been married for a year. However, as this was a private ceremony, few knew of it, confined to their inner circle. They had indeed tied the knot. This was precisely what she had always yearned to witness. Yet an emptiness enveloped her heart, as if she had lost something profoundly significant. Suddenly, her phone rang. She swiftly silenced it and retreated to the garden at the back to answer the call. As soon as she picked up, her mother's voice came through. Liu Yi, you've done well for yourself, spending your days with the big boss while our family struggles to make ends meet. Let me tell you, your brother needs 500,000 for a house. You must send the money promptly. Liu Yi replied, Didn't I already give 30,000? Not enough. They've set their sights on a larger one. I will not send you any more money. Very well. I shall inform the big boss's wife about your affair. Liu Yi furiously hung up the phone and squatted down along the wall. She had believed that by severing ties with the perverse Lu Huayu, everything would improve. Yet, it was only after being swindled out of her money that she realized he had been right in her past life. She was indeed foolish, unaware that her family had sold her out. In her previous existence, when Lu Huayu was by her side, her parents dared only to call him in secret, never threatening her. In this life, they did not even pretend. They would do anything for money. She understood, then, that her name was not truly unique, merely a random choice. How laughable it was that she had thought her family loved her dearly. After being dismissed by Xie Lanyin, she had contemplated finding stable work. Yet every employer dismissed her, deeming her clumsy, lacking in education, and having grown accustomed to a life of 20,000 a month with accommodation and meals included. How could she possibly endure a factory job that barely paid 6,000 for backbreaking labor? The more she pondered, the more her heart ached. If only she had behaved like Xie Lanyin in her past life, avoiding conflict with Lu Huayu, perhaps she would still be living a carefree existence, where everything was handed to her. At that moment, a man's reprimand echoed from a nearby pavilion. You two have been married for a year. When will you have children? She quickly looked up and saw Lu Huayu leaning against a pillar of the pavilion, while another middle-aged man sat with his back to her. Lu Huayu stated, I've said before, people like you deserve to be childless. Neither my sister nor I have any desire for children. Lu Huayu, I will hand over the Lu group to you. Just have a child. No need. I have my own company now, and besides, my sister can take good care of me, living off others and speaking so nonchalantly about it. Liu Yi speculated about the identity of the man who dared to speak to Lu Huayu in such a manner. Suddenly, Lu Huayu turned his head and cast his gaze in her direction. Upon seeing Liu Yi hidden among the flowers, Lu Huayu's eyes instantly became frigid and piercing. What are you staring at? Lu Jinyan followed his line of sight. As he discerned the expression on Liu Yi's face, he was momentarily taken aback. The man bore a striking resemblance to Lu Huayu, and his demeanor exuded a somber detachment. In him, she seemed to glimpse the Lu Huayu of a past life, leaving her momentarily entranced. Lu Jinyan was already exasperated, unable to contend with his son Lu Huayu, nor manage the complexities of Xie Lanyin. He now faced an eavesdropper. Fortunately, Lu Huayu had refrained from uttering any derogatory remarks about his masculinity today. Were that woman to hear such words, he would truly contemplate murder. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jinyan summoned his bodyguards, who promptly encircled Liu Yi, lifting her and dragging her out through the back door. Lu Huayu teased, Why do you lack even a modicum of tenderness? Her gaze upon you is so infatuated. She clearly has taken a liking to you. Lu Huayu, do you wish for death? She retorted fiercely. Go ahead. If you dare lay a finger on me, I shall withhold your sister's antidote next month. Lu Jinyan scoffed, a petty person reveling in small victories. With such a son as this, my life is effectively over. Liu Yi found herself abandoned at the side door of the gallery, with the two bodyguards stationed at the entrance, evidently intent on preventing her reentry. Her expression remained dazed. Was that man truly Lu Huayu's father? Yet, did not Lu Huayu harbor a profound fear of his father in their previous life? Why did their dynamic now seem inverted? If Lu Huayu were to inherit the Lu family conglomerate, Liu He found herself struggling to breathe, overwhelmed by her sense of loss. An avalanche of regret threatened to engulf her entirely. She was now without family, without wealth, reduced to surviving by selling her youth and dignity. How had she arrived at such a juncture? Chapter 71. The Sickly Prince and His Little Empress, Your Highness. Amidst the cries of those surrounding her, Yu Yinluo's consciousness gradually sharpened. Her throat felt as if it had been seared by fire, and a wave of nausea surged from her stomach, prompting her to cough and retch. Each cough tugged at her throat, bringing with it a piercing pain. Once she regained her composure, she discovered she was lying on the grass. Wasn't she supposed to be in a lavishly adorned bridal chamber? She glanced around at the faces present. Sihui? How was Sihui still alive? Was this a dream? Yu Yinluo clutched Sihui's hand tightly. Sihui was her personal maid, having grown up alongside her. Your Highness, you have finally awakened. It was concubine Li who pushed you. I have sent someone to inform the Emperor. He will surely advocate for you. Concubina Li. Yu Yinluo lifted her gaze toward a striking woman nearby, clad in a rose-pink palace gown and adorned with a phoenix crown. Concubina Li. Had she not perished in a great fire following the demise of the ninth prince? How could this be? Concubine Li had pushed her into the water. Yu Yinluo strained to recall the events, and in that instant, a startling thought surged into her mind. Could it be that she, akin to a character from a tale, has been reborn? Indeed, she has. The Emperor is still alive, and she has not aligned herself with that madman, Chu Wangshen. There is still time for her. A low laugh escaped her lips. In her previous life, after the queen's demise, the Emperor's health deteriorated day by day. Aside from the physically impaired prince, the only contenders for the throne were herself and the son of the favored concubine Li. The Li family held a prestigious position, while she was merely the daughter of a fifth-rank official. In the past, concubine Li, relying on her noble lineage and favored status, had bullied her and her son both overtly and covertly. Thus, to secure her son's ascension to that supreme position, she had no choice but to seek the support of Chu Wangshen. Though only 25, Chu Wangshen, the chief eunuch, was deeply trusted by the Emperor, commanding respect from both palace maids and eunuchs, who would reverently address him as Your Excellency. Under his protection, concubine Li indeed dared not mistreat them. When the Emperor passed away, her son successfully ascended the throne. However, she later discovered that the Emperor had long left a decree designating her eighth son as the rightful heir. Chu Wangshen had been aware of this all along, but had chosen to remain silent. Subsequently, to humiliate her and exert control over the new emperor, he compelled her, the once regal empress, to marry him. In order to allow her son to govern, she had no choice but to acquiesce. On the day of their wedding, she secretly poisoned the ceremonial wine with a lethal toxin. Both she and Chu Wangshen perished on their wedding day. Even in death, she was determined to leave a reputation of unwavering integrity in the annals of history, refusing to tarnish her son's legacy. Little did she expect that fate would grant her a second chance. This time, there would be no need for competition. The throne was destined for her son. Once her son ascended the throne, she vowed that Chu Wangshen would meet his demise. My lady, why are you trembling? Are you cold? Concubine Rome. Should I hear any more gossip from the servants in your palace suggesting that my ninth prince pales in comparison to your eighth? The waters of this lake shall become your grave. Concubine Li approached, her presence accompanied by the sound of jingling ornaments. Her gown sweeping the floor as she looked down at the drenched Yu Yinluo. Adorned with luxurious ermine fur at her sleeves and collar, she exuded an air of grandeur. Among the harem, only she and concubine Li bore the titles of Li in Rome. Later, when Yu Yinluo gave birth to a prince first, concubine Li regarded her as a thorn in her side. Yet, contemplating the future fate of concubine Li and the ninth prince, when Yu Yinluo gazed at her, her eyes reflected a hint of pity. My eighth prince, naturally, cannot compare to the ninth in any regard. Even in death, he must be the first. Concubine Li narrowed her eyes. Although concubine Rome bowed her head, her tone and gaze exuded an unsettling air. Yet, she found no opportunity to retaliate. With a cold snort, concubine Li left her with a warning. You would do well to be self-aware before turning away. My lady, Concubinely has gone too far. Clearly, the eighth prince is more intelligent than the ninth. Silence. Yu Yunluo reprimanded sharply. Such words must never be spoken again, or I shall not show mercy. Xie quickly knelt in apology. Faced with Xie, Yu Yunluo ultimately could not bear to be harsh. Rise. Thank you, my lady. A gust of wind swept through, its chill piercing like needles into the marrow of her bones. Yu Yunluo could not suppress a shiver, instinctively clutching the fox fur cloak that enveloped her. With the knowledge of the crown prince's impending ascension, her path forward demanded prudence. She and the crown prince must bide their time. Once he ascended the throne, she would assume the role of Empress Dowager. At that moment, she would exact retribution upon those who had wronged her in her past life. As she passed by the Empress Dowager's Xie palace, she caught sight of the Dowager's attendant, Aunt Nan, approaching with a girl of about 16 or 17. The girl was adorned in a moonlight-hued satin gown, intricately embroidered with delicate orchids at the collar and cuffs. With her gaze slightly lowered, her delicate nose and naturally rosy lips exuded an air of graceful composure, while the tassels of her attire swayed gently against her fair neck with each step. Such exquisite beauty and poise rendered even the striking Yu Yunluo and the favored concubine leave somewhat diminished in comparison. For a moment, Yu Yunluo was entranced, only regaining her senses as Aunt Nan and the girl entered Xie Palace. Who is that young lady? She pondered. Your Highness, you seem to have forgotten. She is the legitimate daughter of the Xie family, Xie Lanyin. Chapter 72. The melancholic 9,000 years and his little empress, the legitimate daughter of the Xie family? Had she not perished? Following the empress's demise, the ministers had advised the emperor to appoint a new empress. This Miss Xie was among the candidates, favored above all by the emperor. Unfortunately, the news reached the Xie residence just as she fell gravely ill, prompting the emperor to send the court physician, Master Jiang, for her care. However, within days, the Xie young lady had met an untimely death. A year later, the Xie family was implicated in treason and suffered the annihilation of its lineage. In her previous life, this was the moment when Miss Xie had already succumbed. How could this be? Yet, it was perhaps fortunate that Miss Xie had not perished in her past existence. The vacancy of the empress's position had incited concubine Li's schemes against her. Now, if Miss Xie were to become the empress, the target of concubine Li's machinations would shift to her instead. All she needed to do was to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance until the crown prince claimed his throne. With this thought, Yu Yunluo's steps grew considerably lighter as she approached Xie Palace. Miss Xie Lanyin had yet to pay her respects when the Empress Dowager summoned her to the bedside through Aunt Nan. The Dowager scrutinized her closely, taking her hand in hers. Lanyin, since I fell ill, your grandmother seldom visits the palace. How is she faring? In response, Lanyin replied, Grandmother is well. She instructed me today to extend her regards to your highness and to wish you good health. She is concerned for me, and I shall surely recover. The Dowager reminisced fondly. In the past, your grandmother and Empress Zhaozi were inseparable. When she married your grandfather, you were but a child. I could never have imagined that one day you would become my daughter-in-law. As the Dowager recounted youthful tales, her eyes sparkled with nostalgia. Lanyin, with her gaze lowered, sat patiently by the bedside, absorbing the stories. The current Empress Dowager had once been the personal maid of Empress Zhaozi, due to the latter's prolonged inability to bear children. The Dowager was elevated to the status of a consort, shortly thereafter giving birth to the first prince, now the emperor himself. Most would shy away from discussing their past servitude, but she did not. However, the Empress Dowager grasped Xie Lanyin's hand, reminiscing with profound nostalgia for days gone by. Suddenly, she patted Xie Lanyin's hand and remarked, You must be weary from conversing with this old woman. Nan Jian, I recall the little kitchen has prepared some pastries. Please bring some for Lanyin to sample. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Nan Jian entered with a young maid, who placed 3 tiers of pastries upon the table. You young ladies delight in sweets. Do taste this pastry, she encouraged. Xie Lanyin took a bite and nodded with a smile, affirming that the pastries from the Empress Dowager's residence were indeed delectable. Just then, a maid entered to announce, Your Majesty, Lord Chu seeks an audience. Lord Chu, allow him to enter, the Empress Dowager commanded. Observing Xie Lanyin's puzzlement, she elucidated. He must be delivering something from the Emperor to me. I've already stated that the Xian Palace lacks for nothing. The Emperor, like you, is a dutiful child. Xie Lanyin lowered her head slightly, embodying the modesty characteristic of a young lady. The sound of footsteps approached, and a man clad in eunuch attire entered, accompanied by several young eunuchs. His complexion was notably paler than most, yet his lips were strikingly red. Upon first glance, one would be drawn to the mole at the corner of his left eye, which added a touch of allure to his otherwise cool demeanor. Regrettably, a birthmark that nearly concealed his right eye and cheek marred his beauty. Though he was a eunuch, his voice was not the high-pitched tone one might expect. Your Majesty, this is the royal cat from Persia that has been presented this year. His Majesty specifically instructed me to deliver it to bring you some joy, he announced. Present it to me, so I may have a look. Chu Wangchun cradled the cat and approached the bed. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a moon-white skirt. Lanyin, come closer and see if you like it, he beckoned. He quickly glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. With brows like verdant hills and eyes resembling cold stars, this woman was indeed a breathtaking vision. As she drew near, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, not the cloying scent of spices, but rather an exquisitely pleasant aroma. Lanyin, is this the future empress, the legitimate daughter of the Xie family, Xie Lanyin? He marveled. Her beauty surpassed even the finest depictions. Xie Lanyin extended her hand, and the kitten nuzzled against her palm with its damp nose. The Empress Dowager observed, it appears the little cat has taken quite a liking to you. Let it remain here under my care until you take up residence in the Middle Palace, after which I shall present it to you. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift, Xie Lanyin replied as she returned to her seat. Aunt Nanjian instructed someone to take the cat away, then offered a handful of sunflower seeds to Chu Wangchun. Noticing the hint of weariness upon the Empress Dowager's brow, Xie Lanyin rose to bow respectfully. Your Majesty, having engaged in conversation with me for such a long while, you must be fatigued. The hour is late. I shall take my leave. The Empress Dowager nodded and said, Lanyin, do visit me more often whenever you have the opportunity. Aunt Nanjian chuckled. Your Majesty, have you perhaps forgotten? Miss Xie still needs to study etiquette at home. She is to enter the palace next month. I had indeed forgotten, the Empress Dowager acknowledged. My lady, I have one more request, Xie Lanyin ventured. Speak. I humbly request that your Majesty bestow upon me those pastries, she implored. The Empress Dowager readily acquiesced, since you find them to your liking. I shall grant them all to you. Thank you, your Majesty, Xie Lanyin expressed gratefully. Aunt Nanjian instructed someone to place all the pastries into a box, as she needed to attend to the Empress Dowager's rest, leaving the task of escorting Xie Lanyin to a palace maid. Chu Wangchun proactively offered, I can escort Miss Xie. The Empress Dowager nodded in approval. Very well. Let Eunuch Chu accompany you, Lanyin, as a favored attendant of the Emperor. His presence ensured that others would not dare to slight Lanyin. Xie Lanyin curtsied gracefully and slowly retreated to the palace entrance. Chu Wangchun fell back a couple of steps, and throughout the journey to the palace gate, silence enveloped them. At the entrance, Xie Lanyin halted and accepted the food box from the palace servant. Using a clean handkerchief, she wrapped some pastries and handed them to her maid. I noticed how you gaze at the pastries during our time in the hall. You must enjoy them as well. They are quite sweet. Do have a taste. Promptly extended the pastries to Chu Wangchun. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the offering. Thank you for your generosity, my lady, he replied, tilting his head slightly, his deep-set eyes concealing both scrutiny and inquiry. Do you not mind that I am a eunuch? His gaze could instinctively cause one to hold their breath, evoking an uncanny resemblance to the eyes of serpent. Yet, Xie Lanyin met his gaze unwaveringly. You may be physically incomplete, but you still have parents. Chu Wangchun took the pastries with a solemn expression, his gaze resting heavily upon her face. Thank you, my lady. She nodded slightly and, with Ear's assistance, exited the palace. She settled into the carriage as it swayed and began to move away. The palace gates closed once more. Chu Wangchun unfolded the handkerchief and sampled the pastry, finding it indeed quite sweet. in the presence of the Empress Dowager. He could not afford to look at Miss Xie directly, instead focusing on the pastries before him. To his astonishment, Miss Xie appeared to have noticed him. Did she really offer him the majority of the pastries as a gift? Was that possible? A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he gently pinched the edge of the handkerchief. It still held the warmth and fragrance of Miss Xie. Such a person seemed somewhat too remarkable for the emperor. The carriage eventually came to a stop before the gates of the Xie residence, the plaque above reading Duke's Mansion. The original owner's grandfather had fought valiantly in battles for the previous emperor, earning numerous accolades. Now, the owner's father, aged 55, enjoyed a peaceful retirement at home. Her 5 elder brothers were stationed at the border, though her eldest and second brothers were nursing injuries sustained 6 months prior while defending against invasions from northern territories. Upon entering her home, she was greeted by her elder brothers. Lanyin, did the Empress Dowager trouble you during your visit today? Her eldest brother inquired with concern. The second brother circled her, expressing his frustration. It is shameful that you had to endure hardship in such a place. Should you ever feel wronged, do not hesitate to speak. Your brothers are here to support you. Their sacrifices at the frontier were all in the hope of shielding their sister from distress. Thank you. Eldest brother, second brother, the Empress Dowager has treated me kindly, she replied. Just then, their father and mother emerged side by side. Their mother wiped away tears, filled with regret. Had they known their daughter would be summoned to the palace, they would not have been so discerning and should have married her off sooner. In the palace, a place notorious for its ruthless intrigues, where communication is seldom, their daughter remains blissfully unaware of the myriad of grievances she is destined to endure. Xie Lanyin hastily retrieved the pastries bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager to placate her mother. Mother, the Empress Dowager truly treats me well, and I have become the empress upon entering the palace. How many envy my fortune. Though the emperor, now in his 44th year, bears signs of age, he is still, after all, the emperor. Many families with shallow perspectives yearn to send their daughters into the palace at the earliest opportunity, hoping that if their daughters gain favor, the family will flourish alongside her. Xie Lanyin had recently been reborn just days prior, coinciding with the moment when the eunuch arrived to convey the emperor's decree. And the original owner of this body fainted from fright. Being the sole daughter of the Xie family, she was cherished as a precious gem. The original owner, raised without guile, fell gravely ill at the thought of entering the palace. She struck a deal with the original owner, in exchange for safeguarding her parents. She would assume control of this body. Thus, upon awakening, she became the master of this vessel. Fortuitously, the Empress Dowager summoned her to the palace, and she thought perhaps luck would favor her, enabling her to meet the male protagonist. It seems her fortune truly smiled upon her. In the ensuing month, Xie Lanyin diligently learned etiquette and the management of the inner palace alongside the matriarchs who accompanied her, while also spending time with her family. At last, the day to enter the palace arrived. Chapter 72. The lovesick 9,000 years and his little empress 3, allowing her to assume the role of the empress. Everything was kept simple. Nevertheless, the day remained busy from dawn until dusk. Dressed in resplendent phoenix robes and adorned with a phoenix crown, her vision was limited by the bridal veil draped over her head, revealing only a small patch by her feet. Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside. Soon, a pair of bright yellow boots came into view, accompanied by the distinct scent of age. Before long, the veil atop her head was lifted by a jade scepter. She slightly raised her gaze. Time had etched deep lines upon the emperor's visage, yet his features remained handsome, evoking images of his youthful splendor. A fleeting look of astonishment flickered in his eyes before he quickly resumed his impassive demeanor. The emperor seated himself beside Xie Lanyin, his gaze unwavering. What a pity for such a stunning beauty, he mused. Matron she approached with 2 cups of wine. The emperor took the cup on his left, while matron she presented the other to Xie Lanyin. She accepted the second cup. As they drew closer, the emperor's scent of decay intensified, prompting Xie Lanyin to hold her breath and lower her head to drink. As the liquid touched her lips, a shadow crossed her eyes. Warm affection wine, she thought, refraining from drinking and instead pouring the contents into her sleeve. Fortunately, her garments were thick enough to conceal the act. The emperor placed his cup in the tray and rose, stating, "I have some matters of state to attend to. Empress, you may freshen up. I shall return shortly. I bid you farewell, your majesty." The emperor turned and exited. Xie Lanyin found herself perplexed by the emperor's intentions. She distinctly recalled from the original storyline that while the emperor appeared robust, his body had been hollowed out by elixirs. Observing his demeanor, he did not resemble one who had consumed warm affection wine. So why had he poured it in her cup in solitude, with the assistance of 2 palace maids? Xie Lanyin removed the phoenix crown from her head. After changing into her nightgown, the matron lit incense and ushered the maids out of the inner chamber. In the gilded incense burner, milky tendrils of smoke spiraled gracefully upwards. Xie Lanyin wrinkled her nose. Was it the seductive fragrance? The emperor was quite indulgent, with both wine and incense. She shielded her nose with the sleeve of her nightgown, deliberately slowing the rhythm of her breath. Hearing the sound of the door creaking open, Xie Lanyin retrieved a powder from the store that could induce faintness and illusions. She concealed it in her sleeve, intending to let the emperor experience her concoction later. After all, if he was so fond of potions, he might as well try hers. A figure clad in crimson appeared at the foot of the bed. Xie Lanyin abruptly turned her head, only to find Chu Wangchun standing outside. He was adorned in a striking red attire, tall and slender, with a few stray locks of hair cascading down, adding an alluring charm to his demeanor. Xie Lanyin gasped, "How could it be you? This is a disaster. I forgot the seductive incense was lit in the chamber." A wave of dizziness began to wash over her. Upon seeing her coherent and able to speak, Chu Wangchun's pupils constricted, surprise flickering in his gaze. He instinctively glanced toward the incense burning within the room. The fragrant smoke, like silk, wafted from the gilded burner, gradually dissipating into the air. The seductive incense was alight, yet she remained unaffected. Chu Wangchun's tense form suddenly relaxed, a light chuckle escaping his throat. The lady was more astute than he had imagined. This incense was indeed potent. Xie Lanyin felt her head begin to spin, her surroundings blurring as if she had been thrust into a furnace. She clutched the brocade blanket tightly. Suddenly, a pair of large hands grasped her legs. The temperature of those hands was lower than that of an ordinary person, reminiscent of a serpent coiling around its prey. A shiver ran through Xie Lanyin, her awareness sharpening for a fleeting moment, only to be rapidly overwhelmed by the encroaching heat. Unconsciously, she found herself leaning closer to him. Chu Wangchun's hands gradually ascended, the heat emanating through her nightgown, seemingly capable of scorching his own skin. Her dark tresses spilled across the crimson blanket, the interplay of red and black accentuating her snow-white complexion. It may please the lady to know that the emperor's elevation of you to empress is merely a means to ensnare the Xie family, which he has long regarded as a thorn in his side. Suddenly, his hand was seized by Xie Lanyin. Biting her lip, her voice trembled. "Can you help me?" She was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative and knew that Chu Wangchun spoke the truth. The emperor had long harbored intentions against the Xie family, yet feared their potential rebellion. Naturally, if the lady could bear a child, I assure you that the child would ascend the throne, safeguarding the Xie family's legacy for a century. His tone bore a hint of seduction. "Lady, let us collaborate. Why should I trust you? Aren't you a eunuch?" Xie Lanyin bit her lip, frowning as she struggled to recall the intricacies of the plot. It was evident that the child who ascended the throne belonged to the protagonist. Yu Yinluo. How could he be so certain that her child would inherit the throne? Furthermore, even if she bore a child with Chu Wangchun, any resemblance to the emperor would surely lead to discovery. Alas, at that moment, her mind was in no state to function. She pinched her thigh with considerable force. The pain momentarily plunged her reason into disarray. The candles in the room cast a dim light, and the side of Chu Wangchun's face bearing the birthmark was shrouded in darkness. Xie Lanyin, well versed in human anatomy, overlooked the impact of the birthmark. Strikingly, Chu Wangchun bore a 5-part resemblance to the emperor. What could their relationship possibly be? She recalled from the original narrative that the emperor's trust in him was entirely due to the fact that during the coup by the 8th prince, Chu Wangchun had shielded the emperor from sword strike. Cold hands had already found their way to her neck. The hand that had been gripping her thigh was forcibly pried open, You have no choice but to trust me, my lady. Soon you shall ascertain whether I am a eunuch." With that, he queried, "So, my lady, do you intend to collaborate with me? Or will you watch your loved ones perish one by one before your eyes?" His voice was akin to that of an enchanting demon, beguiling the senses. Xie Lanyin, uninterested in pondering the intricacies of Chu Wangchen's connection to the emperor, reached out, encircling his neck, and tilted her head to kiss him. Chu Wangchen let out a light chuckle. Laughter spilled forth from their mingling lips, and he seemed quite pleased with her choice, satisfied by her compliance. He extended his hand, drawing aside the crimson drapes that hung on either side of the bed. The following day, when Xie Lanyin awoke, she found the space beside her empty. The bedding had returned to its neat state, completely devoid of the disarray from the night before, as though it had all been a mere dream. Yet the marks upon her body unmistakably indicated otherwise. What, then, was the true relationship between Chu Wangchen and the emperor? Was the birthmark on his face genuinely congenital? So many questions flooded her mind. She needed to confront Chu Wangchen for clarity. Given his age, he could only be the emperor's son. However, if he were indeed a prince, it would be impossible for him to become a eunuch. She raised her hand to massage her swollen forehead. There was movement in the bed, and Xie, who had been waiting outside, hurried in. She parted the curtains and immediately caught sight of the intimate marks adorning her mistress's neck. Her face flushed crimson. "Miss, you are awake. I shall assist you with your grooming." She called out to the outside, and promptly, several waiting palace maids entered, each carrying water. Despite the number of people in the chamber, it remained eerily quiet. The maids obediently lowered their heads, holding their items with a demeanor that rendered them indistinguishable from the furniture in the hall. The rigid feudal etiquette devoured humanity, rendering people less than human. As Xie Lanyin was being adorned, a matron entered to inform her that the ladies of the various palaces had arrived. Once Xie had secured the phoenix hairpin in her cloud-like coif, Xie Lanyin rose with the support of the maids. She took her seat upon the main throne. Observing the elegantly attired ladies of the court enter Kunning Palace in order of rank to pay their respects, the concubines bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We humbly wish the empress longevity. May you reign for thousands of years. You may rise." In the brief moments while they settled, many of the concubines discreetly glanced up towards the elevated position. Yu Yunlu also stole a glance, her gaze fixating on the empress, momentarily captivated. When we last met, the queen was still Miss Xie, clad in a pale moonlight gown, her attire unpretentious. Yet now, she dons a resplendent crimson palace robe, its hem adorned with peonies. And atop her head rests a phoenix crown, with pearl tassels that sway gracefully with her movements. Her visage is striking enough to render the attending concubines envious. Yu Yunluo instinctively glanced at the formidable Li Guofei, seated prominently across from her, and indeed, she detected the glimmer of jealousy and shadow in the latter's eyes. One could only hope that this young queen possesses sufficient wit to curtail Li Guofei's influence. Beneath the ample folds of her robe, Li Guofei's hands clutched her skirt tightly. From her vantage point, she could clearly see the telltale marks of affection on the queen's neck. After Xie Lanyin exchanged pleasantries, she felt the weight of a burning gaze upon her. Her eyes traversed the court's concubines until they landed upon Chu Wangchen, standing at the entrance. His lips curved slightly, his deep-set eyes holding an enigmatic smile. His gaze pierced through the layers of palace silk, settling upon her amidst the throng of garishly adorned women. Behind him trailed several young eunuchs, but unlike the others who bowed subtly, he stood tall, his deep blue eunuch attire complementing his stature splendidly. "Your Highness hails from a noble family. Not long ago, His Majesty bestowed upon me a gilded 9-section whip. I hope to offer it to you, hoping you may govern the palace with decisiveness and authority," Xie Lanyin said, redirecting her attention to the stunning lady seated at the leftmost position. This must be the competitive Li Guofei. As Li Guofei concluded her remarks, a young maid entered, carrying the gilded whip. Many concubines displayed expressions of intrigue, for in these times, the emphasis lay on literature over martial prowess, and women were expected to embody the virtues of obedience and gentleness. Li Guofei's public presentation of the whip was a clear mockery of the queen's martial lineage, insinuating her coarseness. "Your Highness, I trust you do not disdain my humble intentions? Li Guifei inquired. Not at all. Please bring it forth for my inspection, came the reply. Ear approached, accepting the wooden tray and returning to Xie Lanyin. Xie Lanyin reached for the whip. It was remarkably lightweight, the handle intricately carved from black jade, resembling a dragon's head. Its texture smooth and cool to the touch. It is indeed a fine gift. My thanks to you, Li Guifei. As her right hand caressed the whip, her left, concealed by the voluminous sleeve, discreetly retrieved a dark iron dagger from her space. With a swift motion, she slashed at the whip's end. Suddenly, her right hand gripped the handle firmly, and with a flick of her wrist, the golden whip arced through the air. Yet, unexpectedly, an object shot forth, landing directly at Li Guifei's feet. Staring at the fallen short whip, Li Guifei's mind went blank. How could this be? The other concubines were startled into standing. Xie Lanyin's voice rang out sharply. Li Guifei, what is your intention in presenting a damaged imperial gift to me? With a resounding thud, she hurled the whip back into the tray. The sound sent the attending concubines and maids to their knees in fright. Li Guifei quickly followed suit, staring incredulously at the severed whip before her. Today marks the inaugural encounter with this young empress, who merely sought to deliver a few veiled jabs and gauge the character of her counterpart. Even if endowed with tenfold courage, she would never dare to defile the emperor's bestowed treasures. This morning, the item appeared perfectly intact. How could it be that the esteemed consort Li has deliberately destroyed the imperial gift and presented the damaged item to me? What is your intent? Consort Li quickly raised her gaze, unable to bear such a grave accusation. Your Highness, I did not do it, and I am unaware of the circumstances, she protested. So, are you implying that this whip was broken by me in an attempt to frame you? Your Highness, that is not my meaning. This whip was a gift from His Majesty, crafted over 5 arduous years by a multitude of artisans. It is not easily shattered. Yet, it fortuitously broke before so many witnesses. A cold sweat beaded on Consort Li's forehead. Just then, Eunuch Chu was present, and she urged him to report to the emperor for a decisive ruling. Named by her, Chu Wangchun had no choice but to enter the hall. He bowed respectfully, and, upon raising his head, his gaze traversed the assembly to rest upon the individual seated at the higher dais, his eyes glinting with amusement. It was clear that she had severed the whip herself, yet she accused Consort Li of framing her. Consort Li must now be consumed by doubts about whether someone is conspiring against her, unaware of the connection to the young empress. How intriguing! Observing the resolute and merciless demeanor of the powerful Grand Dowager, Consort Li's complexion turned ashen. Chu Wangchun inclined slightly, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will certainly report the events that transpired in Kuan-Ning Palace to His Majesty." Consort Li, frightened, collapsed to the ground. The other concubines regarded the young empress with reverence, recognizing that she was not a fragile figure to be trifled with. I hope that moving forward, all my sisters will adhere strictly to palace rules. Should any further transgressions occur, severe punishment shall be meted out. She waved her hand, dismissing them. You may leave. I must pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. The concubines exited in an orderly fashion, maintaining their ranks as they had upon arrival. Yet they left with a newfound respect for this young empress. Chu Wangchun cast a deep, contemplative glance at Xie Lanyin. He too had underestimated the empress. After all, her ability to evade the effects of the warm affection wine and the enchanting fragrance while remaining composed signifies she is no ordinary woman. How could he have thought she would be easily bullied by the other concubines? Chu Wangchun bowed slightly. Your Majesty, I shall report to His Majesty at once. Go ahead, she replied, as she too intended to seek information from the Empress Dowager. Xie Lanyin fixed her eyes upon Chu Wangchun's departing figure. Who would have imagined that this ruthless Grand Dowager, who held her waist last night, would desire her to bear a child? She rubbed her waist and, supported by Yi, made her way to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager promptly urged the maid, Nan Jian, to assist her in rising. After several days apart, the Dowager's countenance appeared even more troubled. Xie Lanyin recalled that in the original storyline, the Dowager would pass away a month later. The news of the treasonous 8th Prince's demise would soon follow, leading to the Dowager's own end. Chapter 75. The Obsessive Prince and his little Empress 5, the Empress Dowager, grasped her hand and said, Lanyin, I am already aware of the events that transpired in your palace. The noble consort Li has conspired against you, and I have issued a decree sentencing her to 6 months of solitary reflection. Thank you, Mother, Xie Lanyin replied gratefully. The Empress Dowager patted her hand and added, If only you would bear me a grandson soon. That would be the true expression of gratitude. Xie Lanyin quickly seized upon this topic. Mother, I heard from a nurse that there are only the 8th and 9th princes left in the palace. What has become of the other princes? The Empress Dowager sighed deeply. The 1st and 3rd princes conspired against the throne together. The 2nd prince, 7 years ago, colluded with the examination proctor to leak questions to the noble families and has been relegated to commoner status, guarding the imperial tombs. The 4th prince passed away in infancy. The 5th prince succumbed to smallpox, and the 6th prince suffered a leg injury during a hunt, later establishing his own residence outside the palace. The 7th prince was managing flood control when he encountered a catastrophic breach. Now, only the 8th and 9th princes remain. As for the later-born 10th to 15th princes, they either perished during childbirth or died in infancy. Xie Lanyin expressed her suspicion. Could it be that someone is targeting the princes? The Empress Dowager shook her head. I once thought the same. I even took the 15th prince to raise beside me, but he too was lost at the tender age of 3. Xie Lanyin felt a chill run through her. Even with the rudimentary medical knowledge of ancient times, and despite the emperor's advanced age affecting his vitality, it seemed implausible for so many to have perished. With a total of 15 named princes, only the 8th and 9th remained. What of those who had died at birth? The Empress Dowager continued. The 8th prince is quite astute, yet alas, his mother hails from a humble background and is quite submissive. The 9th prince, though robust, lacks the intellect for significant responsibilities. Lanyin, should you bear a prince, perhaps it would restore my health. Xie Lanyin lowered her head, feigning shyness, while her mind raced with thoughts that these princes appeared to have no connection to Chu Wangxin. Even if there were, the emperor would never permit a prince to become a eunuch. At that moment, a eunuch's loud announcement echoed from outside. The emperor has arrived. The Empress Dowager's face brightened noticeably. It has been a long time since the emperor visited me. It seems he has come to see you. Xie Lanyin smiled shyly, bowing her head in greeting. The emperor, however, did not even glance in her direction and waved for her to rise. Mother, I have heard from the imperial physician that your condition has improved. I have come to check on you. I am delighted that you have married Lanyin, the Empress Dowager said, gesturing for Xie Lanyin to approach. As Xie Lanyin stepped forward, the Empress Dowager held one of her hands and the other of the emperor's, placing his hand atop hers. Xie Lanyin felt the emperor's hand stiffen momentarily. The Empress Dowager, oblivious to the tension between them, cheerfully remarked, I am simply waiting to hold my grandchild. The emperor withdrew his hand, saying, Mother, I must attend to state affairs and will take my leave. Xie Lanyin discreetly placed her hand behind her back, rubbing the spot where the emperor had touched her with her sleeve. This scene caught the eye of Chu Wangxin, who raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his gaze. As he looked up, he found Xie Lanyin's gaze meeting his, and they both instinctively averted their eyes in a moment of unspoken understanding. The Empress Dowager nodded and said, Go ahead, governance is paramount. Do spend more time with Lanyin when you can. The emperor turned slightly, casting a glance at Xie Lanyin, his eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. He departed, yet did not take Chu Wangxin with him. After the emperor's departure, the Empress Dowager engaged Xie Lanyin in conversation for a while longer. Just as she was about to leave, the Empress Dowager instructed Aunt Nanjian to bring forth the previous white cat. Having held the cat, Xie Lanyin proactively suggested, Mother, you must be weary. Perhaps it would be best for Eunuch Chu to escort me back to the palace. Very well, the Empress Dowager replied, turning to Chu Wangxin. Then you shall see the Empress back. Yes, he affirmed. Stepping forward, Chu Wangxin extended his arm, and Xie Lanyin gradually placed her hand upon his forearm. He lowered his gaze slightly, noticing her delicate fingers resting upon his deep blue garment, her skin luminous as jade, the blue and bright yellow intertwining beautifully. The more he looked, the more he found her hands strikingly exquisite. As the young empress ascended the palanquin, Chu Wangxin seized her hand. Xie Lanyin felt a fleeting graze against her palm, her eyes widening slightly. Chu Wangchun was playfully teasing her. Such audacity. Upon returning to Kuanning Palace, Xie Lanyin instructed Yi to guard the door, preventing any eavesdroppers. She got straight to the point. Chu Wangchun, were your words last night truthful? Why were you the one who came, rather than the emperor? Chu Wangchun settled beside her, taking hold of her hand. He caressed the back of her hand and fingertips with his thumb, his voice low and husky. Your Highness, in this harem, the more one knows, the swifter one meets their demise. Those are my kin and my future. I refuse to be blind or foolish. His tone was chillingly calm, as if recounting the most mundane of tales. Each word he spoke was crystal clear, yet the implications sent shivers down her spine. Since Consort Rong became pregnant with the 8th prince, the emperor's condition has been unspeakable, he continued. But the 8th prince is already 12. Are you suggesting that the emperor was rendered incapable at the age of 32? She gasped in shock, realizing that the 9th prince and the later stillborn children were not the emperor's progeny, but rather those of the Dark Guards. To conceal his incapacitated state, the emperor had employed the Dark Guards to father his heirs. Those children either perished during birth or succumbed to illness. None survived. No wonder last night she was given intoxicating wine and surrounded by aphrodisiac incense to prevent her from seeing the visitor's face. But why were you the one who came? Because I found your highness to be quite intriguing. Chu Wangchun suddenly leaned closer, an almost frenzied possessiveness shimmering in his eyes. His gaze far more intense than his manner suggested. And if another had been named Empress last night, she inquired, then she would be no different from an ordinary consort who has lost a child. Only a Dark Guard would have entered. With such a monumental secret, do you not fear? Your Highness, would you? He reached out, his hand concealed by his sleeve, brushing against her abdomen. Last night, we both donned crimson garments, which makes us akin to spouses. Even through clothing, Xie Lanyin could sense the chill of his fingers. Your Highness, perhaps a child of the servant already resides here. Would you be willing to raise a child without a father? Do you not wish for this child to ascend the throne? Do you not desire for the glory of the Xie family to endure for another century? Each query is one that Xie Lanyin cannot refuse. She reaches out to grasp Chu Wangchun's hand, asking, what must I do? Simply ensure the safe arrival of this child. As Xie Lanyin gazes at his birthmark, obscured by the flickering candlelight yesterday, it is now evident that he bears a striking resemblance to the emperor. Such similarity could not possibly denote a nephew. He must be the emperor's child. Who are you, truly? I am referred to as Zhiqiansui. Your Highness may also call me Lord Chu. Chu Wangchun lifts her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Xie Lanyin, weary of evasion, directly inquires, which number son of the emperor are you? In an instant, Chu Wangchun's body stiffens, his pupils constricting violently, his expression turning frosty. His gaze, no longer resting on Xie Lanyin's face, shifts to her slender neck. Though her neck is within reach of his hand, he refrains from tightening his grip. Suddenly, her warm hands cradle his face, forcing him to lock eyes with her. His gaze entwines with hers, for her eyes are so clear that nothing can escape their scrutiny. As long as you can ensure the safety of the Xie family, I shall assist you in any endeavor. Chu Wangchun's eyes flicker. She is the first to voluntarily offer her aid. She is far more astute than he had anticipated. Over the years, no one has discerned the connection between him and the emperor, yet she is the first and the only one. While it would be effortless for him to silence her, he finds himself unable to do so. Chu Wangchun straightens, declaring, you need not know. This secret could cost you your life. With that, he turns and strides away. Xie Lanyin does not attempt to stop him. His reluctance to speak implies that the time has not yet come. She is willing to wait for him to reveal the truth. Xie Lanyin has not overlooked Chu Wangchun's expression. The moment she inquired about his position as the emperor's son, his countenance revealed everything. She had guessed correctly. Chu Wangchun is indeed the emperor's son. But which one is he? Or perhaps he is none at all. How did he transition from prince to eunuch? What purpose does her bearing a child serve for him? She is left in the dark about it all. The male protagonist of this world is evidently far more complicated than those before. In a month that follows, the emperor frequently summons Xie Lanyin. Naturally, it is Chu Wangchun who visits daily. With diligent dedication, he tends to her, caressing her flat abdomen during their moments of intimacy. Consequently, Xie Lanyin often finds herself on the verge of sleep while attending to the courtesies of the concubines each morning. It is not pregnancy, merely exhaustion. After managing the greetings from the concubines, Xie Lanyin must also visit the Qian palace to accompany the Empress Dowager. On this particular day, when she arrives at the Qian palace, she coincidentally encounters the emperor as well. The Empress Dowager waves for her to approach, observing the dark circles beneath her eyes. The Empress Dowager casts a disapproving glance at the emperor, remarking, "Your Majesty, truly, amidst your heavy duties, you should prioritize your health." The emperor's face turns a shade of green. Uncertain whether it was the Empress Dowager's words that had taken effect, that very night, the emperor finally summoned concubine Rong. Xie Lanyin thought that Chu Wangchun would not come tonight, allowing her the chance for a peaceful slumber. She donned her night attire early and retired for the night. However, awakening later with a thirst, as she was about to call for Yi to fetch her some water, she noticed a tall figure standing at the bedside. Startled, she widened her eyes. Before she could react, a cold hand covered her mouth. Recognizing the familiar warmth, her heart instantly returned to its rightful place. How utterly unguarded she was against Chu Wangchun. She had no idea when he had arrived. "Do not make a sound, understand?" In the dim light filtering through the window, she could barely discern the figure seated by her bed. Concealed in shadows, Chu Wangchun's voice lacked the crispness it held during the day, perhaps due to the late hour. His hand slid down, brushing against her face and neck. The darkness exaggerated her features, causing her breath to quicken. She reached out to seize his wandering hand. "How did you get in? Where is Yi?" That troublesome little maid was easily subdued with a sleeping draft. One of Chu Wangchun's hands was captured by her, while the other explored her abdomen. "A month has passed, yet there are no signs of life in here. Perhaps you are incapable." In truth, she might have conceived, but it was only in the early days yet to implant. Even with modern medicine, it would be impossible to detect a pregnancy of merely 2 or 3 days. In the next moment, Xie Lanyin felt him lean down, biting her neck. She inhaled sharply. The pain was acute. The bite transformed into a gentle suckle. "You are mad. The emperor did not summon me today. How shall I explain myself if I am discovered?" Chu Wangchun did not respond, instead deftly loosening the ties at her waist. His hands slipping inside. A shiver coursed through her from the cold. After a month of acquaintance, he knew every sensitive spot on her body. "Rest assured, no one will disturb you tomorrow." Why? Xie Lanyin had little time to ponder his words. The following day, as she was preparing herself, Yi rushed in, whispering in her ear, "Your Highness, the 8th prince is dead." Xie Lanyin furrowed her brow. Calculating the time, she realized the 8th prince's demise had occurred earlier than in the original narrative. In the original tale, it was the news of the 8th prince's death that had struck the Empress Dowager, prompting her own decline. She paid no heed to the other concubines' greetings and hurried directly to Qian Palace to check on the Empress Dowager. Upon her arrival, she encountered physician Li emerging from the inner chamber. Anxiously, she inquired, "How is Her Majesty?" "The Empress Dowager is distressed and requires careful recuperation." "Do not worry, Your Highness. I shall prepare a remedy immediately. Once the Empress Dowager has taken it, she can rest well and will be fine." Xie Lanyin hurried into the inner chamber to see the Empress Dowager. Reclining against a soft pillow, the Empress Dowager's complexion appeared somewhat ashen, her eyes weary. "Lanyin, mother," Xie Lanyin responded, hastening forward. At that moment, Aunt Nanjun approached, reporting that Lord Chu said the emperor was currently in audience with Chancellor Zhang, discussing the content for this year's spring examination, and would visit the empress as soon as he was free. The Empress Dowager scoffed, suggesting that he could not bear to see her. Perhaps it would be better for her to depart swiftly, so as not to trouble his eyes. Aunt Nanjun replied, "Your Majesty, you speak in anger. The emperor is dutiful, yet he is simply preoccupied at the moment." After a while, physician Li delivered medicine, which Xie Lanyin took to administer to the Empress Dowager. The Dowager, finding it too hot and bitter, waved her hand in refusal. Xie Lanyin recognized that the Dowager had already lost the will to live. She intended to use her frail condition to compel the emperor to visit her. As she exited the Qian palace, Xie Lanyin felt a heavy weight upon her heart. The dowager's affliction was a deep-seated sorrow. Even a deity could not save one who wished to depart from this world. In the subsequent fortnight, Xie Lanyin visited daily to keep the dowager company. While the emperor did not come to see her at all, both mother and son were entrenched in their silent resentment. Until one day, upon hearing that the dowager had fainted, she hurriedly set aside her affairs and made her way to Qian Palace. Upon her arrival, she discovered the emperor's dragon carriage was also present. Chu Wangchun, stationed at the entrance, noticed her and exchanged a knowing glance with her. Xie Lanyin instructed her attendants to return, choosing to proceed alone to the side hall of Qian Palace. Chu Wangchun led her to a wardrobe beside the hall, opened it, and urged her to hide inside. He closed the door behind them. Just as Xie Lanyin was about to speak, they heard the dowager's weak yet vehement voice. Jing Shuo has gone to guard the royal tomb. He is no longer the formidable 8th prince. Why must you pursue him to the bitter end? Jing Shuo perished at your hands. How can I face Empress Zhao Xi in death? Xie Lanyin widened her eyes in surprise at Chu Wangchun, astonished that they could overhear such matters from the inner chamber. It was evident that he was intimately familiar with every corner of the palace. He gently wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, "Be patient and listen." The warmth of his breath, mingled with a subtle scent of pine, brushed against her neck, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The Empress still wishes for the 8th brother to ascend the throne, does she not? After all, he is the biological son of Empress Zhao Xi. Had it not been for her inability to bear children, he would not exist, for in your heart, there has never been a place for the emperor. How dare you speak such nonsense? Ah, Kook. You must be curious how your son knows of your affection for Empress Zhao Xi. In the past, when you were ill, the emperor would visit, yet you remained indifferent. However, when Empress Zhao Xi came, you seemed to come alive, always calling her by her given name in your dreams. When she passed, you nearly followed her into death. In your heart, the 8th brother is far more important than I. The dowager coughed for a long while before recovering, taking a deep breath. After all, you are my child, and I naturally care for you. Is that so? Of course. Then I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt this once. The emperor's voice was sharp and laden with murderous intent. Lady Xie, being a confidant of Empress Zhao Xi, would only be believed dead at your hands if you personally summoned her to the palace and poisoned her. Jing Chun, cough. Have you lost your mind? Mother, did you not claim to care for me? If you cannot bring yourself to eliminate even a mere confidant of Empress Zhao Xi, what does your concern truly mean? The Empress's voice was weary. She pleaded with her son to spare the Xie family, for Lanyin was already his wife, and the Xie family harbored no treasonous thoughts. Xie Lanyin felt frozen in place, aware that the fate of her entire family rested in the hands of these two individuals. She had contemplated the removal of the emperor, but was denied any opportunity to confront him, as he never granted her an audience. A hand gently patted her back, as if to soothe her turmoil. Grasping Chu Wangchun's hand tightly, she feared that if the emperor turned his wrath towards the Xie family, she would bear the consequences. Yet, she could not even meet the emperor's men. Do not panic. There must be a way, she urged. Mother, if Lady Xie was not a confidant of Empress Zhao Xi, would you still plead for the Xie family? Ultimately, your affections lie solely with Empress Zhao Xi. What me? What am I to you? The empress, filled with anger, struggled to breathe, feeling a weight lodged in her chest that refused to rise or fall. Do not mention Empress Zhao Xi, she exclaimed, her gaze fixed fiercely upon her son, her chest heaving violently. Very well. I shall declare that my dear 8th brother was poisoned by my own hand, for he conspired with his former subordinates, plotting a rebellion that I could not tolerate. You would even turn against your own brother. Cough. The empress's voice abruptly ceased, her coughing wrenching and agonizing. The emperor's expression remained cold, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Do not speak of brothers. Even a biological son, should he obstruct my path, would not escape my wrath. This lesson was imparted by you. Had it not been for your protection of the 8th brother, falsely accusing the late consort Zhuang's father of inciting rebellion, I would never have conceived of using rebellion against the Xie family. You are truly ruthless, mother." Consort Zhuang's father was the grand tutor with disciples spread across the land. And yet you sought to ensnare loyal subjects for the sake of your eighth brother. Now you lament the Xie family being loyalists? You, the empress, furious, propped herself up, her finger trembling as she pointed at the emperor. Fear not, mother. Empress Zhao Ci and the eighth brother have departed, and in a few months, Lady Xie shall join you, and you may reunite in the afterlife. Beast. The utterance seemed to drain the empress of all her strength. Her eyes bulged, filled with a mixture of resentment and fury, before she ultimately collapsed onto the silken bedding. Mother? The emperor, momentarily stunned, reached to check for breath beneath her nose. He sank to the floor, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mother, why have you never seen me as your son? Even if I declare that the eighth brother was not killed by me, you would likely not believe it. Xie Lanyin's eyes widened. The eighth prince was not killed by the emperor? She glanced at the person so close to her. Chu Wangchun tilted his head slightly, a smile that was both charming and laced with madness creeping upon his lips. He whispered, "You have discovered it." He extended his hand to cover her mouth, his icy fingertips brushing against her feverish skin. With his other hand, he embraced her waist, leading her away from the cabinet. You must leave at once. As if what you just heard was merely a play. Do not disclose this to anyone. Wait until someone comes to inform you of the Empress Dowager's demise before you return. Chu Wangchun spoke in a hushed tone, his words quick and urgent. Upon finishing, he pushed her toward a secluded side door of the Xian Palace. Xie Lanyin understood that this was not a moment for questions. Should the emperor discover that she had overheard him causing the Empress Dowager's death, he would undoubtedly act against the Xie family. She lifted her skirts and exited the Xian Palace. A young eunuch led her through, ensuring she avoided all others on her way back to her own palace. My lady, is that not the empress? Yu Yinluo, upon hearing a voice, instinctively glanced inside and caught sight of the empress being guided by a young eunuch along a deserted path in the imperial garden. The eunuch was familiar to her, having once served in the Empress Dowager's court. After the emperor's death in her past life, this eunuch had been suddenly reassigned to Chu Wangchun, becoming one of his lackeys. Now, however, he was leading the empress. Could it be that the empress had allied herself with Chu Wangchun? It made sense why she had managed the palace affairs with such ease upon taking charge. It was evident that Chu Wangchun was backing her. Yet, the empress had no sons and had only recently entered the palace, lacking any significant influence. Why would Chu Wangchun extend his assistance to her? This young empress remained oblivious to the dire consequences of aligning with Chu Wangchun. With the emperor still reigning, Chu Wangchun dared not act recklessly. However, once the emperor passed, the young empress would become nothing more than a plaything for him. Nevertheless, this was perhaps for the best. Chu Wangchun would at least not fixate on her. This time, she vowed to sever any ties with him, no matter the cost. Yu Yinluo withdrew her gaze and instructed, "Please send someone to inquire about how Zhao is faring in his studies lately." Your Highness, the tutor reports that the eighth prince has made significant progress recently in both classical texts and martial disciplines, and the tutor speak very highly of him, came the response. Yu Yinluo breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. Bring some pastries. I shall go visit Zhao. Yes, Your Highness. However, Yu Yinluo never had the chance to see her son. Before she reached the Wenhuo Hall, a hurried eunuch approached with grave news. The Empress Dowager had passed away. Upon hearing this, Yu Yinluo grasped the hand of Cixi tightly. Not only had the eighth prince's demise occurred earlier than in her previous life, but now the Empress Dowager's death had also come sooner. The emperor, this was unacceptable. She must urge Zhao to work even harder to ensure he could soon stand on his own. Let us return to the palace quickly to change our garments, and then proceed to the Xian Palace. By the time Yu Yinluo had donned her morning attire and arrived at Xian Palace, nearly all the concubines had gathered. She cast a glance at the young empress kneeling beside the emperor. The young empress was seated on a mat, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the coffin, her face streaked with tears. Chu Wangchun stood in the corner of Xian Palace, his head bowed, not once lifting it. Had she not just seen his trusted eunuch escorting the young empress, she would never have suspected any connection between the two. She lowered her head, harboring no intention of divulging the matter. All she needed to do was patiently await the emperor's demise, avoiding any unnecessary troubles. The Empress Dowager lay in repose at the Xie Lanyin palace for a month, during which royal family members and ministers paid their respects in succession. Throughout this period, Chu Wangchun dared not approach the Kunning palace. He often stood by the window, gazing in the direction of Kunning. The young empress, possessing a tender heart, had been particularly favored by the dowager since her arrival in the palace, having indirectly caused the dowager's demise. He feared that the young empress might now harbor resentment towards him. He refrained from visiting Kunning, dreading the possibility of encountering her eyes, filled with bitterness and fear. Nevertheless, his subordinates regularly reported on the empress's condition to Chu Wangchun. He learned that her appetite had waned in recent days and discreetly arranged for her favorite delicacies to be sent to Kunning Palace. During the sacrificial rites, Chu Wangchun often cast furtive glances at Xie Lanyin. After half a month of absence, she had lost considerable weight. The once well-fitted phoenix robe now hung loosely upon her form. Each time he observed her diminishing figure, an unnamed fury surged within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to force-feed her, yet when confronted by her exquisitely beautiful eyes, he found himself unable to act. He had become a shadow of his former self. She resembled a piece on a chessboard that had slipped from his grasp. Perhaps she would influence the entire game, but he could not bear to destroy her. This vexation and helplessness arose from an unknown source, leaving him at a loss for resolution. That evening, as Xie Lanyin attempted to rise for a moment of relief, she once again perceived the shadow standing at the bedside. Realizing who it was, she turned her back to him. She felt the weight of the blanket shift beside her, the sound of the fabric compressing resonating conspicuously in the stillness of the chamber. "Are you still blaming me for the dowager's affairs?" "I am not." "Then why do you refuse to eat?" "I lack an appetite." Chu Wangchun's gaze remained fixed upon her defiant silhouette, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. The air in the room seemed to freeze. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. "Xie Lanyin, such tactics are ineffective against me. Why persist in your stubbornness? They are evidently effective. Otherwise you would not be here." Xie Lanyin turned to face him, exhaling a sigh as she extended her hand towards him. "I am not at odds with you. I simply feel guilt for the dowager's kindness towards me, yet I watched her slowly lose the will to live before my eyes, with no means to help her. I feel deeply remorseful for the goodness she bestowed upon me." Chu Wangchun took her hand, drawing her into his embrace, burying his head in the crook of her neck. His voice muffled. "She is not a good person. She has ensnared innocence, causing my birth in the cold palace, forever denying me a legitimate identity." Xie Lanyin tentatively inquired, "You are the child of Consort Zhuang, are you not?" Chu Wangchun remained silent. "No wonder. It makes sense now. Born in the cold palace. It is no surprise that the emperor was unaware of your existence. Transitioning from prince to eunuch, he must have harbored resentment towards the inequities of fate in his youth." Xie Lanyin tenderly caressed his head, asking, "How have you survived in this palace?" "It is the 8th prince who intentionally sent me to the then head of the Internal Affairs Bureau, Eunuch Zhao, to be trained by him. He wished for us to conspire together to eliminate the emperor, eager to witness the tragic downfall of father and son. Unfortunately, he could not outmaneuver the emperor. I took a perilous gamble to rescue the emperor, becoming his most trusted confidant. The Taoist Zhang, who concocted elixirs for the emperor, was summoned by the 8th prince. As the emperor's health had long been depleted, the empress dowager's health is frail and her time is limited. She must perish at my hands. Thus, I bid farewell to the 8th prince with a cup of poisoned wine, sowing seeds of suspicion and animosity between the emperor and the dowager, and my calculations proved astute. Now, my foes are nearing their end, leaving only one remaining, Chu Wangchun, who believed he would never utter certain secrets in his lifetime, unexpectedly found himself revealing them to another. It seemed not so difficult to speak after all. Xie Lanyin asked, "If one day the emperor were to die, what would you do?" Chu Wangchun froze, gazing at the flowing red curtains, his eyes momentarily lost in confusion, uncertain how to respond. Xie Lanyin placed his hand on her abdomen, saying, "Chu Wangchun, there's already a child here, yours." Chu Wangchun stood rigid, his gaze shifting to her stomach. emotions transforming from shock to daze. He opened his mouth, yet no sound escaped. After a long pause, he regained his composure, his voice tinged with confusion. Really? Yes. You promised me you would support our son in ascending the throne and preserve the glory of the Xie family for a century. You said it yourself. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? The light in Chu Wangshan's eyes began to shine. Of course, I would not deceive you. I will ensure it. You are not alone now. You must take good care of yourself. But I truly cannot eat. I yearn for the lotus root porridge my mother used to make. Chu Wangshan replied, I will find a way. Gaining access to the palace to meet with the consorts is no simple task. However, given that it is the period of mourning for the Empress Dowager, a secret meeting should not be too difficult. Chu Wangshan gently tucked Xie Lanyin's loose strands of hair behind her ear, his fingertips softly caressing her face. His voice, once cold, now carried a hint of determination and tenderness. Do not worry. With me here, no one can harm you. Xie Lanyin nestled closer into his embrace. Though his fingers were cold, his chest radiated warmth. The rhythmic beat of his heart served as the most soothing lullaby. He lightly patted her back, his gaze gradually softening in the darkness. How wonderful it is that she bore him no resentment. For many years he had plotted, and one enemy after another fell by his hand. Yet those acts of violence and scheming had only left him with an insatiable void. Each time, he required greater bloodshed to quell the resentment that had festered for years. But looking down at Xie Lanyin, peacefully asleep in his arms, defenseless, he felt as though his heart, long consumed by vengeance, had been filled anew. He even found a certain contentment in continuing this way. Chu Wangshan, believing she had awakened, leaned closer and uttered a sound of reassurance. Do not be afraid. Chapter 79. The Afflicted Prince and His Little Empress. His pupils constricting in an instant. His heart seemed to be pierced by an electric current, racing wildly at an astonishing speed. He stood rigid, instinctively slowing his breath. Do not be afraid. He had long wished in his childhood for someone to embrace him and whisper those words. Yet, he understood from the moment he learned to walk that, in this world, no one would shield him. Now, astonishingly, someone cared for him even in dreams. Alas, time slipped away swiftly. Chu Wangshan estimated that the emperor must be waking up, and he carefully laid Xie Lanyin flat on the bed. Xie Lanyin nestled into the pillow, abruptly leaving the warmth of his embrace, furrowing her brow, her voice still laced with sleep. Are you leaving? Yes, the emperor must rise. Do you think the emperor will target the Xie family? Xie Lanyin opened her eyes to look at him, still dazed from sleep. He will, Chu Wangshan replied resolutely. He will vent his anger on everyone associated with Empress Dowager Zhao Xi. He knows his time is short, and he intends to eliminate the Xie family threat for the next emperor. The emperor had been keeping vigil for the Empress Dowager, attending to state affairs by day, and his body was already at its limit. If he becomes faint with rage, do you have confidence he could sleep for a month? Chu Wangshan raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard something intriguing. He sat back down at the bedside, holding her hand and toying with it. The child within me is a legitimate heir. Such joyous news. Can it not bring the emperor some cheer? Chu Wangshan's throat moved, his gaze on her growing increasingly infatuated, a gentle laugh escaping his lips. It could very well sweep him away. He grasped Xie Lanyin's hand, his warm breath brushing against her skin, his lips softly touching the back of her hand. My lady, it is still early. Sleep a little longer. He helped adjust the quilt, and, as he turned to leave, his silhouette radiated a desperate determination. He may lack a legitimate identity, but his child would certainly possess one. He must strategize carefully, ensuring that neither the Xie family nor Xie Lanyin encounters calamity. Upon reaching the Yangxin Palace, the emperor had just risen, accompanying the emperor to the morning hall to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Chu Wangshan received a report from a young eunuch that an official from the censorate wished to see him. Chu Wangshan quickly informed the emperor of this matter. Did I not say that during the Empress Dowager's funeral, all matters should be postponed? The emperor remarked, noting the anxious demeanor of Lord Sun, which indicated something significant was afoot. The emperor, visibly irritated, rose, but suddenly his strength faltered. Had it not been for Chu Wangshan's quick reflexes to support him, the emperor would have nearly fallen to the ground. Breathing heavily with anger, The atmosphere in the grand hall became stiflingly tense. The silence so profound that one could hear the flickering of the burning candles. To the imperial study, before the emperor could unleash his ire, the censorate official hastily knelt and spoke. Your Majesty, smallpox has been discovered in a village merely 50 miles from the capital. What? Has it spread? Fortunately, it was detected in time. It has not yet spread. Then why not seal the village immediately? Better yet, burn the entire village, houses and people included. The censorate official looked up at him in disbelief, his voice trembling. But many villagers have not been infected. How do you know they're not infected? If an infection were spread, do you have any idea how many lives might be lost? Such compassion is futile. The censor from the Court of Judicial Review bowed his head, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The emperor waved his hand, urging him to hasten and address the matter. Once the censor departed, the emperor sank into his wheelchair. The sudden demise of the 8th prince, the passing of the empress dowager, and the outbreak of smallpox. These calamities converged. Could they be an ominous portent? The emperor recalled the resentful gaze of the empress dowager before her death, and a sense of unease enveloped him as he proceeded to the Qian palace. Upon his arrival, the weeping of the concubines irritated him. Leave at once. I have matters to discuss privately with the empress dowager. Yes. The commotion behind him only heightened his agitation. The presence of these women incessantly reminded him of his diminished power. Were it not for the necessity of their familial ties, he would have long since disposed of them. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the empress has fainted. Without altering his expression, he tossed paper money into the basin. The flames ignited his simmering fury. What are you all standing around for? Summon the imperial physician at once. The long-imprisoned concubine Li observed as the young empress fainted. And, as she assisted her to the side hall, a flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. It would be best if the empress could not withstand the blow of the empress dowager's passing and departed alongside her, sparing him the daily annoyance of her presence. In no time, the imperial physician was ushered in by the eunuchs. Upon feeling Xie Lanyin's pulse, the physician joyfully knelt and proclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The empress is already 1.5 months pregnant." What? Concubine Li gazed in disbelief at the young empress lying in bed. How could she be with child? If this baby were to be born, it would be the legitimate heir. And as this heir grew, how could her own son compete? Yu Yinluo, mingling among the concubines, widened her eyes in astonishment at Xie Lanyin. How could this be? She was pregnant? Had she conceived shortly after entering the palace? She quickly turned to look at Chu Wangqin. When had he discovered this? Was he planning to support the child of the young empress to ascend the throne? If the young empress bore a son, with the backing of the Xie family, what would become of her own Zhaoer? No one could contest her Zhaoer. The thoughts of everyone in the side hall varied, none paying heed to the emperor at that moment. His complexion shifted from red to green, then from green to pale. His chest heaved violently, his gaze fixated on the unconscious Xie Lanyin cradled in Ear's arms. His lips trembled, yet no words escaped. A torrent of rage surged within, causing him to topple backward. Your Majesty. Chapter 80. The lovesick 9,000 years and his young empress. Closest to the emperor, concubine Li reacted swiftly, catching the emperor before he could fall. Yet, being a woman, she nearly stumbled under his weight. The nearby palace maids and eunuchs rushed to assist. Chu Wangqin lifted Xie Lanyin from the bed and instructed the crowd, "Hurry, help the emperor onto the bed, and let the physician attend to him." As he spoke, he gently placed Xie Lanyin upon the soft couch nearby. The crowd was preoccupied with the fainted emperor, and in their eyes, despite Chu Wangqin's handsome visage, he remained merely a eunuch. In a moment of urgency, he lifted the empress to provide the emperor with space, which was hardly a significant deed. Seizing the opportunity, while no one was observing, Xie Lanyin subtly opened one eye. Their gazes met, and a flicker of amusement danced in Chu Wangqin's eyes. As he rose, he casually squeezed Xie Lanyin's hand. The imperial physician had already knelt at the bedside to take the emperor's pulse, and upon feeling it, his expression shifted dramatically. The emperor's health had already been depleted by elixirs, and with the recent burdens of the empress dowager's mourning, coupled with the extremes of joy and sorrow, The physician instinctively glanced towards Chu Wangshan. Chu Wangshan raised an eyebrow at him. The physician quickly stood, reassuring the ladies, "Do not worry, your highnesses. His Majesty is merely overwhelmed with joy and has been overexerting himself lately. He must take good care of himself in the coming days." With the emperor unconscious and the empress expecting, the arrangements for the empress dowager's funeral were entrusted entirely to the Ministry of Rites. As for other significant matters of the court, they were all left for eunuch Chu to handle. Fortunately, during the emperor's retreat to the summer palace, many affairs had also been managed by Chu Wangshan, so the ministers had grown accustomed to it. Indeed, eunuch Chu was the emperor's most trusted confidant. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Wangshan replaced several ineffectual officials with his own trusted associates in pivotal positions. Meanwhile, Xie Lanyin was granted the chance to receive a visit from her mother. Upon seeing her daughter, who had lost considerable weight, Xia's mother's eyes instantly welled with tears. "My dear Lanyin, how have you become so thin? Have you endured much hardship? Let me see. Is the child troubling you?" Xie Lanyin pulled her mother down to sit beside her. "Mother, he is only a month and a half old. How could he trouble me?" "True," her mother replied. "I must have been muddled. But why have you lost so much weight?" "It is simply because I long for your cooking. The palace fare pales in comparison to your dishes." Xia's mother shook her head in exasperation. "At your age, you still have such picky tastes. Whatever you desire, I shall prepare for you. But with the emperor still unconscious and no one in charge in the palace, you must be cautious, especially since you are with child. Avoid any food that isn't prepared by ear." "Mother, I understand. You need not worry. I am doing quite well. The dishes sent from the imperial kitchen are closely monitored, so there will be no issues. Besides, if anything were amiss, I would be able to detect it at once." Xia's mother tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, interpreting it as a form of reassurance. Just as the two were conversing, Ear entered to announce Chu Wangshan's arrival. Xia's mother stiffened, warily glancing towards the door. Even as a secluded woman of the inner chambers, she had heard of the notorious presence of the esteemed eunuch. It was said he bore a large birthmark on his face, so grotesque that it could frighten a child into tears. He was a loyal hound of the emperor, for whom murder and confiscation of property were mere trifles. Now, with the emperor in a coma, what business did this esteemed eunuch have here? With that thought, Xia's mother instinctively tightened her embrace around her daughter. As Chu Wangshan entered, he beheld the young empress nestled in the embrace of the general's wife. She resembled a languid kitten, nestled in Lady Xie's embrace, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the tassels of her mother's purse. He recalled how, each time the young empress grew weary and lay in his arms, she would similarly nuzzle against his chest. His heart involuntarily quickened. He bowed to both ladies in greeting. Lady Xie subtly shifted, evading his gesture of respect. Today, the imperial kitchen had prepared bird's nest soup, specifically brought for the empress's nourishment. The imperial physician noted that the empress had not consumed her medicine, having discreetly poured it away. Hence, the servant had brought the remedy to her. As he spoke, Chu Wangshan retrieved the medicine from the food box and presented it before Xie Lanyin. She wrinkled her nose in slight disdain, retreating a bit. "I'm not ill. Medicine can be toxic. Please take it away. I refuse to drink it. I simply cannot consume such things due to my pregnancy. If you doubt me, ask my mother. This is perfectly normal." Chu Wangshan replied. Might the empress be refraining from taking it out of fear of its bitterness? How could that be? He narrowed his eyes slightly, pushing the medicine closer, evidently skeptical of her words. "The remedy I personally concocted is without fault." Upon hearing that he had personally brewed it, Xie Lanyin hesitantly took it and sniffed. It consisted of calming and appetite-stimulating herbs, indeed beneficial for her condition. She accepted it and tilted her head back, swiftly downing the concoction. Chu Wangshan then produced a handkerchief-wrapped sweet from his pocket and placed it on the table, slowly nudging it towards Xie Lanyin. His fingers were long and straight, with slightly prominent knuckles and faintly visible veins on the back of his hand, subtly revealing themselves with his movements. Xie Lanyin's gaze shifted from his hand to the sweet. "Do you truly believe me to be a child, requiring sweets to coax me into taking my medicine? Indeed, I underestimated you. This is a new delicacy from Jiangnan. Do try it. If you fancy it, I shall have more sent tomorrow." Xie Lanyin selected a piece of peach preserve, still imbued with the fruit's fragrant essence. She offered one to Lady Xie. "Mother, this is delicious. You should try it too." Lady Xie accepted it, momentarily stunned. She glanced between her daughter and Chu Wanchen. Were it not for the birthmark on his face, she might have believed she had mistaken him for someone else. How could this Chu Gonggong appear so eager to please in front of her daughter? The news of Lady Xie's visit to the empress had circulated within the palace, inciting envy among countless concubines who twisted their handkerchiefs in jealousy. Yu Yinluo could no longer remain idle. She feared that if the empress bore a son, compared to the already opinionated Zhao and the ninth prince, Chu Wanchen would undoubtedly support the infant in ascending to power. Thus, he could wield immense influence, becoming the revered figure beneath the emperor, yet above all others. "Mother, I am weary. I have memorized this essay. When may I rest?" "Zhao, you cannot rest just yet. You must strive diligently to prove to your tutors that you surpass the ninth prince. Only then will your father appoint you as the crown prince, ensuring both you and your mother can survive. Is mother concerned that the child within the empress may overshadow me? Yet, we do not even know if it is a brother or sister. What if it is a brother? Zhao, memorize one more piece before you sleep." "Very well." The eighth prince obediently settled down. Yu Yinluo sat beside him, listening to her son's melodious reading, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. By the time the eighth prince had memorized his essays, it was already late, and even Yu Yinluo found it difficult to keep her eyes open. After a brief freshening up, she retired for the night. However, in the dead of night, Sushi suddenly woke her with an anxious expression. "Your Highness, this is terrible. The eighth prince has a high fever." "What? Please repeat that," she exclaimed. Sushi reiterated, "I have already sent for the imperial physician. You must hurry and see him." Realizing this was no dream, Yu Yinluo quickly donned her clothing and rushed to her son's side. Upon seeing his small face burning with fever, beads of sweat clinging to his eyelashes, and his eyes tightly shut while occasionally moaning in pain, her heart sank. In her previous life, Zhao had always been in robust health, rarely falling ill. How could this happen? After the physician examined him, she anxiously inquired, "How is Zhao? What could have caused this sudden high fever? Is there a possibility of poisoning? Could it be that in her attempt to avoid conflict with concubine Li, Li had resorted to harming her son in a bid to elevate the ninth prince to the throne? Your Highness, please remain calm. The eighth prince is merely exhausted and caught a chill. I have prescribed medicine. Once the fever subsides, he will be fine. It is not poisoning. That is a relief," Yu Yinluo said, her heart settling. She gently dabbed her son's flushed face with a damp cloth. Before leaving, the physician expressed his concern. "Your Highness, the eighth prince is still young. He must be allowed ample rest." Yu Yinluo nodded dismissively. "I understand." The physician cast a worried glance at the eighth prince, picked up his medicine box, and sighed quietly as he departed. Yu Yinluo remained by the bedside, holding her son's hand, her eyelids growing heavy. Thus, when she felt his fingers twitch, she was immediately alert. Zhao, she exclaimed, rushing closer. The eighth prince slowly opened his eyes and saw the room filled with physicians and palace maids. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. "Mother," he murmured. Yu Yinluo's voice trembled as she clutched his feverish little hand tightly. "Zhao, I am so relieved you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? I shall summon the physician to examine you." The physician, led in by Sushi, took the eighth prince's pulse and reported, "Your Highness, the eighth prince is no longer in serious condition, but he needs to rest for a few days." Good. Yu Yinluo only heard the first part of his statement. Her Zhao had always been in excellent health, and now was a crucial time for securing the throne. If the little empress truly bore a son, with the support of Chu Wanchen and the Xie family, her Zhao must excel to claim that position. Yu Yinluo exchanged a knowing glance with Sushi, who discreetly rewarded the physician with a handful of silver coins and escorted him out. "Zhao, do you remember the essays you recited before sleeping?" The eighth prince tilted his head slightly, recalling only half. "You may rest a little longer. I will call for you when it's time to continue your recitation." "But mother, didn't the physician say I should rest well?" Yu Yinlu sat on the bed, arranging the quilt for him. "Once you ascend to the throne, you shall have the liberty to rest whenever you desire. If you neglect your studies, Both you and your mother will one day fall prey to Chu Wangchun's humiliation. The eighth prince looked puzzled. Chu Gonggong? He is merely a eunuch. How could he possibly torment us? Presently, Chu Wangchun has subtly begun to exhibit signs of holding immense power. Your father trusts him implicitly, entrusting him with the majority of court affairs. The eighth prince scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. He is but a castrated man. If ever he falls into my hands, I shall ensure he finds no way to live nor die. Yu Yunlu's eyes sparkled with delight. Mother knows that Zhaoer is ambitious, and your father likely has little time left. Previously, she advised you to remain inconspicuous. Now, it is time for everyone to witness Zhaoer's prowess. Yes, I understand. Yu Yunlu added, Zhaoer, the future of your mother rests upon your shoulders. The eighth prince nodded vigorously. Now, rest. Your mother will keep watch over you. With that, she lay on her side, gently patting the quilt. Observing Zhaoer's breathing gradually stabilize, Yu Yunlu felt a tinge of nostalgia. It seemed an eternity since she had lulled Zhaoer to sleep in such a manner. No, this is a crucial moment. She must be resolute not only with herself, but also with Zhaoer. Her Zhaoer must ascend to that esteemed position. Only as the Empress Dowager can she overturn Chu Wangchun. The following day, Yu Yunlu carried a food box to visit her son, who was studying in the Shangshu room. By chance, she encountered Li Guifei, who was also there to see the ninth prince. Presently, aside from a few princes who were incapacitated and had left the palace, only the eighth and ninth princes remained in the Shangshu room. Li Guifei cast a sidelong glance at the food box in Si Hui's hands and scoffed. I hear the eighth prince suffered a sudden high fever last night. You, as his mother, truly possess a heart of stone, allowing him to attend the Shangshu room. Had it been my son, I would never permit it. It is Zhaoer who insisted on coming. He has always been a diligent student. Humph. Do not presume that I'm unaware of your intentions. Yu Yunlu lowered her gaze, yet her words pierced like daggers. Rather than concern yourself with your son and the eighth prince, you ought to pray that the child in the empress's womb is a girl. Should it be a boy, not only my eighth prince, but also your ninth prince shall not compete with the legitimate heir. Li Guifei clenched her handkerchief, her breath becoming rapid. Even if it is a prince, he is but an infant still swaddled. Yu Yunlu replied, It seems you have forgotten the first meeting with the little empress. You were confined for 6 months due to a whip. Had it not been for the Dowager Empress's passing, you would still be unable to step beyond the palace doors. How did that whip come to break? Was it your own folly that caused it to snap in an attempt to frame the empress? Or were you, in fact, ensnared by her? You know best. Silence. You dare mock me. Li Guifei's face flushed with anger as she suddenly raised her hand and struck Yu Yunlu across the face. Yu Yunlu covered her tingling cheek. Her fingers clenched tightly around her handkerchief. This slap, she would eventually return 1,000-fold to the favored consort. It was merely a reminder. If the empress did not heed it, so be it. Yu Yunluo slightly lowered her gaze, concealing her resentment deep within her eyes. She, accompanied by the palace maid, passed by the favored consort and entered the study. Mother, you've come. What happened to your face? It's nothing. I merely bumped into something. Yaoya, come here and let mother feel your forehead. Is it still warm? It's no longer warm. Today, the tutor praised me again. That's wonderful. Look, mother has brought you your favorite pastries. A warm conversation echoed through the palace, yet the favored consort could not absorb a single word. Even though she recognized that the wrong consort was instigating trouble, she could not deny the truth in her words. Once the young empress bore a son, in terms of status and the power of her maternal family, she would surpass the favored consort. It was imperative that the young empress not bring the child to term. Your Highness, after Madame Xie visited you, you should be able to eat a bit more, Chu Wangchun remarked from the side. Xie Lanyin replied, I have already stated that it was merely a symptom of pregnancy. I am not intentionally avoiding food. It seems that a good mood allows one to eat a bit more. Given that there were numerous palace maids in Kunning Palace, Chu Wangchun was cautious about their appearance of intimacy. He pondered deeply, contemplating ways to bring joy to the empress, thereby encouraging her to eat more. At that moment, one of Chu Wangchun's subordinates arrived with a food box. Chu Wangchun quickly stepped forward, retrieving the prenatal medicine from within and presenting it to her. Your Highness, Today, as prenatal medicine has arrived, I shall watch you drink it. His voice carried an undeniable sense of authority, his gaze fixed intently upon her, as if he would continue to hold it until she complied. Xie Lanyin found herself at a loss against him and extended her hand to accept the bowl. Yet, as the bowl reached her lips, she caught a potent scent of saffron. Chapter 82. The afflicted 9,000 years and his little empress. Someone intends to harm her. Xie Lanyin set the bowl aside. What is the matter? Chu Wangchun assumed she hesitated to drink due to the bitterness and pulled out a packet of candied fruit from his bosom. Xie Lanyin's voice turned serious, tinged with a chill. Something has been added to the medicine. Chu Wangchun's demeanor grew icy. The previously gentle light in his eyes now replaced by a fierce, murderous intent. Summoned the imperial physician. The physician was nearly dragged in by a young eunuch. He barely had time to wipe the sweat from his brow before following Chu Wangchun's instructions, lifting the bowl to his nose for inspection. The physician's face drained of color. His eyes widened in horror, and his hands trembled, spilling some of the medicine. How could there be such a large quantity of saffron in this? Investigate. Who else has touched the empress's medicine? Xie Lanyin stared at the dark liquid in the bowl. If one were to consume more than 10 grams of saffron at once, there was a significant risk of miscarriage. This bowl of medicine was intended for her unborn child. It was soon discovered that the eunuch responsible for preparing the medicine, although a trusted confidant of Chu Wangchun, had secretly harbored feelings for a young palace maid beside the favored consort. They were both from the same hometown, and previously, when the young eunuch had been punished for breaking a flower pot, it was that maid who had brought him medicine. As time passed, the two individuals grew familiar with one another. Today, while the young eunuch was preparing medicine, a young palace maid approached to engage him in conversation. Only these two had encountered the queen's pregnancy-preserving potion. The esteemed consortly. The chilling aura exuded by Chu Wangchun rendered the surrounding air seemingly stagnant. The entire Kuan-Ning palace was enveloped in silence, as no servant dared to utter a sound. Meanwhile, in Xie Palace, consortly was restless. Although she had often bullied the lower-ranking concubines, her current intentions aimed at the life of the queen's unborn child. Were the emperor still in his right mind, she would never have dared to act so recklessly. Now that he lay in a deep slumber, the harem was managed solely by the queen. Should the queen suddenly falter, it would take time for her schemes to be uncovered. Even if the queen did trace the incident back to her, she could easily claim that her maid, Kai Ling, had acted on her own accord. After all, the personal maids she had brought into the palace were all of humble origins, and she feared no betrayal from them. Consort Li believed her plans to be flawless, yet she could never have anticipated that the one arriving was not an emissary of the queen, but Chu Wangchun himself. The palace doors swung wide open, a tempest rushing into the chamber, causing the candle flames to flicker violently. The dancing light accentuated the murderous intent gleaming in Chu Wangchun's eyes. Kai Ling knelt on the ground, her words stumbling forth. I only saw the queen slandering the consort. And in a moment of anger, although consort Li occupied the main seat, the presence of the stern and unyielding Chu Wangchun made her heart quail. He had no interest in her excuses, swiftly gesturing for all within Xie Palace to be taken to the Department of Punishments for interrogation. How dare you? Consort Li exclaimed. Chu Wangchun, do you intend to extract confessions through coercion? Unfazed, Chu Wangchun met her gaze directly, and what of it? You are merely a concubine. Do you dare conspire against the queen? Surely, you have a mastermind behind you. Faced with his bloodshot eyes, Consort Li instinctively recoiled. Her legs pressed against the chair. It appeared she had found a refuge. Chu Wangchun, do not presume that just because the emperor is unconscious, you can act with impunity. When he awakens, I will ensure you are held accountable. Let us await the emperor's awakening. Bring forth all the servants from Consort Li's quarters. You dare? Consort Li gasped, her chest heaving with fury, her facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. However, none of the eunuchs present heeded her commands, and soon all the maids from Xie Palace were taken away, even those sweeping the outer grounds. Chu Wangchun cast a deep, penetrating glance at Consort Li, his pupils dark as night, radiating an icy chill. You had best hope that no maid exposes you. Impudent! You are but a eunuch. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Suddenly, Chu Wangshan reached out, gripping consort Li's neck with a vice-like hold. It was this very individual who had nearly extinguished the life of the child he yearned for. The loss of the child was grievous enough. But should the queen suffer any ill fate due to a miscarriage? His grip instinctively tightened. Consort Li's hands flailed desperately in the air, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Her distorted vision filled only with the sight of Chu Wangshan's bloodshot eyes. He truly intended to end her life. As Lady Li believed she was on the verge of death at the hands of Chu Wangshan, he abruptly released her grip, sending her crashing to the ground. She felt a searing pain in her throat, her body trembling violently as she gasped for breath, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Was it possible that Chu Wangshan's reaction indicated her success? Had the empress lost her child? Before she could revel in the thought, Chu Wangshan shattered her illusion. Fortunately, the empress was perceptive, detecting the anomaly in the miscarriage medicine. Both she and the unborn prince were in excellent health. How could this be? Lady Li's voice was hoarse with disbelief. She had taken such a risk, only to find that the empress's child had not been lost. The empress and the little prince were indeed blessed. Lady Li glared at him, questioning why Chu Wangshan was so eager to defend the empress when she appeared unharmed. A small eunuch standing behind Chu Wangshan trembled at her words. Yet, Chu Wangshan remained unfazed. Have you pledged your allegiance to the empress? Lady Li demanded. Chu Wangshan regarded her with a sardonic expression, having underestimated her. He tossed his sleeve and prepared to leave when he heard Lady Li's cold laughter. Chu Wangshan, are you not afraid that when the emperor awakens, I shall inform him of today's events? Chu Wangshan paused, shaking his head with a cold smile. The emperor would need to awaken first. After scheming for 25 years, he had ensured that the entire former dynasty and harem were under his control. What storm could a mere Lady Li conjure? Chu Wanjing, you may protect her once, but can you shield her for a lifetime? Who in this harem does not harbor resentment towards her and her child? Lady Li retorted through gritted teeth. Even if you believe I am responsible, what of it? Do you dare to harm me? Even with 10 times your courage, you would not lay a finger on me. Once the emperor awakens, I shall certainly bring charges against you. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the face of Chu Wangshan, revealing his birthmark and casting an eerie shadow. Was there another involved in this matter? Chapter 83. The delicate and enigmatic prince and his little empress, what do you think? Lady Li instinctively recoiled, pressing against a pillar. Seeing the change in Chu Wangshan's countenance brought her a flicker of satisfaction. It is Rong Fei. Chu Wangshan replied in a low voice. They say Lord Chu is exceptionally astute and deeply trusted by the emperor. Why not take a guess yourself? Chu Wangshan had examined all the concubines in the harem, and now, only Lady Li and Rong Fei were vying for the throne. Lady Li could not be spared. Thus, he considered employing a cunning strategy to eliminate her while striking at the heart. Waving his hand, he ordered the eunuchs to leave. As they departed and the doors were shut, Lady Li instinctively clenched her handkerchief, her fingertips turning pale. Not long ago, Chu Wangshan had attempted to strangle her. Now, he was sending everyone away. What were his intentions? Chu Wangshan, I am the emperor's most favored concubine. If you dare to lay a hand on me, rest assured the emperor will not spare you upon his awakening. Rest assured, your highness, Chu Wangshan replied. Even with tenfold courage, I would not dare to act against you. You. Chu Wangshan's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an endless lament. In truth, you should not be targeting the empress. Li Guifei let out a cold laugh. Once a sycophant to the emperor, now that he has fallen, you shamelessly side with the empress. Chu Wangshan, you are even less loyal than a mere dog. Chu Wangshan disregarded her words entirely. It must be Rong Fei who has incited you to harm the empress. I understand your scheming for the 9th prince. It is unfortunate. Li Guifei's heart suddenly tightened. Unfortunate, you say? Chu Wanjing, if you dare to lay a hand on the 9th prince, I shall not let you escape unscathed. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Chu Wangshan's mouth, his gaze brimming with malice. Regrettably, the 9th prince is not the emperor's son. Li Guifei's expression froze momentarily before transforming into one of fierce hostility. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? How could the ninth prince not be the emperor's son? To defend the empress, you dare to blur the lines of royal blood? Are you not afraid of death? Chu Wangchen regarded her with a dispassionate expression, as if observing a frenzied monkey. Every time the emperor summons a concubine, he employs an aphrodisiac. After all these years, have you truly not realized that the man beside you is not the emperor? Impossible. You lie. Li Guifei suddenly recalled something, her eyes widening with terror and disbelief. Her entire being trembled uncontrollably as she seized the cup from the table and hurled it at Chu Wangchen. He deftly dodged, and the cup shattered upon impact with the ground. Chu Wangchen continued, "It seems you have not been entirely oblivious. You are merely deceiving yourself." Li Guifei collapsed onto the floor, her gaze fixed on Chu Wangchen, as if her stare could transform into a tangible blade, inflicting 1,000 cuts upon him. "Why reveal the truth to me? Chu Wangchen, what are you plotting? I simply wish to prevent you from becoming a pawn for others." Li Guifei could never believe he possessed such good intentions. But what of the child in the empress's womb? Is he the emperor's? No. Does the empress know? Chu Wangchen's eyes flickered, reluctant to involve the empress. She is unaware. Even if Li Guifei were to learn the truth, she would keep it to herself for the sake of the ninth prince. Yet he dared not gamble on that, asserting only that the empress was ignorant. Even if the truth were to come to light one day, the empress would remain untainted. Li Guifei suddenly lifted her head and erupted into a frenzied laugh, her mirth sharp and grating. "What, the eighth prince? The eighth prince is the emperor's child." Shortly after Rongfei conceived the eighth prince, the emperor became incapacitated. Chu Wangchen's words struck her heart like a dagger, revealing that her own son was not the emperor's, while Rongfei's wretched offspring was a prince. Why is that? Her eyes widened with burning jealousy and resentment. "Rongfei, the emperor knows that her ninth prince lacks royal blood, which means he shall never ascend the throne. But why is it that the child of that vile Rongfei can? And she would harm the empress's child solely because of Rongfei's insidious instigation. The wretched Rongfei incited her to harm the child in the empress's womb, hoping to benefit from the ensuing chaos. That despicable woman. I shall ensure she faces dire consequences." Chu Wangchen narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of cold light glinting within as he curved his lips into a smirk. The spectacle of dogs biting dogs is rather amusing. As night deepened, Xie Lanyin was nestled on the couch, engrossed in her book, when the melodious trills of 3 orioles suddenly floated in from the window beside her. She set her book aside and instructed those in the hall to leave. Opening the window, she was met with the sight of Chu Wangchen gracefully leaping through. He entered the room soundlessly, executing the entire maneuver with fluidity, though the candles within the hall flickered in the breeze. Xie Lanyin closed the window, scrutinizing Chu Wangchen from head to toe. How fared matters with the beautiful concubine Li? You wouldn't have acted impulsively against her, would you? Chu Wangchen slightly crouched, gently reaching beneath Xie Lanyin's waist and behind her knees, lifting her with delicate care. He settled onto the bed, cradling her in his arms, burying his head against her neck. "I'm not one to act rashly. I merely orchestrate a clash among them. As for anyone who dares to harm you, I shall spare not a single one." Xie Lanyin patted his head. "What of the emperor's condition? What do you intend for him to awaken? Let us wait a while longer, my lady. In times like these, it is best not to mention that unfortunate individual." "Very well, let us not speak of that unfortunate soul. Chu Wangchen, share with me tales of your childhood. I yearn to hear." "There is naught of interest," he mumbled. Yet he began to recount his story. "I have memories from a tender age. My mother passed away when I was 3, and it was the old nurse who raised me. In the cold palace, our meals were often spoiled, and fearing for my health, she secretly sewed and exchanged her handiwork for money, gradually improving our lives. Eventually, the 8th prince learned of my existence, and all who knew of me in the cold palace were ruthlessly silenced, including the old nurse. Once I earned the emperor's trust, I inquired about the old nurse's family, providing funds for her grandson's education. He is to take the imperial examination next year. If the old nurse were alive, she would surely be pleased. She would be, and seeing you now, she would rejoice." Chu Wangchen's body stiffened visibly, and he self-deprecatingly remarked, "What joy could a person like me inspire in anyone? Xie Lanyin tenderly grasped his hand, wishing to impart warmth to him. Of course, I would rejoice for you as well. In the future, there shall be our child. Chu Wangchun's gaze shifted downward, his hand cautiously resting upon her abdomen. He had never before contemplated the possibility of having a child, of having someone who did not disdain his past, who sought to pull him from the mire and grant him a reason to live. My lady, never leave my side in this lifetime, for I know not what I might do otherwise. I shall always remain by your side. My lady must adhere to her promise. Xie Lanyin then inquired, you just mentioned inciting them to fight. Could there be others involved in the scheming aside from concubine Li? It was the cunning consort Rong who instigated the noble consort Li to take action against the empress. Therefore, I disclosed to her the matter concerning the ninth prince not being the emperor's son, knowing that the child in the empress's womb posed no threat. The noble consort Li would naturally strike at consort Rong's eighth prince. The empress may as well sit back and enjoy the unfolding drama. The two engaged in a casual conversation, and as they spoke, Xie Lanyin gradually succumbed to sleep, nestling in Chu Wangchun's embrace. In recent days, as the temperature dropped, being held by Chu Wangchun felt akin to being cradled by a furnace. The next day, Xie Lanyin awoke, her consciousness returning gradually, as if ensnared by some unseen force, rendering her hands immobile. Turning her head, she met Chu Wangchun's gaze. Why are you still here? She blurted out. Does the empress not wish to awaken and find me present? He replied, his disheveled hair cascading across the bed, obscuring his elongated eyes. His voice bore the huskiness of one just roused from slumber, rendering him akin to a freshly awakened spirit. Xie Lanyin swallowed hard, attributing her discomfort to his habitual secret departures. Yet today, finding him there upon waking filled her with immense joy. Chu Wangchun gently extended his hand, grasping Xie Lanyin's wrist with a tender yet resolute motion, drawing her closer into his embrace. Resting his chin upon the crown of her head, he mused, surely, the empress is not merely indulging me with sweet words. Even if it is mere flattery, it brings me delight. The two remained in their cozy cocoon for a while. Xie Lanyin signaled for someone to bring in her toiletries, instructing, stay here, while the others may leave. Approached with her head bowed. As Xie Lanyin lifted the bed curtains and stepped down in her nightgown, she said, I must share something with you. Keep it confidential. Of course, your majesty, replied. Before Xie Lanyin could continue, a large hand pulled aside the bed curtains, revealing eunuch Chu emerging from the empress's bed. Ear's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Chu Wangchun. How could eunuch Chu emerge from the empress's bed? Has he wronged her? Quickly, positioned herself protectively in front of Xie Lanyin, her eyes reddening with concern. Do not worry, your majesty. I shall protect you. Zhu Wanjian, do not think that just because the emperor lies unconscious, you can mistreat the empress. You misunderstand. I am here by choice, Xie Lanyin reassured, patting Ear's hand. Your majesty is here willingly? Was it not eunuch Chu who compelled you? Ear's gaze was fixed on Chu Wangchun, who appeared utterly composed, as though he were in his own quarters. He wrung out a towel, meticulously wiping the empress's face and hands with an earnest and careful demeanor. His eyes, when resting upon the empress, brimmed with infatuation and affection. As Chu Wangchun's gaze swept toward Ear, she instinctively averted her eyes. The girl was indeed loyal, daring to shield the empress. Yet should I provoke my ire, a mere word from me could spell her doom. Ear's body quivered at the thought. She had certainly heard of eunuch Chu's infamous reputation. He was the emperor's most devoted hound. Whoever the emperor ordered him to eliminate would not survive until dawn. Yet, the most loyal hound now found himself in the empress's bed. Do not frighten her on purpose, he remarked. Xie Lanyin reached out and grasped the flesh at Chu Wangchun's waist. However, there was hardly any excess flesh to grip, making it quite futile. Xie Lanyin found Chu Wangchun's peculiar taste rather uncommendable. He seemed to relish the fear reflected in others' eyes. All right, as you wish. Do not pinch my waist. There is little to grasp, and you might injure your hand, she remarked, intertwining her fingers with his and leaning down to plant a gentle kiss. Ear observed the two, her mind a blank canvas. When did Lord Chu enter? She pondered, completely oblivious to his arrival. She chastised herself for being so slothful that she failed to notice Lord Chu's entrance. Xie was engulfed in frustration, clearly disbelieving that the queen willingly associated with Chu Wangxin. After all, her queen was a paragon of grace and beauty. How could she possibly be involved with a eunuch? After assisting Xie Lanyin with her ablutions, Chu Wangxin opened the window and leaped out. Xie was taken aback. Was this how Lord Chu made his entrance? Tonight, she would see to it that the window was securely shut. Her inner turmoil was evident on her face. Holding back a laugh, Xie Lanyin grasped Xie's hand, saying, "You have been with me since childhood. I have no intention of deceiving you. I hold affection for Chu Wangxin." "Huh? You? And Lord Chu? But you are the queen. He is hardly even a man. Has he coerced you?" Xie exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. "No, my feelings for him are genuine," Xie Lanyin replied. Xie felt as if she had been struck by lightning, unable to process this revelation. Xie Lanyin chose not to elaborate further, believing that Xie would eventually come to terms with the truth, though it was clear that acceptance would take time. Xie sat in a daze, grappling with the reality that was difficult to accept. Despite disregarding the birthmark on Lord Chu's face, he was not without charm. Presently, with the emperor in a state of unconsciousness, he held significant sway over the court, ranking just below the emperor himself. Yet, he was still not a man. As Xie sat in the corridor, anxiously tugging at the flowers in her hands, a young palace maid rushed over, breathless. "Aunt Xie, it is terrible news. You must inform Her Majesty the Queen immediately. The 8th prince has contracted smallpox." Xie instinctively repeated, "The 8th prince has contracted smallpox? That is not a trivial matter." "What? The 8th prince has contracted smallpox?" Suddenly, Xie's mind cleared. How had such a disease entered the palace? And why was it the 8th prince? With the emperor still unresponsive, many were already contemplating the succession. The timing could not be worse. The 8th prince falling ill was indeed troubling. Xie hurried into the hall to relay the news to the queen. The 8th prince has contracted smallpox? This shocking revelation equally astonished Xie Lanyin. In the original tale, smallpox had never reached the palace. Could this be a scheme of concubine Li against Yunluo? Regardless of the motive, Xie Lanyin immediately ordered the sealing of Regicide, where concubine Rome resided. Every location visited by the 8th prince was to be fumigated, and all items he had touched were to be incinerated. With smallpox now present in the palace, a wave of panic swept through the court. In Regicide, Yu Yunluo felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon her. In a previous life, smallpox did not reach the palace, for the village where the outbreak occurred was entirely consumed by flames. How could it possibly infiltrate the palace in this life? Chapter 85. The obsessive 9,000 years and his little empress 15. It is impossible. You must be deceiving me. My Zhao is robust. How could he possibly contract smallpox? The imperial physician wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Having previously warned the empress to ensure the 8th prince took proper rest, as he had recently suffered from a severe illness and his body was already weakened. Are you suggesting that I have harmed my own son? I would never. The humble servant begs for forgiveness, Empress Rome. If anything were to happen to my son, I would demand your life in return. The physician trembled as he stood. It was Empress Rome who insisted on asking. Revealing the truth would only provoke her further. Yu Yunluo, in a fit of rage, swept everything off the table, shattering items across the floor. Her Zhao was destined to become the true dragon emperor. He would not come to harm. Who could possibly be scheming against her son? Was it the empress? Or perhaps concubine Li? Or was this a ploy by Chu Wangxin to force her submission? The thought made Yu Yunluo tremble uncontrollably. Yet, with Rong Ruishuan under strict confinement, she found herself unable to escape or investigate the matter further. However, there was no urgency. Whoever was responsible would surely leave traces behind. The most pressing concern was Zhao's life. Without his life, how could he ascend to the throne? Upon hearing the news that the 8th prince had contracted smallpox and was now unconscious, concubine Li fanned herself with a light smile, reveling in her triumph. In high spirits, she visited her son, taking the 9th prince's hand and advising him to cease all interactions with the 8th prince. The 9th prince scoffed, responding, "Mother, I never liked associating with him. He feigns ignorance despite his quick learning. I thought myself clever, only to find he had stopped pretending. And now even the tutors praise him. Indeed, he inherited the temperament of Empress Rome, much like that wretched woman. But I shall not let her escape unscathed. The 8th prince had better perish from smallpox. This way, even if my son is not the emperor's biological child, the emperor would have no choice but to elevate him to the position of heir. If the 8th prince survives upon the emperor's death, no one would know my son is not his. Once my son ascends the throne, I will have those who have humiliated me subjected to 1,000 tortures. Alas, concubine Li's hopes were dashed. A month later, good news arrived from Retribution. The pustules on the 8th prince's face began to scab, and his life was spared. Furious at this news, concubine Li smashed the decorations within her chamber. How could that wretched Empress Rome be so fortunate? Smallpox failed to take her son's life. Retribution, finally breaking free from the oppressive atmosphere, found laughter once more. Yu Yanluo, upon hearing this good news, wept tears of joy. Wonderful! Xiaowei is safe. The physician cheerfully announced, once the scabs fall off, the 8th prince will be completely healed, though smallpox will leave scars on his skin. It is a blessing he survived. Many thanks to Physician Shun. This time, Yu Yunlu was truly alarmed. She no longer dared to pressure her son into ceaseless study. However, when the 8th prince grasped the mirror and beheld his own reflection, his expression darkened instantaneously. In the next moment, the mirror he held was hurled at the physician. The physician, caught off guard by the sudden aggression, was struck squarely on the head. Xiaowei, what has happened? Yu Yanlu inquired anxiously. This fool cannot even eliminate the pockmarks from my son's face. What use is he? Drag him out and beat him to death. Yu Yanlu was taken aback. Xiaowei, what are you saying? You cannot just kill the physician at will. The 8th prince, touching his face, tugged at her sleeve and said, Mother, with my face in this state, can I still aspire to be emperor? His words struck Yu Yunlu like a thunderbolt. She abruptly glanced at the physician, still present. Clenching her fists in an attempt to steady herself, she commanded, Physician, you may leave now. Physician Chen lowered his head, feigning ignorance. As Aunt Siki handed over reward to Physician Chen beside Consort Rome, he vowed to remain silent. Yu Yunlu patted her son's back, saying, Xiaowei can certainly become emperor. There have been princes before who, despite having smallpox, ascended to the throne. You must believe that your father holds you in his heart. But will they not mock my pockmarked face? He asked. Of course, they would not dare, she reassured him. Then, that is well. If anyone dares to mock you, let them be dragged out and beaten to death. Mother, has smallpox spread within the palace? The empress has ordered the palace sealed. Your illness was detected early, so it has not spread. Mother, who do you think wishes to harm me? Consortly, the empress? Yu Yanlu pondered briefly before responding. The empress is currently with child and must guard against others. She likely has no time to plot against us. As for Consortly, her thoughts should be focused on the empress at this moment. It would be strange for her to suddenly target Yu Xiaowei. I need to investigate further. Days later, once the scabs on the 8th prince had completely fallen away, Yu Yunlu ordered the palace to be thoroughly fumigated with mugwort and lime. And all items used by the 8th prince were burned before she proceeded to pay her respects in Kunning Palace. She paid no heed to the gazes of those who were either well-meaning, eager for entertainment, or envious. Her attention was solely on the expressions of the empress and Consortly. Although the empress was with child, she appeared healthy and plump, her belly noticeably round. Nearly 4 months along, Yu Yunlu smiled and remarked, Your Majesty, I have heard from the physician that you are expecting a prince. I extend my congratulations. The gazes of the other concubines in the palace fell upon the slightly protruding belly of Xie Lanyin. Xie Lanyin replied, I thought Consort Rome was exhausted from caring for the 8th prince this past month. I did not expect you to still show concern for me. You have my gratitude. Consort Li instinctively glanced at the small empress's belly. Regardless of whether she bore a prince or a princess, it posed no threat to her. Yu Yunlu, that wretched woman, upon her entrance, directly claimed the empress was expecting a prince, attempting to incite others against the empress. Truly, this wretched woman's schemes were remarkably astute. Just like the little wretch she bore, she often appears as dull as a gourd, secretly seeking to harm others. While the young empress is not easily bullied, She does not initiate conflict. Moreover, the young empress remains unaware that the child in her womb is not the emperor's. Both of them are merely crafting a bridal gown for that wretched Rong Fei. Li Guifei, glancing at the armor in her hands, casually remarked, "The empress possesses profound fortune. Unlike some who engage in deceit and treachery, causing retribution to fall upon their offspring." Yu Yinluo gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, her eyes bloodshot. "Who is the lady referring to? I merely spoke in passing. Why are you so agitated?" Rong Fei? Yu Yinluo's lips were pressed into a thin line, their color paling from the strain. After all, she had only been caring for Zhao for a month. Why was Li Guifei suddenly defending the young empress? Xie Lanyin smiled, her lips curving upward. "We are all sisters. Let's not quarrel." Rong Fei, it is a good thing that the 8th prince is recovering. Allow him to rest well during these days. Do not pressure him to strive. Indeed, I shall heed the empress's teachings. Yu Yinluo could only suppress her confusion and, alongside the other concubines, exit Koan Palace. She sought out a servant to inquire if the empress and Li Guifei had been in touch recently. Not long after these concubines departed, Chu Wangshan arrived. Xie Lanyin instructed all the maidens to leave. The next moment, she found herself embraced by Chu Wangshan. Seated upon his lap, Xie Lanyin wrapped her arms around his neck, resting against his chest. "Did Rong Fei bully you?" It was merely her underhanded tactics of inciting discord. "How could she possibly intimidate me?" Chu Wangshan grasped her hand with near reverence, drawing it closer to him and pressing a kiss upon her fair hand. "I knew you were formidable, my lady. I intend to awaken the emperor shortly. After all, he has been in a coma for over a month. If he does not awaken soon, the ministers from the previous dynasty will become restless. I trust your judgment. Rest assured, my lady, I will not allow him to harm you. He has been in slumber for over a month, during which many matters have accumulated. I shall present those memorials to him. He will undoubtedly feel compelled to read them. Our child has yet to be born. He still holds value." Xie Lanyin nodded. "I believe in you." Chapter 86. The lovesick prince and his young empress after ceasing his medication. The emperor indeed awakened slowly. As anticipated by Chu Wangshan, the first question the emperor posed upon regaining consciousness was about the events that transpired during his slumber. Chu Wangshan hurriedly presented the memorials before him. The emperor dismissed all visits from the concubines, ordering them to return. Chu Wangshan had meticulously selected these memorials. Indeed, it was not long before the emperor, enraged, cast the documents aside from the bed. Straining against his frail body, he clutched the edge of the bed with one hand while tightly grasping the memorial with the other, each breath accompanied by heavy wheezing. "I am not dead yet these memorials appear as death warrants. Do they wish to hasten my demise?" He coughed violently, pressing his hand to his chest and turning his head as if to expel his very innards. Chu Wangshan swiftly approached with a tray of tea, remarking that they were merely some memorials and urging the emperor not to become agitated over such trivial matters. If his majesty was truly displeased, he would issue an edict, and the servant would promptly deal with those ungrateful ministers. After a considerable pause, the emperor regained his composure and looked at Chu Wangshan with appreciation, expressing that his loyalty had been invaluable during the emperor's unconscious state. Otherwise, the inner palace and court would have descended into chaos. He decreed punishment for those who spoke in favor of the 9th prince, clearly indicating that the 9th prince had no chance of ascending to the throne, thereby exposing his only son. Should the 8th prince encounter further misfortune, the emperor would indeed face extinction of his lineage. The emperor's commendation was acknowledged. Chu Wangshan had astutely recognized the emperor's reluctance to act against those ministers, thus proposing such a suggestion. Once the emperor had calmed his emotions, he resumed perusing the memorials. After an indeterminate period, the emperor, visibly fatigued, set aside the documents and casually inquired whether the child in Xie Lanyin's womb had been dealt with. The answer was negative. The emperor's breathing grew labored, and the brocade blanket on his chest rose and fell with agitation. What are the evidence of Xie's treason? The personal seal of General Xie had yet to be located, requiring additional time. Narrowing his eyes, his sharp gaze resembled a keen blade. It was one matter to fabricate evidence of treason, But why was the child in Xie Lanyin's womb still alive? In response to the emperor, it was conveyed that the queen's palace was heavily guarded, making it impossible for the servant to find an opportunity. Incompetence, the emperor reprimanded sharply. He was acutely aware of the challenges surrounding the elimination of Xie Lanyin's child. While he lay in a coma, the Xie family likely sought to secure the throne through the queen's offspring, and thus would fiercely protect her pregnancy. Taking a deep breath, the emperor commanded, "Bring the 9th prince to me. I wish to converse with him." "Yes, I shall go at once," replied the servant. As Chu Wangchun exited the Yangxin palace, he instructed the young eunuch to keep a vigilant watch, ensuring that if anyone entered to see the emperor, he must be informed immediately. After a short while, Chu Wangchun arrived at the palace of Concubine Li. Upon learning that the emperor had awakened and wished to see the 9th prince, Concubine Li appeared alarmed. She hastily summoned her personal maid to fetch golden melon seeds. Pressing a handful into Chu Wangchun's hands and whispering anxiously, "Does His Majesty wish to harm my son upon awakening?" "Your Highness, you are overthinking this," Chu Wangchun replied, accepting the heavy seeds with a smile. "The emperor is showing concern for the 9th prince. After all, the court officials are urging His Majesty to establish a crown prince. Summoning the 9th prince at this juncture is certainly a positive sign." "A positive sign?" Concubine Li lowered her gaze, concealing the murderous intent lurking in her eyes. Once assured that the 9th prince was not in danger, she instructed her maid to bring him forth. Watching as her son was escorted away by eunuch Chu, Concubine Li gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. The emperor's actions were clearly intended to use her son as a shield, hiding his true heir behind him. Should the queen be a treacherous serpent, mistakenly believing her own son had a chance at the throne, she would undoubtedly turn against him. In a scenario where both she and the young queen were to suffer, the 8th prince and consort Rong would emerge as beneficiaries. "Your Majesty, you possess a truly ruthless heart," she seethed. "If that is the case, do not blame me for my own ruthlessness. As long as the emperor breathes his last, none shall know that her son is not of his blood." Furthermore, given the emperor's deep affection for the young prince, should he suddenly pass away and declare her son as the new sovereign, the ministers would likely raise no significant objections. As for the child within the empress's womb, once the emperor departs from this world, whether the child is a boy or a girl would remain a mystery, thus eliminating any opportunity for a struggle for the throne. She penned a letter home, discreetly requesting them to procure a lethal poison. Of course, the actions of the concubine Li could not escape the notice of Chu Wangchun. Instead of intervening, he would mention the emperor's frequent summons of the 9th prince after each audience, and the empress repeated references to the 8th prince only served to deepen the coldness in concubine Li's gaze towards him. This unnerved Yu Yinluo, who kept the 8th prince close, never allowing him to stray far. The emperor, on the other hand, would occasionally regain consciousness, needing to review memorials and maintain the faade that the 9th prince held his favor, leaving him too preoccupied to trouble Xie Lanyin. With each passing day, Xie Lanyin's belly grew larger, nearing the time of her delivery. Chu Wangchun had already prepared 3 midwives and even summoned the retired physician Zhang to ensure the empress would face no unforeseen complications during childbirth. As Xie Lanyin handed a towel to Chu Wangchun, she rose with the support of her child, intending to change her attire, when suddenly, a warm fluid surged forth without warning. She froze in place. Noticing her stillness, Chu Wangchun hurriedly tossed the towel into the basin, rushing to support her with utmost care. "What is it? Are you unwell?" Xie Lanyin was all too familiar with this sensation. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hand on his arm and casually remarked, "It's time for me to give birth." Chapter 87. The lovesick prince and his little empress. Chu Wangchun's pupils dilated in shock before his mind could comprehend the situation. He instinctively lifted Xie Lanyin and placed her upon the bed. "Don't just stand there. Quickly command the servants of Kuan-Ning Palace to heat water and summon the midwives." "Understood." It was only then that grasped the urgency and hastened away to relay the instructions. Chu Wangchun clutched Xie Lanyin's hand tightly, his complexion pale and trembling, his speech a jumble of anxiety. "Do not fear. I am by your side, and I have also brought physician Zhang back. You shall be safe." Xie Lanyin reached out to caress his face, reassuringly saying, "I will be fine. Before long, you shall see our child." Chu Wangshan's lips twitched involuntarily, and despite his pale visage and beads of cold sweat, he endeavored to smile for her comfort. Before long, Xie returned with palace maids and the midwives. The midwives promptly ushered Chu Wangshan out. He waited anxiously at the door, his heart restless as he paced back and forth, listening to the commotion within. He longed to rush in and share in the empress's ordeal. Had the midwives not warned him that his sudden entrance might startle her, he would have dashed inside already. News of the empress's impending labor swiftly spread throughout the palace. Concubinely gazed towards Confronting Palace, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The child is as pitiable as her ninth prince. Yu Yunluo, gazing towards the Confronting Palace, fervently wishes for the queen to bear a daughter. Otherwise, her Zhao would face yet another formidable rival. Within the palace, Xie Lanyin, following the midwife's guidance, strives to conserve her strength, enduring the pain while awaiting the moment to exert herself for childbirth. Suddenly, the eldest midwife forcefully presses on her abdomen, attempting to adjust the position of the child. Xie Lanyin instinctively senses something amiss. She abruptly turns her head to look at the midwife, her damp hair clinging to her face, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet her eyes are sharp and clear. "Xie, inform eunuch Chu that this midwife intends to harm me." A surge of alarm courses through Xie as she warily glances at the midwife who is handling the empress. She hastens forward, seizing the panicked, sweat-soaked midwife. The midwife attempts to assert her experience, relying on the queen's ignorance as a first-time mother to evade detection. "Your Highness, I am merely massaging you to correct the child's position for a smoother delivery." Enduring the pain, Xie Lanyin grits her teeth and commands, "Take her out." She had previously observed that the child's position was indeed correct. There was no need for this midwife's intervention. The previous actions were clearly intended to facilitate a breech birth, risking both her life and that of her child. "Your Highness, I truly meant well." As the midwife is dragged away, the remaining two midwives turn pale, kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy. Taking a deep breath, Xie Lanyin declares, "Rise. You shall assist me in delivering my child, and I shall not treat you unjustly." Xie directs several palace maids to escort the midwife out. Chu Wangshan swiftly approaches, his gaze locked onto Xie, his face a mask of anxiety and distress. "What is the matter?" Xie replies, "The empress has stated that this midwife intends to harm her." "What?" The atmosphere around Chu Wangshan shifts ominously, his previously deep-set eyes now glimmering with a menacing crimson, brimming with lethal intent. The midwife, paralyzed with fear, lacks the strength to resist. Had she not been supported by the maids, she would have collapsed to the ground. "Eunuch Chu, I did not. Your Highness is misunderstanding me." Chu Wangshan's voice drops to a low, hoarse, and frigid tone. "Take her to the Justice Department. If she does not reveal who is behind this, we shall employ every instrument of torture at our disposal. I wish to see whether her resolve is stronger than the tools of pain." How could such a clever and kind-hearted empress possibly target a mere midwife? Indeed, several eunuchs drag the now limp, pleading midwife away. As night descends, a sudden wail of a child fills the palace. Chu Wangshan, who had been tense, immediately relaxes, hastening to the entrance. Soon, Xie pushes open the door. Before she can speak, Chu Wangshan anxiously inquires, "Is the empress unharmed?" "She is well. The empress has given birth to a prince." Chu Wangshan rushes into the palace. "Wait. No, Chu. You cannot enter." Yet, regardless of Xie's attempts to stop him, she is unable to restrain Chu Wangshan. He had stood guard outside for such a long time, and now that the empress had given birth, how could he possibly remain composed? Naturally, he had to rush in to see the one he had longed for. Chu Wangshan burst into the chamber, where the air was thick with the scent of blood. Ignoring the gruesome atmosphere, he hurried to the bedside. Upon seeing the disheveled hair clinging to her face and the empress squinting slightly, his heart, which had been in a constant state of anxiety, finally eased. Thankfully, the empress was safe. Those who wished her harm would not escape his wrath. Xie Lanyin weakly extended her hand and asked, "Did you see the child?" Chu Wangshan shook his head. "Please bring the child to me." Instinctively nodding, He stood and made his way to the midwife's side. At that moment, the midwife had already cleaned the little prince and wrapped him in a pristine yellow silk blanket. Give the little prince to this esteemed official. I will hold him for the empress to see, she urged, promptly passing the child to him. Chu Wangshan's fingertips trembled slightly as he cautiously took the baby into his arms. The instant the child nestled against him, a shiver coursed through his body, and he swallowed hard, afraid to exert any pressure. The baby felt soft, a sensation that was utterly foreign to him. This was the child of him and the empress. He carefully approached the bedside, placing the infant gently down. Xie Lanyin turned slightly, pressing the blanket down to reveal the child's face, and smiled at Chu Wangshan. The child resembles you. I believe the child looks more like you, he replied, observing the tiny nose and mouth, convinced that when grown, the child would undoubtedly possess the empress's unparalleled beauty. Witnessing the tender exchange between them, felt a pang of anxiety. She hurriedly ushered the midwife and other palace maids out. Chu Wangshan held Xie Lanyin's hand and gently placed a kiss upon it. You have endured much, my empress. Please rest. I will remain by your side. The exertion of childbirth had drained her strength, and she closed her eyes. As for the midwife, Chu Wangshan would see to her fate. With one hand, he softly patted the blanket, soothing the empress to sleep. Watching the two, one large and one small, his lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze becoming increasingly gentle. He felt as though he could watch over them for a lifetime. Never before had he imagined such a day would come for him. Perhaps this was the happiness that the midwife had once spoken of, a man like him, worthy of happiness. Chu Wangshan sat by the bedside throughout the night, only rising to leave when the first light of dawn began to break in the east. Chapter 88. The lovesick ninth prince and his little empress ear remained at the door, nodding off, but upon hearing the door creak open, she quickly stood up. Seeing it was Chu Wangshan, she immediately relaxed, leaning against a pillar. Take good care of the empress and the little prince. If anything were to happen to her, there would be no reason for any of the servants in Kuan-Ning Palace to live, he stated firmly before striding away. Ear huffed at his retreating figure, muttering softly, You need not remind me. I will guard the empress. She cautiously entered, finding both the empress and the little prince still asleep, and then quietly retreated from the inner chamber. Indeed, Lord Chu was quite devoted, remaining steadfastly by the empress's side without faltering. If it were his majesty, he would undoubtedly be unable to emulate the actions of eunuch Chu. When Chu Wangshan arrived at the Department of Justice, he found a midwife suspended by iron chains, her limbs shackled to the wall. Her garments were stained a dark hue with blood, and not a single inch of her exposed skin was unmarred. Upon noticing Chu Wangshan's arrival, the executioner hastily approached him. Eunuch Chu, what brings you here in person? What have you discovered? She has confessed, stating that it was the imperial concubine, Li, who instructed her. Imperial concubine Li, is it? Her lips are rather sealed. Continue the interrogation. I wish not to hear the name of imperial concubine Li upon my next visit. The eunuch paused, quickly nodding in agreement. Yes, this servant shall continue the inquiry. As Chu Wangshan departed from the Department of Justice, his gaze fixated on the direction of the imperial concubine Li's palace. She had already learned that the child within the empress's womb was not the emperor's, posing no threat whatsoever. Moreover, she was currently preoccupied with scheming the emperor's demise, leaving her little inclination to harm the empress. Nonetheless, with prudence in mind, Chu Wangshan resolved to pay a visit to imperial concubine Li. Imperial concubine Li was roused from her slumber by a palace maid, who informed her of eunuch Chu's arrival. Enraged, she cast a glance towards the window. The dawn had yet to break fully. What madness was this? The concubine hastily adorned herself before emerging to meet eunuch Chu. Eunuch Chu, disturbing one's dreams at such an early hour. I heard yesterday that the empress has given birth to a young prince, and instead of being in her palace, you come to mine at this hour. What is your purpose? Your Highness, you shall understand if you accompany me to a certain location. Imperial concubine Li, though filled with apprehension, deemed it unwise to offend Chu Wangshan at this juncture. Thus she complied and followed him. What is this place? Imperial concubine Li serviet Herr Serundings. covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief to shield herself from the foul odor. The Department of Justice. The flickering candlelight illuminated her face, revealing her profound terror. What have you brought me here for? To have your highness identify someone. With that, he pushed open the door, and the sight of the midwife, grotesquely tortured and hanging against the wall, abruptly confronted imperial concubine Li. Startled, she recoiled several steps. Chu Wanjing, what purpose do you have in showing me this wretch? Chu Wangshan's gaze was as cold as a serpent fixated on its prey, meticulously observing every flicker of her expression. This is the midwife who assisted the empress during childbirth. She intended to bring about a double tragedy for the empress. She has confessed that you were her instigator. What? Imperial concubine Li's eyes widened in disbelief, ablaze with furious indignation, her rage eclipsing her fear. How could this possibly be my doing? Chu Wangshan, what do you mean by bringing me here? Do you truly believe her nonsense? Whether the child born to the empress is male or female, whether she lives or dies, what concern is it of mine? Why would I wish to harm her? I too believe that it was not your highness's doing. A sigh of relief escaped imperial concubine Li. However, she soon witnessed Chu Wangshan gesturing to have the midwife's tongue severed. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. How could you? The midwife, hearing his words, trembled, her chains clanging against the wall. Standing in shadows, Chu Wangshan's lips curled into a slow, sinister smile, evoking an eerie chill. Since she is unwilling to speak the truth, there is no need to keep her tongue. I will speak, I declared. Chu Wangshan waved his hand and sighed. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. His tone was exceedingly flat, as if he were merely discussing the lunch menu. The beautiful consort, Li, was drenched in cold sweat. She had previously heard of Chu Wangshan's ruthless nature. Those who fell into his grasp would either meet their demise or suffer grievous wounds. Now, witnessing his nonchalant demeanor as he threatened to extract a tongue, she recoiled several steps, profoundly grateful that she had never crossed him. Chu Wangshan was indeed a madman. Suddenly, the wet nurse hanging on the wall let out a blood-curdling scream, abruptly silenced. The chains clanked violently against the wall, creating a pitiful cacophony. Li Guifei instinctively glanced in that direction, witnessing the wet nurse's mouth agape, seemingly attempting to scream, but unable to produce a sound, blood streaming uncontrollably from her lips. Although she had harmed many, she had never encountered such a gruesome scene. It finally dawned on her why Chu Wangshan, fully aware that she was not responsible, had brought her here. He was issuing a warning, a brutal lesson to dissuade her from seeking harm against the young empress. Otherwise, today's wet nurse could very well be her fate tomorrow. She could not help but tremble, her legs feeling weighted as though they lacked the strength to carry her even a single step. Someone, escort the consort back, came the command. Wait. Li Guifei closed her eyes, striving to ignore the commotion behind her. Taking a deep breath, she asked, is it Rong Fei? You may guess for yourself, your highness. Chu Wangshan retorted with a cold laugh before turning to leave. Once his footsteps faded entirely, Li Guifei felt utterly limp and had to lean on a nearby, made to regain her balance. Upon returning to the palace, Li Guifei succumbed to a high fever, shutting herself away from visitors. When Chu Wangshan received the news, he sneered. It appeared that this beautiful consort lacked the courage she pretended to possess. Terrified by the sight of a tongueless wet nurse, she still dared to plot against the emperor. Pathetic. As he approached Kunning Palace, Chu Wangshan turned back to issue a final warning. No one is to utter a word about this morning's incident to the empress. Should she be startled, you will pay dearly for it. Yes. Several young eunuchs nodded in fear. Only then did Chu Wangshan feel assured enough to enter Kunning Palace. Upon his arrival, he found the empress awake, her head tilted as she played with the young prince. Her eyes radiated the joy of newfound motherhood, her hair cascading elegantly across the bed. In that single night, she seemed to possess a charm previously absent. Chu Wangshan's gaze softened instantly as he approached quietly. The others in the palace dutifully averted their eyes and exited. Seated beside the bed, he took Xie Lanyin's hand and gently inquired, is there any discomfort, your highness? Why not rest a little longer? I have slept quite a while. I have only just awakened, but regrettably, you were not by my side. It was my fault. I should have been by your side at all times. Now that you have just given birth, it is best not to burden you with any distressing matters." Xie Lanyin squeezed his hand in return and suggested, "Shall we give the child a nickname?" Chapter 89. The obsessive 9,000 years old and his little empress 19. How about we name him Swayan? His full name shall be Yu Hang. Very well. Xie Lanyin reached out and gently caressed the child's face. Swayan. The child wrinkled his nose and slowly opened his eyes, still holding a trace of drowsiness. Is Swayan awake? Xie Lanyin softly patted his chest. Swayan waved his little hand, grasping a strand of Xie Lanyin's hair. Chu Wanshan reached out to touch Swayan's cheek. Swayan, all I hope is for this child to thrive in peace. Has your majesty awakened? Why have you suddenly summoned me? Concubine Rong observed the eunuch leading the way with caution. Your highness will know when you arrive. The eunuch replied with an air of respect. Yu Yinlu tightly clutched her skirt, the fabric crumpling beneath her grip, reflecting her inner turmoil. In her past life, when she was with Chu Wanshan, these eunuchs had always been forthcoming with her, never daring to treat her with such indifference. Now, with the empress having given birth to a legitimate heir and the Xie family thriving, everything was starkly different from her previous life. Would her Zhao still ascend the throne? Every time the emperor awoke, he summoned the 9th prince, leading many to speculate whether he intended for the 9th prince to inherit the throne. Uncertain of the emperor's intentions, she hurried to follow the eunuch upon hearing of the summons. Upon entering the Yangxin palace, she found the emperor still asleep. Weren't you saying that the emperor summoned me? The eunuch knelt and explained, the emperor must be excessively weary and has fallen asleep again. Your highness can take this opportunity to wait by his side. When he awakens, you shall be the first he sees. Yu Yinlu found this reasoning plausible. She instructed the eunuch to bring a chair and settled down beside him. Before long, a commotion arose outside. Your highness, concubine Rong is inside. Let me in. If Yu Yinlu can be inside, why can't I? Upon hearing that the emperor had summoned concubine Rong, Li Guifei could no longer remain seated. She feared that once the emperor awakened, he would disclose to concubine Rong that the 8th prince was the only true royal bloodline. Thus, she insisted on entering. Yu Yinlu rose to confront the intruding Li Guifei, her voice cold as ice. How dare you, concubine, trespass into the Yangxin palace? Do you not regard the emperor at all? I am concerned that you might act against the emperor's interests to elevate the 8th prince to the throne, which is why I came to see. Is that truly your intention, concubine? Li Guifei scoffed, dismissing the others with a wave of her hand. In the past, such word from Yu Yinlu would have unsettled her. However, not long ago, she had witnessed the horrific conditions within the Xinqing department. Engaging in a plot that could annihilate 9 clans was no small matter. One must possess a steady resolve, lest they unwittingly reveal everything in a moment of panic. As the other onlookers dispersed, Yu Yinlu did not hold back. She considered that the emperor might awaken at any moment and coldly remarked, concubine, there is no need for rebuttal. After all, to secure that position, you exerted great effort to smuggle in ink and writing materials used by those afflicted with smallpox, delivering them directly into Zhao's hands. Fortunately, Zhao is blessed and has evaded your treacherous scheme. Do not slander me. You claim I am responsible, but where is your evidence? Yu Yinlu tightened her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms, unable to quell the indignation simmering within her. It could only be the doing of the Li Guifei. Yet she had no proof. Whenever the emperor awoke, he would summon my son, while your 8th prince is utterly disregarded by the emperor. Surely, you do not believe that with your background, your child could ascend the throne? Indeed, Zhao does not garner the emperor's favor as much as the 9th prince does. But Zhao is merely concerned for the emperor's health. I am but a humble consort worrying for his well-being. Alarm bells rang in Li Guifei's mind. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Yu Yinlu. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You wish for both me and the empress to suffer mutual destruction, paving the way for the 8th prince to claim the throne. Let me assure you, such aspirations are futile. I have never harbored such thoughts. Insolence. I am still alive. Li Guifei, you are so eager for the 9th prince to ascend that you would go so far as to harm the rightful heir. Li Guifei froze. hastily lowering her gaze to the dragon bed. The emperor had awakened without her knowledge, his eyes sharp as blades, scrutinizing Li Guifei from above. Li Guifei trembled. Your Majesty. I do not dare. The emperor turned to Yu Yinlu. Rongfei, is what you just said true? The 8th prince has contracted smallpox? Yu Yinlu quickly knelt, lowering her head to wipe her tears. Yes, although the smallpox outside the palace is well contained. Only Zhaoer has been infected within. I have long suspected foul play. Fortunately, Zhaoer is blessed and has already recovered. The emperor narrowed his eyes, not erupting in anger, but exuding an imposing presence that instilled fear. That was his only son. Poisonous woman. Guards, take Li Guifei away, strip her of her title, and cast her into the cold palace. Li Guifei fell to the ground. Your Majesty. That is merely the word of Rongfei. There is no evidence. How can you trust her alone? Just as the emperor opened his mouth to scold her, a sudden itch in his throat overcame him, and he bent over the bed, coughing violently. Suddenly, blood seeped through his fingers, splattering onto the bright yellow brocade quilt. Yu Yinlu's face turned pale with fear, yet a flicker of joy stirred within her. The emperor was coughing blood. His days were numbered, and soon her Zhaoer could ascend to that position. At that moment, Chu Wanchun unexpectedly pushed the door open. The emperor glared fiercely at Chu Wanchun, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chu Wanchun, why did you not inform me that the 8th prince had contracted smallpox? The imperial physician warned against agitating his majesty. Guards, escort both ladies out and let the physician attend to the emperor. Several young eunuchs promptly stepped forward to usher the 2 ladies out. Chu Wanchun, why are you expelling us? What do you intend to do? She understood too well what kind of person Chu Wanchun was. Now that the emperor was bleeding, he was dismissing everyone. He surely intended to do harm to his majesty. Naturally, I am concerned for the emperor's health. Rongfei, the 8th prince awaits you in the study. Zhaoer? Yu Yunlu's pupils constricted, her complexion draining of color in an instant. Chu Wanchun was actually using Zhaoer to threaten her. She disregarded everything else and turned to leave. After all, the emperor had long since left a decree for her Zhaoer to ascend the throne. As Li Guifei stepped out of the Yangxin Hall, a sense of emptiness engulfed her heart. The sky had unknowingly been veiled by thick, dark clouds. A fierce wind swept through, rustling the garments of the passing palace attendants. Inside the hall, the imperial physician took the emperor's pulse, trembling uncontrollably. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, fear was unmistakably reflected in his eyes. The emperor's body had already been drained. Now, with both ladies inciting blood from him, his apparent lucidity was merely a fleeting moment of clarity. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. You may leave, Chu Wanchun instructed. Yes. Dr. Zhang, aligned with Chu Wanchun, quickly bowed and exited. Shortly after, news of a fierce quarrel between Li Guifei and Rongfei, which had even led to the emperor's spitting blood, spread throughout the palace. To inform Xie Lanyin. A strong sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Who is currently attending to the emperor? Xie Lanyin asked anxiously. It is Gong Chu. Xie Lanyin swiftly threw off the covers and rose from her bed, insisting, I must go to the Yangxin Hall. With the emperor bleeding, she feared he had little time left. She worried that Chu Wanchun might act recklessly. She had to keep watch. Rushed forward to stop her. Your Highness, you have just given birth. Venturing out in the wind could leave lasting consequences. I will dress warmly. It is warm now, and I shall be fine. But there are no buts. Xie Lanyin's expression was serious. You are the one I trust most. I entrust the little prince to your care. Seeing her distress, quickly fetched a garment for the princess to wear. In the Yangxin Hall, the emperor forced a smile, his voice deliberately steady. Has the child in Xie Lanyin's womb been removed? I forgot to congratulate your majesty. The empress gave birth to a little prince yesterday, who bears a striking resemblance to you. Chu Wanchun. The emperor's eyes turned red, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Wanchun knew full well that the child in Xie Lanyin's womb was not his. How dare he claim such resemblance? Your servant is here. Why was the child in Xie Lanyin's womb not removed? Why was I not informed of the 8th prince's smallpox? Because the little prince born to the empress is your servant's. What? Instinctively, the emperor glanced at Chu Wangshen's lower body, his usually steady voice trembling slightly. You, are you not a eunuch? I'm not. You, how dare you corrupt the palace? Those days were not spent in secret. Chu Wangshen, you dare to bribe my secret guards. My secret guards are loyal to the emperor. How could they be swayed by a eunuch? Those guards have witnessed your heinous acts. Even if they are but dogs, watching children perish at your hands, how can they not harbor hatred for you? The emperor glared fiercely at him, his lips quivering. That wretched woman, Xie Lanyin, how could she submit to a eunuch? The Xie family, with its proud lineage, has produced such a cowardly creature. Chu Wangshen's gaze darkened as he grasped the emperor's neck with one hand, his long fingers sinking deeply into flesh, veins bulging on the back of his hand. His eyes filled with fierce madness. He yearned to personally strangle the man who had utterly ruined his life. Though he was his father, he had never bestowed upon him a single ounce of warmth. Dare you commit regicide? At that moment, the palace doors were abruptly flung open. Chu Wangshen was momentarily taken aback. The emperor's eyes flickered with light as he turned to the intruder. Upon recognizing Xie Lanyin, the emperor's initial hope was swiftly engulfed by a raging fury. Observing Chu Wangshen's movements, Xie Lanyin hurriedly approached, grasping his hand. Chu Wangshen, let him go. With deliberate slowness, Chu Wangshen turned his head, disheveled hair falling across his forehead, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. He spoke each word with precision. You wish to protect him? Of course not. Xie Lanyin replied anxiously. The emperor's death is trivial, but if anyone discovers the bruises on his neck, there will undoubtedly be ministers demanding a thorough investigation. His life or death means nothing to me, but Chu Wangshen, you cannot allow your name to be forever stained with the crime of murdering an emperor. I cannot bear to witness your eternal disgrace and the scorn of the masses. His fingertips trembled slightly, and upon meeting Xie Lanyin's resolute gaze, he gradually released his grip. The emperor clutched his neck, glaring at the two, coughing as he exclaimed, You two have been carrying on a secret affair right under my nose. Scoundrels! Cough, cough! Someone! Yet, despite his calls, no one entered. He abruptly turned to Chu Wangshen. You are cunning and have no trusted allies left. Who would come to your rescue at this moment? You treacherous rebel, attempting to obscure the royal lineage. How audacious! I cannot bear such grave charges. Though it pains me to acknowledge it, the young prince of the empress is indeed of royal blood. What do you mean? The emperor stared intently at his face. If Xie Lanyin's child was of royal lineage, then he. Chu Wangshen produced a small vial of potion from within his robes, pouring some into his palm and applying it to the skin where the birthmark resided. Soon, the birthmark began to surface. One by one, he meticulously peeled it away. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the face devoid of the mark. You are the son of concubine Zhuang. It is impossible. She was not with child when she was cast into the cold palace. The emperor stared blankly at the visage before him. This face bore an uncanny resemblance to concubine Zhuang, and it also bore traces of his own features. Yet, he was unwilling to accept it, merely attributing it to a lack of thorough investigation. Do you know how much I despised my upbringing in the cold palace? Watching those princes grow up in luxury, while I was treated worse than the lowest eunuch? To survive, I had to feign being a eunuch. Every time I saw you, I longed to slice your throat, but that would be too merciful. Chu Wangshen's voice was low and gravelly, laced with a chilling, serpentine quality. The first prince and the third prince plotted rebellion because I secretly bribed the first prince's advisors, presenting him with a dragon robe. Upon seeing it, he was indeed tempted, and he concealed the robe away. I intentionally let it slip that you were privy to the existence of the dragon robe beforehand. The eldest prince, driven to desperation, knows your temperament all too well. If he were to discover his secret hoarding of the dragon robe, he would surely meet his demise, along with his maternal clan. Thus, he took the perilous risk. However, I have no desire to witness his success, so I informed you in advance. Indeed, you disregarded even the bond of father and son, commanding the archers to let fly their arrows, resulting in the death of both the eldest and third princes, pierced through the heart by a multitude of arrows. As for the second prince, he too is a fool. He believed that with the death of the eldest prince, the title of crown prince would fall into his lap, and sought to place his own supporters through the imperial examination. Yet his schemes were unveiled, leading to his demotion to commoner status, charged with guarding the imperial tombs. You wretched beast! The emperor's fists clenched, veins bulging, lips trembling. What of the fourth prince? Did he also perish at your hands? The virtuous consort bears a resemblance to your mother. How could you bring yourself to harm her? Chu Wangshan sneered. Merely because the virtuous consort shares some likeness to my mother. You shower her with endless favor, drawing the ire of the women in the harem. I had yet to act when the fourth prince met his end at the hands of the favored consort, to bring down the eighth prince. You personally issued a decree to slaughter my entire family, yet you dote upon the virtuous consort who resembles my mother. Whom do you feign such nauseating affection for? It is indeed your retribution. The fifth prince, bereft of the favored consort's protection, succumbed to smallpox. And the sixth prince, did he fall from his horse due to your design? The emperor gasped for breath, pressing for answers. Of course, he looked down upon me, publicly whipping me in the hunting grounds. You were aware of this, and I could not possibly let him escape unscathed. I merely caused him to suffer a broken leg. That was exceedingly merciful. You, the emperor's eyes bulged, as if they might pop from their sockets at any moment. Oh, and what the seventh prince? You sensed your health was failing and sought to cultivate him, sending him to the south to manage the floods, while insisting I accompany him. However, upon his arrival in the south, he merely consorted with corrupt officials to oppress the common folk. Therefore I destroyed the dam, and he, along with those corrupt officials, were swept away by the flood. You need not thank me. After all, with those wretches gone, it is evidently far easier for the commissioner to manage the flood relief. You, the emperor's terror surged like a tidal wave. What do you intend to do to the eighth prince? I have no intentions against the eighth prince, as I wish to leave you with a glimmer of hope. After all, he is your only son. The emperor's eyes widened. Is my weakened state a result of your doing? Not quite. Those wandering Taoists were summoned by the eighth prince, and the elixirs were of your own choosing. Unrelated to me. I must admit, you are far more ruthless than I. Under my hand, those princes, despite their fates, have at least reached adulthood. Yet you, for those not your sons, would not hesitate to eliminate even their mothers. Were it not for the use of the noble consort's family, you would have long since disposed of her and the ninth prince to safeguard your own flesh and blood. Oh, and for the sake of providing the eighth prince with an escape route, you left behind a will for him to inherit behind the plaque of Zhengda Guangming. How do you know this? Because I have burned the will. You, Zhu Wanjian, ambitious beast. My cruelty stems from your relentless pursuit, a lesson learned in your shadow. Moreover, you surely do not comprehend why the eighth prince met his untimely demise. The emperor stared at him in disbelief. Did you kill him? Indeed, I suspected the empress dowager's favoritism towards the eighth prince would lead to a rift with you. Her health was already at its breaking point. A mere provocation could prove fatal. And you, true to my expectations, have personally driven your mother to her death. What face do you have to blame me? Did you ever consider, when you caused the empress dowager's demise, that you might one day find yourself in a similar predicament? You. The emperor's breathing grew increasingly labored, his complexion turning an alarming shade of blue. Go in peace. My child will ascend to his rightful place, and I shall send your beloved eighth prince down to accompany you. The emperor clutched the brocade quilt tightly, his knuckles whitening, veins bulging. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and nose, yet blood still gushed through his fingers. His body lurched backward, collapsing heavily onto the bed, his eyes wide open, unseeing in death. Chu Wangshan also fell to the ground, his gaze fixed on the emperor, and then a low, hellish laughter echoed from his throat. Xie Lanyin rushed forward to embrace him. Chu Wangshan, he is dead. He has finally perished. You need no longer live in hatred. Chu Wangshan turned to her, a smile on his lips. Yet his expression was more sorrowful than tears. Yes, he is dead. He has finally died. Xie Lanyin held him tightly, patting his back. You have children too, Chu Wangshan. Think of our offspring. Chu Wangshan clung to her fiercely. Suddenly, Xie Lanyin felt warmth on her neck. Her voice softened. After all these years, you have avenged yourself. From this day forth, you may live for yourself. Indeed, I shall live for myself, for you, and for our children. Chu Wangchun took a deep breath. There were more pressing matters to attend to. He gently pushed Xie Lanyin away. Return to the palace at once. I will handle what comes next. Do not involve yourself. Will there be danger? Xie Lanyin asked with concern. Chu Wangchun grasped her hand, pressing it gently against his face. Do not worry, with you and the children. No one can harm me. Xie Lanyin nodded, holding his hand and saying, if anything happens to you, I cannot live alone. I know. Chu Wangchun kissed her hand. Await my good news. The eunuchs of the Internal Affairs Office arrived promptly at the Yangxin Palace to prepare the emperor's body for its final rites. Chu Wangchun summoned all the ministers to the palace. News of the emperor's passing spread swiftly throughout the palace. Consort Li's legs buckled beneath her, her face ashen. Surely, the emperor could not have died due to her quarrel with Consort Rome. She had no time to change her attire, supported by her servants as she hurried to the Yangxin Palace. Meanwhile, Yu Yunluo received the news with unrestrained joy. The emperor is finally dead. The realm shall now belong to Zhao. Yu Yunluo hastily summoned her son to the Yangxin Palace. When she arrived at the Yangxin Palace, all the ministers were already gathered within. After paying their respects to the emperor, the ministers were left in a state of disarray, inquiring whether the emperor had left a decree regarding the succession of the new emperor. Yu Yunluo pressed her lips together, striving to suppress the smile that threatened to emerge. Her gaze was fixed intently on Chu Wangchun. In her previous life, before his passing, the emperor had proclaimed to all the ministers his intention to designate the 8th prince as the new emperor, having hidden the edict behind the plaque in the Qianqing Palace. Surely, this time would be no different. Her 8th prince was finally poised to ascend to the exalted position above all others. She would at last have the opportunity to exact vengeance upon those who had once tormented her. However, to her astonishment, Chu Wangchun produced a decree from the table in the Yangxin Palace, declaring, the late emperor left an edict before his demise. Upon hearing this, the gathered ministers hastily knelt. Chu Wangchun slowly unfurled the decree, proclaiming, by the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have inherited the legacy of my ancestors, and, as my time draws near, my legitimate son, endowed with wisdom and innate goodness, possessing both benevolence and filial piety, is granted the name Yuhang, and I hereby establish him as the new emperor, to ascend the throne forthwith and inherit the great legacy. As the new emperor is still young, I appoint the 4 esteemed ministers, Yu Zhanbong, Fang Fuyu, Zhou Zheng, and He Ning, as regents, and I implore them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to assist the new sovereign. Thus decreed. What? The noble concubine Li was struck as if by lightning, staring incredulously at the decree in Chu Wangchun's hand, bestowing a name upon the legitimate son and declaring him the new emperor. How could this be? She had been manipulated. The young prince was clearly not the emperor's son. How could the throne be passed to him? It was Chu Wangchun. She could never have imagined that for the sake of Xie Lanyin and the young prince, Chu Wangchun would dare to commit such a heinous act as forgery of an imperial decree. Yu Yunluo's eyes widened, her pupils constricting sharply. She stood up, pointing at Chu Wangchun amidst the assembly of ministers. This decree is a forgery. The emperor could not possibly name the young prince as the new emperor. When the noble concubine Li and I departed, the emperor was perfectly well. How could such a short time have passed for him to have passed away? You were the only one beside the emperor at that moment. This decree must have been forged by you. The ministers quickly glanced between concubine Rong and Chu Wangchun. Unfazed, Chu Wangchun remained calm and composed, prompting Dr. Zhang to examine the emperor and share his findings. Dr. Zhang hastily knelt and reported. The emperor had just awakened when he overheard the argument between concubine Li and concubine Rong, which caused him great distress. Though he appeared somewhat spirited at the time, he was merely experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality, his condition critical. I did not believe it. Yu Yunluo turned to the kneeling doctor, pointing at the familiar Dr. Li. Dr. Li, you speak. Dr. Zhang's words are not without merit. His Majesty indeed succumbed to distress caused by the argument between the two of you. Yu Yunluo staggered 2 steps back. Could it be that the emperor truly died because of her dispute with concubine Li? No, there was still the edict. Yu Yunluo asserted. The decree in your hand is a forgery. The emperor had long hidden the edict behind the plaque in the Qinqing palace. If anyone doubts this, we could go see for ourselves. Concubinely cast a sidelong glance, questioning, "How do you know there's an edict behind the plaque?" Chu Wanchen replied, "What edict? How would this humble servant know?" Yu Yinlu bit her lip and remarked, "It is, of course, the emperor who has informed me." In truth, she was not entirely certain. If not, she could still claim that Chu Wanchen had known of the imperial edict's existence from the outset and had thus destroyed it in advance. The throne rightfully belonged to her Zhaoer. No one else could usurp it. Concubinely clenched her fists in jealousy. How could that wretched Yu Yinlu be so assured? Had His Majesty already established an edict to appoint the 8th prince as the new emperor? The ministers debated fervently, all in agreement to venture to the Qinqing palace to ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, concubinely scrutinized Chu Wanchen. If the edict behind the plaque indeed declared the 8th prince as the new sovereign, what would Chu Wanchen do? As these thoughts occupied her mind, they arrived at the Qinqing palace. Chu Wanchen casually directed a young eunuch, "Go above and see if there's an edict." "Hold on," Yu Yinlu interjected. "Such a significant matter should be handled by Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou, true to his name, was known for his integrity and unyielding character. Even though he had ascended to the rank of a second-grade official, he maintained a distance from others. In a previous life, when Chu Wanchen proposed she marry him, it was Lord Zhou who vehemently opposed the idea. This indicated that Lord Zhou was not aligned with Chu Wanchen. Chu Wanchen smirked, questioning whether concubinely still did not trust her servants. In the presence of so many, her servants could hardly alter the edict. Precautions were necessary. At that moment, an announcement from outside interrupted them. "The empress has arrived." The empress? Had she not just given birth to the young prince yesterday? How would she be here? The crowd bowed and paid their respects. With the new emperor yet to be determined, regardless of who would ascend, the empress would undoubtedly become the future empress dowager. Xie Lanyin entered, raising her hand to signal everyone to rise. "I have heard that there is an imperial edict in the Qinqing palace, and have come to see it. Please take care of your health, your majesty." Xie